In the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Yao unexpectedly finds herself reincarnated as a humble peasant girl in ancient times. With a stockpiled space at her disposal, she confronts the wicked, dismantles the deceitful, and leads her entire village into seclusion within the depths of the mountains during siege. Chaotic times. Her mother is the legitimate daughter of the wealthiest family in the capital, and her father is the son of a war king, undeniably a third-generation official heir. Throughout their retreat in the mountains, Li Yao, equipped with her intelligence and ample resources, navigates various adversities and challenges, ensuring a stable life for hers, LF and the villagers, all while crafting a legendary tale against the backdrop of ancient hardships. Simultaneously, emotional threads weave through the narrative, including an inescapable scholarly figure, a prince, to whom Li Yao is decidedly reluctant to marry. Chapter 1. Splitting the family. Are you mad? Mother, are you truly not going to give any silver? Li Laosis' voice quivered with desperation. Old four, it's not that I'm chastising you. What can a mere girl do? You're still young, and if you wish to have more children you may, the old woman scolded, her eyes glinting why. Coldness. If it weren't for old four's robust physique and ability to toil in the fields, she would have spared herself the trouble of such fruitless exhortation. Casting a glance at Sue, who clutched the lifeless girl beside her, her tone sharpened instantly, wailing and lamenting, "You are a harbinger of misfortune. You have brought only despair to the Li family." "Mother, please. The doctor said it would only take 200 won to save Yaoer's life," Sue pleaded, her face pale, disregarding the old woman's curses. "What? 200 won? Do you think silver falls from the sky?" The old woman felt as though her heart had been ripped from her chest. The family of Old Four was her enemy, nothing more than a pack of debt collectors. Indeed, dear sister-in-law, 200 coins is no trifling sum. It is not easy for mother to manage the household, with so many mouths to feed relying upon her. You ought to be more considerate. The loss of the sixth girl is unfortunate, yet if you desire a maid, I shall give you the fifth one. She will be just as dutiful to you in the future. Chen approached to support the aged matriarch, as if the robust old woman might falter. These words struck a chord with the old woman, for among all the daughters-in-law, it was only the third son's wife who truly cared for her. Unlike the fourth son's wife, who was as obstinate as a mule. In these times, who hadn't lost one or two maids. Yet her daughter, Jean Gui, insisted on demanding money. Even the fourth son had become disobedient. Once a son has a wife, he forgets his mother. Pa. Do not deceive me, I only want my daughter Yao. If you refuse to provide silver, then let Qin Tianyi do so. It was Li Tianbao who harmed Yao and cast her into the well. Nonsense. Which of your eyes witnessed this? To slander my Tianbao, do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Chan released the old woman and advanced fiercely, her gaze fixed on Sue, as if to pierce through her. Heaven's wrath. Humph, you are the one who should fear it. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be skewed as well. You have turned a blind eye to your son bullying Yao, and today he has acted with malice. If you do not provide silver today, do not blame me for being ungracious. At that moment, Sue rose, holding Li Yao, her eyes blazing with icy fury. Enduring hunger, wearing rags, sleeping in the worst quarters, and doing the most laborious tasks were all bearable. However, she could not ignore Yao's well-being. What do you intend to do, Su Mingyu? Chen was taken aback by her piercing gaze, retreating 2 steps in guilt. The wretched Su family, how they seemed to have transformed into entirely different individuals. However, with Granny Li present, she felt undaunted. Treat him as you would treat Yaoer. Sue spat out slowly, her entire demeanor exuding ferocity. You dare! Granny Li rolled up her sleeves and struck the table vehemently. Chen curled her lips into a smirk, daring to provoke. Tianbao required a consultation with Granny Li first. After all, Tianbao was the apple of his mother's eye. Even if he were to meet a tragic end, it would solely be attributed to her ill fate. Tianbao was the pride of the Li family, their golden grandson. The fortune-teller had proclaimed that he was the reincarnation of the literary star, destined to become a great author. Ill in the future, suddenly struck by Granny Li's forceful gesture, Sue couldn't help but shrink her neck. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes bloodshot with rage. I dare. If anything were to happen to my Yaoer, I shall demand Tianbao accompany her in death. Separate the families. Have you lost your mind? Granny Li exclaimed, jumping to her feet in a frenzy. Unfortunately, Li Laosi had already chased after his wife and children. Mother, it seems Laosi's wife has truly lost her senses. Chun murmured, clutching Granny Li's sleeve. Lost her senses, lost her senses. I opposed this match for Laosi from the beginning. He insisted on marrying someone of dubious origin. Had I known she would be so defiant, I would have hanged myself to prevent Laosi from being so stubborn. Granny Li was seething with anger, her chest heaving. Chun assisted her in sitting down and served her tea to calm her. After a while, Granny Li said, "Go send them 51. Mother, Chun stomped her foot in protest. Take it from the family funds. Granny Li shot her a glare. Chen's face lit up with joy. Mother still loves Tianbao. Just moments ago, Su Mingyu's gaze had truly frightened her. She was genuinely concerned about the desperate measures one might take when cornered. Li Yao, in a state of drowsiness, slowly opened her eyes to see 3 heads, 1 large and 2 small, hovering above her. "Awake, sister is awake," Li Jiyun exclaimed excitedly, her words flying forth with fervor. "Li Jiyun, do not disturb your sister," Li Jiza admonished, placing a hand over her mouth. Su's voice came softly, filled with tears. "Yao, you are awake. Mother thought she would never see you again." Li Yao, bewildered and unaware, instinctively reached out to touch Su's eyes, wiping away 2 streams of tears. "Mother," a hoarse whisper escaped her lips. "Mother is here." "My Yaoer," Su responded, tears streaming uncontrollably again, despite her efforts to restrain them. "Do not cry," Li Yao choked, her throat feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton. Su held her tightly in her embrace. "Mother will not cry. As long as Yaoer is well, Mother shall weep no more." Li Jiyun, no crying allowed. Li Jiyun's nostrils flared, bubbles forming as she mixed her tears with her sorrow, embodying the depths of her despair. She had almost believed her sister was gone forever. Li Jiza's eyes were reddened. He refrained from tears, for he was a man. "Dear wife," at that moment, Li Laosi pushed the door open, entering with a handful of medicinal packets in one hand and an old hen in the other. The family turned their gaze towards him. "Wife, quickly prepare the medicine." His urgency was palpable, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gasped for breath. "Yaoer has awakened." He paused, then hurried over in a few swift strides. "Yaoer, I am deeply sorry for the hardships you have endured," Li Laosi said, his eyes reddened with emotion. Yearning to embrace his daughter, yet hindered by the items in his hands. Li Yao confirmed her suspicions. She had traversed through time. Having just reincarnated in a post-apocalyptic world, laden with supplies in her spatial storage, she met her untimely demise due to a vehicular accident. Heaven must be toying with her, allowing her to die and then be reborn. Yet it seemed there was a certain affection involved, granting her life anew in another guise. What trials awaited her this time? Li Yao sighed deeply, gazing skyward. Receiving the memories and emotions of her predecessor, a profound sorrow enveloped her. "Father," Li Yao called softly. Li Laosi responded loudly. "I shall prepare the medicine. Your mother will keep you company." After speaking, he stole a glance at Su Shi, noticing a hint of relief on her face, as if a burden had been lifted. With a light huff, Su Shi gently laid Li Yao down, her head resting on a pillow. "I'll brew the medicine. Your father is rather clumsy, so do not let him break the pot. Zaire, keep your sister company. Lu Mao, no noise." Li Jize nodded. "Do not worry, mother." Li Jiyan crossed her arms and pouted. "I won't make a sound." Chapter 2. Medicinal nourishment awaits. Su Shi adeptly cleaned the medicine pot and kindled the fire to brew the concoction. Li Laosi quickly prepared a chicken, plucking its feathers with haste. "My dear wife, I apologize for the burdens you bear." Li Laosi ruminated silently, feeling an indescribable frustration. The discussion of separation today was not born from a lack of filial piety. After all, it is said that as long as parents are alive, one should not divide the family. Yet, if this continued, his beloved wife and children might truly drive him to despair. For years, his wife had toiled alongside him from dawn until dusk, never having had a moment of respite, even during her confinement. Zaire, understanding and mature from a young age, is merely 2 months younger than Tianbao, yet has never tasted even a single egg. At the tender age of 4, she began to toil in the fields, while a 7-year-old child has never shed a tear. Yunu, the mischievous one, frequently invites reprimand on occasion. Indulging a little too much leads to inevitable punishment. Their only daughter, Yaoer, has been scorned as a worthless burden since birth, never having shared a morsel of food. At such a tender age, she has never missed a single chore, be it cooking or laundry. It is his inadequacy, his failure to win his parents' favor has brought misfortune upon his wife and children. Sue, silent, weeps uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to be stemmed. After a while, she wipes her tears, the medicine pot bubbling with a soft, rhythmic sound. Once Yaoer is well, we shall part ways. If you wish to be a dutiful son, I shall not hinder you. But I will no longer allow anyone to belittle my children. She removes a piece of firewood, causing the flames to diminish and the bubbling of the pot to quieten. Li Laosi lifts his head, his eyes red and fixed upon her. Impossible, Sue erupts in anger. Li Laosi, what do you want? Haven't you seen the life we've endured all these years? Clutching the fire tongs tightly, she continues, I always believed our current plight was due to me, that being a lonely orphan has brought my children such suffering. But that is not the case. It is because of you, because they do not love you. Exhausted, she lets out a deep sigh. Sometimes I even doubt whether you are your parents' true offspring. Seeing the anguish etched upon Li Laosa's face fills her with profound sorrow. This man is meant to protect them, yet he is overwhelmed by the relentless rogues that surround them. But she is weary. My dear wife, let us part ways and live separately. Li Laosi had long since made up his mind, but had not previously discussed it with Sue. With Yao's fate uncertain and with no money to speak of, he had completely lost hope in this family. Even if he were to be drowned in spittle, he would still take his wife and children away. Sue looked at him in disbelief. Trust me. Her eyes were red and swollen, yet devoid of tears. It was not a matter of disbelief, rather. The weight of filial piety loomed larger than the heavens. With parents still alive, the thought of separation felt insurmountable. Li Laosi reached out and gently ruffled her hair. And oh, more talk of divorce, we are a family. Well, the medicine is ready. I will take it to Yao. Sue's face was flushed with embarrassment as she spoke awkwardly. It turned out he had long been planning this. She still held onto some hope. All right, Li Laosi smiled faintly. I will stew the chicken. Sue carried the pot and glanced at the freshly slaughtered chicken. Half for stewing, half for stir-frying. Let's say and Yun have a taste too. With that, she hurried away, regretting her earlier mention of divorce, uncertain if she had hurt his feelings. Li Yao drank the medicine and lay quietly, her eyes blinking as she alternated her gaze between Sue and Lu Mao. Little sister is so obedient, not afraid of hardship. Lu Mao sniffled. Li Yao smiled slightly, leaving Lu Mao astonished. Mother, is my sister foolish? You are the foolish one. Li Jiza glared at Lu Mao. Although he too found his sister's obedience somewhat unusual, her round, bright eyes revealed her intelligence. She was not fully sh in the least. Su gently stroked Yao's head and raised her pillow a bit higher. Does Yao want to play with her brother? Mother, Lizette murmured, nestling into her mother's embrace. 2 tears, like shimmering pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she inhaled sharply, her voice failing her. My sweet Lizette, were you frightened? Her mother inquired, her voice a soothing balm. Henceforth, none shall dare to mistreat Lizette. Should anyone attempt to do so, I shall make them rue the day. Indeed, I shall pummel them soundly, chimed in the youngest son, his small face flushed with fervor. The elder brother cast a disdainful glance at his younger sibling, adding, Verily, I too shall thrash them. A gentle chuckle escaped the mother's lips as she tenderly patted Lizette, cooing, Your father has declared that we shall cleave from the family. Henceforth, the 5 of us shall forge our own path. The youngest son leaped with glee, clapping his hands, Splendid. Henceforth, father's earnings shall be entrusted to mother, who shall procure meat for our sustenance and adorn our sister with ribbons. The elder brother, however, furrowed his brow, his youthful visage taut with concern. Lizette voiced a sentiment beyond her tender years, for she was but 5 years of age. Grandfather and grandmother shall undoubtedly object. Indeed, they would. Drawing upon the memories of her former self, the family was a sprawling kinship. The patriarch had sired 5 sons and a daughter. Of the sons, only the youngest remained unwed. The other 4 sons had collectively produced 7 male heirs and 6 female heirs. The 7 male heirs were known as firstborn, secondborn, and so forth, up to seventhborn. The 6 female heirs were known as eldest daughter, second daughter, and so forth, up to 6th daughter. The eldest son had once been schooled in letters and now served as an accountant at a tavern in town. His wife dwelled there with their eldest son, third-born, and second daughter. The third son was a peddler, journeying far and wide with his wares. His wife, along with fourth-born, fourth daughter, and fifth daughter, remained at home. Fourth-born was the troublesome one. Ella Yao's father is Li Laosi, his wife is Su Mingyu, and their sons are Wu Mao Li Jiza and Li Jiyun, who is known as Li Lu Mao. Li Laowu is the son of the old man Li, 17 years old, currently studying at the Songshan Academy in town. In his youth, Li Laotu made a modest fortune, acquiring 30 acres of land and constructing 5 brick-and-tile houses, becoming one of the prominent families in the village. However, as more children were born and families expanded, their circumstances worsened. A few years ago, Li Laosen ventured into business and sold 2 acres of dry land. Later, Li Laowu went to town for his studies and sold another 3 acres of prime irrigated land. Yet, Li Laopa still believed that Li Laoxi's family lived off idle means. Dear sister-in-law, Qin Tianhe did not knock, but called out loudly twice before pushing the door open and entering. Sue's expression instantly hardened. Sister-in-law, I have come to bring you some silver. Qin raised herself on tiptoe, as if the ground beneath her were too filthy. The compacted earth of their home was nothing compared to the neat stone floors she was accustomed to. Seeing Sue's face twisted in anger, she tossed a handful of copper coins onto their chipped table. Liu Ya has woken up, yet you still claim you are not extorting silver. Here is some medicine for you. Li Yao squinted, recognizing the woman as the mother of his sworn anemia deep-rooted adversary. Chapter 3. Sue has rebelled. Get out. Sue is not one to be easily intimidated. Her previous tolerance was solely for the sake of Li Laosi. But since she had resolved to no longer endure, the sense of liberation was exhilarating. She stood up and grasped Chen's arm, dragging her outside. Having toiled in the fields, it was no challenge to pull the indolent Chen along. With a forceful motion, Chen was flung out beyond the threshold. Ah, damned Su Mingyu, how dare you strike me? Chen cried out, falling clumsily to the ground, her wails echoing in the air. Su closed the door, indifferent to her outburst. Contemplating her husband's suggestion of separation, she resolved to endure for the time being. After a while, when Chen realized no one was paying her any heed, she trudged away. As she passed the kitchen, the enticing aroma wafted towards her, nearly making her salivate. However, upon catching sight of Li Laosi within, her enthusiasm waned. Both she and her husband were in a state of frenzy today, and she hesitated to provoke them. Yet, she knew there were others who could handle the situation. Swallowing hard, Chen made her way to Li Laozi's room. Mother, Sue is rebelling. I kindly offered her silver, and not only did she refuse my gratitude, but she also beat me. Li Laozi glanced at her, continuing her work on the shoe soles without interruption. Ouch! Chen exclaimed. Mother, I just passed the kitchen and saw Laozi stewing a chicken. Surely, he hasn't slaughtered the chickens from our coop. Li Laozi raised her eyes, a flicker of interest crossing her face. She had always managed the household grain, taking only what was necessary from the locked cabinet for each meal. While living creatures couldn't be locked away, no one in the household dared to kill chickens without her consent. With that thought, she set down her needlework and hurried to the coop to count the chickens. Upon confirming their number, a satisfied smile spread across her face. The delicious aroma from the kitchen confirmed her suspicions it was indeed the scent of stewed chicken. Those who had been deprived of good food for too long often had a keener sense of smell than even dogs. A family in rebellion. As for how the chickens had come to be, it was of no concern to her as long as her interests were not threatened. Everything was negotiable. As night descended, today, Old Li ventured into town to deliver living expenses to his youngest son, and, by chance, visited his eldest son as well. Upon his arrival, Old Li was greeted at the door by his wife, who immediately began to inquire. At this moment, Old Li's wife clamped her mouth shut and helped him into the house. I have repeated this countless times. Be mindful of your words and actions. If fifth son were to achieve the highest honor, what would become of him with a mother as disgraceful as you? Old Li's wife responded sheepishly. No matter what, I am still his mother. Does he dare to be unfilial? She then put on a stern face. Dio, you think you are a reliable father? Today, fourth son declared his intention to divide the family. What? Old Li, having indulged a bit too much, could not grasp what was said. Division of the family. Fourth son, wants to split. Old Li's wife shouted. I even gave 51 to sixth girl for medicine. Preposterous. Fortunately, old Li's wife was quick enough to grab him, averting disaster. Call him here, I will demand to know who has given him such audacity. I have provided for his food, clothing, and even his marriage. How dare he propose a division? Only over my dead body. Old Li grew increasingly agitated, his face flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was due to the drink or genuine anger. His wife cast a discreet glance at Chin, who swiftly darted into the kitchen. However, to her dismay, Old Fourth was nowhere to be found in the kitchen. She hurried to the adjacent earthen house by the west wing. Fourth son, your father calls for you. Fourth son, your father is going to strike you. Come here. Upon hearing this, the faces of those inside were etched with concern. Fear not, father will return shortly. You all hurry and finish the chicken, leave not a morsel behind. Li Laosi gazed at the three small radishes, and a flicker of confidence ignited within him, forcing a faint smile upon his lips. He nodded towards Su Shi before proclaiming aloud, I shall go. Dad. Li Yao exclaimed, her hopeful eyes fixed upon him as she noticed his intent to depart. The 20 acres of land at home all depend on your stewardship. Without you, our entire family might go hungry. Grandfather and grandmother would surely oppose the division of the family. Li Laosi, momentarily taken aback, responded, Father has made up his mind. Even if grandfather were to strike me, I shall still pursue the separation. Truly, this father was oblivious. Li Yao felt a pang of sympathy for her foolish father. Reluctantly, she continued, Grandfather and grandmother, along with uncle and aunt, have always deemed us to be idle consumers. Even if mother labors tirelessly, we are still considered to be living off others. If father were to become someone who truly consumes idly, perhaps grandfather and grandmother would finally acquiesce. Su Shi loosened her grip on her daughter, glancing down momentarily before embracing her tightly once more. Yaoer speaks the truth. She inhaled the scent of Li Yao's hair, unable to suppress the tears that welled in her eyes. Li Laosi's gaze darkened. If he could not comprehend this, he would indeed be a fool. He waved his hand, beckoning Li Jiza to accompany him. I shall go too, Su Shi declared, placing Yaoer gently on the bed and handing her a bowl. Can Yaoer eat by herself? Li Yao lifted her chin. Mother, take Yaoer along. Li Jiza, with a serious expression, nodded gently, while Lu Mao also agreed with a nod. Very well. The fragrant chicken soup, tender and sweet from slow cooking, was served in bowls for Su Shi and Yaoer. The three fathers and sons feasted heartily on the stir-fried dishes, with no one showing restraint. There was an abundance of chicken soup, and each of the three men even had a bowl of rice to accompany their meal. A chicken, a pot of rice, devoured to the last morsel. If only I could eat this well every day, Lu Mao chuckled childishly, patting his belly with satisfaction. Silence enveloped the room once more. Let us go. Li Laosi grasped Lu Mao's hand, cradling Yaoer, while Su Shi guided Li Jiza by the shoulder, as the family made their way toward the main hall. The once anxious heart now felt remarkably tranquil. Li Laosi could not resist affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. This left Lu Mao clutching at the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, old Li had already succumbed to slumber in his chair, snoring audibly. Li Leopozi could not help but curse him inwardly, that wretched old man. Chun Shi, leaning against the doorframe, sprang to attention upon seeing the arrival of Li Laosi's family. They're here. Old C is quite the challenge to invite. Even your father is worn out from waiting. She curled her lip, her beady eyes darting around like a startled rodent. Old Li was jolted from his dreams, having been roused by a sharp slap from Li Leopozi. He had intended to scold her, but upon noticing Old C's arrival, he bit his tongue. Kneel, Old Li bellowed, his voice thunderous. The little one in his arms trembled in fright, prompting Li Laosi to frown, regretting the decision to bring his daughter along. Father's temper is truly volatile. Su Shi took the child, moving aside, while also drawing her two sons behind her. Li Laosi knelt without hesitation. This was to be the final occasion. I hear you wish to split the family? Old Li's face darkened, his words laced with venom. Chapter 4. I am here to uphold justice. Li Laosi lifted his gaze. Indeed. Li Yao rested her chin upon Su's shoulder, her eyes meeting Li Jiza's dark orbs. She blinked and parted her lips. In an instant, Li Jiza comprehended, discreetly nodding before slipping out the door while no one was watching. Ungrateful wretch. Li Lao too, in a fit of rage, smashed a teacup. Fortunately, Qin Shi was too lazy to serve hot tea, had it been scalding. It would have burned Li Laosi and left him blistered. Li Laosi did not flinch, enduring the blow. What more do you desire? I raised you, provided for your marriage and offspring, and supported your entire family. Now you wish to sever ties. Li Laodu spat vehemently, his sinister gaze piercing through Su Shi. Was it you who instigated this? Su Shi met his glare boldly, responding, I merely contemplated it in the past. Today, after Yan proposed, my daughter-in-law felt it was the most fitting course of action. Li Laosi interjected, it is my son who desires to part ways. And it has nothing to do with Mingya. Laosi, you have been bewitched by a vixen. Li Laopa exclaimed, furious. Indeed, fourth brother. Why must our family be in such disarray? Father and mother cherish you most. Do not let them feel disheartened. Chen Shi urged. Are you still a man? You heed every word of a woman. No wonder you are unsuccessful. Li Laodu was convinced that Su Shi was the one orchestrating Laosi's desire to separate. For all these years, the eldest son has thrived as a steward, the second has garnered favor through diligence, the third has been astute in his travels, and the fifth, with his intellect, is destined for greatness. Yet you, the dullard, are why I kept you by my side to cultivate the land, merely to ensure you have food to eat. Li Laodu smacked his lips, parched and weary. Li Yao clung to Su's neck, tilting her body as she innocently gazed at the old manly. Is Grandpa the emperor? Why does he often speak of rebellion against his parents? If the real emperor discovers someone impersonating him, would he not behead Grandpa? The commotion surrounding the Li family today has escalated to such proportions that it involves the emperor. However, being merely the village chief, upon hearing the words of a young girl, he discreetly stepped forward. Shortly after, the head of the Li family arrived, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen. They hurried along, without pausing for rest, their walking sticks offering little assistance. Li Jiza trailed behind them, panting heavily. The old man Li, already incensed, found himself further agitated at the continuous stream of visitors, all of whom he could not afford to offend. His eyes glimmered with barely concealed fury. Yet, he was compelled to extend a greeting, village chief, clan leader, fifth master, sixth master, what brings you here? The village chief chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the kneeling Li Laosi in the main hall. He had entered upon hearing Uncle Li's cup shatter, curious to see what transpired. Li Jiza had already taken refuge behind Su. What? Is your family not welcome here? The clan leader was not as diplomatic as the village chief. That is not my intention. Old man Li stammered. What does not my intention mean? The clan leader, unconcerned with nuances, declared, I am here to seek justice. Clan leader. Please take a seat. Six Mao dragged a chair over and placed it behind the clan leader. It was still lower than the others, quite considerate. Not a single person in the room was as well behaved as the children, having overlooked the fact that the elder was not fit to stand for long. The clan leader was quite pleased and settled down in the chair. As the 6 Mao flatterer dragged a chair behind him, the clan leader commenced his impassioned address. Old Four, stand up. Your father is still alive. Why do you kneel before him so brazenly? Foolish child. What transpired today? Speak plainly, leaving no detail unspoken. Clan leader. It is merely a trifling matter, a family issue. There is no need for your concern. Old Li has regained much of his sobriety. The few elder gentlemen, idling away their time, have come rushing in for dinner, perhaps hoping to partake in a meal? While they may hold some influence within the clan now, who can predict the future? Not to mention, the eldest son of their family has already achieved prominence, and the fifth son's prospects remain uncertain. Whom will the clan rely upon in the future? It is needless to say. These old-timers are simply fond of meddling in affairs that do not concern them. It seems they intend to champion Old Four. Old Four has always been favored by these misguided old men since childhood. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Li Old Four rose to his feet. Third uncle, fifth uncle, sixth uncle, his voice transitioned from clear to choked with emotion, yet comprised only of those few titles. The elderly gentlemen felt turmoil within their hearts. The unfortunately Chong Song appeared intent on pushing young Four to the brink. To see his dutiful and righteous son being treated like mere fodder is utterly foolish. The fifth master, being the most compassionate, interjected, "What troubles you, fourth son? Is your father mistreating you? Had I known this would happen, I should have placed you under my son's name from the beginning." Old Li's eyes twitched. The audacity of these old men. Do they think he is already dead? Fifth uncle, what are you saying? How dare you suggest we are mistreating old Four? It is he who wishes to partition the family. How can one divide the family while the parents are still alive? That is the utmost disloyalty. From a young age, I have nurtured him with utmost care and attention, yet now that he has taken a wife and grown wings, he wishes to sever ties with our family. Where can I seek justice? Li Laopa, standing by, could not interject and merely nodded in agreement. Lu Te has always been known for his fiery temper. Come, let him present his case before me. He huffed and puffed, and Li Laodu was about to speak. Suddenly, Lu Te's demeanor shifted, leaving Li Laodu with a flushed face and a fuming neck. Li Laosi interjected, stating that Yer had been struck on the head by a falling object. And not only did he fail to inform us, but he also cast her into a well. Had it not been for Lu Mao, who ran to the fields to alert us, she might have drowned without anyone knowing. We sought the physician, yet the mother refused to pay for the medicine, dismissing her as merely a servant girl, unworthy of concern should she perish. Sansa even suggested that if she were to die, we should simply give us Wuya in return. San Boj, Wu Xiu, Lu Xiu, tell me, is there anyone who would treat us with such disdain? Fortunately, Yar, with her remarkable resilience, regained consciousness. As her father, Yu Yen felt utterly humiliated. His daughter was on the brink of death, and he could not muster even a penny. A man of stature, he spoke with labored breath, choking on his words. Su Shi, protecting the younger ones, wept freely. Nonsense. Did I not instruct the third daughter-in-law to send you silver? Tian Bao is but a child, merely playing with Lu Yao. Must you escalate this to such extremes as to drive him to despair? Moreover, did not Lu Yao emerge unscathed? Li Laopa, touched by the heart of the matter, rose in indignation, exclaiming, Old Four, you are utterly heartless. Over a mere servant girl, you have turned our household upside down. With San absent, you take advantage of his son Tian Bao. What kind of uncle behaves in such a manner? Must you belittle my dear grandson? Liao nestled against Su's neck, murmuring, Mother. Mere verbal sparring is of no avail. Su stiffened at her words, acutely aware of the situation, as even a child could discern the underlying tension. It seemed unlikely that the family could be divided. Even if the fourth son was willing to bear the stigma of filial ingratitude, the family would remain intact. The weight of filial piety eclipses all. As long as Old Li remains steadfast, others cannot intervene. Chapter 5. You are nothing but vampires. Perhaps we should escalate the situation and devise another plan, Li Yao whispered in Su's ear. Su understood implicitly. The so-called family disgrace is but a veil for the misdeeds of the wicked and a shield for the vulnerable. Su placed Li Yao into the village chief's arms. Initially lounging with his legs crossed, he straightened up immediately, startled by the soft weight of the little girl in his embrace. Yet, as he held her, he pondered why the Li family, having longed for a daughter or granddaughter for 800 years, seemed indifferent to this gentle child. Their household was filled with rough men and boisterous boys. How infuriating. This little darling on top of her head is truly adorable, he mused. Ahem. Is this the silver mother spoke of? Su produced a handful of copper coins from her sleeve. 20 coins, barely enough to purchase half a dose of medicine. Did she truly intend to save Yao's life? Su's eyes reddened, fearing that Yu Yen intended to sever ties, perhaps to silence them. 20 coins? The old lady exclaimed, casting a scornful glance at Chen, suppressing her outburst. 20 coins is insufficient? Have you ever earned even half a coin? I see you are oblivious to the cost of oil and salt. It's a blessing that we can afford to buy you medicine at all. Su interjected. Mother claims we live on plain rice, but we have never feasted on such. We subsist on leftover gruel and the water used for boiling. I have not earned any silver, yet I toil over the garments of our family, washing them with care. I tend to the vegetables in our garden and scrub the pots and bowls. Whenever time permits, I also labor in the fields. Are these tasks not worthy of recompense? In this household, aside from the fourth son, who else contributes as much as I do? She gestured towards Chintiani, asking, is it her? Or perhaps you? She confronted the old womanly. The absurdity lies in the fact that you indolent souls expect me to wash even your undergarments. Both the old womanly and Chen's expressions darkened. Old man Li felt a deep sense of shame. How could such matters be brought to light? Look at you all. Each one of you is fatter than a pig. That Li Tianbao is broader than a bear. Poor Zaire, so young, follows his father to work in the fields. Yet his body is not even half the width of Li Tianbao's. You are nothing but vampires, living off the fruits of my labor. It is you, this lazy bunch, who feast without contributing. After unleashing her tirade, Sue felt an invigorating sense of clarity. Initially lacking in decorum, she now felt a refreshing vigor. Her anger dissipated, and her fighting spirit ignited. It was high time for her to declare that those who align with her shall prosper, while those who oppose her shall perish. You vile woman. The old man Li bellowed in anger, I shall divorce you. Indeed, old man, divorce her, echoed the others. This Sue is utterly rebellious, defying us and hurling insults. The fourth son has been led astray by her. Old man Li pointed at Li Laosi, insisting, divorce her, or do not blame me for disowning you. Li Laosi stated firmly, whether you choose to acknowledge me is your concern. I will not divorce my wife. If you truly wish to disown me, then let us not separate our household, but rather, remove me from your register entirely. No matter how red-faced old man Li became, he turned to the several elders, stating, thus, I would appreciate your esteemed testimony. It was my father who expelled us from our home, not my unwillingness to separate. Upon seeing a few elderly men nodding, old Li became anxious. What do you mean by separation and expulsion? Do not even think about it. When did the fourth son become so cunning as to present him with an ultimatum? What a dream! The village chief tense yawned inadvertently. Old Li felt a pang in his heart. He could not offend the village chief, and this trivial family matter had delayed him for so long. No worries. The fourth son is just being foolish. Things will be fine by tomorrow. Very well. The village chief nodded slightly. What? Merely a formality, and yet he takes it seriously. Shamelessly so. The corners of old Li's mouth twitched. What about you, third uncle, fifth uncle, sixth uncle? Will you also stay for a meal? The matter remains unresolved. And indeed, you cannot leave yet, the clan leader stated. I must stay to ensure justice for the fourth son. Do not think you can dismiss me so easily. The fifth elder spoke with righteous indignation. When did I say I would leave? My stomach is growling as well. I shall deal with you after I am full. The sixth elder glared at Old Li. Yes, yes, Old Li grumbled, responding begrudgingly. The fourth son, weary of the situation, dared to threaten him. Were it not for the fact that no one was tending to the fields, he would have been cast out long ago. For now, he must bide his time. There will be ample opportunity to settle scores later. Father, today the fourth son is stewing chicken and frying it in the kitchen. Just in time to present it to the elders. Chin, with her eyes darting, thought that the fourth son's family wanted to monopolize the meal. That would not do. Just right, she had not tasted chicken in ages. Now, with this dish, she could indulge her cravings while also honoring her elders. How delightful! It must be said that she and Old Li's wife were in perfect harmony of thought. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quickly dashed to the kitchen. How absurd! Li Yao squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly at the village chief who was holding her. Oh dear, that smile surely touched his heart. Zhu Sheng felt a flicker of emotion. Grandpa village chief, there are no chickens, only Yao's bitter herbal medicine. It's really quite bitter. It was your son, Uncle Zhu Wu, who lent my father money to buy the medicine. The doctor said without it, I would perish. Uncle Zhu Wu saved me. And since you are his father, you saved me too. You are Yao's savior. Her innocent words melted Zhu Sheng's heart, though he maintained a stern facade befitting a village chief. You should come to Grandpa's house to play often. He wanted to smile yet refrained. knowing how much he was stifling his own amusement. All right, Liao beamed at him once more. Goodness, my daughter is truly such a darling. Li Lawazi and Qin Shi headed to the kitchen, while Li Laotu observed the several elderly men eyeing him intently. In a gentle tone, he remarked, "The fourth couple is young and impulsive. I am old and cannot control them anymore. However, let us not bring up the topic of division again. After all, I am their father and cannot let them starve. Things should remain as they were. Later, I will have Tianbao apologize to the sixth girl. Moreover, with the sons away, we cannot make hasty decisions. What do the elders think?" The elderly men, set in their ways, were naturally reluctant to see the fourth son truly separate from the family. Although Li Changsong's words were somewhat harsh, they were an admission of compromise. They glanced at the fourth son, who remained silent, making it difficult to discern his intentions. Each village is rooted in family ties, and they did not wish for the fourth son to be bullied by outsiders. It was indeed safer to cling to the family. Thus, they chided Li Laotu a few times, providing him a way out. Li Yao descended from the village chief's lap and approached Li Laosi, lifting her foot. Li Laosi picked her up, exhaling a resigned sigh. He lamented his own ineptitude, possessing mere brute strength devoid of intellect. He was even less clever than his daughter. Thus, he resolved to employ his daughter's methods. He was determined not to let his wife and children suffer any longer, unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to resort to cunning schemes. Yet, was there truly no alternative? Chapter 6. Not a feather left. Li Laopa and Chen Shi were left in a state of disbelief. There was nothing in the kitchen, no chicken. Not even a single feather to be found. It must have been taken to the room. Exchanging glances, Qin Shi and Li Laopa immediately dashed into the earthen dwelling of the Laosi family. After searching thoroughly, they discovered not even a chicken bone. Was there truly no chicken stew? Yet, they had distinctly smelled the aroma of chicken earlier. Li Laopa began to waver in her certainty. After all, she had only caught a whiff of the fragrance from afar. Perhaps it had wafted over from a neighboring house. She glared at Chen Shi and then seized a handful of her hair, accusing, "I suspect it is you who craves chicken." Chen Shi, tugged into the kitchen, cried out in pain, "Mother, I truly saw Laosi cooking chicken. You lazy bones, stew indeed." Li Laopa was entirely unconvinced. She extended her hand, demanding, "Bring it forth." "What?" Chen Shi feigned ignorance. "You even pilfer my money? You seek your demise." Furious, Li Laopa struck her twice. Qin Shi covered her face with one hand while retrieving 30 won from her pocket with the other, placing it into Li Laopa's palm. "Mother, what shall we have for dinner?" Qin Shi returned the money, hoping to salvage something from the situation. With a house full of elders and her father's pride at stake, if he claimed there was chicken, there must indeed be chicken. "Eat, eat, eat. Are we to starve?" Li Laopa lamented, feeling a pang of regret. Fearing to lose face in front of old Li, she was acutely aware of the depths of his character after a lifetime spent alongside him. Her intention was to first stabilize the fourth son. To achieve that, she needed to discreetly send away the troublesome old men. It was a pity, yet she thought of the 10 chickens at home, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Those were meant to nourish the fifth son, as well as Tianbao, the 2 literary stars of the household. They must not be deprived. Li Jiyun gently stroked her belly. Claiming she had already feasted on chicken, she had no craving for what the grandparents had. Yet, despite her words, saliva pooled in her mouth. Just moments ago, dinner had been laid out in the main hall. Although the elderly gentleman had invited the fourth son's family, old Li and his wife feigned ignorance. The fourth son, being thin-skinned and intent on drawing a line between them, naturally declined the meal. As for Sue, there was no need to mention her. She feared indigestion and could not bear the thought of dining with adversaries. Yet, she overestimated her standing. She had no right to sit at the table. In the past, apart from the fourth son, the others had never been granted such an honor. "Father will roast some sweet potatoes for you," the fourth son declared, rummaging through a burlap bag at the foot of the bed. The entire family turned their gaze toward him. Indeed, It was the father who bore the greatest sorrow. Li Yao nestled in Sue's embrace, observing her father's attempts to please them while he pretended to be strong. But who among them did not yearn for the affection of their parents? As a son, he was deprived of such love, much like her, in the past. All they longed for was a modicum of love. Her heart ached for him. "Father, we are not hungry," Li Jiza exclaimed, stepping forward to tug at the fourth son's garment. Li Yao also wriggled out from Sue's arms, while the young one, with snot dripping, clung to a leg. Sue's eyes reddened as she took the sweet potatoes from the fourth son's hands and silently stepped outside. Li Laosi found himself devoid of support, bending down to embrace Li Yao, resting his head upon his daughter's delicate neck. Scalding tears cascaded onto Li Yao's collarbone, trickling down her skin to her chest. The heat was intense, causing a dull ache within her. One drop after another, Li Yao lost count of how many fell. Yet, each droplet scraped against her skin, piercing her heart with pain. Li Laosi held his daughter tightly, and after a while, he raised his head. "Father will go check on your mother and bring medicine for Yao. You all behave." Li Yao slid down from his embrace, obediently grasping her elder brother's hand. Li Laosi ruffled her hair, glanced at the two boys, and affectionately tousled their heads as well. That night, Li Yao slept beside Su Shi. Her eyes shone particularly bright in the darkness, glimmering with light. Having lived through several lifetimes, this one alone stirred complex emotions within her. Despite the presence of some nuisances, she cherished her parents and her elder and younger brothers deeply. She yearned to love them wholeheartedly. As thoughts of the supplies hoarded in her space before the apocalypse crossed her mind, she closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, a large apple appeared in her small hand. How wonderful! The space still existed. Thus, she focused her consciousness on entering the space. The abundance of resources was precisely what she had stockpiled before her reincarnation, originally preparing for a fierce battle against the apocalypse, yet fate had serendipitously led her here. Surely, the heavens had reshuffled the cards. "Oh heavens, you are remarkable." Li Yao silently expressed her admiration with a playful gesture. With Su Shi asleep beside her, Li Yao hesitated to enter the space, opting only to let her consciousness wander. Although she longed to indulge in the abundance of the space, once her consciousness returned, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. This was an unfamiliar sensation. Could it be related to this body? Li Yao pondered quietly. After all, this frail body was quite weak, thin and yellowish, resembling a 3-year-old rather than a 5-year-old. Li Yao gradually drifted into slumber. The matters of the space could not be divulged to anyone. Although her father, mother, and brother were good people, there were certainly many who were not. Before dawn, Li Laosi ventured to the back mountain. It was the season of agricultural respite, and the men of the village often gathered to hunt in the nearby hills, wary of venturing into the deeper woods. The younger son of the Huang family was close to Li Laosi. The chicken they had yesterday had indeed come from Huang's wife. Their household was simple, with both old Huang and young Huang possessing commendable hunting skills. Today, it was young Huang and Li Laosi who set out together. They had also heard the commotion at the Li household the previous day, but as neighbors, they felt it was not their place to meddle in the affairs of others. Young Huang nudged Li Laosi, encouraging him to voice any assistance he might need. Brothers understood each other's hearts. Li Laosi, with a serene expression, managed a faint smile. Big Huang urged them to hasten, prompting the two to quicken their pace. Mrs. Su rose, tidied the room, and called the younger ones to wake. Ji Zhe and Ji Yun were capable of dressing themselves. She gently patted Yao and lifted the covers, only to be startled by the sight of Yao clutching a bright red object. Li Yao opened her eyes to find her mother's astonished expression. Sitting up, she realized the large red apple in her hands. Mrs. Su's reaction attracted the attention of her two sons, their 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Yao's hands. "Yao, let it go. Mother will hold you." Although the object appeared harmless, having never seen anything like it before, caution was prudent. Mrs. Su cautiously extended her hand. Mother, Li Yao raised her hand, causing Mrs. Su's heart to flutter. Mother, this is an apple. Li Yao gently touched her hand, slowly placing the apple upon it. Like oranges and peaches, it was a fruit. Su was filled with suspicion. She had never encountered such a thing and could assure that it did not exist even in the capital. Mother, I had a dream last night. In it, a celestial grandfather told me this is an apple, sweet and delectable. He insisted on gifting me one. People of this era were deeply superstitious, and a little white lie would likely be more readily accepted. Given by a celestial being? Li Jiza slowly inquired. Yes, it was an old man with a white beard. He is remarkable, capable of soaring through clouds and turning reality on its head. Li Yao spoke with admiration, recalling how she had nearly perished last time, only to be saved by him. Chapter 7. The fourth is fading. Upon hearing this, Su was reminded of the previous day when Yao had been in grave danger, with the doctor declaring her chances of survival slim. Yet, miraculously, Yao awoke without having taken any medicine. Today, she appeared even more vibrant than usual. Perhaps it was indeed the celestial who had rescued her. Moreover, only a divine being could transform objects. This bright red, fragrant fruit likely could only be found in the heavenly realms. Su believed it, her heart filled with joy. Yao, have you expressed your gratitude to the celestial grandfather? Since this apple is a gift from him, it must be something extraordinary. How shall we consume it? Mother will prepare it for you. Li Yao smiled, saying it could be eaten after a simple wash. She added, the celestial mentioned it. I have already tasted it in my dream, and it was delightful. Seeing that the fruit posed no threat, Su felt relieved. Noticing Lu Mao's eager gaze, she added, this is a gift from the celestial for my sister. You must not be greedy. My sister's health is fragile, and the celestial has provided nourishment for her. I am not greedy. Six Mao's mouth watered at the thought of food, saliva dripping as he spoke. Su sure couldn't help but shake her head. Six Mao's eyes curved into a line, thinking how wonderful his sister was for sharing her food with him. He resolved to treat her well in the future. Su sure reminded her to keep it safe, ensuring no one, especially those in the brick and tile houses, could see. Li Yao nodded vigorously, knowing she would be foolish to inform those wicked people. Six Mao waited anxiously at the courtyard entrance, eagerly anticipating his apple. Granny Huang and Old Man Huang advised her not to worry, handing out a handful of pumpkin seeds to the children. With a tender gaze at Yao, they inquired if she was feeling better. Thank you, Aunt Huang. Yao has taken her medicine and is much improved, she replied, omitting the miraculous recovery she felt, stating instead that she was healthier than before. Granny Huang gently touched Yao's forehead, asking if it still hurt. Not anymore, Granny Huang, Li Yao replied cheerfully. Humph, your grandparents are too biased. Fortunately, your parents are steadfast. Granny Huang intended to say more, but Old Man Huang interjected, advising her to cease her chatter and instead cook a few eggs for the children. At the mention of food, Six Mao's mouth began to water anew. Although Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang didn't often interact with the Li family, they treated them with exceptional kindness. She knew she couldn't continually take advantage of their generosity, otherwise she would be indebted for years to come. Having said that, she hurriedly led the younger ones away. You old fool, you scared them off. Granny Huang chided, lamenting the unfortunate situation. That Li woman is no good. She will surely meet a terrible fate. Old Man Huang turned back to continue twisting the straw rope, silently listening to his wife's words, withholding any response. In the deep of night, a sudden light flickered on in the neighboring house. Before long, the gate of the Li family was rattled by urgent knocks. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Su sprang from her chair, dashing outside. Upon opening the gate, she beheld Xiao Huang carrying Li Laosi on his back, while De Huang supported one of his legs. Su's heart raced violently. She pinched herself fiercely to regain her composure. Sister-in-law, Laosi has been bitten by a tiger. He may not survive. De Huang exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Xiao Huang, drenched in sweat from the exertion, hastened with urgency. The commotion had already roused Li Lao's elderly couple from their slumber, and Chen emerged to witness the unfolding scene. "Quickly gather your things. We must rush to the clinic," Sue instructed, her lips pressed tightly together, her legs trembling. The bloodied figure lay with eyes tightly shut, breaths faint. "Yuan Yen," Sue called out in a low, sorrowful voice. Seeing no response, she grasped her arm to steady herself. "De Huang, please go borrow a bullock cart from the village head." She turned, instructing Xiao Huang to carry the injured man into the house. As for the members of the Li family, she harbored no expectations of their assistance. The children inside had already been awakened, staring blankly at the scene. She quickly prepared a set of clothes for Li Laosi and dressed Li Yao completely. Turning to Ji Zhe, she said, "You help take care of your brother and guard the house. I will take your father to town to see the doctor." A glance at the grievously injured man made her inhale sharply. The wounds were severe. If the town's physician could not provide adequate care, they might have to venture to the county or even the city. Li Jizhe nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. "What about my sister? Mother will take her." Xiao Huang lamented, striking his forehead. "It's all my fault. Had I not provoked that tiger?" Sue disregarded his words, striding purposefully out the door. At this moment, Li Yao finally had the opportunity to approach Li Laosi. Although she was not well-versed in medicine, having traversed the apocalypse had bestowed upon her a basic understanding and common sense in such matters. Li Laosi was drenched in blood, with several bite wounds marring his flesh, which appeared gruesome, yet did not penetrate to the bone. The most severe injury seemed to be on his right leg, where a gaping wound was a sight to behold. As for the reason behind his unconsciousness, she was at a loss. Madness had ensued. Chen cried out, "Su Mingyu, there's been a murder." Li Yao dashed out first. Despite her small stature, her speed was remarkable. Following closely were the other children, who could not allow their mother to be harmed after their father had already been injured. Meanwhile, the little yellow-faced boy remained frozen in place, stamping his foot as he cast a glance at Li Laosi on the bed, letting out a sigh. "You harbinger of doom, put down the knife." The old woman dared not approach, resorting instead to fierce denunciation. Sue brandished a knife, chasing Chen around, finally halting in the courtyard. At that moment, De Huang arrived with the bullock cart, accompanied by the village chief. The villagers, roused from their slumber, began to gather curiously. "What madness is this?" "The silver is not mine to manage," Chen said, her legs trembling. As more people gathered, her courage grew. Just moments ago, it had been a harrowing scene. She had merely remarked that it was a waste of silver to attempt saving a lost cause, and this madwoman had threatened her life. Was she wrong in her assertion? With Li Laosi in such a state, even the mightiest deity could not revive him. Was it not a waste of silver? Speaking the truth seemed futile. Enough noise. The priority is to save the man. Zhu Sheng and De Huang swiftly entered the house, working together to carry Li Laosi out. "What has happened to Li Laosi? He has lost so much blood. His flesh is rotting. Is there still hope for him?" Inquire of Xiao Huang whether they encountered a tiger while hunting in the mountains today. A grimace crossed Xiao Huang's face as he spoke of a tiger, a magnificent yet fearsome creature. "Sister C, we must leave at once. If we do not head to the clinic soon, fourth brother will be beyond saving," he exclaimed. He called out, striding toward Li Laopa, exclaiming, "Silver." She no longer wished to beg them for assistance. What purpose did her desperate pleas serve? If they possessed even a modicum of compassion, her entreaties would be unnecessary. She could not fathom how they could stand idly by while their son's life hung in the balance, indifferent to his plight. Moments ago, they only cast a fleeting glance before departing. Even strangers would inquire, yet they were less considerate than mere passers-by, seemingly fearful of becoming entangled in her troubles. Could such parents truly exist? It was utterly absurd. Chapter 8. The debt collector. Li Laopa curled her lip, her eyes sharp with disdain. "Where am I to procure silver?" "Your husband is your responsibility," she retorted. She had witnessed fourth brother's dreadful condition alongside her husband. She anticipated that Su Shi would come seeking silver from her. However, whether fourth brother could be saved depended entirely on the physician's assessment. The gruesome sight suggested a considerable expense. Years prior, a villager from the neighboring hamlet, who had been mauled by a tiger, his injuries were less severe than fourth brother's, required over a dozen taels of silver and ultimately succumbed despite the cost. She and her husband had briefly deliberated. If they offered nothing, they would be the subject of gossip. At most, they could part with 3 taels of silver. If it could facilitate healing, there would still be laborers available for work in the fields, which was preferable to hiring outside help. Should it fail, it would simply be fourth brother's ill fate. 3 taels of silver was no trifling sum. Extracting that amount from her would feel akin to having her flesh carved away. Meanwhile, Su Shi remained silent, brandishing a kitchen knife. What do you intend to do? Li's wife shrank back, convinced that Su had lost her mind, thinking she could kill her. I ask again, will you give me the silver? Su stared with eyes full of malice. Hand over 3 taels of silver, old Li murmured. His face lined with deep creases that resembled a centipede, quite terrifying. Reluctantly, Li's wife scraped together the silver and tossed it at Su's feet. You debt collector. Su picked up the silver and threw a kitchen knife onto the ground, which landed conveniently at Li's wife's feet, startling her into a jump. What a fierce woman. You have brought nothing but misfortune to the fourth son. It's you two who have ruined him. Su had no desire to engage further. Extracting 3 taels of silver from them had already cost them dearly. Yet, it was more straightforward than she had anticipated. Approaching the ox cart, she placed Li Yao beside Li's fourth son. Brother Dahu, I must trouble you again to help drive the cart. Thank you, sister-in-law. Dahu turned his face away, his cheeks reddening swiftly. Thankfully, the darkness concealed him from prying eyes. Zhu Sheng sighed, retrieving 2 taels of silver from his pocket. Fourth son's wife. Take this for now. It was a pity that the fourth son had such parents. Even 3 taels of silver was a considerable sum. Though he was the village chief, he could not meddle in others' affairs. He only hoped for the fourth son's good fortune. Su accepted the silver without protest, for she could not afford to refuse. Saving the fourth son was paramount. Despite her impassive expression, she was on the verge of collapse. Yet, she could not falter. Unlike the indifference of the Li family, several households, like the village chief, extended silver to Su. Holding the silver in both hands, she found herself momentarily speechless. Gratitude lingered in her throat. As she gazed upon the ailing Li Laosi, 2 scalding tears cascading down her cheeks. Time was of the essence. De Huang had already cracked the whip. The distance from Qingshan village to the town was not particularly far, merely 30 li, but the ox cart traveled at a leisurely pace, compounded by the challenging terrain. It took a full hour to arrive. By this time, dawn had begun to break. Li Yao remained by her father's side, observing him in silence. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she stealthily administered glucose water to him twice and offered him an anti-inflammatory medication once. Thankfully, she had brought a water pouch along. Su Shi appeared as though she were a mere shell of her former self. Her feet blistered, yet she felt no pain. Li Yao harbored greater concern for her mother, fearing that the relentless blows of fate might prove too much for her to bear. Fortunately, upon reaching the medical hall, Su Shi seemed to revive. She knocked hopefully on the tightly shut door. Just as she was on the verge of despair, the latch inside stirred. Soon, a young apothecary poked his head out, and upon seeing the anxious woman and the ox cart outside, he promptly opened the door. Xiao Wang carried Li Laosi inside, and the apothecary's master soon followed. He moved with haste, clearly an adept physician. Xiao Huang, the doctor called out, recognizing him instantly. A wave of relief washed over Li Yao. Evidently, she felt that an acquaintance would be more dedicated to their cause. Doctor, please save my husband. Su Shi's voice was infused with desperation, as though she had clutched at a lifeline. Let me take a look. The doctor first examined Li Laosi's eyes, then instructed. Bring him into the inner room. At that moment, only a young apprentice was present in the medical hall. His words were evidently directed at the 2 brothers. The siblings moved in perfect harmony, lifting Li Laosi and proceeding inward as the doctor's command resonated. Su Shi was also held back by the doctor outside. "Prepare a cup of tea for this lady." Li Yao grasped Su Shi's hand and reassured her, "Mother, father will be fine." She regretted her earlier words, realizing that perhaps Li Laosi had taken them to heart. Had she known that such haste would leave her mother in a daze, she would have refrained from speaking so impulsively. Su Shi gently caressed Yao's face, saying with a faint smile, "I am fine. Once the doctor has attended to your father, I shall ask for her assistance with you." "I don't need her help," Li Yao insisted, striving to maintain her smile. "Divine beings will rescue me, and they shall rescue father too." This statement sparked a glimmer of hope in Su Shi's eyes. After an hour and a half had passed, when the doctor finally emerged, Su Shi, who had been leaning against the chair with Li Yao in her arms, instantly became alert. "Doctor, how is my husband?" she asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. "He is not in danger of death," the doctor reassured her, prompting a profound sigh of relief from Su Shi. "However, he has sustained numerous deep wounds leading to excessive blood loss and requires substantial nourishment. Additionally, his right leg is fractured due to a severe impact and will necessitate a period of 6 months of careful recuperation, though it will not return to its previous state." Su Shi had anticipated the worst possible outcome. Upon hearing the doctor's words, she felt a pang of sorrow yet could accept the reality. As long as he lives, there is hope. Li Laosi awoke in the afternoon, his eyes fluttering open to behold both a large and a small figure watching over his bedside. "Wife." A hoarse voice escaped his lips. "You're awake. Are you hungry? I'll fetch you some buns." No, you cannot eat buns," Su Shi replied in a flurry. "You have just awakened. You should start with some thin porridge." In her haste, she realized that they were in a medical facility, and the bed was merely a temporary arrangement. She had no means to procure porridge. "I am not hungry. There is no need for your concern." Li Laosi extended a hand. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he felt a twinge in his nose. How fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. Yet, they remained oblivious to it. However, he had long ceased to expect validation from others regarding his spouse. Those individuals were simply unworthy. His decision was undoubtedly correct. Whether they deemed him cold-hearted, ungrateful, or disobedient, he no longer cared. The sacrifices he had made over the years more than compensated for the debt of upbringing. Henceforth, he would harbor no illusions. Li Yao blinked, observing their interaction, and realized that this was what parental love looked like. "How beautiful!" "Yao!" Li Laosi felt a hint of embarrassment. He had so much more to say to his wife, yet refrained in the presence of their daughter. Although Yao was only 5, ever since she had awakened from her injury, he sensed a change in her demeanor. For instance, her unexpectedly astute remarks. Li Yao nestled into Su's embrace, accustomed to this gesture. "Daddy scared Yao." She pouted, her innocence intact, which also startled her mother. It won't happen again. It felt like both a reassurance and a promise. Li Laosi's gaze dimmed. Once this person awoke, the apprentice herbalist would come to usher them away. Chapter 9. The fourth brother is not dead yet. The clinic was modest, yet the number of patients was overwhelming, leaving no room for them to linger. Su could only implore him to allow them a bit more time to rest. Although Li Laosi had regained consciousness, the list of items to procure had grown. The herbalist, noticing her plight, consented to an additional half-hour of respite. Seizing this opportunity, Su took Li Yao to the market. The doctor had charged 5 taels for consultation and medicine, leaving her with a mere 300 when gifted by kind souls from the village. With the events of today, it was clear that she had irreparably severed ties with the Li family. She was acutely aware of the character of old Lady Li, and it seemed unlikely that she would attend to their sustenance for quite some time. Therefore, it was imperative for her to procure some provisions. Fourth brother needed to nurture his health, so his meals should be somewhat refined. After considering this in her mind, she made her way directly to the grain shop. It was Li Yao's first encounter with an ancient marketplace, and she felt a flicker of anticipation. However, the vendors lining the roadside appeared despondent, their faces covered in dust and gloom. Upon inspecting their wares, Li Yao was left utterly disheartened. Alas, what abject poverty! Alas! She had forgotten that her own circumstances were even more dire. In the beginning, the kingdom of Mingyuan was not poor, but in recent years, the emperor's health had deteriorated. Various factions began to grow restless, compounded by 3 consecutive years of natural disasters, which had resulted in meager harvests for the farmers. This year was especially dire. It had not rained a single drop for 2 months. Qingshan village was situated in a place neither too far north nor south, primarily cultivating rice, relying solely on their integrity for warmth in winter. The most crucial element for farming was water. Without it, the crops appeared wilted. Now, even the people on the streets looked listless. "Yaoer must be hungry. Let me buy you some buns," Sushar said, pulling Li Yao towards a street vendor selling buns. Without allowing Li Yao to refuse, she purchased a meat bun, a vegetarian bun, and 2 steamed buns, spending a total of 4 coins. "Oh, the provisions for my space." Li Yao furrowed her brow. She dared not, nor did she wish to, alarm her mother. She could only take it slowly. She took a bite of the meat bun, finding the skin tough and the meat far from fresh. Unable to waste her mother's goodwill, she consumed it all, offering it to her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, despite its unpalatable nature. Sushar then pressed the vegetarian bun into her hands, but she stubbornly refused to eat any more. Even a small child could not manage 2 buns. Seeing this, Sushar did not insist further, wrapping up the remaining buns and herself nibbling on a steamed bun. In the grain shop, Sue purchased 10 pounds of fine rice, 10 pounds of broken rice, and 10 pounds of brown rice, spending a total of 170 per pound for fine rice, 5 for broken rice, and 4 for brown rice. She also bought a pound of salt for 10. As she intended to buy oil, she headed to the pork stall and acquired 5 pounds of fatty meat. Li Yao noted that in this era, most people consumed animal fat, seemingly unaware of the concept of vegetable oil. The thought of her own stockpile of peanut oil, sunflower oil, soybean oil, and tea oil made her wish to bring it all forth, though it was merely a fleeting thought. At the pork stall, fatty meat sold the fastest and was the most expensive at 12 per pound, while lean meat was only 8. Bones were inexpensive. Those with a bit of meat were 3, and for bare bones, like marrow bones, one could acquire a heap for merely 1. "Mother, let us buy some bones," Li Yao remarked, noticing Sue had no intention of doing so. Sue paused, smiled at the vendor, and purchased a bundle of bones. Upon seeing them, Xiao Huang promptly concluded his conversation with the doctor, casting an awkward glance at Sue. "Sister-in-law." Sue pursed her lips, harboring some resentment as she had heard that her husband was injured. Though she felt he was busy tending to matters, she believed the blame lay with her husband. He was not alone. He had 3 children to consider. Sue merely cast him a sidelong glance, still somewhat aggrieved. Xiao Huang's presence suggested he wished to be of assistance. Moreover, his mother had given him all the silver she could gather, totaling 18 taels, originally intended for him and his brothers to marry. However, since Li Laosi was injured due to Xiao Huang's misfortune, the elder Huang couple felt compelled to exhaust their resources for his treatment. Even contemplating the notion that had Li Laosi not been rescued, his family would bear the lifelong responsibility of caring for orphans and widows. "Sister-in-law, please accept this silver." Xiao Huang offered the coins. "I am truly sorry for Brother Si. It is my fault. Had I not been greedy for that tiger skin, Brother Si would not have been injured. You may strike or scold me as you wish. You must take this silver, otherwise I shall be burdened with guilt for eternity." The medical hall was not solely occupied by them, and whispers had begun to circulate. Sue did not wish to be the subject of gossip, nor did she want Xiao Huang to bear an excessive psychological burden. Thus, she accepted the silver. In the face of her husband's suffering, her heart hardened, and her composure grew more resolute. Xiao Huang was a good lad. If he truly desired to shirk responsibility, he could easily do so, even disregarding Laosi altogether, leaving him to fate in the mountains. With no witnesses to his demise, she would be powerless. The journey had been hastened, borrowing from the village chief. "How wonderful!" Li Yao exclaimed with eyes gleaming. My mother has purchased a large quantity of provisions. Could you assist us in loading them onto the cart? Xiao Huang smacked his forehead, quickly moving to gather all the items besides Su and loading them onto the ox cart. He then hoisted Li Laosi onto the cart and placed little Yao beside her father. As they traversed the street, he even paused to buy a skewer of candied hawthorn for Li Yao. By the time they were returning, darkness had yet to fall, and Su had also boarded the ox cart, making their return journey significantly swifter. Old Madame Li lamented in regret, watching as her few coins vanished into thin air. Soon, the Li family's courtyard was teeming with people. Poor Su, who had already endured enough hardship, was surely destined for even greater tribulations. Old Madame Li would eventually wear her down. Who could argue otherwise? 3 little ones remained. How pitiable indeed. Once I never ate my fill. And what shall I do in the future? I hope Old Li can exercise some restraint. In my opinion, the most despicable of all is Old Li. Both are sons, yet Li Si is akin to a wild weed, toiling alone in the fields, reaping silver without a single coin for himself. Venturing into the mountains to hunt is merely to supplement the household, who is unaware of the dangers lurking in the back hills. Old Li has never regarded him as a human being. The murmurs are relentless. Old Li's face darkens like coal. He is particularly proud and, upon hearing such words, contemplates retreating indoors. He even wishes to avoid the sight of Si's corpse. Had he known, he never should have taken the silver. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. 4th brother is not dead, Xiao Huang proclaimed loudly. Su, who had intended to speak, changed her mind upon seeing Old Li. She wished to witness just how malicious a person could truly be. Indeed, some individuals are inherently wicked. Without verifying, they conclude their own son is dead. This must have been a belief they harbored long ago. Chapter 10. I refuse to acknowledge such scum. Li Si, in tandem with Xiao Huang, opened his eyes. Yet his gaze was weary, his countenance pale and devoid of color, resembling a living corpse. The fields are parched. It is now the critical time for irrigation. Henceforth, let Si fetch water from the river, and he shall repay with his strength. Observing several sacks on the ox cart, she exchanged glances with Chen among the crowd. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, eyes locking in understanding, promptly prepared to move the goods. Xiao Huang, ever astute, remarked, Aunt Li, this belongs to my family. Her words immediately halted the old woman's hands. Who is she trying to deceive? Chen spoke, Mother has given so much silver to my younger siblings today. It must be for them. Her expression was devoid of warmth. Xiao Huang, I thank you for the 18 taels of silver your family lent me. I shall ask Mother for the funds to repay you now. Xiao Huang, feeling obliged, murmured, I dared not refuse. Yes, I pilfered the silver meant for my marriage from my mother, fearing my father might break my legs. Please do come back. He feigned a whisper, yet his voice was just loud enough for everyone to hear. Old Li, initially in disbelief, only comprehended after Xiao Huang's words that Su had borrowed a staggering 18 taels. All this to save the 4th, she borrowed such a fortune. Good heavens! Whose life is worth so much? Is it not absurd that a worthless life requires such a sum for salvation? After speaking, she hiked up her trousers. Though the wound was bandaged, it remained a horrific sight. Old Li felt her head buzzing, and the 2 taels from the village head. Mother should return those as well. The 4th can no longer work. Who knows when he will be able to repay them? We are entirely reliant on you too. I'm not in a hurry, was the unspoken implication that repayment could be delayed, yet it was necessary. The village head arrived early. Initially, he did not intend for repayment, but his mind had changed. Previously, it was his wife who, in a fit of confusion, insisted on a separation. Thankfully, his parents were sensible and did not allow it. With his parents as support, I no longer worry about the 5th's monthly medicinal expenses of 5 taels. Su let out a sigh of relief. Li Laosi realized his lines had been taken from him. He had not conferred with his wife. He could only comply, lying there, inhaling more than exhaling. Indeed, it was excruciating. What? Over 20 taels? Chen's scream echoed, as if silver coins were falling from the heavens. Spending 5 taels a month to support a good-for-nothing drains the entire family's resources. My poor Tian Bao, the fortune-teller claimed he is the reincarnation of the literary star. How could he end up in such a family? One person's burden is already too much. Now there are 3 more dependents. As she spoke, she sank to the ground, bowing to heaven and earth, lamenting that the fourth's family was merely a band of debt collectors. However, who was Old Li? Just 3 taels had already cost her half her life. With an additional 20 taels, she feared it might be the end of her days. Even without Chen's threats, she could not possibly part with more silver. With those 20 taels, she could hire numerous workers. The fourth was destined to be a burden. She could not afford to support a useless individual, nor could she continue to bear the weight of additional dependence. Thus, her gaze shifted to Old Li. To be frank, while she could create a scene and hurl insults, it was the old man who possessed the means to resolve the situation. Old Li, perpetually with a grim countenance, appeared even more ominous now, his silence chilling to the bone. Cough, cough. Li Si awoke, his cough urgent and distressing. Su gently patted his back, and Li Yao mimicked her gesture. Through the crowd, she caught a glimpse of Old Li's visage. Just one look left her feeling uneasy, as if pricked by needles. A searing pain she could not voice. His malevolence was her most immediate impression. This man was no ordinary rural elder. He resembled a merciless executioner from some dark organization. Old Li appeared like a cockroach lurking in the shadows. As for Qin, she was hardly worth mentioning, merely a liability to the other party. Whether they could escape the clutches of the Li family depended on whether Old Li would choose to relinquish his grip. At this moment, Old Li's gaze fell darkly upon Li Si. He stood at a distance, observing intently. He was weighing his options. The courtyard was in disarray, and the murmurs grew increasingly loud. Some were filled with righteous indignation, asserting that the elder Li and his wife were blatantly biased. The fourth son had once been exceptionally capable. Who in the village could endure hardship or match his industriousness? Among the Li family's sons, who could rival his filial piety? Yet, this couple seemed blind to it all, persistently grinding down their fourth son. Now, they even harbored the audacious hope that he would not survive, all to save money. They failed to consider why he was injured. Was it not for the sake of earning more? It infuriates me. With such parents, I would have severed ties long ago. The fourth son could be quite pathetic at times. Wang Zhang, what are you shouting about? You have no parents. Ha ha. This person possesses a sound moral compass. Li Yao recognized him. Just yesterday, this individual had slipped a handful of coins onto the cart, which she had then gathered and given to Sunday. At that moment, Old Li's face was not merely black with anger, but rather green with envy. Finally, he spoke, declaring that with such a significant incident in the family, there was no need to keep everyone around. This was effectively an eviction order. The villagers, feeling uneasy, began to disperse, yet many lingered outside the courtyard. Xiao Huang stood awkwardly, wishing to carry his fourth brother inside, at least to rest on a bed. However, the time was not yet right. He could endure a while longer. After all, he was tough-skinned and hardy. Old Li's gaze was fixed on him, as if trying to pierce through him. Aren't you leaving? Xiao Huang feigned innocence, pointing at himself. Me? Feigning ignorance. Old Li was well aware that this rascal was being deliberately obstinate. Did he truly think he would be invited to stay for a meal? Chapter 11. One household at a time. Old Li, you are quite mistaken. When have I ever dined at your table? After all these years as neighbors, I have not even breathed the air at your doorstep. Xiao Huang is indeed eloquent. Not everyone has ulterior motives, nor is everyone as miserly as you. He extended his hand, saying, enough of this chatter. Return my silver and I'll leave at once. Although Old Li's gaze was intimidating, it posed no threat as long as he looked towards the sky. Humph. Curse be it. Who allowed you to lend them money? Old Li's wife charged forward, colliding with Xiao Huang. He quickly sidestepped, declaring, I do not strike women. The old woman had clearly lost her composure. She had reached her breaking point. 18 taels of silver could purchase several servants, enough for her to command. Why should old C spend her money? It must be that old C's wife colluded with the Huang family to swindle her. Su, you shameless wretch. Old C has yet to pass, and you have already consorted with others. You immoral harlot. As long as she could firmly assert that old C's wife was entangled with this Xiao Huang, not only would she refuse to return the silver, but she would also ensure that this scoundrel from the Huang family was utterly disgraced. As for Su, whether she lived or died was of no concern to her. The village chief could no longer bear to listen and admonished old Li's wife. Do not recklessly accuse others and tarnish the reputation of Qingshan village. Even if you had 180 taels, you could not afford the damage. Is the village chief truly defending this shameless woman? She has abandoned her marital duties and colluded with the Huang family to swindle us. And yet you choose to protect her? How curious, village chief. Do you harbor feelings for this brazen woman? With that, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Li's old woman spun around in place and, once steadied, realized that her assailant was Su. How do you strike me? She exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves. I shall take your life. With that, she engaged in a fierce struggle with Su. Though Li's old woman was corpulent, Su, despite her slender frame, was accustomed to household chores and possessed considerable strength. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Go, mother, Li Yao silently urged, pouring all her energy into the encouragement. Li's fourth son turned pale with anxiety, fearing for Su's safety. Ultimately, Su gained the upper hand, mounting Li's old woman and unleashing a barrage of resounding slaps. I have endured your tyranny for many years. I shall rid the world of you, you wretched hag. Slap. You force us to toil while denying us sustenance. Slap. You mistreat my son. Slap. You allow that little wretch to bully my Yaoer. Slap. You even abandon your own son. The relentless blows continued, old wretch. Slap, slap, slap. Exhausted from the fray, Su finally rose from her opponent's side and approached the bewildered girl by the ox cart, gently touching her stunned daughter. Had she set a poor example for her? Yet Li Yao was not merely stunned. She was in awe of her mother's fighting spirit. Li's old woman, dazed and bloodied, bore the marks of defeat, her face swollen and grotesque. The most infuriating aspect was that no one came to her aid, not even the third son's wife, who stood idly by, despite her usual indulgence towards her. Little did they know, Jin harbored resentment, directing her ire towards the entire Li family. Even her husband remained indifferent. A true coward. Why was her life so miserable? Separate. Separate. Li's old woman groaned, struggling to rise, her words slurred. Yet, everyone understood her plea. If it must be, then let it be. Su did not feel anger. What she desired was precisely this. No, no, you disrespectful and unfilial ones. You are unworthy to be descendants of our family. You should be expelled. She altered her tone, asserting that separation would entail taking away possessions. What a naive thought. To be cast out means relinquishing all. Only in this manner can they not cling to us. Li, you must not go too far, after all. The fourth is your son. How can you speak in such a manner? As the village head, the prosperity and development of the village are intertwined with him. The village's ethos directly affects future marriages. How could you Xing allow Li to jeopardize this? Li, speak up. Separation might be tolerable, but expulsion is tantamount to severing kinship. Li's words are exceedingly malicious. Li shook his head. He was not one to speak often, nor did he engage much with others. So the villagers regarded him as a simple man. After all, it was Li who stirred up the commotion in the village. As for the preference for sons over daughters, it was a customary norm. Thus, most people had a relatively favorable impression of him. He remarked that domestic disputes had escalated to involve everyone. The old woman and the fourth's wife simply could not coexist. Given the situation, he felt torn. The fourth had ambitious designs and had proposed division early on. It was also our fault for aging, making us less capable, leading them to perceive us as a burden. Alas, it pains my heart. Li Yao could not resist rolling her eyes. This old man harbored ill intentions. His words could only deceive a child of 3. Even a fool could discern the implications of his statements. Zhu Sheng's lips twitched, realizing that all the flattering words had been spoken by him. Although he did not show it outwardly, perhaps it would be better for the fourth to establish his own household. Distant fragrances and nearby odors might allow for reconciliation in a few years. He had come to understand this. Old Four genuinely yearned for independence. Otherwise, the Sioux family would not have displayed such an extreme temperament, willing to fight to the bitter end. Had Old Four not encountered misfortune, severing ties would have been even more advantageous. With parents like these, anyone would be unfortunate to claim them. However, relying on medicinal vials for survival while caring for 3 young children, the Sioux family would likely find themselves overwhelmed and unable to provide for them. Once the family is divided, at least they remain connected by blood. In times of moral conflict, they might still offer some support. Importantly, the Lee family possesses ample farmland, which could grant Old for a few acres. Yes, that shall be the course. Zhu Xing swiftly assessed the pros and cons for Old Four's family. The village had noted that Old Four's wife had assaulted her mother-in-law, an affront that defied all natural justice. Having been married to her for decades, I cannot bear to witness such a grievous humiliation inflicted upon her. Since the old woman refuses to acknowledge Old Four as her son, I must respect her wishes. I cannot allow her heart to be further wounded. Mrs. Lee, having not heard such gentle words in years, felt tears welling up. Her husband truly treated her well. Seeing her suffer, it was as if he were standing up for her. Zhu Sheng felt a sharp pang of discomfort. How insufferable! The type of person he detested most. Thus, his feelings toward Old Lee grew even colder. What did Old Lee mean by that? Mrs. Lee suggested they could proceed with the separation, regarding it as having raised a den of ingrates. Old Lee resigned, waved his hand, requesting the village head to serve as a witness. From now on, Old Four would no longer be part of the Lee family. Gaining confidence, Mrs. Lee, despite her painful expression, commanded, "Get out at once." Her outstretched finger nearly poked Sue in the face, declaring that not a single thread belonging to their family would be taken. "You vile creature, dare to strike me." The words exchanged between Old Lee and Mrs. Lee pierced Old Four's heart, leaving it riddled with wounds. It is his lingering expectations for them that cause his heart to ache more than his body. He wishes to separate and live independently, but it does not imply a denial of their existence. It turns out that genuine feelings cannot withstand trials. When one is deemed worthless, they become nothing. "Villager, I implore you to draft a document." Li Laoxi's voice emerged in a hoarse whisper, elongated and feeble. "In black and white, from this day forth, I shall have no further association with them. Likewise, they shall not with me." After uttering these heavy words, his heart felt unexpectedly light. Li Laoxi gently closed his eyes. He has utterly lost hope in them. Chapter 12. Renting a house. Laoxi, have you made your decision? The village head observed his profound despair and felt a pang of compassion. In these times, merely securing a meal is a challenge, and with his current state, he fears for his survival. Left with only orphans and widows, their fate is likely to be dismal. What a calamity for the Li family! Li Laoxi nodded, choosing silence. The villagers outside, who had gathered to watch, fell into a hush. The atmosphere became tense. Originally, the village head had intended to handle matters vaguely, addressing each household verbally, thinking that if Laoxi's family encountered difficulties in the future, he could simply ignore them. Should Laoxi survive and recover, the words would lose their weight. However, now he found himself in a predicament, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of the villagers, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. "Laoxi's wife, please persuade him." The village head resolved to make another attempt. Su Mingya shook her head, asserting her respect for Laoxi's decision. Even if it meant subsisting on meager rations in the future, she would never yield to them. What is there to persuade? They would not allow us to remain. Li Laoxi's wife believed the village head was meddling too much. It is a rare opportunity to rid oneself of a family of useless individuals without spending a dime. The village chief's expression stiffened with displeasure as he turned to Old Lee, who appeared unyielding, inciting even greater anger within him. This was an attempt to drive a person to despair. The young couple, the fourth Li and his wife, were still too naive. After the severance letter was duly completed, both Old Li and fourth Li pressed their fingerprints upon it. 3 copies were made, one for Old Li, one for fourth Li, and another for the village chief to safeguard, destined for recording at the government office. Just then, the clan elder arrived, panting heavily, albeit a step too late. Upon learning that the fingerprints had already been affixed, he raised his cane to strike Old Li, exclaiming, "Li Chongsong, you shall come to regret this." Struck. Old Li felt utterly humiliated. Enough was enough. The clan elder, fuming, raged at the current calamity of the year, declaring, "I cannot allow the fourth Li to bring famine upon my entire family. If there is blame to be placed, let it fall upon his ill fate and lack of fortune. Had he listened to me years ago and wed the daughter of the Lin landlord, he would not find himself in this predicament." Turning his back, he disregarded titles such as clan elder or village chief and entered his home. The elder, filled with rage, glared at fourth Li, who still lay atop the ox cart, exclaiming, "Fool, why did you consent to this? You've gained nothing, leaving your wife and children to sleep in the streets." His cane thudded against the ground with a resonating sound, embodying his frustration at the foolishness displayed. "Humph. I wonder why I was summoned. Fool. Fool." The elder remarked, "He is no longer a member of the Li family. There's no need for your concern, lest you harm your health." Chin, feeling elated, resumed her sly demeanor as before, yet little did she know that the elder would not be swayed by such tactics. "What nonsense are you spouting? Severing ties with Li Chongsong does not equate to severing ties with the entire Li clan. His denial does not affect my recognition." Chin was beset with scorn and hurriedly took refuge behind Li Leopozi. "Li Leopozi, your conscience is truly lacking," someone shouted from outside the courtyard. Li Leopozi quickly engaged in a heated exchange. The scene was chaotic. Li Yao tugged at Su's hand, saying, "Mother, let us depart. Father needs to rest well." Chin, with keen eyes, obstructed her path, declaring, "You are not permitted to take anything from our home." Su huffed disdainfully, "Rest assured, this was given by Brother Juwu. It does not belong to you." With that, she shoved past Chin and placed the sweet potatoes onto the ox cart. Grasping Li Yao's hand, they followed the cart out of Li Da's courtyard. The onlookers dispersed. "Do not worry, mother, they shall face retribution," Li Yao proclaimed earnestly, her small face lifted, fists clenched. To her, leaving with nothing seemed a mere concession to the Li family. Yet, she understood that her parents yearned for liberation, desperately wishing for a clean break due to their past suffering, craving a fresh start. The path ahead seemed uncertain, and Su was momentarily at a loss for direction. The little yellow ox pulled the cart straight toward their home. "Wait," Su interrupted. "Sister-in-law, it is only right for me to care for Brother C since he was injured because of me. You may stay at my home. I assure you, no one will chase you away." Li Yao glanced at Su, sensing her reluctance. The recent remarks from Li Leopozi had left an impression. "Mother, let us seek the village chief and rent an empty house in the village." Su lowered her head, feeling somewhat vexed. Her daughter appeared more clear-headed than she. Just as they stepped out of the Li family's gate, she was at a loss for what to do next, unsure of the path before them. Her daughter's voice roused her from her confusion. "Brother Xiao Huang, thank you for today." Su took out the silver that Xiao Huang had given her earlier and said, "Here. This is for you. Sister-in-law, please accept the silver. Fourth brother needs money for his medical treatment." Xiao Huang stepped back 3 paces. Su retrieved a tael of silver from the pouch, stating, "Consider this as a loan from me. Although I am unaware of the tricks you and fourth brother are up to, I know you are not to blame. If you feel guilty, then please assist me by pulling the ox cart once more." Xiao Huang was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding. It turned out that Aunt Huang was concerned that the brothers might be bullied at home, so she had called them over early in the morning. After breakfast, she took them to the field to forage for wild vegetables. However, due to the prolonged drought, there were not many vegetables to be found. And after half a day's effort, they had only filled half a basket. "Aunt Huang, it's all right. Fourth brother will recover, Su succinctly explained. Knowing they needed to rent a house, Aunt Huang generously invited the three children to stay, allowing only Su to tend to her matters. She also instructed Xiao Huang to carry Li Laosi into his room, suggesting they move once a suitable house was found. As dusk approached, Su felt it inappropriate to decline. Aunt Huang, more accommodating than Xiao Huang, was not one to be ungrateful. However, she promptly stuffed the silver pouch into Aunt Huang's embrace and hurried towards the village chief's residence. The chief lived at the heart of Qingshan village, and Su arrived with little expense. Understanding her intentions, the chief agreed to rent her the 3 thatched cottages at the foot of the back mountain. These cottages had once belonged to a solitary hunter who had later been taken to town by his nephew, leading to the sale of the cottages to the village. Su was quite pleased with the location, as it was distant from the Li family, albeit somewhat secluded, which favored a tranquil environment for fourth brother's recovery. Su produced the silver to pay the rent, and the village chief symbolically accepted 21. As she was about to leave, the village chief's wife pressed several coarse grain buns into her hands, her eyes filled with compassion. That very night, Su and her husband, Li Laosi, along with their 3 children, took refuge in a thatched hut. Old Granny Huang lent her 2 old mattresses, sufficient for their one-night stay. It seemed that retribution had indeed arrived swiftly, for that night, calamity befell the Li family. Chapter 13. Swift Retribution with Dexterity. Su tidied up one of the rooms under the moonlight. She prepared a pot of porridge for Li Laosi, while the children shared the coarse grain buns gifted by the village chief's wife. Life appeared harsh, yet each person seemed to radiate joy. Li Laosi had just finished his medicine, the bitterness lingering in his mouth, yet he leaned against the headboard with a smile. Once he recovered, he promised to hunt more game in the mountains, ensuring they would have meat for every meal. Though his face remained pale, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Su shot him a glare, questioning if the tiger hadn't he finished the job. Just focus on healing, and I will find ways to support the children, if necessary. She could gather more firewood each day, selling a large bundle for a couple of coins. Alternatively, she could wash clothes for wealthy families in town to earn some income. As long as one remained industrious, starvation would never be a threat. Li Laosi chuckled heartily, though his laughter tugged at his wound, causing him to wince, which earned him a round of scolding from Su. The children erupted in laughter. However, after the merriment, Lu Mao pouted, his face clouded with unhappiness. What troubles you, Lu Mao? Li Jiza, ever observant, noticed the change in demeanor. Lu Mao burst into tears, lamenting that he had not brought the magical fruit, which still lay in their former home. Su gently patted his head, shaking it with amusement. Is this what you meant, second brother? Li Yao emerged from behind, cradling a large apple in her arms. Su Shi's hands, which were nestled within the burlap sack, twitched slightly before she discreetly retrieved several sweet potatoes. However, her gaze towards her daughter had taken on a markedly different tone. Lu Mao, wiping away his tears, broke into a smile. Mother, bring me a knife, Li Yao exclaimed, feigning ignorance of Su Shi's expression as she cheerfully called out. Su Shi hurried to fetch a knife. Yao, what is this? Li Laosi asked with a calm demeanor, despite his younger son's exaggerated claims of celestial fruits, acting as if they were vital to his existence. Lu Mao eagerly responded, They are the fruits given to my sister by the immortals. Today, she had only managed to procure some grain from the market, along with a jar borrowed from Aunt Huang and 2 quilts. She smiled awkwardly and recounted the origins of the apples to Li Laosi, following Lu Mao's lead. Li Laosi's expression visibly darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he summoned Li Yao over. Yao, do not disclose this extraordinary experience to anyone. The atmosphere in the home grew heavy with tension as the gravity of the situation became apparent. Even Lu Mao adopted a serious demeanor. Li Yao nodded earnestly. Father, I will not tell anyone. At times, she wished she could shed the guise of a little girl. Perhaps accepting the notion of immortals was already a formidable challenge for them. She must not provoke them further. Moreover, She had grown fond of this family and yearned to bask in the warmth of home. Li Laosi gently ruffled Li Yao's hair, saying, "Yao, be good." Su Shi intended to put the apples away, but Lu Mao felt a pang of disappointment. He truly longed to taste what the celestial fruits might be like. Li Yao smiled, reaching behind her to produce a fruit knife, which she handed to Su Shi. Su Shi took it, somewhat dazed, while the others exchanged wide-eyed glances. Mouths agape. Grandfather Immortal has a celestial dwelling, filled with everything imaginable. The lively eyes blinked, as if conveying something exceedingly mundane. Li Yao pondered that only by maintaining composure could she quell their astonishment. The celestial grandfather mentioned his intention to cultivate in the Tianshan Mountains and requested her assistance in watching over his abode, bestowing upon her all the treasures within. Indeed, one deception necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. For no reason at all, how could he ask for her help, and how could she even assist him? Su Shi, embodying a mother-s instinct, yearned for clarity in every detail. Mother, as long as I lie down or close my eyes, I can keep watch for the celestial being. However, after the vigil, I shall require a lengthier slumber. The celestial being claimed that she possessed innate wisdom and took a liking to her, even expressing a desire to take her as a disciple. The unblinking Li Yao began to weave her fabrications. She divided an apple among them, exclaiming that it was truly delectable, leaving them wanting more. This elicited laughter from the entire family. Her second brother, fond of apples, would have one every day henceforth. The celestial being proclaimed that consuming apples was beneficial for health. Thus, her father, mother, and elder brother should all indulge in them. Exchanging a glance with Li Laosi, Su Shi remained silent, yet their hearts were tumultuous. "Thank you, sister." Li Jiza sincerely expressed his gratitude. That night, the family sat wide-eyed, each lost in their own thoughts, while only Li Yao drifted swiftly into slumber. In the latter half of the night, a pair of bright, clear eyes opened, accompanied by gentle snores. She stealthily slipped out of bed. "Humph. How dare you bully my parents? You shall pay for it," she resolved. With her small arms and legs, she exerted considerable effort to navigate around the Li residence. Yet, she did not pause, circling the property. Perhaps the Li family was rather irksome. The Huang family was several dozen meters away to the left, separated by a small ditch, which, although devoid of water at present, still lay in between. The household to the right is surrounded by a towering earthen wall. How unwelcome the Li family is! Li Yao thought bitterly. She retrieved a bucket of 3 gin of gasoline from her space and circled the Li residence, dousing it with fuel on the left, right, and behind. She even targeted the pile of firewood beside the earthen house, which had been chopped by the 4th Li brother. Nothing was spared. After tossing down a spark, she fled. As she ran, she resolved to strengthen herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape even after committing a misdeed. Fortunately, under the cover of a moonless night and gusty winds, no one noticed the fleeing little figure. Once at her doorstep, she steadied her breath and entered the house nonchalantly. Where had her sister gone? Li Yao's heart raced. "Ah, it's my elder brother. I just stepped out to relieve myself." Li Jiza gazed at her with probing black eyes, and upon hearing her words, his face flushed. It was more ladylike to say one needed the restroom. Amusement flickered in her heart, and Li Yao replied, "Yes, big brother. I'm off to bed." This elder brother was quite serious. Just as she lay down, Li Yao drifted into a delightful slumber. In this frail body of hers, her compatibility was exceedingly weak. In an apocalyptic world, she would be akin to an ant. All she could do was eat, sleep, and recuperate. Her gaze fell upon her sister, peacefully sleeping on the bed, and she felt she was overthinking. Her sister was just a small, well-behaved girl. How could that be? No. Her sister was timid. The first to discover the fire in their home was Chen, who had not eaten her fill and was awakened in the middle of the night by a rumbling stomach. Unable to sleep, she planned to fetch 2 bowls of cold water to quell her hunger. Little did she know, as she stepped out of her room, the flames had already reached the roof. Good heavens, it's on fire! It's on fire! It's on fire! At this, the other members of the Lee family awoke, rushing out in alarm. Old Lady Lee, without even donning a coat and barefoot, cried out in despair, lamenting the loss of her home to flames. "Which wretched soul set fire to my house?" Many people hurried to the scene, witnessing the inferno engulfing the Lee residence. The earthen dwelling that once housed the family of Lee Lousy had been reduced to ashes, while the 5 brick and tile rooms stood as mere charred skeletons. Was this swift retribution? Amidst the murmurs, someone whispered, "One must possess a conscience. Heaven is watching." Old Lady Lee, in her despair, appeared neither human nor ghostly. "You heartless souls! As you watch my home burn to the ground, you offer no aid in extinguishing the flames. Have you no humanity left? I spit on your good intentions. Had I known you wished for death, I would not have hindered your demise." Another woman interjected, with such a raging fire. "Do you wish to be roasted like a pig? Come, let us carry her inside, lest she accuses us of obstruction." As the fire raged on, sporadic flames still flickered in various spots, and dawn began to break. Old Manly stood outside the charred remains of his home, his eyes harboring a sinister glint, the lines on his face resembling a grotesque centipede, instilling terror. "It must have been that vile Sue who set the fire. She harbors resentment and seeks to retaliate against us. Taking advantage of our slumber, she aimed to incinerate us." Old Lady Lee wept on the ground, her sorrow palpable. Though lacking evidence, she pondered how a fire could ignite without the involvement of Sue. In her turmoil, she found no other to blame. The Chin family huddled together, with Lee Tianbao shielded in their midst, remarkably untouched, not a speck of ash upon him. She was not like Old Lady Lee, who would wail and lament. Yet, her heart brimmed with resentment. Why did the fire ignite right after the 4th Lee family had departed? Who else could they blame? Old Lady Lee, refrain from your reckless words that tarnish the reputation of the good. The weather has been arid, with no rain for 2 months. Surely, it was your negligence in cooking that led to the fire. The village chief wisely cautioned her against foolishness. No one wished for such an incident to occur. Fortunately, no one was harmed, which could be deemed a silver lining amidst the misfortune. He approached Old Manly, acknowledging the situation. If repairs were needed, they would assist together. Old Manly raised his gaze, expressing gratitude to the village chief. Zhu Sheng sighed softly. It was not his desire for such burdens, yet as the village chief, he had to prioritize the welfare of the villagers. Consequently, he called upon everyone to lend a hand. However, the response was lackluster, with many men slipping away while the crowd was distracted. Only a few, out of respect for the village chief, remained to help with the cleanup. The Lee household had been completely consumed by flames, and the 4th Lee family learned of the tragedy only at noon. Susher had been busy all morning, finally tidying up the remaining 2 rooms and making some repairs in the kitchen with a few stones. Early in the day, Lee Jiza had taken 6 dimes to the field's edge in search of wild vegetables. By noon, Susher had prepared a pot of fine rice porridge for Li Si and Yao Er, followed by a dish of wild vegetable mush for her 2 sons. Although Li Yao insisted that everyone should eat the same, Susher firmly declined. After the meal, Old Lady Wang arrived, bringing news of the Li family's midnight disaster and inviting Susher to the market to procure some necessary household items. Upon hearing the words of the old woman, Li Laosi and Susher were taken aback, while Li Jiza maintained a demeanor of calmness. After expressing their astonishment, Susher and the old woman ventured into the town, leaving Li Laosi to rest and recuperate in bed. Li Jiza took his younger siblings to forage for wild vegetables. It was already May, and the weather had turned unusually hot, compounded by a lack of rainfall, causing the fields to dry up and crack. The crops languished in a state of wilting, while the sparse grass made the search for wild vegetables even more challenging. Li Jiza furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek, suggesting they search in another direction. He understood the family's predicament, as he was aware of the burdens his mother bore. He wished to alleviate her toil. Hence he endeavored to contribute more. If they could gather wild vegetables, it would help lessen the family's expenses. "Brother, let us search the back mountain," Li Yao discerned his intentions immediately. The young child, though only 8, exhibited a remarkable sense of responsibility and concern, unlike many children of his age who would be preoccupied with toys in a different world. No. Father was injured on the back mountain, Li Jiza opposed without hesitation. Brother. They ventured deep into the mountains. We can search the outskirts, not far from our home, Li Yao argued, kicking at the dry earth beneath his feet, which sent a spray of dust into the air. Li Yao lamented the barren ground where not even grass could thrive, making it virtually impossible to find wild vegetables. Li Jiza hung his head, pondering briefly before conceding. Very well. But you must heed my instructions and not stray more than a yard from me. Li Yao nodded enthusiastically, and with Lu Mao tugging at her hand, they dashed off. The trio quickly reached the back mountain, but after only a short distance of less than 100 meters, Li Jiza came to a halt. The mountain offered a refreshing coolness, accompanied by gentle breezes. Numerous legends surrounded the back mountain. An elderly individual recounted tales of a group of vengeful spirits that emerge in the dead of night to ensnare unsuspecting souls, claiming that only those captured may be reborn. Others spoke of a military detachment that vanished years ago, rumored to have been consumed by terrifying entities lurking within the mountains. Recently, whispers have circulated regarding a villager from a neighboring hamlet who fell victim to a tiger's attack, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Coupled with the near-fatal mauling of Li Laosi by a tiger, the number of adventurers venturing into the mountains has dwindled. Yet, in these times of desperation, some audacious women brave the wilderness to forage for wild vegetables. The furthest they have ventured is the spot where the 3 siblings now pause. Li Yao couldn't help but pout, as she found it impossible to sway her stubborn elder brother. Alas, the prospect of fortune in the mountains seemed futile. Nevertheless, seeking refuge from the heat in this shaded area was quite pleasant. Nearby, Li Jiza busied himself gathering wild greens, finding the mountain's bounty far superior to that of the outside world. Meanwhile, Lu Mao ascended a tree, hoping to discover a bird's nest. To his delight, he unearthed 4 eggs. "Sister, I shall roast these bird eggs for you," he declared. Lu Mao slid down the tree and found a clear spot to roast the eggs. As Li Yao and her elder brother approached, they were pleasantly surprised by the enticing aroma of the roasted eggs. Li Yao eagerly devoured one, while the 3 siblings each enjoyed one, leaving just a solitary egg remaining. Lu Mao swallowed hard, pressing the last egg into his sister's hands. "Sister, you must eat." Li Yao's eyes sparkled with joy, though she noted that her second brother tended to drool a bit. Unfazed, she devoured another egg without hesitation, leaving Lu Mao wide-eyed with astonishment. "I must climb more trees to find additional eggs. Sister loves them," he exclaimed. "Elder brother, second brother, look." Li Yao retrieved a row of Waha drinks from behind her back. Lu Mao was momentarily taken aback, while Li Jiza hastily rose to his feet, casting a vigilant glance around to ensure their surroundings were devoid of onlookers before resuming his seat, his expression steely. "Sister, you must refrain from carelessly conjuring objects in the future. Are you aware of the tale of suffering for possessing a gem?" His demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, rendering Lu Mao speechless. Li Yao's face fell. "I understand, elder brother." Only then did Li Jiza's tension ease, for who could fathom the recklessness of his sister? It appeared he must remain ever vigilant, urging caution and prudence. Observing his expression soften, Li Yao proceeded to open a bottle of Waha milk for each of them. Lu Mao savored his drink with delight, rapidly reaching the bottom, prompting Li Yao to offer him her remaining bottle. Li Jiza took a sip, the sweetness and creaminess enveloping his senses. He squinted in appreciation. It was truly delightful. Yet these treasures were bestowed upon his sister by celestial beings, a testament to her fortune and favor. Thus, he resolved to protect her fiercely, ensuring she would not be subjected to any form of bullying. Whatever his sister desired to pursue, he would support her endeavors, including her actions from the previous night. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, he was certain it was she who had sought justice for their family. Finishing the last sip, Li Jiza solemnly declared, "Delicious. However, sister, in the future." "All right. Elder brother, let us enjoy what we have. There is no need for you to worry about me. I shall safeguard myself. Lu Mao, with a carefree demeanor, placed his hand on Li Yao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Sister, my dear brother is quite verbose. Does he consider you a fool? Would you divulge the matters of the divine to Li Tianbao? Surely not, for you are no simpleton." Li Jiza remained silent, while Li Yao merely sighed. They both rolled their eyes in unison, convinced that Lu Mao's reticence stemmed from a fear of her sharing the precious secrets with others. In any case, it was imperative that no one else be informed. Assuming the role of an elder brother, Li Jiza declared, "Lu Mao? Understood. But must the elder brother also keep silent?" Li Yao teased the elderly gentleman intentionally. Clearing his throat, Li Jiza insisted, "Aside from our family, no one else is permitted to speak of it." "Understood." Li Yao replied with a playful wink, noticing his ears had turned crimson, and decided to let him off the hook. The descent down the mountain was swift. They had not ventured far into the woods. Before long, they arrived home. At the entrance, Lu Mao slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot to leave something for our parents." Li Jiza shot him a disapproving glance, then turned and headed straight to the kitchen with the wild vegetables. "Did second brother truly forget?" Li Yao inquired with a laugh. He drank faster than anyone else. At that moment, there was no thought of father and mother. Now he likely seeks another excuse to indulge. Lu Mao scratched his head. It was simply too delightful to drink. Hee. One mustn't indulge too much in a single day. We shall revisit it tomorrow. Li Yao brushed off the dust from her clothes, leaving him with a parting glance. Inside the room, Li Laosi leaned against the headboard, examining a fruit knife. It was not made of iron, yet the blade was sharp, glistening with a brilliance surpassing any knife he had ever encountered, and it was remarkably sturdy. Perhaps his daughter truly had the favor of the divine. He squinted slightly, releasing a heavy sigh. "Father." Li Yao entered with her short legs and caught sight of the knife in Li Laosi's hand, her heart sinking. Could he be contemplating something foolish? Li Laosi hastily returned the knife to her, watching helplessly as it vanished from sight. In the wake of this astonishment, he marveled at his daughter's remarkable abilities. However, such talents must remain hidden from others. Thus, he earnestly cautioned, "Yaoer, you must never reveal this skill in front of anyone. Your father lacks the means to protect you should the day arise." "Dad, I understand," she replied, genuinely aware of the treacherous nature of the world after years of survival in the apocalypse. Yet, her father's words touched her deeply. They did not covet her abilities, rather. They repeatedly urged her to be cautious for her safety. To claim she was not moved would be a lie. She was not devoid of emotion. She possessed the power of love, a power she had always held. However, in her previous lifetimes, no one had been worthy of her affection. "Dad, are you hungry?" Li Yao asked, as if performing magic, producing a bottle of pure milk from her space. "Yaoer, with so many gifts from the divine, how shall we repay them?" Another lie was brewing, so Li Yao puffed up her cheeks and declared, "My master says that doing good deeds enhances one's cultivation. Therefore, the more we use, the faster his cultivation grows." Li Laosi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Your master is truly benevolent. We should pay our respects to him often." "There's no need for that," Li Yao said, her eyes twitching. She did not wish to shorten her lifespan. Fortunately, the voice of Su Shi reached them from outside, and Li Yao felt as though she had been rescued. Eagerly, she dashed out. "Yaoer, slow down, don't trip," came Li Laosi's reminder from behind. Su Shi ruffled her hair and said, "Yaoer, your mother has bought you some candy." Feeling the warmth of her mother, Li Yao's eyes grew somewhat uncomfortable. However, before she could express her gratitude, a piercing voice interrupted her. "You wretched Su family, you burned down my house, and still have the audacity to roam the streets. I see you are tired of living. You vile woman, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? You shall repay me in silver." Su Shi stood protectively behind Li Yao, declaring old womanly, "Do not come to my home and create a scene, or I shall not hold back." "Sister-in-law, how can you speak to our mother-in-law in such a manner? Do you possess no filial piety?" "Silence." Su Shi retorted, her annoyance palpable at the sight of her. Who are you calling sister-in-law? What nonsense about a mother-in-law? All of you, get out. You shameless wretch. Was it you who set my house ablaze? Old woman Li pushed her way forward, confronting Qin Shi. You useless third daughter-in-law, you are becoming increasingly inept. Su Shi shot her a disdainful glance. Nonsense. Which of your eyes witnessed me starting the fire? I believe you are merely reaping the consequences of your own actions. You deserve this. Seizing the opportunity amidst their bickering, Li Jize took his younger siblings and brought the items their mother had purchased into the house. Given their mother's current vigor, he was confident they would prevail. Old woman Li was adamant about causing trouble, so whether the fire was related to Su Shi or not, she was intent on placing the blame. Where did you acquire silver to buy these things? Your shifty eyes betray your intentions. You must have stolen my silver. No wonder my silver has vanished. Thief! Thief! You stole my mother's silver and burned down my house, you wretched woman. Li Tianbao stood beside old woman Li, cursing with a demeanor strikingly similar to hers. You fat fool, you seek death. In an instant, a nimble figure dashed out from within the house, swiftly kicking Li Tianbao to the ground. Elder brother is truly remarkable, making the foolish pig squeal in distress. Ah, this little beast dares to strike me. Nurse, swiftly deal with them. Li Yao secretly scoffed. For this celestial being seems to have been misunderstood by the Li matriarch's family. At such a tender age, their foul language flows freely. Only they would regard him as a treasure. Lu Mao, should you dare to strike Tian Bao, witness how I shall discipline you. The Li matriarch was about to intervene. Pa, do not call me Lu Mao, it sounds utterly dreadful. I am Li Jiyun. My surname shall remain unchanged, and my name shall not alter. Should my grandfather Jiyun wish to strike, let him do so. Should I hear any more filth from your mouth, I shall make you eat dirt. Li Jiyun huffed, wiping his nose. Elder brother is truly splendid. Little Li Yao raised his thumb in admiration, prompting Li Jiyun to elevate his chin in pride. Chapter 16. The Master Born from Nothing. Hurry and leave. Su Shi grasped Li Jiyun, blocking Li Yao once more. The Li matriarch would not tolerate such humiliation. When one plan failed, another was devised. She plopped down on the ground, wailing bitterly, ungrateful fourth, you merely watch as your mother stands exposed to the elements. That vile harlot is so cruel, turning her son against his own mother. My life is so wretched. She pounded her chest, cursing from Li Laosi to Li Yao, ultimately attracting the attention of the entire village. Li Lao too, accompanied by several grandchildren, arrived as well. Su Shi, the bones are broken and the tendons torn. Now that our home has burned down, we have no money for repairs and can only reside with you. Please tidy up and free 2 rooms for us. For reasons unknown, Su Shi felt an intense dread when gazing into Li Lao's eyes. She always sensed a calculation lurking within their depths. She averted her gaze from him, turning her body slightly, and said, Old Li, you must be mistaken. Currently, our families have no connection. You have the wrong person. Li Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Had she known that burning down their house would lead to such accusations, she might as well have eliminated them entirely to avoid the hassle. As for this old man, he was devoid of shame, only capable of descending deeper into it. After all, the 4th son is still my child. Could he truly turn a blind eye to his plight? Su was almost amused by his audacity, reminding him, you seem to have forgotten. We must sever ties with each household. Old Li's eyes glinted with cold fury, as if he wished to inflict torment upon Su. Earlier that day, he had ventured into town, procured 5 taels of silver from the eldest to repair the house, and inquired about the 4th son's condition at the clinic. He soon discovered that this wretched woman, Su, had orchestrated the entire affair. Although the doctor had described the 4th son's injuries as severe, they were not beyond recovery. Upon further reflection, he regretted not realizing that the young Huang likely conspired with them. It was well known that the 4th son possessed immense strength, capable of outmatching 5 or 6 men in the village. When it came to work, he was as industrious as an ox, easily managing their 20-odd acres of land. Contemplating this, Li's chest tightened with frustration. Thus, he sent for Li's old woman to probe the situation. However, he did not anticipate that Su would be so unyielding, nor that the fourth son would not show his face. "Mother, do they truly have nowhere to stay?" Li Yao inquired. "Uncle is an accountant in town, renting a spacious house. Why must they crowd into our thatched cottage instead of seeking refuge with him? Third uncle trades goods and has amassed considerable wealth. Third aunt has also saved a fair amount of private funds. They could easily rent a place just as we do. Why must they insist on squeezing into our humble abode? Isn't it easy to bully the old man?" A pair of round and bright eyes gazed innocently at everyone, exuding an air of navet. This remark caused those around to whisper and point at the elderly couple, leaving the proud old man feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sister, some hearts are inherently dark. When faced with such individuals, it is best to avoid confrontation." Li Jesus spoke softly, displaying a maturity beyond his tender years. If entangled in unwelcome disputes, one must swiftly cut through the chaos. Li Yao nodded in agreement, appreciating the little one's fierce spirit. "Why all the commotion? What is there to argue about?" The village chief had been troubled by the recent events concerning the Li family. He had gathered the men of the village to assist the old man in tidying up his home, yet this family had failed to even prepare a morsel of food, choosing instead to create a ruckus. Their reputation was tarnished, yet it remained a family affair. However, should it begin to affect the village, he would not hesitate to take action. The old man was not oblivious to the veiled threat in his words. In Qingshan village, the Li and Zhu families were prominent, with a few scattered surnames among the rest. For many years, the position of village chief had been held by the Zhu family. As the Li family had not produced any exceptional individuals in quite some time, thus diminishing their standing. The fourth son was particularly ruthless, refusing to even make an appearance, clearly intent on severing ties with them. Once they departed, the onlookers lost interest in the spectacle and dispersed. The sun dipped below the horizon, yet the heat lingered. Mrs. Su ushered several children indoors and exchanged a few words with Li Si before preparing dinner. Having bought pots and pans in town that day, she sought Ed wild vegetables with the leftover oil from yesterday, boiled a pot of broken rice, prepared fine rice porridge for Li Si, and simmered bone broth. Although it seemed they had severed ties with the Li family, their lingering presence caused a sense of discomfort among the others. Sue's heart was heavy with concern for the family's livelihood, though she refrained from voicing her worries. Li Laosi felt a profound sense of guilt, but recognized that urgency would not hasten his recovery. He fervently wished for his leg to heal swiftly. After dinner, Su engaged in conversation with Li Laosi inside, while the three siblings sought respite from the heat outdoors. Father and mother appeared to be discontented. Li Jiyun mused, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Jiza remained silent, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Li Yao listened to the serenade of frogs. If Su and Li Laosi were the type to willingly accept assistance, she could effortlessly resolve their plight. The provisions in her space could sustain their family for generations. However, it was evident that Su and Li Laosi were not inclined towards such acceptance. "Eldest brother, second brother, let us venture to the town to sell apples," Li Jiyun proposed. Apples, being nutritious and universally palatable, seemed a viable option. "But will anyone buy them?" questioned Li Jiza. "We cannot take what belongs to others without permission." Li Jiyun and Li Jiza echoed each other's sentiments, raising two pertinent questions. Li Yao silently commended her eldest brother for his sound principles. This young lad evidently did not favor unearned gains. "Eldest brother, I've observed that our master's orchard is abundant with apples, many of which fall to the ground uneaten. We could sell them and share the proceeds with our master. I've heard that celestial elixirs in the heavenly realm also require silver for exchange. Our master's cultivation is bound to necessitate such elixirs." At this, Li Jiza nodded thoughtfully. As for whether there would be buyers, he believed that success depended on effort. "I think we should sell them to the affluent households in the eastern part of the town," he suggested. "These apples are delectably sweet and rich in nourishment. In our town, there has never been a sale directed towards ordinary families who may not appreciate the value. Conversely, affluent households have always had an affinity for the extraordinary. He articulated this with care, mindful that his younger siblings might not grasp the nuances. The elder brother spoke with reason, and to her surprise, his insights aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. Li Jiyun, however, did not ponder as deeply. He merely understood that earning silver would alleviate his mother's hardships and spare his father from guilt. Thus, their family could enjoy a harmonious and plentiful existence. The three siblings conferred and resolved to seek their parents' approval. They unanimously decided that Li Jizha would be the one to persuade them. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Su Shi and Li Laosi agreed to the proposal of selling apples in the town the following day. Moreover, Su Shi repeatedly emphasized the importance of bowing to Yao Ao's master when the opportunity arose. Li Yao waved her hands in protest, reluctant to let her mother bow, as such matters concerning a fictitious master seemed rather troublesome. "Is Laosi asleep?" a voice suddenly called from outside. Chapter 17, as plump as a pig Su Shi, in a flurry, hastily shoved the apples that Yao had just transformed, along with the basket, beneath the bed. Only then did she open the door. "Zhu Wu, is that you?" Zhu Wu stood there, one hand holding a chicken and the other a piece of meat. "Siblings, I have come to check on Laosi." "Wu go." Li Laosi struggled to sit up. He glanced at Li Yao, observing her improved condition. "You're still in this state?" He sighed heavily. "Had you heeded my advice and run the escort with me, your situation would be more relaxed." Zhu Wu patted his shoulder. "It's a pity you possess such strength." Li Laosi felt a flush creep to his cheeks. "All right, Wu ge, thank you." Zhu Wu gave his shoulder another light pat, relieved that he had come to terms with it. It was a hardship for his sister-in-law to endure so much suffering, standing at a height of 8 feet. With a fierce visage adorned by a thick beard, Zhu Wu appeared intimidating, yet he possessed a delicate nature. After conversing with Li Laosi, he retrieved a packet of candy from his pocket and beckoned Li Yao over. The little one with short legs hurried toward him. "Yao, I heard from your father the other day that you were injured. Are you still feeling unwell? Do you need to take medicine? It must taste quite bitter. But after you take the medicine, this candy will sweeten your palate." His eyes held a gentle warmth, and the corners of his eyes crinkled with laughter, softening his strong features. "Hee, thank you, uncle." "You are so kind," exclaimed Li Yao, cradling the large packet of candy with both hands. "Is there going to be a war?" Li Jizha interjected. "War?" Zhu Wu exchanged glances with Li Laosi before turning back to Li Jizha. "I was merely speculating." His cheeks flushed as he continued, "In recent years, calamities have plagued us, and the harvest has been meager. This year's prospects do not seem promising either. If there is a shortage of grain, the common people will struggle to feed themselves, inevitably leading to unrest. Moreover, there are rumors that the emperor has been ailing for an extended period, with numerous princes vying for power and influence. In their pursuit of their own interests, it is likely that bloodshed will ensue." Upon hearing this, Li Jizha rose to his feet. "The price of grain is bound to soar. And it will not merely increase by a small measure. If you have silver, you should stockpile as much grain as possible." These words echoed like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring tumultuous waves. Li Yao began to scrutinize this so-called elder brother. At merely 8 years of age, his intellect was extraordinary. If the Li family had a reincarnation of the literary star, it would certainly not be the clumsy Li Tianao, but rather someone akin to her elder brother. "How did I not think of that?" Zhu Wu exclaimed, thumping his forehead in realization. "Wu ge, this matter remains unverified. It is merely a conjecture from Jizhe. One must not." Li Laosi struggled to shift upward. "Laosi, I comprehend." Zhu Wu interjected. "I shall not speak carelessly outside. However, we truly need to stockpile more grain." With that, Zhu Wu stood up, declaring, "Tomorrow, I will head to the escort agency to procure some silver, and I shall allocate a portion to you. You all should also amass some grain." Li Laosi expressed profound gratitude. "Wu ge." Zhu Wu waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, you are a grown man. Do not be so effusive." Su Shi pressed her lips tightly together, her face flushed. Feeling increasingly indebted, mere words of thanks could scarcely suffice. Cautiously, they each wiped away their concerns. Li Jiyun, nearby, swallowed nervously, fearing detection, and cast a furtive glance at the ceiling, eliciting laughter from the others. Sushar stifled a chuckle, slicing a large apple to share with them. Yet, she resolutely refused to partake herself. Tomorrow, Mother will sell apples. Who among you wishes to accompany her? Li Jiyun eagerly raised his hand. Mother, I shall go. Sushar shot him a disdainful look. You cannot, for I fear you would consume them all before we even arrive. Mother, I shall remain to watch over the house. You take Xiaomei with you. Indeed, Xiaomei appears more dependable than her brother, Li Jizha remarked softly. I will not eat, Li Jiyan protested, though it seemed no one heeded him. Li Laosi lamented, it is all father's fault for being inept, burdening you all at such a tender age. Observing his furrowed brow and self-reproach, Li Yao had a sudden inspiration. Father, since we need quite a few baskets for the apples, why not weave some at home? She was genuinely concerned about Li Laosi's despondency. Alternatively, one could craft small baskets capable of holding 6 or 8 apples, thus minimizing damage while also enhancing aesthetic appeal. Excellent. Excellent. Li Laosi responded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The following day, before dawn, Su carried a woven basket and joined Li Yao at the village entrance to board the ox cart. Numerous villagers were also waiting for the ride, including Chen, who had been dispatched by old Li to procure meat. After all, the house renovations required assistance from the villagers, and the absence of a meal the previous day had already sparked considerable gossip. Old Li was keen to avoid alienating the entire community. Oh! It seems Old Si has saved quite a bit of silver by frequently venturing into town. No wonder he wishes to distance himself from the Li family, one villager remarked. Jin was the first to ascend the cart, occupying a significant portion of space. Su paid her no mind, wedging her basket into a corner and settling beside it with Li Yao. Humph. Jin huffed. Scoot over. Wang Zheng shouted at Chen. Shortly thereafter, several other women climbed onto the cart. Wang Zheng, there's no room left. Are you blind? Chen was pushed to the very end, her expression sour. Why must a girl take up so much space when she's just a servant? She cast a disdainful glance at Su. Mother, that ant is as fat as a pig. She takes up more room than both of us combined, and yet she dares to criticize us. Is she out of her mind? Li Yao blinked innocently at Chen, her ignorance evident. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the cart. You little imp, who are you calling a pig? Anyone who responds is a pig. Li Yao lifted her chin defiantly, directing her scorn towards Chen. Do you dare to hit me? Chen raised her hand in anger. What are you all arguing about? Wang Zhengang cracked the whip over the ox's back and paused after taking just a few steps. The load was too heavy. The ox refused to budge. He dismounted and circled the ox cart, finally stopping behind Chen Shi. The wheel is stuck on your side. Get down and give it a push. Why should I push? Chen Shi retorted defiantly. With a cart full of people, surely someone else should take on the task. It was hardly her responsibility. Wang, typically a solitary and somewhat irritable man, drove the ox cart merely for convenience in transporting goods to the dock and bringing people into town as an afterthought. He seized Chen Shi's arm and, with a forceful tug, pulled her down from the cart. You're delaying my work. Chapter 18, 500 win for a punch? You're hitting me. Chen Shi, having been yanked off the cart, immediately sank to the ground, wailing. Get up. Wang cracked the whip again, and the ox began to trot. Upon realizing she had been abandoned, Chen Shi ceased her cries and began to curse after the cart. Damn you, Wang Zheng. You did this on purpose. You deserve to be a bachelor your whole life. Chen Shi, in her haste, was met with a mouthful of dust as she chased after the ox cart, provoking laughter from those aboard. Haha, this is the consequence of a loose tongue. The straightforward woman on the cart laughed heartily. Li Yao was also amused by her expression, chuckling softly. You old fat woman, I've disliked you for ages. Wang maintained a stern face, not sparing her with his words. With Chen Shi absent, there was considerably more space on the cart. Wang patted the seat beside him and called for Li Yao to join him. Su Shi attempted to intervene, fearing Yao would delay their journey. But little did she know that Li Yao was quite bold. She maneuvered herself over, steadying herself on the legs of several women as she made her way over. "Uncle, you're so impressive." Li Yao resolved to deliver a flurry of compliments as the ox cart moved swiftly and steadily. The ox was remarkably obedient. Wen Zheng's lips curled into a smile. He had occasionally encountered this young girl before, timid and prone to retreating at the sight of strangers. Who would have thought that just a couple of days after leaving the Li family, she had transformed into such a lively and endearing presence? Indeed, the old Li household was no place for nurturing spirits. "Little girl, do you enjoy riding in the ox cart?" Li Yao wanted to express her disdain, for this cart was far less comfortable than the vehicles of the future. "I like it very much." Wang Zheng's eyes sparkled at her response, compelling him to urge the ox to move even faster. Their journey to the town was thus cut down by nearly half. At this early hour, dawn was just beginning to break. The women disembarked from the cart at the town's entrance. Wang Zheng knew they were headed to the eastern part of the city, so he deliberately extended their ride a bit longer. "Thank you," Su said gratefully, shouldering her basket. "Thank you, uncle." Liao chimed in with a sweet smile, and Su nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the back door of a prominent household in the eastern town gradually opened. As the buyers prepared to venture to the market for groceries, they had arrived just in time. Su took Li Yao's hand and approached the first household. Just as a rotund man emerged, she felt a surge of nervousness, her hands instinctively tightening, hesitant to step forward or utter a word. However, the man caught sight of the pair, one large and one small. "What are you doing?" he queried, his tone brusque upon noticing their tattered clothing and wan faces. "We are here to sell fruits," Su stammered, gathering her courage to convey their purpose. "What kind of fruits?" The man's interest piqued slightly. Fresh fruits had been scarce in town for quite some time. The old matron had lost her appetite in the heat, and the lady of the house was experiencing morning sickness. For the past fortnight, he has been troubled over the household's provisions. Su laid down her quiver and uncovered a layer of wild grass, revealing apples that lay quietly beneath, each one a brilliant red and round, exuding a serene fragrance. The man crouched down with effort, involuntarily inhaling the sweet aroma. "What is this?" "Uncle thought, these are apples," Li Yao said, presenting one to the man. "My father picked them from deep within the mountains. It took considerable effort." "Apples?" The stout man regarded the tempting fruit with skepticism. "The more alluring the item, the more likely it is to be poisonous," his mother had often warned him. "Mother, slice a piece for Uncle Fat to taste," Li Yao urged, tugging at Su's hand. Without hesitation, Su took a knife and cut a wedge. To assure the stout man, Li Yao took a bite, the crispness echoing in the quiet air. Seeing this, the stout man cautiously took a small nibble, and instantly, his mouth filled with juice, the sweetness flooding his senses. A delightful treat. A smile spread across his face. "Well, Uncle Fat, how does it taste?" "Quite good," the stout man affirmed, rising and nodding. He turned to Su. "Little sister-in-law, how do you intend to sell them?" Last night, the family had deliberated on the selling price, and without much thought, Su held up 5 fingers. 500 won each? The stout man gasped. Although these apples were rare in town and undeniably appealing and delicious, 500 won could purchase dozens of pounds of fine rice. Too expensive. No, 50 won each, Su quickly clarified. The stout man sighed in relief. 50 won was reasonable, especially compared to the cost of fresh fruit in the capital. Moreover, given the current sweltering weather, fresh produce quickly wilted upon exposure, making these apples, with their appealing appearance, a far more attractive option. "Pack me 10. Initially hesitant to make a substantial purchase, one must consider whether the esteemed ladies of the household would take a liking to the offerings. Su held the silver, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Sold? Truly sold. Subsequently, Su's confidence grew significantly as she managed to sell to several households, typically bringing 3 to 5 apples each time. After all, apples were unfamiliar to everyone, and acceptance was still a work in progress. Li Yao nodded. She dared not reveal her true abilities in public, well aware that unseen eyes could be lurking behind any wall. The two of them strolled leisurely. Dear sister, please wait. It was the plump gentleman from the first household, panting as he hurried to catch up with Li Yao and her mother. Dear sister, do you still have those apples? He had miscalculated. That morning, he had instructed the kitchen to cut one of the newly purchased apples for each of the household's members. However, soon after, the old matriarch, the lady, the young miss, and the young master, accompanied by their attendants, had all sought him out. Given the rare occasion that the esteemed guests enjoyed the fruit, he had waited near the back door, and just as he had ventured to the lavatory, he nearly missed them. Yes, we still have some, Li Yao exclaimed. Quickly, let us deliver them to the manor. The portly man, still catching his breath, made his way to the back door, with Su and Li Yao hastily following. As they walked, the man inquired, Do you have any more apples at home? Su glanced down at Li Yao. Just a few, she replied. The man appeared slightly disheartened. After a brief pause, he said, Bring whatever quantity you have. I believe the esteemed patrons here will enjoy them. And I suspect the residents of the city will as well. Furthermore, given the old matriarch's disposition, it is likely that she will wish to send some to the city shortly. Li Yao pondered for a moment, not being overly ambitious, and suggested, Then we shall deliver 20 apples to the manor each day for a month. The reason for not sending more is twofold. First, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, and second, to ensure the freshness of the apples, which cannot be left in high temperatures for too long. Although her storage is effective, she certainly lacks a natural refrigerator in this household. The stout man readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, exclaiming, All right. It was only after he spoke that he realized he was conversing with the little one, prompting a look of confusion directed at Su. She nodded in affirmation. While the stout man found it peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it. Su floated along, feeling as though she were in a dream. So this is how one earns money. So this is how business is conducted. It dawned on her that she had been confined to the small realm of Qingshan village. Fourth sister-in-law. Chapter 19. It's not just a couple of slaps, it's Uncle Wang. Li Yao hurried towards the ox cart. Uncle Wang, what brings you here? Wang Zhang scratched his head and glanced at Su before addressing Li Yao. With the prolonged absence of rain, the boats at the dock have run aground. Today there's no cargo, so I thought I'd come this way to pass the time. Giving is giving. What are you doing? He said. If I eat my fill, my family won't starve. Wang Zhang waved his hand and took a few steps back. Su approached him, insistently pressing something into his arms. The street was bustling, and Wang Zhang, wary of idle gossip, reluctantly accepted the offering. Recalling Ji Zhe's words, Su said, Brother Wang, we wish to purchase some grain. Very well. I shall take you, he replied. There's still plenty of time. Waiting a while one tea diminished the meat. He had little interest in others' affairs, as he did not lack the mere 2 copper coins for the cart ride. Wang Zheng contemplated that it was the people of Qingshan village who had compelled him to rise early for work, for he had originally intended to lead a life of idleness. At this point, Su did not hesitate any longer and merely quickened her pace. Purchasing such a large quantity? Wang Zheng assisted in loading the ox cart. With a smile, Su explained, Currently we lack farmland, so we must buy more. With grain in hand, one feels at ease. Uncle Wang, you should buy some too. The price of rice has risen. Who knows if it will increase further? Li Yao mumbled, biting into a candied hawthorn. Then I shall also procure 50 pounds. It is better to be prepared. The fourth sister-in-law voiced her agreement. Indeed, with grain in hand, one feels untroubled. Naturally. Little Yao's observation was also astute. Given this dreadful weather, the price of grain is likely to soar further. Wang Zhang was quite receptive to advice. The purchase of grain did not consume much time, yet upon reaching the town entrance, there were still numerous individuals waiting. Li Yao immediately spotted Chen, who was anxiously tiptoeing and glancing around, causing her small face to frown slightly. Su's expression also darkened. Wang Zheng seemed to perceive their thoughts. As soon as the ox cart stopped, 3 or 4 agile individuals boarded, leaving no room for others, who then sought alternative transportation. Enough, Wang Zheng. Are you doing this on purpose, deliberately allowing others to board while excluding me? Qin exclaimed, feeling vulnerable as she noticed their united front. I am not cursing you. I am merely admonishing Su. Damn. If it weren't for my slender limbs being so frail, I would truly want to slap her, Li Yao thought. Can one strike someone with mere intention? Certainly not. I have warned you long before. Su gripped Chen's collar, declaring, if I hear another foul word from you, I will not merely slap you, I shall deal with you more severely. With that, she gave Chen a push. Chen's substantial figure collapsed to the ground like soft mud. Ah, she shrieked. Su Mingyu, this is not over between us. Su tapped her hands, eagerly awaiting the unfolding events. Chen, fueled by determination, sprang up and charged toward Su. However, Su merely sidestepped, and Chen tumbled forward like a ball, landing unceremoniously in a muddy ditch, eliciting a wave of laughter. Once Su boarded the ox cart, Wang Zheng urged the oxen to gallop swiftly, leaving Qin to awkwardly scramble out of the muck. Wang drove the cart directly to the thatched cottage, while the accompanying woman had already disembarked at the village entrance. At this point, he assisted in carrying the grain into the house. Li Jiza offered him a bowl of cool water and expressed his gratitude. Brother Wang, I appreciate your help today. Please stay for a meal. No, thank you. Wang Zheng repeatedly waved his hand, already approaching the ox cart. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Su did not insist. Uncle Wang, may I ride with you to the town tomorrow? Li Yao planned to bring an additional basket of apples, believing that selling 2 baskets would pose no challenge, despite only managing to sell 1 today. Furthermore, Wang Zheng was not one to pry. He had not inquired about what they were selling in the east of the town nor questioned the source of their silver when they purchased so much grain. Wang Zheng was a man of commendable character. Absolutely. Wang agreed without hesitation, proclaiming, I will come by to pick you up tomorrow. Seeing his cheerful demeanor brought joy to Li Yao. Mother, let us prepare breakfast for Uncle Wang in the morning. He has been kind to us, and we should reciprocate. Su affectionately pinched her nose, as you say. In truth, she had the same intention. The grain piled in their sleeping quarters caught the eye of Li Laosi, prompting him to hasten his actions. Today, Xiao Huang paid a visit, assisting him in cutting some bamboo. Initially, the two of them worked beneath the thatched eaves to process the coarse branches. As the sun intensified, he retreated indoors. Now he sits on the straw, skillfully weaving bamboo baskets. Father. Li Yao entered the room and immediately noticed 6 meticulously crafted bamboo baskets, their patterns orderly, and their sizes precisely to her liking. Yao, what do you think? Li Laosi gazed at his daughter with anticipation, pausing his work. Father, they are splendid. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with joy, a radiant smile gracing her face. She promptly produced the remaining money, exclaiming, Look, we have funds now. Li Laosi smiled. You and Yao have worked hard. Once my leg heals, I shall take on the selling. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Li Yao's hair. Yao, you needn't rise early. Sleep a little longer to grow. Father, focus on your recovery. There will be many tasks awaiting you upon your return to health. Indeed, rest easy. Su Shi chided him gently, assisting him from the ground to the bedside. With the baskets you've woven, customers need not search for containers, which greatly aids us. Once you are well, we shall purchase an ox cart, and you can drive it, making our selling endeavors more convenient. Su Shi patted the bamboo shavings from his clothes. Today, we owe much to Brother Wang. Thankfully, he harbors no ulterior motives. This apple is no ordinary item, and it concerns me. Mother, do not fret, Li Yao replied earnestly, cradling the apple. Upon hearing this, Su Shi gradually eased her tension. Short-lived ghost, broom star, money-losing wretch, come out. Upon hearing the cacophony of insults, Li Yao, as if by magic, made all the provisions, apples, and bamboo baskets in the room vanish completely. Li Laosi and his wife were not as astonished anymore, however. The vitriol from outside drained the color from their faces. Chapter 20. Are they not like drowned rats? Old Li felt a profound sense of humiliation, wearing a perpetual scowl throughout the day. The village head, equally helpless, found himself in a predicament, lacking wages and barely managing to secure a meal. He felt he had lost the face to seek assistance. He resolved to abandon the matter, letting them fend for themselves. Su Mingyu, you wretched woman, come out here. Qin seemed possessed, unyielding and undeterred by any threat. The family emerged from their abode, faces grim, as a wave of oppressive heat enveloped them. Li Yao could not help but admire the resolve of the two women confronting them. Even in such sweltering weather, they retained the spirit to hurl insults. Su, hand over the grain. Li's wife boldly proclaimed upon seeing them, as if her demand were a matter of course. Su merely scoffed in response. Li Yao cast her gaze downward, her eyes reflecting an icy indifference. Had she been too lenient? Jize, go summon the village head and the clan leader. I wish to see if they truly acknowledge the law. Li Jize's expression turned frigid at Su's words, and he hurriedly dashed outside. You, the harbinger of misfortune. I am demanding grain from my son. What business is it of yours? Li's wife dismissed the significance of any documents, asserting that as long as she was Li Laoxi's mother, she had the right to request provisions. Moreover, it was said that among the 4 bags of grain, one contained fine rice, a precious commodity. Why should the Laoxi family enjoy better fare than her own? Su chose not to engage in argument, retreating into the house to carry Li Laoxi out. With a few strides, he approached Li Laopozi and unceremoniously dropped Li Laoxi onto the ground. Li Laoxi remarked, My wife improvises during her performances. It is truly difficult for me to keep up. What are you thinking? Chincher shrieked, You have been expelled from every household. Yet you still expect our family to buy medicine for you? Dream on. Humph. Li Yao sat quietly on the threshold, observing their quarrel with a hint of concern for her father's backside, fearing it might blister from the scorching earth. Su Shi had also mastered the art of triumphing over the conflict between Li Laopozi and Chen Shi. She seized a bamboo pole from beneath the eaves and began to strike Chen Shi. With a swing to the left and a swing to the right, she made Chen Shi and Li Laopozi cry out in distress. The two attempted to resist, but it was futile. They could only push each other to shield themselves from the blows. They were driven several dozen meters away from the thatched cottage before they finally caught sight of the tardy village chief and clan leader. Oh my goodness, village chief. You must bring justice for my old woman, cried Li Laopozi, her face bruised and every inch of her body aching, unable to bear even the slightest touch. The village chief gazed distantly at the thatched house and spoke carefully. My poor Tianbao has yet to have a single bite of food today. Even if she cannot pity Tianbao, she should at least show some compassion for her elderly in-laws. They are far too old to endure such hunger. Qin Shi's lamentations caused the newcomers to furrow their brows, but Li Yao intervened. Mother, I have a way to quiet them down, she declared, her large eyes brimming with confidence. Su Shi smiled. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Casting a glance at Li Laoxi, who lay on the bed, she added, I will fetch some water to help your father clean up. Li Yao covered her mouth, seeing the forlorn look in Li Laoxi's eyes as he gazed at his mother, and swiftly ran away. Meanwhile, Li Laopozi continued her wailing, and Chen Shi grew increasingly animated in her complaints. I advise you to cease your wailing. Li Yao's voice rose abruptly. She was petite, forcing her way through the crowd. The old woman's cries came to an abrupt halt. You insolent brat! How uncouth you are! Li Yao's gaze suddenly turned frosty. If this continues, I shall not hesitate to publicize matters at Li Laowu's academy. Let his classmates know just how unrefined his parents truly are. Let his teachers comprehend the nature of the sustenance that enables Li Laowu's studies. I also wouldn't mind drumming for justice at the county office, allowing the magistrate to witness the multitude of sins festering under his jurisdiction. The diminutive figure spoke with resolute clarity, not only causing the old woman to tremble but also rendering Qin Shi speechless. Though she was the mother of Li Tianao, when it came to Li Laowu, everyone else must take a step back. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have envied the grain purchased by the Sioux family. If you dare to go to the school, I shall not let this rest, the old woman threatened. Yet her bravado had clearly diminished. Do you think I would hesitate? With nothing to lose, we are driven to desperation. A glimmer of frost shone in Liao's eyes, indicating her seriousness. Initially, the village head was taken aback by her fierce demeanor, but now he remained composed, recognizing that the Li family had gone too far, forcing a mere girl to adopt such fierceness. All right, old woman. You should both calm down. He intervened tactfully. Your son Laowu is quite learned. Do not let trivial matters lead to greater losses. The severance of ties between your families has already been recorded at the county office. No matter how much you stir up trouble, it will bear no weight. Madame Li had long been scalded by the searing earth, wincing in discomfort as she rose. You little wretch, just wait until our fifth son secures an official position. You shall see how I deal with you. However, that was a matter for another day when he would ascend to power. Li Yao stood with her head held high, a veritable little tyrant. How could one who had never even passed the elementary exams dare to hold an official post? Madame Li stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Mother, do not stoop to her level. Little uncle merely has had a stroke of bad luck. He will surely succeed this year, Chen Shi interjected, seeking to curry favor. Huh. Li Yao scoffed. Raising a pig might yield 2 liang of meat, but sending Li Laowu to study is akin to throwing silver into water, merely to see a few bubbles rise. Ha ha. Li Yao stuck out her tongue and flashed a sweet smile at the village head. Being led home by Li Jiza. Brother, do they not resemble drowned rats? Indeed. Li Jiza's dark eyes sparkled with intensity. One ought to beat the drowned rats. Li Yao expressed a hint of regret. Li Jiza halted, his expression turning serious. We are still too weak. If we push too hard, it may backfire. That is quite astute. Li Yao commended him. For such a young age, he possessed a rather cunning mind. The western sun cast a golden hue across the sky, illuminating the land, yet the heat in the air showed no signs of abating, while the stray weeds along the ridge turned a parched yellow. When would the heavens finally send rain? Li Yao gazed at the sky, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Yaoer, it is time for dinner, came Su Shi's voice from afar. Li Yao's lips curled into a smile. Coming. Her small figure darted across the ridge, infusing the monotonous fields with a touch of vitality. Surely, things would improve, would they not? Chapter 21. Whose territory is in city? Selling apples in baskets proves to be more lucrative. Affluent families, upon seeing the exquisite packaging, occasionally purchase an extra basket or two. With little to occupy his time at the dock, Wang Zheng, upon discussion with Li Yao and Su Shi, decided to employ his ox cart for their needs. Although she could retrieve the apples from the eastern part of town, there was no certainty that curious individuals wouldn't inquire about their origin, thus they steadfastly transported them daily from Qingshan village. Even if someone did ask, they would have a reasonable retort. Each day, they would procure some grain from the granary. The villagers of Qingshan were aware that the fourth family had embarked on a business venture, though most presumed that Su Shi was merely selling the baskets crafted by Li Laoxi. Seeing the family thrive brought a sense of relief to many, however. The old woman Li and Qin continued their incessant cursing, though they no longer dared to confront them directly. One day, after purchasing grain, Su Shi exited the granary. Her brow furrowed in concern. Yaoer, the price of fine rice has soared to 30 yuan per pound. Your mother can't bear to buy it and only purchased a bag of broken rice, which has also risen to 20 yuan per pound. Just as Li Yao finished a candied hawthorn skewer, she decisively exclaimed, Mother, convert all your silver into grain at once. We must not delay. Moments prior, while seated on the ox cart savoring her treat, she had distinctly observed a significant reduction in the number of townsfolk. Those remaining hurried along, their faces smeared with dust, as if burdened by some grave concern. The street vendors had dwindled to just a few. The overall atmosphere could be encapsulated in 2 words: desolation. Su Shi, feeling the weight of her coin pouch, hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded. Mother, go back in and buy. You wait a moment. Wang Zheng, brushing his clothing, glanced at the little one and mused, do you think uncle should prepare a bit more grain as well? Influenced by the two women, he couldn't shake off a foreboding sense of impending doom, yet he found himself at a loss to articulate the reason behind it. Has prolonged interaction with women reduced one's concerns to merely the matter of hunger? Uncle is indeed astute. Today the price is 30 won per pound. Yet tomorrow it may rise to 40. If the 2 acres of land belonging to Uncle yield a bountiful harvest this year, there would be no need for hoarding. Wang Zheng, upon hearing this, dashed into the grain shop. The young girl there remarked nonsensically that the fields this year were smoldering. His 2 acres would yield not even half a pound of grain. He certainly did not wish to starve. Later, he felt immensely grateful for his sagacious decision, for the subsequent day brought chaos. Alas, has the Fourth's family truly purchased so much grain? Will they ever consume it all? Brown rice has reached 18 won per pound. If one does not buy now, they shall be left with naught. Wang Zheng exclaimed to the crowd, Aunt Wu, I advise you not to overthink this. I procured this grain, my fields have failed, and I refuse to perish from hunger. Wang Zheng boldly gestured toward the grain on the cart, noting that even a single bag would scarcely last him a few days. The crowd was well aware of Wang Zheng's appetite and did not doubt his words. Make way. I must store this in a place where others cannot find it. Who knows if envy might arise? With a flick of his whip, the ox galloped forward. Before long, the entire Qingshan village was abuzz with news of Wang Zheng's grain purchase and the exorbitant prices in town. Many sharp-minded individuals seized the night to procure some for themselves. Old Li's house had finally been repaired with 2 rooms, temporarily accommodating residents. At that moment, he lay in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze when he heard Old Li's wife rush in with alarm. Old man, something terrible has happened. Old Li, with a look of disdain, furrowed his brow, keeping his eyes half-closed as he swayed in his rocking chair. The old man, Li, was shaken by his wife, who expressed her excitement over the soaring grain prices. Her enthusiasm did not stem from a fear of scarcity, but rather from the fact that the Li family had stored 3,000 jin of grain, finally poised to profit from the price hike. Cunningly, Li had excavated a cellar beneath their main house, concealing their food supplies within. When their home had previously caught fire, he had been irate. Yet since the cellar remained untouched, he did not pursue the matter further. While he had indeed harbored suspicions towards the Su family, he found the Chen family to be more dubious. After all, the Chen was rather careless in her tasks, and it was highly likely that a spark left in the kitchen by her negligence had ignited the blaze. My dear, I have heard that the price of polished rice has surged to 30 won per jin. Our stored paddy can yield at least 2,000 jin. We shall strike it rich. Li's wife whispered, though her joy was impossible to contain. Silence. Li retorted sharply. I need to ponder this. Tomorrow morning, I shall head to the town to confer with the eldest. What more is there to discuss? Who knows if prices will ever drop again? Li's wife fretted, for this was indeed a substantial sum. Such a narrow-minded view. Li scolded without mercy. You know nothing. I will assess the situation in the town before making any decisions. Do not divulge our grain storage to the 3rd daughter-in-law. She has a loose tongue. If the rain continues to elude us, we may face a harvestless year, and grain prices are bound to rise further. He squinted thoughtfully. Acting too hastily would be unwise. Once the price reaches 50 won per jin, we shall sell. The polished rice we mill will provide us with leftover broken rice and brown rice for our own consumption. This year, upon passing the childhood examination, the 5th son shall be eligible to take the scholar's test, subsequently participating in the imperial examination, and with this sum of silver, it is fortuitously sufficient. Old Li had resolved firmly, disregarding the anxious fretfulness of his wife. Humph, the old crone thinks she can deceive me, Chen whispered softly. Father, mother, it's time for dinner. She emerged from the kitchen with a cheerful smile. Old Li shot a glare at his wife before rising. Observing that Chen did not seem perturbed by what she had overheard, he felt a sense of relief. Li Laosi had recovered considerably. The wounds on his legs had scabbed over. After dinner, the family sat outside, tending to the bamboo strips. Although the heat was stifling, the warmth and comfort of togetherness made it bearable. Young Li Yao often faced exclusion due to her tender age, being prohibited from labor. Thus, she would occasionally bring out icy treats or haul out a large watermelon. The tranquility of the mountains enveloped them from afar. Anyone approaching along the path would be easily visible without alarming the family. Just as she finished her icy treat, a refreshing chill coursed through her, and she spotted someone riding towards them. It was brother Zhu Wu. Li Laosi gazed dreamily, for he too could ride, though his leg injury had yet to heal. Laosi. Zhu Wu dismounted and dragged down 2 bundles of grain from his horse. Brother Wu, have a bowl of cool water first. Su poured a bowl of water from the kitchen. Zhu Wu drank it down in one go, relishing its chill. The cooled boiled water at home was often enhanced with a few ice cubes by Li Yao, making it especially refreshing. I drew a few taels of silver from the escort agency. I initially intended to give you the silver, but then decided it would be better to purchase grain instead. Zhu Wu said jovially, plopping down beside Li Laosi. His dark eyes sparkled. Brother Wu, was this escort particularly exhausting? Li Laosi inquired with concern. Chen Jie's speculation proved accurate. During his recent trip to Anqing, he had heard some intriguing news. Zhu Wu pressed his lips together. Do you know whose Fifanqing is? Chapter 22, Release my brother. The entire family turned their gaze towards Zhu Wu. The Southern King, he continued. It is said that the emperor is truly incapacitated, and now the second prince wields power. The second prince intends to eliminate the Southern King, which is why the Southern King is stockpiling grain in preparation for a desperate battle. But the Southern King is his own uncle, Li Laosi murmured. Who knows? Zhu Wu sighed. Anqing is merely a few days' journey from here. If war breaks out, we will likely be affected as well. Hearing that the Southern King was benevolent, it was said that he chose Anqing to honor Emperor. He would not have turned against him unless he was pushed to the brink. Li Jiza spoke coldly, his expression composed. Ahem. Li Jiza noticed everyone looking at him with peculiar expressions, especially his younger sister, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. What a fine lad. If the Li family were to send you to study, that would be something. Unfortunately, they seem to have dirt in their eyes. Zhu Wu praised him heartily. Li Laosi felt a wave of shame. Father will certainly send you to study in the future. Mother is also working hard. Su Shi gently ruffled Li Jiza's hair. Let us not dwell on that, Li Jiza said, his ears reddening. Uncle Wu, what are your plans? I must discuss it with my father, Zhu Wu replied, not daring to be presumptuous. He turned to Li Laosi. In any case, we should make preparations early. Zhu Wu took the grain that had been sent, as Su Shi adamantly refused to accept it, insisting that they had enough provisions for the family. The setting sun cast elongated shadows upon the ground. Jiza, do you have any thoughts? Li Laosi inquired of his son. If what Uncle Wu has said is true, then our safety here is compromised, Li Jiza remarked. The south is perilous. We can venture north. Li Yao interjected. People of this era are often reluctant to abandon their roots. Persuading them to leave their native land is exceedingly difficult. North? Li Laosi murmured. Father, trees perish when moved, yet people thrive when they do. Knowing the danger that lurks here, shall we merely wait for death? Your father does not mean it that way, Su Shi clarified for Li Laosi. It is said that the north is plagued by fierce winds and abundant snow, lacking the prosperity of the south. However, with the world descending into chaos, battles will erupt everywhere, with the powerful vying for fertile lands. If we take the opposite course, perhaps we may find a way to survive. Heading northwest or northeast might help us evade the turmoil. But if we head south, the war will be merciless, a guaranteed dead end. I do not wish to become a victim of the blade. Moreover, the rumors of the northwest and northeast being barren stem from generations of isolation and misinformation. I concur with my sister's sentiments, Li Jiza added. Places free from conflict may be harsh, yet they pose no threat to our lives. Wherever my sister goes, I shall follow. Li Jiyun raised her small hand, declaring, I will protect my sister, and I will share my bread with her. Su chuckled, saying that it may not necessarily lead to war. Why worry so much at such a tender age? If conflict does arise, our parents will surely protect you. When the time comes, we will heed the guidance of the celestial beings. Wherever they advise us to go, we shall follow. She believed that relying on a readily available celestial being would surely be wise. I trust your mother's words, Li Laosi proclaimed as he split the bamboo strips, affirming his position. Li Yao was unexpectedly inundated with dog food, feeling a pang of disappointment as she took out a bag of potato chips, sharing them joyfully with her elder brothers, each taking a piece. The following day, upon returning to the medical clinic for a follow-up, Li Yao and Su Shi proceeded, as usual, to the eastern town to deliver apples. Sister-in-law, I have finally been waiting for you, the eager buyer from the first household in the eastern town exclaimed. Uncle Qin, what seems to be the matter? Li Yao, noticing his anxious demeanor, initially feared there was an issue with the apples. The buyer explained. It is this. Our family is preparing to visit the capital for family matters and will be leaving this afternoon. Therefore, would it be possible to have all the apples delivered before noon as previously arranged? He spoke with a hint of regret, adding, if you cannot provide that many, could you sell me the ones you currently have? Of course, Su Shi promptly agreed. Li Yao, however, remained cautious. Uncle Qin, why the rush? We still have 400 or 500 apples, but it would be difficult to transport them all at once. Perhaps we could deliver them first thing tomorrow? That won't do. Qin, the buyer, replied, but quickly realized his tone was too harsh. I mean, our family is in a hurry to leave for the capital and cannot afford any delays. The apples were specifically requested by the family, and the more, the better. Su Shi glanced at her daughter and, seeing her nod in agreement, added, we still need to stop by the medical clinic to pick up my husband. That is no trouble at all, Qin replied hastily, and soon he summoned a carriage. It was only later that Li Yao learned the family's surname was Qin, with their main branch residing in the capital, where one of their relatives held a notable official position. However, she could not gather any further details. Yet, the luxurious carriage sent by the Qin household indicated their considerable wealth. This was her first experience riding in such a vehicle, and it was far more comfortable than a bullock cart. The Qin family departed with such urgency, undoubtedly having received some forewarning. It appears they too must take their leave. Li Laosi and Su Shi scrutinized the horse-drawn carriage, sensing something inexplicably unusual. In these times, the wealthy are willing to go to great lengths for a mere morsel of food. Observing their daughter's carefree demeanor, they felt almost inadequate in comparison to her worldly wisdom. Su Shi attributed this to the belief that their daughter, being a disciple of a celestial being, had witnessed far more than they ever could. The carriage swiftly traversed through Qingshan village, soon disappearing from sight. Many onlookers were startled, peering out and gathering in clusters. Was it headed to Li Laosi's residence? Indeed, it emerged from the abode of Li Laosi. Ever since the fourth branch of the Li family severed ties, they seemed to flourish increasingly. Qin Shi scoffed, deriding their pretentiousness. Once the grain was sold, they too could procure a carriage. Others perceived Qin Shi's remarks as steeped in envy. You're the one who's doomed, while my father is thriving. Li Jiyun huffed indignantly, hands on her hips. You wretched little scoundrel, born of a mother yet lacking guidance, how dare you insult me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Qin Shi rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike. Having been struck by Su Shi several times, she seized this opportunity to vent her frustrations. Li Jiyun turned and fled, exclaiming, You're the one lacking maternal guidance, spewing filth from your mouth, and bullying children. Qin Shi, intent on delivering punishment, paid no heed to reason and swiftly pursued Li Jiyun, kicking her to the ground and pinning her to the earth, raising her hand to strike. Let go of my brother. Li Jiza tugged desperately at her, attempting to pull her away. Yet, how could two frail children contend against Qin Shi's strength? Li Jiza was thrown aside by her, landing a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. You little wretches, I will kill you. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. Chapter 23, Chen's Demise. Chin was startled by the voice, but upon recognizing Zhu Wu, her fear dissipated. I am educating my nephew. What concern is it of yours? Zhu Wu approached and kicked Chin aside. You seek death. With some martial prowess. His kick struck Chen's chest with the force of a shattering stone. Nearby, someone had already lifted Li Jiyun and Li Jiza, while another rushed to inform Su Shi. Elder brother, second brother. Without needing her intervention, Su Shi had already mounted Chin, unleashing all her strength in a relentless barrage upon her head. It was only after Chin spat out several bloody teeth that she finally collapsed in exhaustion. Zaire, Yunar. Su Shi fell beside her sons, weeping uncontrollably. Li Yao's heart twisted with pain, her gaze upon Chin reminiscent of a corpse. She would not let Chin escape, absolutely not. Li Yao instructed Su Shi to close the door and retrieved a medical kit from her space, tending to the wounds of her two brothers. The second brother was in a more severe state, his face swollen like a bun, with blood seeping beneath his left eyelid, bruised and crimson. The elder brother's face was also swollen, his elbows and knees scraped, every movement eliciting a symphony of pain throughout his body. Mother, it will be fine. We've already taken the medicine. Su Shi sobbed softly, while Li Laosi sat nearby, raking his hair in distress. After offering a few words of comfort, Li Yao stealthily slipped out the door. The path that once spanned several hundred meters now felt insurmountable. With each step, pain radiated throughout her body. Chin. Li Yao blocked her path forward. Step aside, you little wretch. Chin shot her a scathing glance, completely dismissing her presence. You are at death's door. Her words were as frigid as ice. Despite her injuries, Chin was unafraid. She did not perceive a 5-year-old child as a threat. You wretched girl. Do you wish to end up like Lu Mao? Unbeknownst to her, those words hastened her demise. Suddenly, a figure darted towards her with astonishing speed, akin to the blink of an eye. Thud. Blood erupted from Chen's chest, blooming like a flower. Looking down, she discovered a dagger embedded in her heart. You. She gazed into the girl's eyes, which glimmered with an icy chill, slicing through the heart like a cold blade. Chin met her end, pierced by Li Yao's dagger. Too late to regret her actions. Li Yao stowed her away, intending to find a suitable place to dispose of her later. The carriage sped past without pause. It seemed they had not noticed. Li Yao felt a wave of relief as she emerged from behind the tree. Not far along, she noticed the carriage had halted at the entrance of the Li family home, prompting her to sneak around to the back. I must check this first, spoke a middle-aged man clad in satin. Master Steward, do you still not trust me? Was this the long-absent elderly? Li Yao had a vague recollection of him, having seen him only a few times in her youth, making it difficult to recall clearly. However, his appearance and tone confirmed his identity. This is the rule. The master steward showed no deference. Elderly appeared somewhat disgruntled. Elder, the steward's request is reasonable. Let us proceed to inspect the goods. It was Elderly who attempted to mediate. Li Yao, half leaning out of the window, observed with keen interest. Li Lauda and the old man Li lifted the bed, revealing a smooth stone slab, after which the old man Li moved aside a central stone slab. Father, I can go down by myself, Li Lauda said. Since we are verifying the goods, I shall accompany you. The master of this grain is notoriously stringent, otherwise they would not offer such a high price of 40 coins. The chief steward was evidently meticulous. It's rice. Li Yao surmised the situation. The old woman Li was harsh. The original family had never enjoyed a meal of white rice. Yet, they managed to store grain and even sell it, showcasing their ruthlessness. However, at this moment, selling the grain indicated a desperate need for money over life. Shortly after, someone emerged from below. Isn't it splendid, steward? Li Lauda beamed. Not bad, the chief steward replied, his demeanor softening somewhat. I will send a cart to collect it shortly. Li Lauda, wishing to maintain politeness, suggested, it's a hot day. Why not have a simple meal before departing? No need for that. The chief steward firmly declined, producing 2 silver ingots. This is a deposit. The remainder will be settled once the weighing is complete. Excellent. Li Laoda was overjoyed, eagerly cradling the silver ingots and obsequiously escorting the steward out. "Father, had we known he would be so agreeable, we ought to have demanded a higher price." The old man Li weighed the ingots, cautioning, "I fear you won't have the chance to spend it." Humph. Today's market conditions in town have shown him that grain prices will undoubtedly rise further. In such desperation, some may resort to extreme measures for a mere bite to eat. He currently lacks the means to guard this grain. Conversely, it may become a source of calamity. Selling it at this price is not a loss. Father, it is not as grave as you suggest. Li Laoda replied dismissively. Once the harvest from the fields is collected, I shall summon the steward to gather it. With more than 20 acres of land at home, yielding 200 jin per mu, we could harvest 4,000 to 5,000 jin. That is all silver. Li Laotu shot him a glare. Let us speak of it later. Ever since the fourth son's family severed ties, he had been solely responsible for the fields. The heat had intensified, and the irrigation ditches had run dry. Not only were the seedlings failing to thrive, but even the weeds were struggling. Just days prior, large patches of seedlings had withered away. If the fourth son were still here, he could fetch water from the river for irrigation. Stay here for the next few days and tend to the fields, he ordered. Father, I cannot be absent from the tavern even for a day. You know how arduous my work in the accounts is, Li Laoda protested, resorting to a well-worn excuse. He had no intention of engaging in such laborious tasks as fetching water. Let us not dwell on this for now. The chief steward is coming to collect the grain, and it will require considerable effort. Let us first have a hearty meal. I brought half a roast goose for you to enjoy with your wine. Li Laotu nodded. Sealing the floor. Come over and help lift it. Father, they are arriving momentarily. There is no need to seal it, as it is a waste of energy. Li Yao chuckled to himself, realizing this was merely benefiting her. She swiftly slipped through a small window and descended into the cellar. Blast it! This old man is just like Yang Bailao. In the cellar, 2 enormous baskets were stacked high, filled with golden grains, each kernel plump and evidently meticulously selected. No wonder Li Lapa claimed it could yield 2,000 jin of fine rice. Truly a genuine treasure. This was all of Father's hard work. Since it belonged to Father, there was no need to leave any behind. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Li Yao made 2 enormous baskets vanish into thin air. A glance at the corner revealed a few remaining hoes and rakes, which she swiftly collected as well. She could only hope that they would not be too astonished. Li Yao was in high spirits, having eliminated a nuisance and added 3,000 pounds of grain to her home. She could not help but hum a tune along the little path. Yaoer, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a figure dismounted from a horse behind her. Uncle Wu. Li Yao called out, I'm just taking a breath of fresh air. If you believe that, then it must be true. Li Yao lowered her head. The town was in chaos and all the clinics had shut their doors. Uncle Wu is useless. He hasn't brought back a doctor. Zhu Wu quickly mounted his horse and urged, let us go. Uncle Wu, has Anqing fallen into turmoil? Li Yao inquired, tilting her head. Can the Southern King hold his ground? Residents of Anqing had fled to the town, creating utter disarray. Fourth brother, gather the essentials. We must prepare to escape. Zhu Wu dismounted, his expression tense. The town is already in turmoil and I couldn't find a single doctor. 2 grain shops have been looted. And some wealthy families have fled with their entire households. Casting a glance at Zaire and Yuner, who had both awakened, she asked, Are you both all right? Susher hurriedly replied, I applied some herbal medicine. They are much better now. That is good news. Hurry and prepare. With a family of injured members, they could not be left unattended. Having more men around would provide some assistance when needed. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Susher's eyes were red, her hand trembling slightly as it rested on Li Yao's shoulder. I will inform you if anything arises. Zhu Wu departed swiftly, like a gust of wind. As the head of the family, what should we do? Sue's composure faltered, and she could not help but weep. Li Laosi patted her hand, expressing his remorse for being a burden to them. Attempting to rise, he found himself unable to do so, while Li Yao continued, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray. "Father," Li Yao exclaimed, rushing to assist him. "Father, you mustn't exert yourself. Mother, please cease your tears." For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an overwhelming heat, more intense than on any previous day. It was clear that staying was no longer an option, for the threat of war loomed ever closer. "Thus, we must depart." And without delay, as Li Yao spoke, she glanced at Li Laoxi's injured foot. In truth, he was recovering quite well. If he could rest peacefully, he might be able to attempt walking within a month. Recently, she had procured some medicinal pills for treating fractures from her face, ensuring that Li Laoxi took them with each meal. Coupled with his naturally robust constitution, he would heal swiftly. "Yaoer," Li Laoxi said, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Let your mother take you away first. I will come to find you once my leg has healed." "How can you say such a thing, Li Weiyan? Is this how a father behaves? To expect your wife to manage 3 children alone? Are you trying to exhaust her?" Su suddenly erupted in anger, her eyes now brimming with tears. "Yaoer, tell me, what shall we do?" "I shall follow your lead." "Should we consult your celestial master?" She lowered her voice timidly. "If we can survive this ordeal, I will surely craft a golden statue in his honor and pay homage day and night." "Mother, that's unnecessary." "And what of my brothers?" Li Yao glanced at her 2 elder brothers. "I will listen to my sister." "So will I." With that, Li Yao smiled at her family and began to gather the items she intended to take. "Mother, you should head to the carpenter's house in the village right away to see if there's a ready-made wooden cart available for purchase." "I will go at once," Su promptly responded, taking the silver and heading out the door. "Eldest brother, you should wait for news at the village chief's house." "Second brother, you." Li Yao looked at Li Jiyun and decided, "Never mind, you should first calm your expression." "What about me?" Li Laoxi felt a surge of embarrassment. "Father, please weave 2 large baskets. It will make it easier to carry things later." All right. Li Laoxi quickly set to work. As long as he could be of use, he felt less like a burden. Just moments ago, his wife had scolded him, not out of disdain, but out of concern for not wanting to abandon him. He had foolishly thought himself noble, unwilling to drag everyone down. Little did he realize that such thoughts only hurt them more. "Please let things get better soon," Li Laoxi silently pleaded, tears brimming in his eyes. As evening fell, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder, booming ominously. Startled, Li Yao gathered the family's clothes and bedding. And upon hearing the thunder, she rushed outside to observe the sky. Half of it had turned dark, ominous clouds looming low, while the mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder struck the hillside not far away. "It's going to rain." Li Yao sensed that once the rain began, it would not cease easily. Perhaps, even before the battle commenced, they would be besieged by floods. Actually, Qingshan village was rich in water resources. The town's dock was connected to a grand canal, ensuring that even after 3 months of drought, the villagers would not suffer from a lack of drinking water. The village is intersected by numerous ditches. Yet due to the low water level of the canal and the elevated position of Qingshan village, the river fails to flow in. With the heavens refusing to bless the land with rain, the fields are parched and cracked. In previous years, during times of normalcy, the rains would nourish the crops. And villagers never considered dredging the small rivers. They relied solely on nature's bounty. Suddenly, without warning, heavy droplets began to pour from the sky, each drop falling in rapid succession, swiftly transforming into a torrential downpour. Li Yao quickly fetched a towel for her to dry her head and suggested changing her clothes before anything else. Where had Zaire gone? Susher noticed the absence of her eldest son and was suddenly reminded of those tumultuous years during the apocalypse, when the weather was erratic, endless sunshine for half a year followed by incessant rain for the other half. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to those times, albeit less severe. "Mother will handle the cleanup. You take a rest." Although they had recently moved, they had already accumulated numerous essentials, such as pots, dishes, and various provisions. She planned to store the lighter items that took up space outside while keeping the rest hidden away for future needs. Susher nodded and decided to move the table and chairs inside, though her mother was reluctant to part with them. Li Yao chuckled, suggesting, "Shall we take a few of Father S. bamboo poles? If it wouldn't trouble the immortal." Li Laosi appeared quite eager. "Let us pack everything that our parents are unwilling to leave behind." Li Yao responded cheerfully. "In any case, we shall travel light." Merely putting on a FAA for outsiders. Initially, I thought it would suffice for our family to depart together, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Yao, your Uncle Zhu Wu has been steadfastly loyal to your father over the years. Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang, along with De Huang and Xiao Huang, have also consistently supported us. Even your Uncle Wang Zheng has proven to be quite a good man. Moreover, father speaks wisely. These individuals are indeed quite admirable. Li Yao interrupted him, cautioning, "You must not harbor any fondness for those from the Li family." Li Laoxi's face flushed as he replied, "No, father does not. That is for the best." Li Yao cast a sidelong glance at Li Laoxi. "You must refrain from being overly sentimental. Surely, you have not been misled." Fortunately, Li Laoxi did not disappoint her. "I meant the clan leader and the others. They are also quite fond of us." Chapter 25. The Li family's predicament. The rain poured relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Susher had just intended to go to the village chief's house to retrieve Li Jiza when there was a knock at the door. 3 drenched individuals entered. "This rain is simply too heavy," Zhu Wu grumbled, removing his raincoat and hanging it under the eaves. Susher stepped forward to assist Li Jiza in shedding his wet garments and fetched clean towels for the 3 to dry themselves off. "Yuna is looking much better," the village chief remarked, gently ruffling Li Jiyun's hair. "Qinshi is truly ruthless. How could she be so cruel to such a small child?" He sighed, accepting the tea that Susher brought, gulping it down in one go. Just moments ago, the old Li family encountered a serious mishap, and now Qinshi has vanished. Zhu Xing scanned the room with a discerning eye, noticing that Li Laoxi's family maintained their composure and reacted with indifference, which put him at ease. Li Yao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The significant incident concerning the Li family was likely Qinshi's disappearance. She nestled beside Li Laoxi, occasionally offering him a small bamboo strip, her obedient demeanor completely at odds with any connection to the Li family's troubles. That old woman from the Li family went mad, running to our house, begging my father for help to find Qinshi, claiming that they had lost their grain. Can you guess how much she said was missing? Zhu Wu's face contorted with anger, displaying his utter disdain. She lamented the loss of 3,000 pounds of superior rice, fearing she had lost her sanity. In such torrential rain, she hadn't even donned her raincoat, yet rushed over, weeping and wailing, claiming that the Qin family had stolen their grain and fled. 3,000 pounds? Su cast a sidelong glance at her daughter and, maintaining her composure, remarked, "When we were at the Li household, being able to have a bowl of brown rice and sweet potato porridge was a rare act of mercy from old Lady Li. If they truly possessed such an abundance of rice, they wouldn't be lamenting their poverty daily and mistreating us. They often claimed that after paying taxes on the crops, there was hardly anything left, and with so many mouths to feed, saving any grain was entirely impossible." Li Laoxi gently held Li Yao's small hand and pressed it reassuringly. Li Yao smiled up at him, untroubled by the possibility of being discovered. The subtle protection from her parents enveloped her in warmth. However, old Lady Li insisted vehemently that the family possessed 3,000 pounds of grain, and just as we arrived, several bullock carts were bustling about in the Li courtyard. "Indeed, those are the grain transporters sent by the chief merchant from town," Li Jiza stated calmly, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. "What does this have to do with the Qin family? What relevance does it hold for her? The Qin matriarch is long gone, lying within her space. Truly a stroke of misfortune, heh. Ugh, will this Qin woman taint her space? She must be disposed of promptly." The village head regarded Li Yao with admiration, acknowledging that such a young individual posed the most pertinent questions. It was indeed peculiar that the Qin family had vanished without a trace. coinciding with the sudden disappearance of the Li family's grain. Thus, old Lady Li firmly accused the Chen family of colluding with outsiders to steal the grain. Had I known it would come to this, I should have tampered with the scene. However, given the Li family's nature, suspicion would fall on anyone without the need for evidence. They failed to consider how the Chen family could possibly steal 3,000 pounds of grain right under everyone's noses. Regardless, Li Yao curled her lips. How could her third aunt be so despicable as to steal from her grandparents? Li Jiza remarked, "Sister, how can you speak ill of yourself? If things could vanish into thin air, who else could be responsible but you?" He didn't need to ponder further. He could easily guess the mastermind behind it all. Yet, it felt rather satisfying. Witnessing the Li family's plight, he felt nothing but exhilaration, devoid of any sympathy. Alas, they have reaped what they sowed. They still harbored hopes of selling the grain, oblivious to the fact that not a single grain could be purchased outside. They remained unaware that they had invited trouble into their own home. The village chief said, "Old Fourth, we have come to ask if you would like to accompany us. Though I am the chief of Qingshan village, we belong to the Zhu clan. We intend to seek refuge with our distant relatives." Li Laosi opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat, and he remained silent for a long while. He understood the village chief's goodwill. In times of great peril, even those sharing the same surname may not lend a helping hand, especially considering he had children to care for and was injured and limping. He cast a grateful glance at Zhu Wu, this righteous brother. Seeing Li Laosi's silence, the village chief continued, "I understand your concerns, but Wu grew up alongside you. I treat you as I do him. In fact, there are several households in the village planning to leave with us. Although not sharing the same surname, we have coexisted for many years and cannot bear to part ways. Of course, the Li family must have their own plans, if you wish to join them. That is acceptable." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging that the Li clan also possesses its merits. Outside, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and the night was so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of them. "What a deluge! Are we at risk of being flooded?" Li Yao remarked, standing by the window with a chair. The dim light within barely illuminated the eaves. The rainwater gathered, merrily flowing down the narrow drainage channel, rushing forward while the water behind struggled to catch up, playfully intertwining. Zhu Xing squeezed beside her, first glancing at the conditions outside before casting his gaze upon the petite figure beside him. She should not possess such keen perceptiveness. Surely, she spoke in jest. Had she not uttered those words, he might have nearly forgotten the great flood from 15 years prior. That year, just like today, the rain fell relentlessly for 7 days, ultimately overwhelming the Grand Canal, prompting the authorities to open the sluice gates. Countless towns and counties downstream were submerged. That year, corpses lay scattered and many lives were lost. So much time has passed, yet the echoes of sorrow began to stir within his heart once more. Sensing his melancholy, Li Yao inquired, "Grandfather, have you ever witnessed such a heavy rain?" Zhu Xing nodded. "Father, mother, let us move to the mountains. The water cannot reach us there." With that, she playfully dashed into Su's embrace. Indeed, the Zhu family was exceptionally kind, and her heart was not untouched by their generosity. However, the path ahead appeared uncertain. And as the Zhu family sought refuge with distant relatives, what reason did they have to intrude upon them? Moreover, it appears that the conflict may not escalate to this extent. The flood is undoubtedly imminent. The pressing concern is to evade the impending deluge. As for the future, we shall see. Her words served as a reminder to the village chief. With his astute nature, he would surely arrive at a more prudent decision. Their family would refrain from involvement. Since the entire family heeded her counsel, her words encountered no dissent. He lowered his gaze, acknowledging that his leg had yet to fully heal. Accompanying them would only be a burden. "Uncle Zhu, we cannot allow our family to jeopardize everyone else." With a sigh, Zhu Xing conceded, "Well, since the rain shows no sign of abating, you ought to deliberate on your course of action." In truth, he had recently wavered in his resolve. Embarking with so many to seek refuge with distant relatives rendered the future uncertain. Furthermore, the peculiar intensity of the rain had sounded an alarm in his mind. The zoo father and son rose and plunged into the encroaching darkness. The torrential rain roared like a ferocious beast, devouring the tranquility of Qingshan village. Chapter 26. The fourth family and Wang Zheng had departed the following day. The rain showed no signs of diminishing. The drainage ditch outside appeared to have ceased flowing. Li Yao stood at the rear window, gazing at the distant, majestic mountains. Through the rain, those mountains were barely discernible, shrouded in a thick veil, rendering them both mysterious and daunting. Fourth. Wang Zheng arrived driving an ox cart, sheltered only by a rain hat. Impatient by nature, he removed his hat and stood beneath the eaves, shaking off the rainwater before finally entering the house. I heard from the village chief that you plan to venture into the mountains and not join the others? Li Laosi nodded slightly. In that case, I shall accompany you into the mountains. I have no relatives. I can go wherever I please. He flashed a grin at Li Yao. I observe that your leg injury has not yet healed, and the mountain path is quite treacherous. I possess ample strength and can carry you. Wang Zheng. There is no need for such gestures, Li Laosi hesitated. After all these years, you need not dwell on the past. Is there more to the story? Li Yao glanced at the two of them. Throughout the years, Wang Zheng had shown exceptional care for her family, though she remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Alas! Why are you being so sentimental now? Wang Zheng replied with impatience. Indeed, if it weren't for you back then, I might have been beaten to death by old Li. Now, spare me the fuss. Consider this as a repayment of your kindness. I find you particularly displeasing at the moment. What is a grown man being so sentimental for? You are injured and limping. How can you possibly climb the cold peak? Afraid of burdening others, yet unconcerned about burdening your wife and children? It's pointless to reason with you. It seems your leg is not the only thing impaired. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue. Regardless, I shall accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If you fear being indebted to me, then you can cover my meals in the future. I truly detest cooking. What business does a man have in the kitchen? The Li family was left speechless. I even brought the ox cart. He chuckled as he spoke. For their belongings were all piled atop. What else can be done? One must simply accept it. Moreover, Wang Zheng is of good character, just as his name suggests, embodying integrity. When selling apples in town, he never asked for anything in return. He only helped unload the baskets and left. So, what do you think, little Yao? Wang Zheng was resolute in his decision to stay, and Li Laosi had no choice but to acquiesce. It is merely a matter concerning a cucumber, yet it is something you shall remember for a lifetime. I am equally famished. Who would have thought that your father, or rather, old Li, would threaten to sever my hand? Fortunately, at that moment, you claimed it was you who had picked it for me. However, I must say, you seem to have endured quite the beating yourself. Ha ha. Wang Zheng seamlessly integrated into their ranks. By midday, the rain had lessened slightly, though only by a fraction. Without further ado, they prepared to venture into the mountains. Qingshan village is nestled beside a range of mountains, the adjacent peaks bearing the name Qingshan, followed by a dozen nameless summits, the furthest of which is called Canling Peak. It is said that, aside from Qingshan, no one has ever ventured into the mountains beyond. This is partly due to the ancient superstitions surrounding deep forests, and partly due to the numerous ominous tales that have circulated. It is said that the last location where a vanished army was seen was precisely Qingshan. Li Yao's family possessed little, and their belongings were all accommodated in that tricycle. Wang Zheng's ox cart only took up half the space. They cleared out the front section, laid down straw, and placed a mattress atop it for Li Laosi to sit upon. Li Yao retrieved several raincoats from her storage space, ensuring her family donned them before layering their outer garments with ponchos to keep them dry. Regrettably, she could not extend this courtesy to Wang Zheng. A narrow path leads up Qingshan, barely wide enough for the ox cart to traverse. Following this trail poses little danger, but once they cross Qingshan, the second mountain leads directly into the depths of the forest at the village's entrance. A hemp rope was tied to the back of the ox cart, pulling the tricycle along. Su merely needed to steer, applying force occasionally. Thus, the 6 of them set forth. Meanwhile, many villagers of Qingshan remained watchful, observing the unfolding scene. In just a day's time, the waters in Qingshan village have risen to the roads, with some low-lying areas already inundated at the doorsteps of homes. The village's drainage has become ineffective, as the waters from the Grand Canal have overflowed their banks. Concerns over warfare have faded into the background, replaced by fervent prayers for the rain to cease. The heavens seem to exact vengeance, unleashing torrents with increasing ferocity. During the night, several prominent figures from the village gathered at the home of the village head, including the patriarch of the Li family and a few elder men. Among them was the aged Li elder, who appeared even more frail than before. The previous drought had left the crops wilting, yet there was still a glimmer of hope for a harvest. However, the relentless downpour over the past 3 days has extinguished any remaining optimism. The fields are now submerged, a vast expanse of water devoid of any green. The harvest is lost. Mysteriously, the food supplies at home have vanished. Not only has the deposit to the chief steward been refunded, but an additional 5 taels of silver have been paid as compensation. The chief steward, with unknown resources, has caused the eldest son to be dismissed from his position. To compound these misfortunes, the wife of the 3rd son has also gone missing, leaving behind several small children who weep for their parents daily. There is nothing more exasperating than this. Village head, the patriarch of the Li family began. Though we share the surname Li, our 2 families have lived together for decades, and your character commands the utmost respect from the elders. This time, whatever you decide, we shall follow. The Li family patriarch took the lead in expressing his sentiments, and the other families nodded in agreement. Zhu Sheng, resting his forehead in his hand, sighed deeply. To be honest, we initially believed war was imminent, and our Zhu family had already made plans to seek refuge with distant relatives. However, it seems we must reconsider our course of action. He turned to the Li family patriarch and asked, "Do you still remember the Great Flood from 15 years ago?" A wave of fear washed over everyone present. What could the village head possibly mean? In truth, the decision to release the floodwaters years ago was not a directive from the imperial court. Rather, it was the officials of the Grand Canal who unilaterally opened the sluice gates. This revelation struck like a thunderous wave. Old Patriarch Li emphatically struck his cane, exclaiming, "Indeed, how heartless! They disregard the lives of the common people. Please, do not be so agitated." Zhu Shen interjected soothingly. "I am now fearful of a repetition of past events. Once the gates are opened, we are surely doomed to flood. 3rd Master, do you recall which areas nearby were spared from flooding back then?" 3rd Master stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The mountains behind us were untouched. However, the floodwaters arrived with such ferocity that many were unable to ascend in time and were swept away. In reality, the 4th Old and Wang Zheng had already departed." The village chief cast a sidelong glance at Old Li, who had been restless throughout the night. Where could they have gone? At this time, safety lies only beyond the city walls. 3rd Master expressed his concerns. "Ungrateful wretches." Old Li exhaled with disdain, cursing, "They didn't even bother to inform me. Only thinking of their own escape. Enough. Silence yourself." 3rd Master retorted angrily. "Where could they possibly be? This is far too perilous." Chapter 27. The mountain flood erupts. We must descend the mountain. The village chief cast a lingering glance at Old Li. In the dead of night, fierce winds howled and rain lashed down. Zhu Sheng felt no inclination for sleep, an ominous feeling gnawing at him. He summoned his son, ignited a torch, and, armed with a gong, dashed through the village despite the torrential downpour. He could wait no longer and resolved to migrate to the mountain immediately. The Zhu family was robust and plentiful in number. In a short while, they were all prepared to depart. In addition to the Zhu family, the Huang family also arrived swiftly, waiting at the foot of the mountain, precisely where the Li family once resided. Within less than half an hour, nearly the entire village had gathered. When life and death hang in the balance, everyone cherishes their existence. Compared to the unknown ferocity of wild beasts, This flood seems to instill even greater fear. Who else has yet to arrive? Let us count and see who is missing among our neighbors. Zhu Xing felt somewhat fatigued, and thus entrusted the task to Zhu Wu. The rain was exceedingly heavy, and after a long moment of mutual glances, someone shouted, "Village chief." The Wu family has yet to appear. The Wu matriarch had lost both her son and daughter-in-law, leaving her and her elderly husband to care for a grandchild, living a life of hardship. Father, what should we do? If we do not leave soon, I fear it may be too late. Zhu Wu wiped the water from his face. You lead everyone away first. I will go fetch them. Zhu Xing promptly decided. It is better for you to take them away first. My son will go to retrieve them. Zhu Wu handed the torch to the village chief. Zhu Xing patted Zhu Wu's arm, then be cautious. Do not worry. I shall be careful. At that moment, someone in the crowd remarked, it seems the old Li family has not arrived either. Perhaps they have chosen not to accompany us. After all, the old man did not express any intentions last night. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Zhu Xing quietly suggested, Wu, do ask if you happen to pass by. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice echoed from several meters away. They are coming, village chief, we are here. Zhu Wu then made his way towards the Wu matriarch's home. Apologies for the wait. Li Laoda laughed heartily, greeting everyone. His wife followed closely behind, accompanied by their children, De Mao, San Mao, and Arya, each carrying a large bundle. Where is your father? The village chief inquired, frowning. It is not yet the time for Tianbao to rise. My mother wishes for him to slumber a while longer. Mi's disdain is palpable, leading to a quarrel with my father. The old fool can see nothing beyond Li Tianbao, oblivious to the folly he admires. Such indulgence. It would be best if he were drowned in it. What nonsense! Li Laoda bellowed. It is also unfortunate that the village chief abruptly changed the schedule. Having agreed to ascend the mountain at dawn, he now summons everyone while darkness still envelopes the land. There is no semblance of planning, and one wonders how this village chief manages his position. Their hasty preparations left them ill-equipped, with many essentials forgotten. Zhu Xing perceptively noted the underlying message in his words. Scoffing, if they do not arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, let them be. Mi pulled Li Laoda aside, whispering, what concern is it of yours? Do not offend the village chief on account of those people. Consider your own family. Your father only ever asks you for silver. How much have you given him? It seems your parents favor that fifth son above all. The perspective of a woman. Li Laoda shrugged off her grip, asserting, our family possesses land, property. I have my share. Do not meddle. I have my own plans. Humph. Mi pivoted to her son's side, reminding him, do not forget you have 2 brothers. She refrained from mentioning that with the impending flood, those lands and properties would be worthless. Yet, should the flood not arrive, there remains a share to consider. Thus, discord must be avoided. Zhu Wu soon arrived at the Wu household, discovering that the grandson had fallen ill with a fever, causing the delay. At this moment, he carried the ailing child, while the elderly couple leaned on each other, struggling to descend the mountain. Zhu Wu, is the flood upon us? The old woman sensed a chill beneath her feet as a rush of water surged up to her calves. Zhu Wu also perceived it. He turned to look while carrying someone on his back. Run quickly. The flood is coming. Zhu Wu, robust and powerful, was not hindered by the burden of carrying another. Yet the elderly couple, particularly the feeble old man, struggled to keep pace. Zhu Wu, please take my grandson with you. I am forever grateful, the old woman implored. Do not panic, Madam Wu. The water is not moving swiftly. Just keep moving, he urged, biting his lip as he sped forward. While running, he shouted, the flood is here. The flood is here. Old man, listen. Is that the sound of the flood? Li Laopa's heart tightened as she rushed to grab Li Debao from the bed. Li Tianao, however, was quite impatient. Li Laopa. A sharp slap echoed across his face. You little rascal, do you wish to drown? Li Tianbao was on the verge of tears. No crying. After scolding him, she hoisted him up, slung a bundle over her shoulder, and dashed outside. Li Laotu followed closely behind, and upon spotting Chi Mao struggling at the threshold, he swiftly gathered him into his arms. "Let us depart." Zhu Sheng had only waited for the briefest moment before instructing everyone to move. Over 200 villagers formed a line, each household following the other as they ascended the mountain. By the time Zhu Wu arrived, they were just setting off. "Father, the flood is coming," he shouted, tossing the child he was carrying into his wife's embrace. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. Zhu Xin immediately bellowed, "This area is slightly elevated. The flood cannot reach us instantly. Everyone, remain calm and quicken your pace." The village chief's voice rang out hoarsely, yet the effect was palpable. As the throng swiftly fell into silence, Zhu Wu exclaimed loudly, "Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu are trapped by the flood. Who will accompany me on this perilous journey?" Silence enveloped the crowd. Each household was filled with the elderly and young, all gripped by the fear of death. The water flow had diminished for the moment, yet none could predict when it might rage anew. He called out once more, but upon receiving no response, he furrowed his brow and turned away. "Brother Zhu Wu, I shall accompany you," Xiao Huang shouted, striking De Huang's arm lightly. "I entrust our parents to you." With that, he hurried down the path. The floodwaters had risen to their knees, and every step felt like a monumental burden for the elderly couple. "Old man, it seems we may perish here," Aunt Wu lamented, her voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Death does not frighten me, but my grandson has yet to grow up. Do not weep. The village chief is a good man. He shall ensure our grandson is safe," Uncle Wu replied, his voice trembling. "Hearing you say that brings me some comfort. Let us not surrender until the very last moment." Uncle Wu wiped away his wife's tears, grasping my hand. "I will drag you along." As dawn broke, the wind howled and the rain lashed down. The mountain flood surged, the waters no longer gentle. Chapter 28. Qingshan village had transformed into a vast expanse of water. The raging flood, intermingled with broken branches, surged forth with relentless fury. Zhu Wu and Xiao Huang each bore one of the elderly on their backs. The water now reached their waists, yet they persisted undeterred. "Zhu Wu, Xiao Huang, do not concern yourselves with us," Aunt Wu cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed ahead. The two young men gritted their teeth, remaining silent and steadfast. At long last, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the upward path leading to the mountains. A few individuals awaited at the mountain's edge, and upon spotting them, they leaped into the water to take over. Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu were finally saved. Exhausted, Zhu Wu and Xiao Huang collapsed onto the muddy ground, utterly spent. Suddenly, a colossal wave came crashing toward them. "Hasten, let us ascend the mountain." The howling winds, torrential rains, and surging floods besieged the entire village. Woe is me. Brother Wu, is that the sound of weeping?" Xiao Huang, with keen ears, faintly detects cries amidst the cacophony. Some assert, "Surely, you must be mistaken. Auntie Wu's and Old Li's families have already evacuated." Yet another piercing, frightened wail pierces the air. "Indeed, do you hear it?" Xiao Huang confirms. Could there still be others left behind? Doubt begins to creep into the minds of those around him. Xiao Huang hastens his steps, positioning himself on higher ground to gaze into the floodwaters. "It appears to be over there." He points toward a large wooden basin floating in the distance. A few peer in that direction, spotting two small heads protruding from the basin. There are people. Xiao Huang plunges into the water, swimming towards them. A colossal wave crashes over him, sweeping him far away and causing him to collide with a submerged tree, igniting a fiery pain across his back. Gritting his teeth, he perseveres and swims with great effort to seize the edge of the wooden basin. Two pairs of terrified eyes fixate on him. "Shoo, don't cry. See ya, Wu ya," Xiao Huang softly soothes, pushing the basin upward through the water. How heartless of the Li family. Are the girls not human? Who knows how they could be so cruel, abandoning the child without a second thought? The Qin family is equally merciless. They have abandoned their own flesh and blood without hesitation. Together, they exert their strength to pull the children aboard. Xiao Huang, are you injured? Zhu Wu inquires with concern, his heart having raced to his throat, relieved that Xiao Huang is unharmed. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to explain to Uncle Huang and Auntie Huang. It's nothing. Let us ascend the mountain first. The two young girls, Xia and Wuya, were being carried, while Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were supported along the way. After an hour, they finally caught up with those who were waiting for them halfway up the mountain. Good children. Zhu Xing patted the shoulder of one of them. He then approached the elderly couple from the Wu family. It is a relief to see you unharmed. The elderly couple knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, village chief. They then turned to kneel in the direction of Zhu Wu and Xiao Huang, who, startled, quickly stepped aside. Enough, rise. Zhu Xing helped them to their feet. Do not shorten the lives of the children. The elderly couple wiped their tears, fervently thanking everyone, causing several bystanders to turn away with red-rimmed eyes. Suddenly, Zhu Wu's demeanor shifted as he approached old manly, grandfatherly. Xiao Huang was swept to a height of Tuzhong by the waves while trying to rescue your granddaughters, and he is now covered in injuries. He exclaimed with anger. It is said that even a tiger does not harm its young, yet how could you be so callous as to abandon the two children? The men who had been waiting at the mountain's base also began to criticize, some even resorting to harsh curses. What a disgraceful act. Not a single grandson left behind. And only one granddaughter. Who knows if it was intentional? Old Manly, humiliated, glared at his wife. Did you not say the two girls went up the mountain with the eldest daughter-in-law? Old Woman Li immediately understood, indeed. I instructed the eldest daughter-in-law to take the girls up first. In truth, she had forgotten, preoccupied with thoughts of Li Tianmao, leaving no room in her mind for anyone else. However, Old Manly had been deliberate as he rushed out. He scooped up the 7 coins by the threshold, but only cast a fleeting glance at the two girls hiding behind the door, pretending not to see them. Mi felt as though the world were spinning around her, unjustly suffering from this calamity. Mother, when did you speak to your daughter-in-law? She cannot endure such humiliation. With the flood upon us, what use is the house? I have not heard any instructions from either father or mother, and besides, I can barely manage my own 3 children, let alone so many others. She wanted to say more, but was struck by Li Laoda with a resounding slap. I distinctly heard mother assign you. Why haven't you brought anyone up? And now you refuse to acknowledge it. How did I end up marrying such a vile woman? Mi was momentarily stunned by the blow, and after a pause, she screamed, You wretched Li Laoda, how dare you strike me? Sam Mao glared fiercely at Li Laoda, clinging to his mother. Li Laoda, filled with indignation, retorted, So what if I did? It's your fault for not heeding our parents' words. You. Mi was so enraged that she spat blood. Observing the scrutinizing gazes around her, she felt a mix of fury and resentment. Very well, you shall not regret this. Li Laoda paid her no mind, declaring loudly to Li Laotu, Father, my wife is simply foolish. She nearly caused harm to Xia and Waya. Enough. Li Laotu responded with an air of magnanimity, acknowledging that their mother had indeed pilfered the household's grain and silver. So, it was only natural for the eldest daughter-in-law to be upset. Mi's legs felt weak, and had it not been for San Mao's support, she would have collapsed to the ground. She lamented her poor judgment in marrying into such a family. Those girls are nothing but a financial burden. Their drowning would save on grain. Nanny, they truly meddle too much. Li Tianbao exclaimed, grabbing 2 handfuls of yellow mud and hurling them at Xiao Huang and his group. Li Laopa hurriedly covered his mouth. Children shouldn't speak such nonsense. He is still young, speaking nonsense. Noticing the fierce expressions on everyone's faces, he hurriedly tucked Li Tianao behind him. Xiao Huang, suffering from back pain, disregarded reprimanding Li Tianbao and instead assisted De Huang towards their home. Li old brother. Xia and Waya are indeed your kin, Zhu Xing spoke courteously, though internally he scorned them 1,000 times over. Xia and Waya huddled together in terror, scarcely daring to move. Come, my girl, go to your grandmother. Li Laotu beckoned, revealing a menacing glare when others were not watching. Terrified, Sia and Waya had no choice but to obey, cautiously inching toward Lilaupa. All right, everyone, let us continue upward. If this rain doesn't cease, the water will only rise further. For our safety, let us endure a bit of hardship. Zhuxing addressed the crowd once more. No one complained of fatigue, and they all began to ascend. The elderly were supported by the young, the small were cradled by their mothers, and the weak were tended to by the strong, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. At this moment, the Li family was nearing the summit of Qingshan. They had witnessed the flooding as it unfolded. Though Qingshan was not tall, it offered a panoramic view of the entire Qingshan village. The raging flood roared like a ferocious tiger, consuming every corner of the village. Qingshan village had transformed into a vast ocean. Were they able to escape? Chapter 29. Is this the final supper? Liao cast a glance at the murmuring Li Laosi, observing his furrowed brow and anxious expression, filled with a sense of shared sorrow. Father, we have already alerted the village chief. We have done our utmost. Had we not set out early, we might have been a burden to them. In times of natural disasters and human chaos, safeguarding oneself without causing trouble for others is the greatest assistance one can offer. Although she had only recently arrived in this world and had minimal interactions with the Zhu family, she was aware of their genuine warmth. The village chief was a rare gem, a sincere and devoted public servant. Perhaps having witnessed the darker aspects of human nature in the apocalypse made her skeptical of others. Yet her heart could not escape the touch of kindness. Li Laosi managed a faint smile. At his age, he was uncertain whether he could outrun a flood. After Wang Zheng had allowed the cattle to graze, he tethered them to a tree and squeezed into the makeshift shelter beside Li Laosi. I believe only your late parents might not have escaped the village, he remarked, unafraid to poke at Li Laosi's heart. Given their miserly nature, would they truly abandon their land and fields? Despite the upbringing they had provided, Li Laosi felt a twinge of sorrow. Uncle Wang, you may not understand this, but those who are frugal with their wealth are often equally frugal with their lives. I fear that when the flood arrives, they will flee faster than anyone. Li Yao replied innocently, her expression reflecting her vexation towards Li Laosi. With a slight frown, she moved to sit beside Su Shi. Su Shi had prepared a pot of sweet potato porridge and another of hot soup, for reasons unknown, since the onset of the rain. The weather had grown increasingly colder each day. Though it was summer, it felt as if autumn had settled in, especially since they were perched upon the mountain, where the temperatures were even lower. The shelter they had erected was merely a temporary refuge. They planned to eat and then seek out a cave to rest for a few days. This was particularly important as Li Laosi's legs were quite unmanageable, and it was only thanks to Wang Zheng's ox cart that they had managed to ascend the mountain. The culinary skills of Su are quite commendable, and for Wang Zheng, who has been single for nearly 30 years, it is nothing short of delectable. Unlike the initial 2 meals, he now feels more at ease. Half of a pot of sweet potato rice has been consumed, leaving not a trace of the hot soup. After finishing, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head sheepishly, having indulged a bit too much. Su smiled gently, saying, Uncle Wang, one must eat well to have strength. It is not too much at all. Li Yao found Wang Zheng increasingly endearing, unlike Li Laosi, who was as shy as a blushing maiden. However, she conceded that matters of the heart were not her forte. As long as it did not cause any harm, she chose to turn a blind eye. After all, Li Laosi was her father, and he did dote on her quite a bit. Is it truly not too much? Wang Zheng asked, gazing at her with innocent eyes. Not at all, besides. It is Uncle Wang's own food. Ha ha, yet my cooking is not nearly as exquisite. Wang Zheng exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh. A chilly breeze swept through, causing Li Yao to shiver. So cold, she murmured, pulling herself closer together, realizing she needed to find shelter, for the night would be even colder. It was better not to mention it, as speaking of it only intensified the chill. Fortunately, when they were packing, the bedding had been placed on the outside for show. Su quickly retrieved a quilt, draping it over Li Laosi while tucking a few children beside him. I will look around. You all stay put, Wang Zheng instructed. Taking up a sickle. Uncle Wang, I will accompany you, Li Yao insisted. Although the rain had not ceased, it had diminished significantly. Wang Zheng wished to decline, but could not resist Li Yao's swift donning of her raincoat. Well, it's not impossible. Just be careful. At worst, we can hug. How troublesome. He cautioned. Yao, be cautious. Sue merely advised that her daughter had a celestial master, thus there was nothing to fear. She felt a profound sense of assurance as she meticulously cared for the swollen-faced Lu Mao. Li Jiyun's face was still slightly puffy, yet it had improved significantly. Aside from being unable to contain her saliva, her speech was somewhat unclear, but her recovery was remarkably swift. Uncle Wang, let us go and explore over there. Li Yao pointed towards a distant large stone wall. As Wang Zheng walked, he cleared away the surrounding weeds and thorns. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the grand stone wall. Be cautious. Li Yao glanced sideways and instinctively took a few steps back. It turned out that one side of the stone wall was suspended in midair, facing another wall approximately a yard apart. Ferns and moss grew on the wall, while water trickled down through the crevices. Below, it appeared to be an unfathomable abyss, with some robust branches stubbornly extending from the cracks. This place is perilous. We should seek another location, preferably one with a cave, Wang Zheng remarked, considering the dire consequences of falling. Li Yao concurred, feeling a twinge of regret. If there were a direct path to the opposite side, it would essentially lead them to the second mountain, saving them a considerable detour. After being guided by Wang Zheng along the stone wall for a quarter of an hour, she exclaimed, "There." Li Yao pointed excitedly ahead. Wang Zheng, equally elated, responded, "How splendid." They hurried towards a natural hollow beneath the stone wall. It was approximately 50 square meters and 7 to 8 meters high, though the inner walls were somewhat uneven, with some stones jutting out while others were recessed. In the center, a large stone block loomed conspicuously. Uncle Wang, this place is indeed quite pleasant. It is far superior to sleeping under the heavens and resting upon the ground. Both individuals were exceedingly delighted and immediately set out to find others. By the time they had arranged a modest shelter within the cave, evening was approaching. The ground was somewhat damp, and they lamented the absence of dry hay. Wang Zheng's cattle were tethered beneath a nearby tree, leisurely grazing. The mountains were adorned with lush greenery, providing ample sustenance for the cows. Tomorrow I shall fell a few trees and construct some large wooden beds, he mused, evidently having devised a plan. Yar and the others are still young. It would be unwise for them to sleep on the ground. Thank you. Li Laozi expressed gratitude on behalf of his entire family. Oh, you again. Wang Zheng scoffed, rolling his eyes. I have already said it was my pleasure. Let us not dwell on such matters between men. All right. Li Laozi nodded vigorously, hoping to recover swiftly so as to not burden others any further. He resolved to find an opportunity in the future to express his heartfelt appreciation for Wang Zheng's kindness. With a place to stay, Sue's mood improved significantly. She prepared the most sumptuous meal they had ever had. Braised pork, steamed eggs, stir-fried with ear mushrooms, bone soup, and ample servings of white rice. Not only was Wang Zheng taken aback, but even their family was astonished. Mother, is this our last supper? Li Jiyun blinked in disbelief. Sue lightly tapped his head, chiding. What are you thinking? As she spoke, she smiled at Wang Zheng. Once again, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Wang Zheng blushed deeply, momentarily at a loss for words, merely gesturing modestly. My goodness. After all these years, it is the first time someone has expressed such earnest gratitude towards him. It dawned on him that he had worth after all. He did not wish to be a lonely outcast. At that moment, Li Yao produced 2 bamboo cups crafted by Li Laozi. Chapter 30, A Humiliating Experience. What is this? A faint aroma of wine wafted into Wang Zheng's nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. Li Yao presented him with a cup, beer. She had stealthily procured 2 bottles from her space and filled a water pouch with them. Over the past few days, Wang Zheng had engaged in numerous laborious tasks and was undoubtedly fatigued. A couple of sips of beer would surely alleviate his weariness. Beer? Upon hearing the word, both Wang Zheng and Li Laosi echoed the question in unison. Indeed, men have a fondness for such indulgences. However, they had never possessed the means to purchase alcohol, and at least Li Laosi had never tasted it before. It was bought by Qin Kai. A fib slipped from his lips, for they likely would not encounter her again. He is truly generous. Wang Zheng praised Qin Kai, eagerly taking a sip. He savored another mouthful. This was nothing like the taste from the dock. He turned to Li Yao, exclaiming, "It's delightful. There's plenty, Uncle Wang. Feel free to drink." Li Yao smiled, her lips curved in amusement. "Just 1 cup will suffice for your father." Li Laosi gulped half of his drink. But upon hearing his daughter's words, he hesitated, reluctant to consume the remaining half. It seemed his daughter no longer favored him. With each utterance of Uncle Wang, and her gestures of pouring wine and serving dishes, he felt a pang of failure. Surely, it must be due to Wang Zhang's recent displays of prowess. "I will take you hunting when I recover, Yaoer." Wang Zheng could hunt without him. The depth of his forlorn gaze did not escape the notice of the family. Su Shi replenished his bowl with bone soup, while Ji Yun added a spoonful of egg custard. Ji Zhe remarked, "Father, your injury has not yet healed. It is not suitable for you to drink. Wait until you feel better before drinking." Li Yao continued. Instantly, Li Laosi's mood brightened significantly. Wang Zheng had already consumed 3 cups, laughing heartily, "The rest is all mine." He had taken the water pouch. Noticing Li Laosi's pitiful state, he reluctantly poured half a cup for him. "Just hold on a little longer." To be honest, Li Laosi found his laughter somewhat irksome. Wang Zheng, you wish to steal my daughter." In stark contrast to their jovial laughter, the villagers of Qingshan village were laboriously ascending the mountain. Zhu Xing observed the water levels, noting they were still rising. After deliberation among the elders of their clan, they resolved to muster their strength and reach the summit. The elderly and the young alike faced the relentless rain, making the ascent no easy feat. They paused numerous times along the way, and by nightfall, they had only reached the halfway point. "I'm exhausted. I can't go on," Li Lapa exclaimed, plopping down onto the muddy ground without a care for the filth. "I refuse to move." Li Tianbao, tugged along by her, burst into tears. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat a big chicken leg." At the mention of chicken, Li Lapa's anger flared. She slapped him across the face. "You wretched child. Even my chickens are not spared." "I don't care. I'm hungry. I need food." "Eat your nonsense," Li Lapa retorted fiercely. "Do you believe I will abandon you here to feed the wolves?" Her chickens had originally been raised for the 5th son. Poor old Wu, where could he possibly be now? The thought of this made her unable to hold back her tears. "My old Wu, where are you?" Meanwhile, Li Tianbao, sniffling, ran off and spotted a girl from a nearby household clutching a coarse grain cake. In a swift motion, he snatched it from her hands. "Oh!" The girl began to weep, exclaiming that he had snatched her snack. Her grandmother was not one to be trifled with. She stepped forward, seizing Li Tianbao and prying the food from his mouth. "You little rascal, how dare you take my sister's snack?" An uproar ensued, causing numerous onlookers to halt their activities. "Woo-woo-wah. I'm hungry." Li Tianbao, rolling on the ground, was covered in mud. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, he got up again, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "You worthless lot, you treat him like treasure. Once I ascend to power, I shall annihilate your entire family and sell her into servitude, subjecting her to the whims of thousands." "What did you say?" The grandmother trembled with rage, dragging Li Tianbao towards the home of old Li. "If your family cannot teach him, I shall take it upon myself to do so." Old Li wore a dark expression, preoccupied with concerns about whether his 5th son had escaped, feeling quite flustered. When confronted, he perceived the individual as unreasonable. Without waiting for him to speak, old Li's wife screamed and rushed forward, pulling Li Tianbao into her embrace. "You shameless old hag, Why are you seizing my Tianbao? Did you strike her? I will not let this go. Though she was exasperated with Li Tianbao, she had greater hopes pinned on him. Were it not for Chen's actions, she would not have vented her frustration on him. If anyone else dared to trouble Tianbao, it would be unthinkable. The old woman laughed in anger, declaring, I have encountered unreasonable folk before, but none as outrageous as your family. Since you claim I struck him, I shall demonstrate it for you. With that, she stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Li Tianbao. Provoked, old Li's wife rushed forward, engaging in a fierce scuffle with her. In recent days, Li Laopa has been both furious and exhausted, clearly no match for her opponent. Before long, she found herself pressed into the mud. Stop hitting, exclaimed old Li, attempting to intervene, but was halted by the woman's husband. Let the women handle their own affairs, he asserted. Embarrassed, old Li stood aside, relieved when the village chief arrived to rescue Li Laopa. She emerged from the fray resembling a muddy monkey, with only her 2 eyes visible. A sight so comical it provided a moment of levity for passers-by, alleviating their fatigue. Enough of the commotion. We shall not travel today. Everyone find a place to rest for the night, the village chief declared, surveying the crowd. Approaching old Li, he whispered, Take care of your daughter-in-law. These times are tough. And if she keeps causing trouble, it may incite public ire. Yes, old Li responded, unusually humble and subdued, though his gaze betrayed a shadowy discomfort when no one was watching. Get over here, you shameful lot. He scolded his grandson and granddaughter. The rain continued to fall incessantly. Some households, blessed with strong men, quickly gathered branches to erect makeshift shelters, allowing their families to endure until dawn. Old Li assigned tasks to Li Laoda and Damao to chop wood and construct a shelter, yet their prolonged stay in town had rendered them sluggish and careless. Li Laoda even ended up injuring his hand. After all the families had hastily eaten, their shelter was finally completed. The Mi family was the first to seize the interior space, claiming a position. Once Arya and San Mao were settled down, they began preparing food. Li Laopa, with a bruised and swollen face, seethed with indignation upon noticing the Mi family's disregard as they occupied half the space, igniting her fury anew. Seizing the boiling pot, Misha received a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, she was momentarily stunned. Just as Li Lawazi prepared to deliver another blow, San Mao forcefully pulled her back. Li Lawazi, with excessive force, stumbled towards the boiling pot. With a clang, water splashed and extinguished the flames. A scream pierced the stillness of the mountains, startling the birds into flight. Village chief, if this continues with the Li family, I'm afraid. Chapter 31. The howl of wolves. Zhu Sheng furrowed his brow, the dim light casting shadows of fatigue across his face. Let us investigate. He raised a torch and led the way, followed by several clansmen. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Lawazi immediately began to wail. I can't go on like this. My daughter-in-law has struck her mother-in-law. This life is unbearable. At that moment, her face and palm burned with pain. Zhu Xing approached for a closer look, but quickly stepped back. Li Laoj, we have deliberated, and tomorrow we shall not join you. What? Li Laotu thought he misheard. Upon seeing the village chief's gaze, he understood immediately. Every household has its own struggles. Village chief, you are magnanimous. Please forgive them this time. He lifted the elderly Li Lawazi from the ground. This old woman has grown senile. I assure you it will not happen again. Indeed, it is a disgrace. If not for her utility, I would truly consider her demise. Li Laoda pushed Misher, causing her to stagger forward. Village chief, it is my fault. I inadvertently caused my mother-in-law to fall. We shall quarrel no more. The village chief sighed deeply. This is the only concession I will grant. Should there be another incident, do not expect my leniency. After speaking, he turned away from Old Man Li and left with several clansmen. Old Man Li gazed at their retreating figures, a fierce glint in his eyes. Sooner or later, you will fall. In the village, there was a barefoot doctor whom Old Man Li had summoned to tend to his mother. After examining her, the doctor tossed a few herbs to him. instructing him to crush them and apply them to the burned area. He demanded 20 won, which instantly infuriated the Mi family. Yet she dared not protest. Watching helplessly as Old Man Lee paid the fee, she truly did not understand why Old Man Lee was so dutiful. As night fell, the rain unexpectedly ceased. Zhu Wu, who had been unable to sleep, let out a sigh of relief and looked up anxiously at the heights, worrying about the safety of Old Man Lee's fourth son and his family. Had he known, he would have insisted that his father accompany them when they left. Alas! If only he had known. You should rest, his wife urged, nudging him and stifling a yawn. You need to sleep. Wild beasts roam these mountains at any moment. I must keep watch. Zhu Wu, are you foolish? Why should you guard alone with so many people around? She chided him. Your kindness and loyalty are commendable. But do not forget that you have a family. Wan wiped her tears, recalling how anxious she felt when he used to escort caravans. And now he planned to protect the entire village, seemingly intent on exhausting himself. I know my limits. You should go to bed, Zhu Wu retorted, moving to another side of the room. In this family, the father-in-law and husband, along with his brothers, all prioritized others' affairs over their own. Such foolishness. The night passed peacefully, and Zhu Xing instructed everyone to have breakfast early before setting off. He estimated that, based on the previous day's pace, they would reach the mountain's peak by evening. In the morning, he stood atop a height and observed that the floodwaters had risen significantly. For the safety of the villagers, he resolved to climb as high as possible. My grandson has a fever. My daughter-in-law has a fever. So does my mother. Before he could embark on his journey, someone approached him urgently. He quickly prepared some fever-reducing medicine to administer, feeling a sense of unease as the abnormal weather had rendered the night colder than winter. He also considered that everyone had been caught in the rain and might fall ill. Village chief, we have no medicine. Did you not seek me out? The speaker was the village's barefoot doctor, who had provided herbal remedies for burns to Old Lady Lee the night before. You? The villagers were skeptical of him, for he was indeed a self-proclaimed doctor despite his lack of shoes. Do you doubt me? Very well. Let them perish. Wu San displayed an air of indifference, turning to depart. Wu San, it's not that we doubt you. Please, take a look. Wu San, initially intent on leaving, smirked and turned back, stating, let me be clear. This herbal medicine costs 20 coins per dose. Otherwise, I shan't examine them. Even though his demands were exorbitant, the villagers had no choice but to comply. Fine. Wu San, with a sense of triumph, examined the feverish individuals and distributed some herbal remedies, all gathered hastily during his ascent. Clutching a handful of coins, he realized how easily money could be earned. The thought that more people might fall ill only heightened his amusement. At last, the Lee household was tranquil. Old Lady Lee experienced excruciating pain throughout her body, particularly in the areas that had been burned, which felt even more agonizing than the previous night. She harbored doubts about the authenticity of the medicine, but refrained from voicing them. For Old Man Lee had warned her the night before that any further complaints would result in her dismissal. Li Tianbao appeared dejected, and the normally attentive Mrs. Li was preoccupied with her own affairs, leaving him unattended. You too, support me, he barked, pointing at the two young maidens. The frail girls, as slender as reeds, felt as if their feet were weighed down by lead, yet they dared not resist. Reluctantly, they each took hold of Li Tianbao, but after only a few steps, the trio collapsed in a heap. Li Tianbao began to curse vehemently, and within moments, they were once again sprawled on the ground. It was not until he had exhausted his strength to hurl insults that the group finally fell silent. Li Laotu, with one eye open and one eye closed, paid little heed to the commotion of children, for which household was devoid of noisy youngsters. The day passed without significant incident, and the party eventually reached the mountain summit by evening. Zhu Wu, accompanied by several young men, ventured to search for a cave. Shortly, they discovered a flat area. Surely, this many cannot fit in one place, someone exclaimed. As long as it offers shelter from the rain, it is better than having nothing at all. At last, They found a place to rest, and no one quibbled over its size. They all believed that their stay here was merely temporary, and once the flood receded, they could descend and resume their lives. More than 30 households each marked a section to settle in. The industrious women busied themselves crafting makeshift brooms to clear away animal droppings inside. Finally, they could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. And many felt a sense of relief wash over them. As night fell, the cave was orderly, and although a few minor disputes arose, they were of little consequence. Mrs. Lee was plagued by an itch, prompting her to send Li Laoda to fetch Wu San for some medicinal supplies. Despite her irritation, Mrs. Mi diligently prepared dinner for her family. Mrs. Li, intent on vexing her, had only given her 2 handfuls of rice, which ignited a storm of frustration within her. During dinner, she served each of the 3 children, De Mao, San Mao, and Arya, generous bowls of rice porridge mixed with a half pot of wild vegetables. Old Li, feeling unsatisfied, glared at me and reprimanded his wife to ensure he was adequately fed in the future. Conversely, on the other side of the same place, the family of Li Laosi radiated warmth and joy. Su had prepared dumplings and stir-fried a wild chicken that evening. Today, Wang Zheng had felled 3 large trees and, by chance, discovered a nest of wild chickens at the base, capturing 2 of them, with the seasoning gifted by her daughter. Su's stir-fried wild chicken was both fragrant and spicy, causing everyone to sweat profusely, except for Li Laosi and the gluttonous Li Jiyun, who were merely salivating. As Wang Zheng savored the last dumpling, he remarked, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to skimp on my grain. Cook more. Aren't you full?" The entire family gazed at him. "Haha. I am full, but I worry you may not be." Wang Zheng scratched his head, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Liao was the first to burst into laughter, followed by the entire family. That night, a lone wolf's howl echoed through the tranquil valley. The old bull tethered beneath the tree bellowed. Startled, Liao was the first to spring up. Soon, Wang Zheng and Li Laosi also opened their eyes. "It seems there are wolves," Liao whispered, cautiously making her way to the cave entrance. Wang Zheng, already positioned near the entrance, followed suit. "Be careful," Li Laosi softly advised, casting a watchful glance over his peacefully sleeping wife and children. This was neither cattle herding nor tree felling. There was genuine concern for their safety. The howls had multiplied, suggesting not a single wolf but a pack. All she wished to ascertain was the pack's location and their distance from her family, hoping they would not pose a threat. Wang Zheng observed her incessantly retreating and hastened to catch up, pulling her into his embrace. "I fear for you. There may be peril ahead, so hold on tight," he urged, bewildered by the audacity of such a small girl. Liao remained silent, wrapping her tiny hands around Wang Zheng's neck in a gesture of agreement, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings over his shoulder. "Uncle Wang, look over there," she exclaimed, pointing to a location no more than 50 meters away. His heart raced, the weight of the person in his arms heightening his anxiety. If it were only him, he could fight to the death without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied himself, gently placing Liao down and whispering, "Let us find a place to hide." She gazed at him with her round, innocent eyes, then quietly cautioned, "Don't look." The wolf, too, was observing, gradually approaching them after a brief assessment. Wang Zheng gripped his axe, every fiber of his being tensed and primed for battle. Liao concealed herself behind a nearby rock, ready to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, the wolf leaped into the air, stretching its body to a length of at least 2 meters. It was only then that Liao discerned it was a fully grown male wolf. Wang Zheng swiftly evaded its attack, swinging his axe with determination. At that moment, the wolf grew increasingly agitated, intensifying its onslaught. Wang Zheng dodged repeatedly, but the wolf's ferocity escalated, its elongated fangs glistening dangerously. In a moment of distraction, he found himself pinned to the ground, the wolf's gaping maw poised to sink its teeth into his neck. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a burst of fireworks erupted in the distance, showering the wolf with colorful sparks. Startled, The wolf relinquished its grip and fled. Wang Zheng felt a sudden lightness, finally opening his eyes after bracing himself for the inevitable. Suddenly, a strange odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of firecrackers, followed closely by the crackling sounds. As he opened his eyes, he witnessed a wolf darting away. Once he managed to rise, he hurriedly sought out Li Yao. "Yao, were you frightened?" Li Yao nodded, her fear evident. "I was terrified. I didn't even dare to open my eyes." Suddenly, she exclaimed with delight, "Uncle Wang, did you scare the wolf away?" Wang Zheng had initially intended to inquire about what she had just witnessed, but the question lodged in his throat, leaving him perplexed, and he ultimately refrained from asking. What could be the thoughts of such a young girl? Li Yao leaned against his shoulder, her gaze fixed on the eerie green lights lurking in the darkness. The wolves were cunning, always testing their surroundings, displaying a remarkable sense of organization. Li Yao was well aware that one wolf was not the entirety of the threat. Moments ago, she had summoned fireworks from her space, igniting them to chase off the wolf, which also startled the pack hidden in the shadows. Wolves feared fire. And for the time being, they should not attack again. The wolves lurking in the darkness were now in contemplation. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The lead wolf, seething with rage, pondered the strange fire, feeling its formidable presence. And that human who appeared so unassuming was merely playing the role of a naive rabbit. It dared not act recklessly. With a howl, it summoned a dozen wolves to regroup with the others. The ignorant humans had audaciously seized their territory while they were away. Wang Zheng led Li Yao into the cave, where everyone had already awakened. Upon seeing them, a collective sigh of relief was released. It was the wolves. Wang Zheng exhaled deeply. Su Shi took Li Yao into her arms, admonishing, "Do not wander outside again. What if you get hurt? How would you make your mother live with that?" Li Yao tightened her embrace, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. Uncle Wang is very capable. He scared the wolf away. It won to return." Su Shi exhaled, settling her nerves. One must not be careless. Wolves are social creatures, and where there is one, there is likely a pack behind it. If one has fled, it is presumably to alert the others. Li Laoxi's expression was grave, his demeanor cold. "We must seal the entrance and survive the night before making further decisions." Wang Zheng concurred with this sentiment. Conveniently, having felled trees for beds earlier that day, a substantial amount of timber remained. Wang Zheng, possessing great strength, gathered several large stones, while Li Laoxi fashioned the rough wood into a sturdy barricade, measuring at least 3 meters in both directions, perfectly capable of obstructing the cave's entrance. Together, they erected it and propped it with the stones, rendering it remarkably secure. Gaps between the logs allowed for a pair of eyes to peer outside, facilitating both observation and breath. Just as they settled in, cries for help pierced the air. A cacophony of sobs from both adults and children alike. Each face bore an expression of stark intensity. Could it be a subconscious reaction from the original inhabitant? When Li Jesus spoke, I thought I discerned the sound of Li Tianbao's weeping. It became apparent that it was not a figment of the imagination, but rather a grim reality. The villagers were under assault by wolves. Li Laoxi gritted his teeth, his face a mask of sorrow and fury. They had only just escaped the deluge. "I shall go and see," Wang Zheng declared, seizing his axe. "I will accompany you." Li Laoxi surprisingly pushed himself to stand. "Your leg has yet to heal," Su Shi admonished sharply, insisting that venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. The cries grew louder, interspersed with the haunting howls of wolves. Su Shi maintained her stern expression. "Neither of you shall go. Call me selfish or unfeeling if you must, but I will not permit you to venture out into certain peril." Wang Zheng laid down the axe. "I shall not go." He had momentarily succumbed to a reckless fervor. Yet now he was swayed by Li Laoxi's impassioned resolve to face death. Li Laoxi opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering a sound, leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his face etched with pain. Li Yao helped Su Shi onto the bed, discreetly lighting a plate of incense. Soon, the entire family fell into a silent slumber. Gazing at the sealed entrance, Li Yao suddenly struck her head. realizing her small arms and legs were insufficient to move the stone. Her cries grew increasingly piercing. Thoughts of Zhu and his son, along with the dogs, and the elderly Huang couple filled her mind, stirring a sense of reluctance within her. If she were incapable, she would not intervene. However, now that she was confident in her ability to drive away the wolves, she was willing to lend her assistance. She intended to use her will to shift the obstruction at the entrance and restore it after exiting. Yet, she soon discovered that moving anything too heavy with her current body would leave her feeling dizzy. The last time she removed the Li family's grain, she had slept for an entire day and consumed numerous nutritional supplements from her space to recover. With this in mind, she retrieved a small vial from her space. Chapter 33. The wolves have run away. Wang Zhang opened his eyes slowly. What is that foul odor? Upon meeting a small face, he saw her gently shush him, prompting him to close his mouth tightly. Li Yao pointed to the large stone, and then to the people inside the cave. He understood and quietly got up. He secured his machete at his waist, moved the stone aside, and shifted the wooden barrier slightly. The two of them crawled outside. They then piled stones at the entrance to ensure absolute security. Once outside, the wailing sounds became even more thunderous. Your mother will surely scold us. Wang Zhang felt a sense of trepidation. He always sensed an oppressive aura from Su Shi that rendered him hesitant to act rashly. It was important to note that had it not been for that vial of foul-smelling medicine, they would not have awakened even after 8 hours of slumber. What shall we do now? Wang Zhang instinctively inquired, as if he were conversing with a mere 5-year-old girl with golden hair. Uncle Wang, let us climb up to assess the situation. She gestured towards the summit of the cliff. Wang Zhang clicked his tongue, for the wall was steep and devoid of climbing ropes. No sooner had he spoken than Li Yao exclaimed, "What is this?" Wang Zhang picked up a climbing rope, pleasantly surprised to find one available. Without the luxury of a thorough examination, Li Yao suggested, "If we use this hook to secure ourselves to the tree above, can we ascend?" "Indeed," Wang Zhang replied. "Step aside, there is a tree over there. I shall attempt to fling it upwards." He swung his arm with considerable force, sending the hook soaring. Wang Zhang felt a peculiar sensation, as he had exerted little effort yet managed to propel it over 20 meters. "Let us ascend quickly. They should be just beyond that point." He secured Li Yao to his back and began to climb the rope. In a brief span of time, he reached the top. "Women and children, do not venture out. Men, arm yourselves with knives and confront them." Zhu Wu's voice echoed from below. Li Yao observed intently from above. Noting the grim scene, many had perished, as the air was thick with the scent of blood. While surveying the terrain, she discerned Zhu Wu accompanied by 34 middle-aged men, each wielding blades, stationed approximately 10 meters from the cave's entrance, staring down a pack of wolves. The wolves had evidently launched an attack earlier and now paused, deliberating their strategy. Among them, one wolf stood out with particularly fierce eyes. It was unmistakably their leader. As she scanned the surroundings, she noted the numerous fallen, motionless figures likely beyond recovery. Li Yao furrowed her brow, her keen eyesight revealing Zhu Wu's right arm hanging limply. "Uncle Wu has been injured. So many wolves." Wang Zhang swallowed hard, the tense atmosphere causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. "Uncle Wang, do you have a way to lure the wolves to one place?" "Ideally. To that pit," she suggested, indicating a depression about 100 meters away from the crowd. The pit appeared shallow, yet if the wolves could be lured into it, it would impede their speed. One person alone could not accomplish this, unless Wang Zhang glanced at Zhu Wu in the distance. "I'll go discuss this with him." The village chief of Qingshan village is Zhu Sheng, but when it comes to martial prowess, it is undoubtedly his son, Zhu Wu. In the face of today's grim situation, had it not been for Zhu Wu leading the defense, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This suited her intentions perfectly. Li Yao nodded. "Uncle Wang, please be careful. I will wait for you here." Wang Zhang affectionately ruffled her hair with a slight smile. He descended from the sky, landing precisely beside Zhu Wu, startling the onlookers. Upon recognizing him, they all exhaled in relief. Clearly, some wolves in the pack also recognized Wang Zheng, rushing to the lead wolf and howling loudly. Wang Zheng wasted no time, pulling Zhu Wu aside to mutter a few words, merely mentioning that there was a pit not far away to lure the wolves into. Yet, he felt somewhat dazed, what to do once they were lured there. It suddenly dawned on him that it was little Yao who had suggested leading them to the pit. But she hadn't explained what to do next. Are you saying there is a pit over there? Zhu Wu squinted his eyes. Wang Zheng maintained a serious expression and nodded, and Zhu Wu believed him. Good. Turn around, leave 5 men to guard this entrance, and the rest follow me. 30-odd men. Armed with kitchen knives, axes, and sickles, prepared to fight with all their might, their eyes bloodshot, as the scattered bodies of their loved ones lay around them. The rage was palpable. One could scarcely contain the desire to eradicate this pack of wolves. Wang Zheng found himself embroiled in the chaos, perplexed as to why he had been so easily swayed by a mere child, oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Eliminate them, Zhu Wu bellowed. Charging forward with his blade, followed closely by a cadre of robust men, each radiating an indomitable spirit, clearly resolved to engage in a battle to the death. The wolf pack appeared caught off guard, never anticipating that these grievously wounded humans would dare to approach. They leapt forward, baring their sharp teeth and claws in a ferocious assault. The cacophony of howling winds, wolf cries, and anguished shrieks intertwined, composing a tragic symphony. Li Yao had already inched forward along the stone wall until she found herself a mere 30 meters from the perilous pit, hesitant to draw too close. She produced a multitude of fireworks, akin to a Gatling gun, securing 10 of them at the forefront of the stone wall, focusing their collective firepower upon the pit. With dawn approaching, a sense of urgency gripped her. Fortunately, unbeknownst to Wang Zheng, he had managed to lure the pack towards him. Behind him, Zhu Wu and his men surged after the wolves. As the wolves tumbled into the pit, Wang Zheng roared triumphantly, "They've entered! They've entered!" At that moment, a kaleidoscope of fiery lights erupted from the stone wall, piercing directly into the pit. The wolves, in a frenzy, darted about, leaving Zhu Wu and his men momentarily stunned. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the air, while the fiery display continued unabated, cascading down into the pit. "Strike them!" Wang Zheng shouted to the bewildered onlookers. Zhu Wu was the first to regain his composure. As a wolf attempted to escape beside him, he swiftly cleaved it with his blade. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as the creature collapsed, its tail still ablaze. With his valiant act of slaughter, any remaining wolves attempting to flee were swiftly met with a crushing blow or a decisive axe strike. Li Yao was utterly exhausted, struggling to hold the hefty Gatling gun. In addition to the fixed 10 barrels, she clutched one more, her gaze fixed on a wolf attempting to leap from the pit. She aimed and fired at its back, hitting her target with precision. The lead wolf in the pit seemed to sense something, its eerie green gaze gradually dimming. Suddenly, it let out a mournful howl. The remaining dozen wolves swiftly formed a line and charged in a single direction, ultimately breaking through and fleeing with their tails between their legs. Li Yao's hands had gone numb, and the ground was littered with remnants of the Gatling gun. Fearing detection, she concentrated her will to store the items in her space. Then, she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a faint slumber. The wolves had escaped. Someone shouted in sorrow. Then, a wail erupted. Zhu Wu and his companions had driven the wolves away. The women who had hidden in the cave were ecstatic. They truly had driven them off. Once confirmed, people surged out of the cave in a rush. "We won." Zhu Sheng, accompanied by the village elders, approached the pit, gazing at the dozens of wolf corpses within, unable to hold back tears. These beasts had cost us the lives of several people. He patted Zhu Wu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You saved the lives of the entire village." Zhu Wu gritted his teeth. "Father, you've hit my wound. It hurts terribly." He raised his eyes to the distance, where the vivid lights had just emerged. Chapter 34. I fear your mother will kill me. That night's battle left both sides wounded. 10 or so wolves escaped, while 34 perished. Meanwhile, 9 villagers lost their lives and 70 were injured. At this moment, Many remained in a state of terror, unwilling to step out of the cave even for a moment. The family members of the deceased were engulfed in profound sorrow, their wails resonating like thunder throughout the village. Under the village chief's direction, the local butcher, accompanied by several others, descended into the pit to strip the wolves of their pelts. He instructed his second son to venture farther afield to dig a grave, intending to lay the dead to rest. Wang Zheng, Zhu Wu called out to him just as he was about to leave. He had arrived alongside the family of the fourth son, but today he found himself alone. Could it be that the entire fourth family had perished? Anxiety gripped Wang Zheng's heart. Little Yao remained on the cliff, and the recent eruption of flames had surely terrified her. It was his fault. He should not have left her there alone. Wang Zheng, wait. Zhu Wu intercepted him. Is the fourth family? No, they are unharmed. Wang Zheng interrupted, his voice resolute. That is a relief, Zhu Wu noted. Sensing Wang Zheng's unwillingness to divulge more and refraining from pressing further, perhaps you might suggest they join us in the future. There is safety in numbers. The memories of last night's harrowing battle still haunted him. Yet, he pondered, safety in numbers was not guaranteed. I will convey your kind intentions. Wang Zheng replied curtly before hastily departing. When he finally located Li Yao, despair threatened to consume him. There, nestled beneath a tree, was the small, soot-streaked figure. He hesitated, overwhelmed by desolation. Had she perished? Alas, he blamed himself for his negligence. He felt utterly culpable, as tears streamed down his face and he knelt in anguish. A small voice broke through his despair. Uncle Wang, why are you crying? Wang Zheng scrambled towards her, exclaiming, Yao you are alive. He embraced her tightly, relief washing over him. I thought you were gone. When Li Yao awoke, she found several heads peering over her bedside. Sister, you have finally awakened. Do you realize you have been asleep for 2 days? I slept for so long? Li Yao sat up, fully aware of the lengthy slumber. In truth, her consciousness had transcended into a realm of abstraction, replenishing her essence in that ethereal space. This body was not as invincible as in her previous life during the apocalypse. Even the slightest exertion left her utterly fatigued. Although she yearned to awaken sooner, her consciousness was forcibly confined within that nurturing space. Over these past 2 days, her existence had revolved solely around eating and sleeping. The sight of Chen's corpse was somewhat unsettling. She intended to dispose of it as soon as she emerged. Su presented her with chicken soup, undoubtedly a remedy for the ailment that had been instigated by Li Tianbao's cruel actions when he cast her into the well. Yao, you must nourish yourself, she urged, delicately feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Do not even think about venturing out for the time being. You must rest in bed. After being firmly tucked into the covers by Su, Li Yao could only shift her eyes in search of companionship. Are you looking for Uncle Wang? Li Jiza inquired, sitting decorously beside her. Noticing her silence, he continued, Uncle Wang seems to be unwell as well. He has lost his appetite and lacks the energy to work these past few days. Do you know the reason behind this? Li Jiza fixed his gaze on Li Yao, attempting to discern any signs of truth. I do not know. Li Yao replied with unwavering resolve, her demeanor calm and steady. The little fox sought to pry into her thoughts, yet as long as she refused to acknowledge anything, it was as if nothing had transpired. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Jiza's dark eyes. Sister, do you know? It turns out that the villagers of Qingshan village were attacked by wolves the night before last. Many were injured, and some were even killed by the beasts. Isn't it a coincidence that they are now residing just behind us? Our father, with a wooden stick in hand, has been lending a hand these past few days. I know. Li Yao smiled. You do? Li Jiza arched a smile. Of course, that night, Li Tianbao was shouting as if he were slaughtering pigs. You heard it too. She lowered her gaze, chuckling softly. Given our father's character, I fear he might regret not rushing to the rescue that night, thwarted by our mother. Li Jiza's expression stiffened, for he had hoped to extract a bit of information from his sister, but it was merely a fanciful notion. His sister was no longer the timid and frail girl she once was. Uncle Wang, concerned for our father's safety, also went to help. Our father mentioned that Uncle Wang rescued the villagers of Qingshan that night. It was Uncle Wu who informed him. That must be it. The events of that night were so harrowing that Uncle Wang has been feeling anxious these past few days. Li Jiza furrowed his brow, then smiled again. His sister was right. It must be so. What are you talking about? Come help me feed the cows. Li Jiyun poked her head in, then dashed away quickly. Oh dear, after sleeping for 2 days, my whole body aches. Brother, may I go out and play for a while? Li Yao blinked, finding her utterly endearing. Hurry up. Li Jiyun urged again. Once she stepped outside, she realized the sky was brilliantly lit, the sun hiding behind the clouds, casting a glow upon half the heavens. Li Jiyun ran over, clasping her hand. Sister, these cows really can eat. They've consumed 2 bundles of hay and are still munching away. The cow rolled its eyes in exasperation. Li Yao. She thought she had misjudged, for the cow's expression was one of disdain, clearly regarding the second brother as a fool. In order to prevent the cow from feeling belittled, she gracefully explained that cows possess 4 stomachs, the rumen, reticulum, omasum, and abomasum. It is the rumen that serves as the storage for fodder, while the abomasum is the true stomach. No wonder they can eat so much. Ha ha. With such a multitude of stomachs, it should be called a pig rather than a cow. I shall fetch some fresh grass to feed it, Li Jiyun declared, promptly dashing into the cave to retrieve a sickle. Old cow, wait for me, I will surely satiate you. As she emerged, she did not forget to shout at the cow. Now that's more like it, you little rascal. The old cow leisurely grazed around a tree, contentedly chewing on the tender grass. How delightful. This life is far more comfortable than in Qingshan village. Li Laosi limped along, supported by a wooden stick, with one hand carrying 2 pieces of meat. Wang Zheng followed behind, looking dispirited. Wife, we shall have stewed meat tonight. Li Laosi exclaimed with great joy. What kind of meat? Su Shi replied with a huff, her expression stern. Yao, are you awake? Upon seeing Li Yao, Wang Zheng instantly regained his spirit. He lifted Li Yao, who was seated on a small bamboo stool at the cave entrance. Little did he know the torment he had endured these past 2 days. He feared she might fall asleep and never awaken again. Moreover, it pained him to see that the entire family of Laosi could eat and sleep soundly. He felt as though he alone cared for Yao's life and death. Sometimes, Su Shi would even reassure him, saying, little Yao is fine. She will awaken in a couple of days. They truly seemed unperturbed, unconcerned. Yes, Uncle Wang, I merely fell asleep. Li Yao understood his worries and, to comfort him, rested her chin on his shoulder, nuzzling gently. Laosi, are you there? Chapter 35. Always finding some inexplicable items, Li Laosi's expression turned cold. The voices from outside were all too familiar. Over the past few days, while assisting, this person had incessantly nagged at him. And to spare his wife and children from worry, he had chosen to ignore it. Old Si Li Lauda entered the cave with an air of authority, his eyes darting around. This cave was far superior to their dwelling, spacious and well-structured. There was even a bed, and the quilt atop it appeared delightfully warm. For the past few nights, the entire village had been huddled together, enduring not only the crowd, but also the unbearable stench, and come midnight, the cold was almost unbearable. What brings you here? Li Laosi inquired, visibly displeased. Wang Zheng, feeling like an outsider, cradled Li Yao and said, we are going to catch some rabbits for fun. Very well. Li Yao wished to stay and observe the unfolding drama, but, fearing it would hinder Su's ability to perform, reluctantly allowed Wang Zheng to carry her away. Old Si, you should vent your anger adequately. I came to you humbly, and what more do you desire? In public, I preserve your dignity. If you choose to ignore me, so be it. After all, I am the eldest brother and must tolerate your tantrums. It was our father who sent me to see how you are faring. From what I can see, you seem to be living quite well. Looking down upon us impoverished souls. Previously, Mother claimed you were ungrateful, and I even persuaded her not to hold it against you. But observing your current attitude truly disheartens me. Our entire family is crammed with over 200 people, yet you are enjoying a carefree life here. Old C. You truly lack conscience. Have you finished? Li Laosi fixed his gaze on him. Once you're done, leave. What do you mean by that? Old Fourth. Your cruelty knows no bounds. Regardless of the circumstances, I am your elder brother. How could you dare to defy me? Furthermore, our mother has not been well these past few days, often muttering incoherently in the dead of night, calling out your name. Indeed, her ramblings often include your name. Yet they are filled with curses. Sue's disdainful snort pierced the air as she lifted the pot washing water and hurled it at Old Li. What brother? My husband has neither brothers nor parents. If you doubt it, go inquire at the county office. Her fury was palpable. I spit on it. In the past, we endured meager rations without anyone to advocate for us. Now that life has improved, who are these wildlings attempting to impose moral obligations upon me? Get out of my sight. Sue, feeling unsatisfied even after dousing him with water, seized the hatchet from the ground. Just as Old Li wiped the water from his face, he found the blade less than an inch from his forehead, causing him to retreat in terror. Sue, you wicked woman. I am wicked? Would you like to see just how wicked I can be? Sue raised the hatchet and lunged at him. Old Li fled in panic. Come again. And I shall kill you. Sue's thunderous shout startled the birds from the trees, sending them fluttering into the sky. Wife, heh. Old Fourth seized the hatchet from Sue's grasp. I ignored him, preferring to assist elsewhere, unbothered by their quarrels. Trust me. Sue plopped down onto a small stool. If you dare to entangle yourself with them, we shall sever ties at the earliest opportunity. I have long been weary of living under the mercy of others, begging for scraps. Upon finishing her words, she wiped her eyes, striving to suppress her tears. I understand. Old Fourth sidled up to her, patting her shoulder. You shall never return to that life, never. From the moment they penned the severance letter, he had long understood. Though at times a twinge of heartache would arise, he was no longer ensnared in confusion. The reason for his assistance lay solely in aiding the villagers of Qingshan, supporting the village chief, and helping brother Juwu. It had nothing to do with anyone from the Li family. As for his wife chasing away old man Li, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. It was wolf meat. Li Laosi scratched his head, declaring, Then I shall dispose of it. With that, he grasped the wolf meat. Hee, I shall tend to the fire for you. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, Li Laosi inquired, Yaoer, were you frightened that day? The flames originated from your direction. What did you witness? Li Yao, perched leisurely upon the back of an ox, remained unfazed by Wang Zhang's words. After you departed, I fell asleep. Upon waking, I found you in tears, lamenting my demise. Wang Zhang. Really? It cannot be more genuine. Li Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed. Just like these items. She grinned broadly. The apples my mother and I sold to Qin Kai were also gathered by me. You never inquired before, so I kept silent. Uncle Wang, you do not hold this against me, do you? Not at all. Why would I blame you? This is merely your good fortune. Perhaps the heavens reward you for your virtue. As he spoke, he returned the climbing rope to Li Yao. Uncle, should you find pleasure in this rope, please keep it. I would love to. Wang Zheng beamed as he accepted it, as if fearing a change of heart. His fondness was genuine. He had not examined it closely that night. But in the days that followed, he often took it out to study, yet still could not discern the material from which it was crafted. He carefully stored it away and then said earnestly, in the future, if you come across anything valuable, be sure to keep it to yourself. Why? She asked. Oh, you foolish child, there are many ill-intentioned people in this world who cannot bear to see others prosper. Capable individuals often become targets of envy. Observing Xiao Yao's attentive demeanor, he continued, consider this. If old Lady Li were to discover that you and your mother sold apples and earned a substantial sum, what do you think would happen? She would undoubtedly try to seize it from us. Xiao Yao gritted her teeth. Indeed, someone like her, who is openly unscrupulous, is not as concerning as those who operate silently, scheming behind the scenes. Noticing her confusion, Wang Zheng patted her on the head and said, "Never mind. You are still young and may not grasp the gravity of this. In any case, it is imperative that no one learns of your talent for finding things." "I understand." Xiao Yao nodded vigorously. Clearly, Wang Zheng doubted her comprehension of the potential dangers involved, resolving to keep a close watch to prevent anyone from discovering their secret and exploiting it. Meanwhile, Li Dazhao pushed his way into their dwelling, his face flushed with anger. "Father, the fourth son's wife is ruthless. Before I even entered, she chased me out with a machete." The fourth son was equally spineless, allowing his wife to act with impunity. Their family resided in a large cave, complete with a spacious bed, adorned with quilts. The corner was piled high with grain, and 2 dried chickens hung nearby. Wang Zheng shared quarters with them, sleeping alone on a bed. "They would rather support an outsider than care for you and your mother. The fourth son is truly worthless." Li Laopa sat on the ground, exhaling heavily, while inhaling less, her mouth agape, lamenting, "Oh, the ungrateful wretch. It pains me to the core." Li Laotu maintained his usual scowl, his murky gaze filled only with malice. "Eldest you." Chapter 36, a contest between 2 fathers. Me nestled in a corner, listening intently to the nuanced conversation between father and son, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Before long, the days of enduring cold and hunger would fade. There was finally hope on the horizon. She had often heard of such things, but had never witnessed anyone actually partake. Eating was indeed feasible, reminiscent of dog meat. It was undeniably pungent. Yet, I possessed the means to remedy it. Li Yao pulled Su aside to what now served as their kitchen, adjacent to the cave entrance, hastily constructed outside. For cooking within the cave proved detrimental to ventilation. "First, blanch the meat and add half a bottle of this," she said, producing a bottle of cooking wine. She also retrieved dried chili peppers, star anise, bay leaves, and a small bottle of vegetable oil, carefully instructing Su on the preparation method. Su listened, momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the process, accustomed as she was. It would be yet another fragrant meal. During the feast, Wang sighed in wonder. "I never thought I would enjoy such a delightful meal in my lifetime." Today, Li Yao had secretly indulged in 2 bottles of beer. With each sip of alcohol and morsel of meat, tears welled up in his eyes. "When I was young, all I wished for was a hearty meal. Uncle Wang, from now on, you can eat whatever you desire." "Indeed, my sister speaks wisely. Why not adopt me as your son? And I shall care for you in the future." Li Laosi and Su exchanged glances, while Li Jiza looked at his younger brother with disdain. "What a peculiar flower." Li Yao retorted, "How absurd. You plan to support me in the future?" Wang Zheng, with a serious expression, retorted, "If you acknowledge me as your godfather, I shall certainly support you in the future." A master of embellishment had suddenly appeared. Wang Zheng seemed to ponder this for a moment. After downing a cup of wine, he suddenly realized, why did I not think of this sooner? With a solemn gaze fixed on Li Laosi, he proposed, "Instead, I shall recognize Yaoer as my daughter, and she will be able to care for me in the future. Rest assured, I will treat Yaoer as my own flesh and blood. Any fool who dares to bully her shall face dire consequences." After a long silence, Li Laosi responded, "Well, as long as Jiyun acknowledges you as her godfather, that is sufficient. Regarding Yaoer, I suspect that Wang Zheng harbors ulterior motives and has long desired to take my daughter away. I cannot decide this. It must be Yaoer's own choice." Upon finishing his words, he fervently gestured towards Su Shi and Li Yao. "Sister-in-law, do you agree?" Wang Zheng sensed that Li Laosi truly could not make the decision. Su Shi smiled and replied, "It is good for Yaoer to have someone care for her. I agree." "I agree too," exclaimed Li Yao, raising her small hand. "Splendid." Wang Zheng was immensely pleased. "Tomorrow I shall procure some game and invite the village chief to witness this." Li Laosi's lips twitched in irritation. Wang Zheng, grinning widely, said, "Old Si, no. Fourth brother, we shall look after Yaoer together from now on." "Cheers." Li Jiyun interjected. "Is no one going to speak up for me?" Standing nearby, she pouted. It was I who proposed this first. Very well, very well. I shall include you as well. Wang Zhang waved his hand grandly. I, too, am a person with both sons and daughters. How delightful. Fourth brother, let us toast again. Li Laosi replied. Do you see me looking happy? That night, all was silent. In the cloak of darkness, Li Laoda stealthily navigated his way to the entrance of Lao Si's den. A sinister grin adorned his face as he produced a concocted sleeping drug, which he ignited and cast into the cavern. Upon reaching the hideout of Li Laotu, he exclaimed, Father, they are all unconscious. Li Laotu nodded in agreement, asserting that it was all due to Lao Si's provocation. In this world, how can a son prosper while his father suffers? He remarked, his words ringing true. Perhaps our grain has been pilfered by them. Although Li Laotu found this notion unlikely, he did not oppose his son's speculation. After all, he merely sought an excuse. The father and son duo approached the cave's entrance, only to find it obstructed by wooden bars. With considerable effort, they managed to push it aside, revealing that stones further hindered their passage. Although there was some noise, Li Laotu remained confident in the efficacy of his sleeping drug. Father, over here. Li Laoda pointed to a corner where he spotted bags, 8 in total. Among them were 3 bags of broken rice and 5 bags of fine rice, stirring a deep hunger within him. He licked his lips and mused. Could these be the ones we lost earlier? Li Laotu nodded affirmatively. Then it is only right that we take them. As they made their way back, they remained blissfully unaware of the 6 heads lurking behind them. How infuriating. They've left us nothing, intending to starve us. Li Jiyun fumed. And the others concurred with his sentiment. Yet, Li Yao proposed, why don't we deliver them a grand gift? Yaoer, speak your mind. Your godfather will support you. Wang Zheng said with a fond smile, convinced that his daughter had a brilliant idea. Li Laosi interjected, Yaoer, do you wish to punish them? I shall assist you. Father, you are truly wonderful. Li Yao was unaware of the conflict between her 2 fathers, however. It was truly remarkable that Li Laosi was able to set aside his inner turmoil and wholeheartedly support her. Their concealment here stemmed from a desire to evade discovery by the village chief and the elders. Given this situation, they intended to deliver the grain. But with so many of them, how could they transport it? As they ventured further away, Su expressed her concerns. Yaoer, will you feel unwell later? Li Yao shook her head. No, I won't. In the blink of an eye, 8 bags of grain had vanished. For the sake of safety, Su decided to send Li Yao to stay on the other side of Qingshan village. Hey, aren't you going to stay here with me? She asked. Hey, Li Laosi. Aren't you worried about Yaoer and the others still being there? Besides, if I don't help carry the grain, who will? With that, she disregarded Li Laosi's repeated objections and strode outside. Godfather, we've taken care of it. Li Jiyun, displaying remarkable audacity, called out to his godfather with ease. Taken care of. He was filled with skepticism and turned his gaze toward Li Yao. I found this. Li Yao pointed at the tricycle pushed by Su. Yes. Yaoer found it. This tricycle is far more convenient than our old wooden one, Su chuckled awkwardly. Wen took the handlebars of the tricycle from Su. Everyone hop on. Let me see if this contraption works. The children cheered with delight. One morning, while everyone was still in deep slumber. Wow! The Oldley family has struck it rich? Chapter 37. This grain belongs to Wang Zheng. Just as Oldley opened his eyes, he noticed a crowd surrounding him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Li Laoda shared his confusion. For beside them as they slept lay 8 neatly arranged burlap sacks, marked with the insignia of the town's granary. The Li family has hidden themselves well. No wonder they sneaked out last night. It turns out they were fetching grain. Old Li's foresight was commendable, anticipating the flood and storing provisions in the mountains. The woman speaking lived adjacent to the Li household and had caught a glimpse of the old man and his son venturing out during the night, initially assuming they had merely stepped out for convenience before rolling over to sleep again. At dawn, she was the first to notice the grain sacks beside Old Li, prompting her earlier remarks. There was even fine rice. To say she was not envious would be disingenuous, Prior to the flood, her family had deemed grain too expensive, purchasing only a small sack. Once they arrived at the mountains, the entire family subsisted on merely one meal a day, boiling a handful of rice with a pot of greens. Living in dire straits. The wolf meat was too precious to consume, all dried for the menfolk to indulge in occasionally. Old Lee remained stoic, silent. Step away. It reeks here. You shallow-minded fools, do not even think about coveting my family's grain. Upon seeing the provisions, Old Lee's wife shook off her previous frail appearance. Kick that lazy good-for-nothing, me, to get up and cook. Now that food was at hand, she admonished me not to behave like a famished specter devoid of sense. Me did not retort, quickly rising to her feet. Indeed, it was impressive how her father-in-law managed to procure grain. As long as there was food to eat, they would not starve. A few scoldings wouldn't be fatal. Old Lee and his eldest son exchanged a glance, a sense of unease washing over them. Just as me prepared to open the sacks and pour out the rice, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached. The village chief. How could fellow villagers behave so ruthlessly? I invested my entire fortune to acquire this grain, only to have it stolen by them. Wang Zheng strode forward, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, it was you. He glared furiously at Old Lee, understanding now why Old Lee had visited their cave yesterday. It was merely to scout the area. How audacious! Unable to intimidate the fourth brother into relinquishing the grain, they resorted to theft instead. Early that morning, Wang Zheng had apprehended the thieves of his grain, who turned out to be none other than Old Lee's family, the prosperous household from Qingshan village. A throng gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. What theft? What nonsense are you uttering? Old Lee, the target of scornful glances, could no longer contain himself. Wang Zheng snorted. Who among us is unaware of Old Lee's strict household management, especially with scholars under his roof? How could he not keep his family's hands in check? This grain was purchased from the grain convoy, marked with the grain shop seal. Are you permitted to buy while my family is not? Mishur interjected, not wishing to see her share of grain vanish. Could it be that the sedative had failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You claim to have purchased grain? Wang Zheng mocked. Who does not know that your Li family thrives, selling surplus grain instead of patronizing others' grain shops? He pointed to the village chief and Zhu Wu, recalling how he and the fourth brother's family had previously ascended the mountain, carrying all the grain away. As for you, he fixed his gaze on Old Lee. I have heard that you only brought a few bundles up the mountain, leaving everything else behind. Do not dare to tell me that this grain was conjured by you. What were they thinking? The fourth brother, with his injured legs, was expelled from the Li household without a single coin to his name. How could he afford grain? If this grain does not belong to Wang Zheng, then to whom does it belong? In recent days, it was not unheard of for the Li family to take advantage of Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng is indeed a fool, ensnared by Li Laoxi's manipulations. What nonsense are you spouting? This grain belongs to my family. If you assert it is yours, present your evidence. Li Lapa was resolute in her intention to cling to her claim. Ever since ascending the mountain, she had not had a single satisfying meal and now merely hoped to die from gluttony. In a fit of rage, Wang Zheng retorted, "Silence, you despicable wretch. This grain is meant to nourish my adopted daughter and son." Witnessing Li Laota's silence ignited his fury further. Li Changsong, years ago, when I consumed a solitary cucumber from your household, you threatened to sever my hand. Now I ask you if I can prove that this grain is indeed mine. Will you not sever both your hands? Li Laotu lifted his gaze, his murky old eyes betraying no emotion. Who can ascertain whether you are deliberately framing us? Wang Zheng, incredulous, laughed in anger. Am I to risk bringing such a substantial amount of grain to entrap you? Laughter erupted from those around. Who would bestow such a bounty upon me for the purpose of entrapment? Previously, that woman had mentioned that at the witching hour, the two of them ventured out together to relieve themselves. How quaint. As it turned out, they were pilfering instead. So, do you acknowledge that this grain is mine? Wang Zheng pressed further. I made no such claim. Li Laotu quickly denied. My eldest has worked as an accountant in town for several years. Perhaps this grain was gifted by one of his associates. You are aware of his connections in town, and it is only natural for him to stash away provisions in advance. Are you implying, then, that you do not admit to stealing my godfather's grain? Li Yao had finally managed to push her way to the front of the crowd. Upon seeing her, Wang Zheng swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Li Changsong, spare us the trivialities and simply confess if it is you who has pilfered the goods. Wang Zheng, weary of further banter, pondered whether it would not be more delightful to take Yao rabbit hunting instead. No, certainly not. It was a gift from a friend in our town. At last, Li Laoda found a rebuttal, realizing that adhering to his father's strategy was wise. As long as he resolutely denied any wrongdoing, no one could hold him accountable. Godfather, is this the grain you intend to use for your feast? Inquired Li Yao. Indeed, it is a momentous occasion that my godfather has acknowledged you as his goddaughter. And thus we must celebrate splendidly. Alas, it has been stolen by shameless individuals who refuse to admit it. That's quite simple. Previously, my godfather prepared some little grasshoppers for me, which I found amusing, so I placed a few in each bag. Why not open them and see for yourselves? Li Yao puffed her cheeks, adding, "Oh, and those grasshoppers were inscribed with my name, carved by my elder brother himself." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd stirred with eagerness, eager to unearth the evidence of the Li family's transgressions. Li Laoj, look, since they have made such claims, why not open the bags for them to see? This would not only dissuade them but also affirm your innocence. He had grown weary in recent days, leaning on a cane, yet I trust your character implicitly. How could you engage in such petty thievery? Moreover, with Erwa still studying, it is all the more imperative to vindicate your family's honor. No need for that. Li Laotu rose, admitting, I have been a fool. This grain belongs to Wang Zheng. At this declaration, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. How could Li Laotu so readily acknowledge himself as a thief? Chapter 38. Even in death, I shall not bury you. I had long instructed the boss not to disturb them, to refrain from seeking provisions from the fourth. He sighed in resignation, unaware that I had discovered his escapade last night. After much persuasion, he finally agreed not to act foolishly. Boss Li's face was a portrait of disbelief, his crafty expression momentarily frozen in shock. Ms. Mi trembled with rage, as the old man intended to place the blame squarely on her husband. Thankfully, the boss remained steadfastly loyal to him. Eventually, as you have witnessed, it unfolded as such. Old man Li shook his head, lamenting his failure in child-rearing. As he knelt before the village chief, he implored that the boss was merely a victim of circumstance. Several half-grown children had gone days without a proper meal, and the boss's wife frequently chastised him for his lack of ability. It was for the sake of the children that he sought assistance from the fourth. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I alone am responsible for his misguided upbringing. In his pitiful kneeling position, his heartfelt words genuinely moved a few among the crowd. Can one resort to theft simply because of hunger? Li Yao asked, looking up in confusion at Wang Zheng. Humph, he scoffed, thinking that feigning pity will absolve one of guilt. Such naivete. It is unacceptable to take what belongs to others. That is theft. Yao, stealing warrants the severing of hands. If you doubt it, ask your grandfather. He is quite adept at such punishment. Wang Zheng set Li Yao down and opened a grain sack, revealing several small grasshoppers from within. I shall not elaborate further. You may choose for yourselves. Otherwise, once the flood recedes, I will report this to the county magistrate, for there is ample evidence to support my claims. He cast a sidelong glance, a faint smirk playing on his lips, adding, should anyone be found guilty of theft, their hands shall be severed, and thus this matter will be resolved. Li Laoda trembled all over, hiding behind me, exclaiming, I did not steal, it wasn't me. Father, you cannot pin this on me. He cast a pleading glance towards Li Laotu, saying, you know the truth. The more frightened he became, the less coherent his words were. Li Laotu, somewhat irked by his son's calls, felt a deeper sense of guilt. He had thought that kneeling would soften their hearts, but to his astonishment, a mere girl's words had swayed their resolve, and this worthless eldest son still sought to implicate him further. With no other choice, he quickly rose, declaring, It is my failure in raising my son. I shall punish myself. With that, he seized a kitchen knife, kicked aside Misher, who stood in front of Li Laoda, and pressed Li Laoda's hand to the ground before swiftly bringing the blade down. The motion was astonishingly quick, almost in the blink of an eye. Wang Zheng covered Li Yao's eyes, fearing she might be frightened. Village chief, look, my son has already fainted, and now he has lost one hand. There's still another. The village chief, aware of the situation, chose not to disregard Wang Zheng's dignity. Misher wept bitterly, exclaiming, "You are ruthless. This is your own son. And yet to save yourself, you push him out to face danger." Wu San found himself with work once more. Ever since ascending the mountain, he had earned silver he could never have imagined. With a casual gathering of herbs, which they failed to recognize, he deserved the profit. Indeed, business was once again at hand. Upon Wu San's arrival, Misher could no longer afford to scold anyone and urged him to reattach Li Laoda's severed fingertip. "Oh, I beg you, do not create a fuss. It's already severed. How can it be reattached properly? Listen to me. Take a few doses of medicine to control the bleeding." He tore a piece of cloth from his body and hastily wrapped it around Li Laoda's hand. 501. What? Mi's vision blurred with disbelief. To be charged such a sum for a mere heap of disheveled herbs was outrageous. If there were silver, the cost would be inconsequential as long as it could restore health. Yet, she found herself devoid of even a half one. Li Laotu frequently ventured to the town to beseech her husband for money. The compensation for that hefty sum lost prior to the flood had already been covered by them. In essence, any meager currency they possessed was promptly seized by Li Laotu. "Hurry and pay up, or I shall withhold the medicinal herbs," Wu San urged. Mi lunged towards Li Laotu. "Do you possess no conscience? With the eldest in such a state, you refuse to part with any silver?" Li Laotu turned away, casting a glance at Li Laopa, appearing utterly helpless. Mi gasped in frustration. "Blast it!" Li Laopa struggled for breath, having felt somewhat better earlier. She now seemed on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, her body felt as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, her stomach roiling violently. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Mi struck her across the face. "Death would be a blessing. You wretched old woman ought to perish. Look at you in such a pitiful state. Who still wishes for your survival?" She rummaged through Li Laopa's belongings, ultimately discovering a small purse hidden within her undergarments. Disregarding its foul odor, she extracted half a tael of silver and tossed it to Wu San. "You had better save him, or you shall face my wrath." Her menacing demeanor caused Wu San's hand to tremble as he clutched the silver. Just then, Li Laoda began to stir, his heavy eyelids fluttering open as he glanced towards Li Laotu. "You must not be unfilial to your father. Beware that I may cast you aside." "Cast me aside?" The melancholy of Mi was profound. "Do you still possess any conscience? He did not save you, yet you remain resolute. Li Bingkuan, I shall no longer serve you." She rose and kicked Li Laoda, proclaiming, "It is not you who divorced me, it is I who shall divorce you." "De Mao, San Mao." And Arya rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Mother, we shall accompany you." Especially San Mao, whose eyes brimmed with fury. "Mother, we should have long forsaken such a burdensome liability." As San Mao lagged behind, passing by Wang Zheng, he shouted, "My father is a fool. It was that dead old man who sent him to steal grain from Uncle Si." San Mao, silence. Li Laoda bellowed with his last ounce of strength. "Li Bingkuan, you imbecile, you are unworthy of being my father. Just wait and see, you shall not live much longer. That wicked old man will never allow you to drag him down." Mi turned to pull San Mao back. Not wanting to cause her distress, San Mao reluctantly followed. He shouted back at Li Laoda, "Even in death, I shall not bury you." Thus, a farcical scene concluded amidst the murmurs of onlookers. Indeed, they had invited the village chief and several elders to dine in the cave that evening. Mi, accompanied by her 3 children, searched along the stone walls for a considerable time, eventually discovering a small cavern, merely 5 or 6 square meters in size. The family squeezed in, but none expressed discontent. Chapter 39. Borrowing grain. Mother, do not grieve. Leaving such a person behind, you shall have a better life, San Mao encouraged, undaunted. From now on, I and my elder brother will support you and Arya, ensuring no one dares to bully you. What a good child you are, my dear. Mi touched her head. But we don't even have a single grain of rice now. Your elder brother again. Mother, don't we have silver? Mi produced the purse of coins she had seized from Old Lady Li, pouring its contents onto the table. After deducting the 500 when owed to Wu San, only a little over 3 taels remained. Yet, at this moment, even with money, securing staple food was impossible. She sighed deeply. You all stay here. I will go procure some rice. In the past, she had harbored a dislike for the family of the fourth son. However, given the current predicament, even her aversion could not deter her from seeking assistance. She could not allow the children to starve. Mother, may I accompany you? San Mao seemed to sense her intentions. Mi glanced at him and nodded. The fourth son had a kind heart. Perhaps he would feel pity for the children and offer some help. Wang was preparing to host a gathering, which kept Su quite busy. Yet, thinking of Wang's affection for his daughter invigorated her resolve. Having endured hardship in her youth, it was time to make amends. She cooked 10 jin of fine rice and prepared a pot of broken rice mixed with sweet potatoes. Fortunately, her daughter had borrowed a few large iron pots from the deities, enabling her to showcase her culinary skills. The 5 jin of wolf meat gifted by Brother Zhu was stewed, using traditional methods until tender, its aroma wafting for 2 miles. Dishes of braised chicken, spicy rabbit, wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, wild onion omelette, and cold fish mint salad filled the table to the brim. Thankfully, the table hastily constructed by Li Laosi was sufficiently large. Otherwise, it might not have accommodated everything. The village chief and several elders were astonished by such a grand feast. They had not witnessed such a sumptuous spread in years. Ever since news of the emperor's grave illness spread, the lives of the common folk had grown increasingly difficult. Coupled with natural disasters, it was feared that the future would present even greater challenges. The fourth son's wife, however, could scarcely afford such extravagance, as there were children to raise and frugality was essential. The third old master was deeply concerned, not anticipating that the Su family was so lavish. The Su lady chuckled, asserting that one must not be stingy, as it was all a heartfelt offering from Wang Zheng. Rest assured, third master, you shall not go hungry now, nor in the future. She was confident. Besides Wang Zheng's provisions, their family had stockpiled quite a bit. Furthermore, the fourth son's foot injury was healing well, and he would soon be able to hunt. If all else failed, the resources in these mountains were vastly superior to those in the former Qingshan village. With diligence, starvation would be an impossibility. Reflecting on this, she suddenly realized that her previous suffering had been shackled by antiquated notions. Although the third old master had good intentions, she had no desire to heed his warnings. To go hungry would only render life dreary. You may have your calculations, but we cannot afford to be so reckless. Su Lady smiled as she set the table. The dining area was arranged just outside the cave, conveniently sheltered by a lush tree that diffused the gentle sunlight. By her feet, Li Jiyun hung his head, dragging 2 wild chickens. This little Wang is remarkable. Despite our lengthy stay, we have barely caught a few. Wang Zheng grinned, pondering whether he should confess that he too found it rather astonishing. Wild chickens and rabbits awaited him in droves, and occasionally, a foolish rabbit would even collide with a tree. It was hard not to catch them. Wang Zheng was exuberantly confident. You foolish children, why are you all so wasteful? The third old master poked at his cane, grumbling about how they were taking everything without regard for the current circumstances, while others would conceal their possessions. You seem to fear that others do not know you have something. He blew his nose. Otherwise, how could he have provoked a thief to pay a visit? The mere thought of it infuriated him, for Li Chongsong's family had brought disgrace upon the entire Li clan. 2 elders from the Zhu family, who were acquainted with him, offered their consolation, saying, every family has 1 or 2 unworthy members. Do not let it trouble you. If there is food, enjoy it. For who knows how many more meals you shall have. The esteemed Li Wutai and Li Lutai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the loss of face this time. Once, Li Chongsong was a clever and capable youth. Yet as he aged, he increasingly fell from grace. The Li clan had once held high hopes for him, only to be sorely mistaken. Wang Zheng opened his water pouch and inhaled the fragrant aroma. Village chief, esteemed elders, today let us speak of nothing but feasting and drinking. I, Wang Zheng, am filled with joy, having gained both a partner and children. It is truly a gift from the heavens. I am grateful for your esteemed presence as witnesses. Henceforth I shall treat Yaoer as my own daughter, devotedly caring for her. As he poured the wine, his gaze caught Li Jiyun's smiling lips, and he remarked, "And there is Yuner." "My son," Li Jiyun exclaimed. "At last, you remember me." Li Laosi interjected. "Do not test my patience. Eat." Li Lutai, catching the scent of the wine, could no longer restrain himself, declaring, "You are indeed fortunate. Eat, eat, eat. Shameless old man." Li Wutai cursed, yet he eagerly took a sip and exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful. Good lad, where did such fine wine come from?" Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. "Where indeed? Wutai, you truly have a discerning palate. You may not know this, but in the past, while working at the docks, I would occasionally encounter some affluent patrons who would bestow generous tips." Li Laosi raised an eyebrow at Wang Zheng. "We must rely on him." Wang Zheng chuckled softly, "Indeed. It's a generous gift from the esteemed guest." As he spoke, he ran his fingers through his hair, a blush creeping over his face as he shyly glanced at Li Yao. His tongue was truly clumsy. "I must say, Wang, you certainly know how to save a few goodies," praised Wu Tei, taking a sip of his wine. "Village chief, brother Jew, let us feast." The young and old alike indulged, their mouths glistening with oil, thoroughly satisfied after a hearty meal. Laughter and merriment filled the air, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the flutter of fireflies, creating an atmosphere of pure joy that made one forget the rampant floods and the corpses scattered across the fields. For a fleeting moment, life felt abundant and the world serene. Meanwhile, Mingyu and the mother-daughter duo had been hiding in the grass, their appetites gnawing at them. They appeared so carefree. Mi licked her lips and, upon noticing the equally famished San Mao, mustered the courage to step forward. Li Yao had spotted them early on, but seeing them remain still, she chose to stay silent. Now that Mi had emerged, Li Yao tensed, a brief wave of fear washing over her. A visceral response rooted in the original owner's deep-seated dread. The smile on her face suddenly froze as Su asked, "What brings you here?" Mi nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. "The children are truly starving. We left the Li household without receiving anything. Could you possibly lend us some grain?" Upon noticing San Mao, who was 2 years older than Jija, with his thin frame and tall stature, Su felt a pang of compassion. In that moment, she seemed to glimpse her former self, her breath hitching in her throat. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed her daughter's hostile expression, causing her heart to skip a beat. "We have no grain," Li Yao interjected. "When you speak of borrowing grain, when do you intend to repay it?" Mi opened her mouth, taken aback. Repay? Despite their ample provisions, they refused to lend even a few pounds. The adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Chapter 40. Immaturity. Mi cast a disdainful glance at Li Yao. This little girl, always bothersome since childhood, would cry incessantly, and now that she has grown a bit, she behaves with an air of entitlement, relying on someone's affection. Regardless of her youth, she should recognize the decorum expected of a junior in the presence of elders. Unlike her second daughter, gentle and sensible, who adheres to her mother's wishes without question. Yaoer is indeed correct. Su, noticing the disdain in Mi's eyes, felt not the slightest twinge of sympathy. We truly lack provisions. Even if we had any, it would merely suffice for our own sustenance. She cradled Li Yao in her arms, asserting that all matters in their family were to be discussed collectively, and children too have a voice in such deliberations. Su Mingyu, considering we once shared the same roof, how can you be so heartless? Mi's gaze fell upon the remnants of the soup on the table, and her resentment deepened. Are you merely going to watch us starve? She turned away, saying, "Fourth, they bear the surname Li, just like you." Seeing the couple remain unmoved, me sat down abruptly, facing the elderly in the room. Villager, we are from the same village. You cannot stand idly by as we perish. Third elder, you are the clan leader. How can you allow us to be bullied by our own kin? Fifth elder, sixth elder, at your age, can you even digest this meager food? If you possessed even a shred of conscience, you would not watch us starve to death. These individuals are so cruel, callously indifferent to our plight. He would remember this. Mother, do not plead with them. Sammo tugged at me, but being still young, lacked the strength to pull her away. Mother, rise. Let us forage for wild vegetables. We shall not starve. The fierce glint in her eyes blazed with intensity. Indeed, Liao broke free from Sue's embrace, proclaiming that the mountains were abundant with wild greens. One handful would suffice, or perhaps two. If hunger were not a threat, what need was there to borrow sustenance? Meeting Sanmao's gaze, she remained unperturbed, merely stating her intent to borrow without any mention of repayment. This world harbored no such abundance for them to exploit. Choosing to depart meant one must also anticipate the myriad challenges that lay ahead, all of which must be faced independently. To extend a hand to others at the very onset was folly, for no one owed them anything. As she spoke, she placed her hands defiantly on her hips, questioning, "How can you be so brazenly unreasonable?" Humph. Sammo tilted her head disdainfully, declaring that they had no need for such assistance. Very well. Begone swiftly. You. Sammo clenched her fists in frustration. You shall pay for this. Me, witnessing the futility of her efforts and unwilling for her son to be mocked by a mere girl, begrudgingly rose, muttering, "Wretched girl, you are insufferable." Those words reverberated through Li Yao's mind like an electric current, as fragments of memory surfaced. No wonder she harbored an innate animosity towards me. The original host, having cried incessantly as an infant, had disturbed me's sleep to such an extent that, in a moment of solitude, me had covertly smothered her with a blanket. The original host indeed had a tumultuous fate. Li Yao remained steadfast, leading me to believe she had intimidated her, sneering, "Such a sharp-tongued girl shall never find a husband." In the realm of disputes, Li Yao was unafraid, especially since she was not bound by the original host's limitations. You may have married, but what is your situation now? You. What of you? Instead of fretting over me, perhaps you ought to concern yourself with your own hunger. The me mother and child fled in disarray. How embarrassing. A careless slip revealed their true nature. With a grin, she darted into Sue's embrace for refuge. How could Yao Wao fare any worse? If they were not women and children, I would have struck out long ago. Wang Zheng, with a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on the direction in which the Mi family had escaped, his eyes darkening. Who dares to claim that Yao Wao will remain unmarried? Such folly. The gathering dispersed only when the sun dipped below the western hills. Zhu Wu lingered, conversing with Li Laosi beneath the trees. Their murmurs were indecipherable, as Li Laosi occasionally furrowed his brow, sighed heavily, and forced a smile. Once Zhu Wu departed, Li Laosi expressed his desire to descend the mountain, remarking on their prolonged stay without any insight into the situation. Sue's expression shifted dramatically. After merely 2 days on the ground, he wished to stir about? Why can't he remain settled? In the past, at the Li household, he never showed such concern for others. Liao nestled closer to Sue, explaining that her father's intention to gather information was well-meaning, and besides, he was recovering well. A brief walk would be fitting. Li Laosi's countenance brightened at this. However, extended excursions were ill-advised, given the considerable distance up and down the mountain. Thus mother's concerns were justified. She turned to Li Laosi, suggesting that this time, their godfather should undertake the reconnaissance. Yet, father had made arrangements with Uncle Wu. Li Laosi protested stubbornly. Li Yao replied earnestly, "Uncle Wu surely intends to go alone. It is father who insists on accompanying him out of concern." Seeing him bow his head, she knew her assumption was correct. "Father, your leg injury will heal completely, thanks to the medicine gifted by my master. If any unforeseen circumstances were to arise during this period, it would become increasingly difficult to restore things to their original state. Sue readily nodded in agreement, stating that once you recover, you may do as you please, but until you are completely well, do not even think of leaving my sight. Wang Zheng, beneath the tree, absent-mindedly fed the cattle. How could he have once thought that the fourth was exemplary in every aspect? Now that they have spent considerable time together, he has come to realize that this person pales in comparison even to his own daughter. How unfortunate! With such a wonderful wife and children, he remains restless, parading around as if he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Pray tell, how can one aspire to change the world when they cannot even maintain their own household? It is indeed fortunate for him to have married such a remarkable wife and to have such an intelligent daughter. Surely, the rose-tinted glasses of his youth have led him to this delusion. Thus, it was decided that Wang Zheng would accompany Ju Wu down the mountain to gather information, while Li Laosi would tend to the household with whatever tasks he could manage. Early the next morning, Wang Zheng departed, holding on to Li Yao with great reluctance. Godfather, take this bag with you. It contains some provisions and water. Be cautious on the road and run if you encounter any danger. Wang Zheng's eyes brimmed with tears. The feeling of being cared for is truly wonderful. Li Laosi took Li Yao from him, suggesting, "Why not stay home and take care of the child while I go?" Forget it. Wang Zheng shot a glance at his feet. He waved his hand, smiling brightly. Yaoer, Godfather is leaving. Once he had walked some distance, Li Laosi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked his daughter, "Who does Yaoer like the most?" "The one I like the most is Daddy," she replied, adding that if she could continue to be obedient, she wouldn't mind liking him a bit more. However, could we perhaps refrain from such childish displays of affection? It is truly difficult for her. Li Laosi grinned widely, unable to contain his joy. Mingyu, did you hear that? The daughter declared her affection for me, prompting Sue to roll her eyes in exasperation. How childish. That night, a significant event transpired. Chapter 41. In the future, I shall offer the murderer's head as a tribute to you. Mi had perished, hanging lifelessly from a tree outside Li Laosi's dwelling in the dead of night. Samao, battered and bruised, was filled with tears. Damao foolishly clutched Mi's feet, pleading, "Mother, calm down." Arya wept softly. "Mother, why did you choose such despair? What will become of us?" "First, lower her down," urged the village chief, Zhu Sheng, with a furrowed brow. Together, they gently laid the lifeless Mi on the ground. "Mother." Sam Mao shook Mi, cradling her head in his embrace, tears streaming down like pearls. How pitiful for the children. Why had Mi succumbed to such despair? Sam Mao shouted in anger at the crowd, "My mother would never take her own life. Just yesterday, we unearthed wild sweet potatoes and feasted heartily. She even mentioned continuing to dig today. How could she possibly commit suicide?" His gaze swept across the assembly, landing fiercely on Sue and Li Laosi. Sue opened her mouth to retort, yet hesitated, fearing to wound Sam Mao further. The loss of a mother was already a profound tragedy for the children. "Sam Mao, how could we have harmed your mother?" "You are mistaken." Li Laosi approached him, limping. "Stay back," Sam Mao bellowed. "I despise you all. You are the reason my mother is dead." The village chief shook his head in resignation. "Sam Mao, your mother has departed and must be laid to rest. I understand your grief, but everyone witnessed that she hanged herself. We cannot unjustly accuse others. I am aware that you dined on meat at their home yesterday, thus undoubtedly aligning yourself with them. You are shielding them." Sam Mao lunged at the village chief, her forehead colliding with his, declaring that they were all in cahoots, insisting she did not want their interference. The village chief, taken aback by San Mao's sudden aggression, stumbled a few steps, only remaining upright due to the support of those nearby. "You reckless child," Zhu Wu's wife exclaimed in exasperation. "We are only looking out for your best interests, yet you remain so ungrateful." Sam Mao shot her a furious glare. "Your mother has not perished." Zhu Wu's wife was rendered speechless by rage. Seizing the moment of chaos, Li Yao pulled aside Mi Shi's collar for a closer inspection, and indeed, she uncovered troubling evidence: 2 distinct red marks, one dark and one light. Sam Mao could not fathom the notion of Mi Shi taking her own life. She equally did not believe it. While Mishur was certainly flawed, her affection for her children was boundless. She would never abandon them to perish. What are you doing? Arya, who was 8 years older than Li Yao, was gentle and obedient. As Mishur had described, her current inquiry lacked any assertiveness. This was the first time Li Yao truly observed her. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Mishur, yet her demeanor was utterly contrary. We must identify the culprit, Li Yao murmured softly. Instantly, Arya forgot her tears. Was my mother truly killed by someone? Indeed, observe the depth of this mark's color. It is profound. While this one is faint, it indicates that someone first strangled your mother and then hung her from the tree on our side. Li Yao squinted, realizing that this individual not only caused your mother's demise, but also sought to frame us. Who could it be? A face flashed through her mind. Could it be him? Filthy girl, do not touch my mother. San Mao rushed forward, forcefully pushing Li Yao to the ground. What do you intend to do? You murderer. Li Jiza helped his sister up from the ground, admonishing, ignore this madman. Who are you calling mad? San Mao seethed with fury. You. Li Jiza replied coldly. What evidence do you have to accuse us of killing your mother? Would a rational person leave behind a body for others to speculate upon? He dusted off the dirt from Li Yao's clothes. He had heard his sister's words just moments ago. If I were you, I would have buried the body first, and then sought the true culprit, rather than hurling baseless accusations here, allowing the real murderer to mock you. Li Yao, undeterred, leaned closer to Arya. Did your mother act strangely last night? Arya looked up with glistening eyes, replying no. Mother was very happy last night and said we wouldn't go hungry. Just before we went to sleep, she mentioned going to fetch the blankets we left at Father's, fearing we might be cold while sleeping. Then we fell asleep. At this moment, Li Yao was already certain of who had killed Mrs. Mi, and she discreetly blended into the crowd. Enough. San Mao, first bury your mother. The village chief urged kindly. This weather is unusual. You wouldn't want your mother to start decaying, would you? San Mao glared at him defiantly. Mind your own business. He ran to embrace the upper half of Mrs. Mi's body, instructing Da Mao and Arya to each take a leg. I will bury her myself. Those who wished to lend a hand were driven away by his harsh words. We don't need your misguided kindness. The sky darkened ominously, as if a tempest was about to descend. San Mao was digging a muddy pit with a wooden stick, and Da Mao imitated him. Brother, what are we digging this for? To let mother sleep. San Mao discarded the stick and began to excavate with his bare hands. Is mother sleeping underground? Won't she be cold? No. Once she lies down, we will cover her with a thick layer of soil, and she won't feel cold. Then let us dig quickly. Da Mao chuckled, grinning widely. San Mao's face was streaked with tears. He dared not look up or pause. His fingers were scraped by stones, blood oozing, yet he felt no pain. Who killed mother? I must seek vengeance. Not far away. Li Laosi approached slowly, wielding a shovel. San Mao glanced at him before lowering his head again, continuing to dig with his bloodied hands. You need not pity me. I do not pity you, Li Laosi spoke softly. You are inherently resilient. You will surely learn to fend for yourself. I pity her. Da Mao looked up, rubbing the dirt from his hands. Fourth uncle, you are truly kind. Only you are helping us build a house for mother. Li Laosi patted Da Mao's head. Good boy. San Mao fell silent, no longer resisting Li Laosi's assistance. After calming down, he found some truth in Li Jiza's words. The mound for Mi's grave had been raised. There were no incense, candles, or paper offerings, only San Mao, along with his siblings, kneeling at the grave, weeping softly. Brother, I am hungry. Da Mao tugged at San Mao's sleeve. I still want to eat the sweet potatoes from yesterday. San Mao wiped his tears with the back of his hand. I will go dig some for you. Mother, I promise to take good care of big brother and second sister from now on. Do not worry. As the wind swept through, the small figure was engulfed by darkness, resolutely and stubbornly taking each step forward. One day I shall offer the severed head of the murderer as a tribute to you. Zaira, are you suggesting that Mi is not a victim of her own despair? Sue cast a fearful glance at the great tree that hung me. Indeed. My initial words were not solely directed at San Mao, but also at the hidden assailant lurking in the shadows. Li Laosi sighed heavily, pondering. Who do you think it could be? Father, it depends on whom we and Aunt have offended simultaneously. Li Laosi suddenly looked up, as if his thoughts had been unveiled. The family fell into silence, the stillness enveloping the night and consuming many hearts. Chapter 42. The boys who passed through his hands numbered not less than 9,000. Everyone harbored their own suspicions. In this household, aside from Li Jiyun, who seldom pondered, the atmosphere was laden with gravity. What troubled Liao was that since this individual had already targeted me, her family would be next. She glanced at Sue, drawing closer into her embrace. Such occurrences must not be allowed to repeat. It is getting late. Everyone should retire early. Sue's spirit seemed diminished. You all sleep first. I will check on the children. Li Laosi spoke anxiously. No one opposed him. He felt somewhat disheartened, but still ventured out of the cave. Father is too kind-hearted, Li Jiza murmured. I will sleep in Uncle Wang's bed, keeping watch at the cave's entrance. The women worked together to barricade the wooden bars with stones, finally feeling a sense of relief. Mingyu, they are so pitiful, Li Laosi whispered beside her. How pitiful? Sue's languid voice drifted in response as she turned away from Li Laosi. That is good. Sue ceased to pay him any heed and drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a tempest raged outside. The wind howled fiercely, while the great stone within the cave shielded the wooden barrier, allowing them to continue their peaceful rest. However, the villagers of Qingshan village were not faring as well. The wind seemed to possess a mind of its own, swirling chaotically within the cave and absconding with numerous belongings upon its escape. Outside, the rain poured down like columns of pearls, creating a cacophony of disarray. My clothes have been whisked away. My pot. My shoes. Inside the cave, chaos reigned, with chickens flapping and dogs barking wildly. The elderly sighed, women shouted, and children wept in unison. Some took advantage of the turmoil, leading one to believe dawn might never break. When morning arrived, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief, for the wind had abated significantly and the rain had ceased. It felt as though they had endured a cataclysm. Every face bore a vacant expression. Yet, they still had to muster the strength to clean up. My pot is missing. The 2 pounds of fine rice I tucked within my quilt have vanished. We lost 5 eggs. Which wretched soul is responsible for this thievery? My half-pound of dried wolf meat is gone as well. Just as the village chief had begun to relax, a frown creased his brow, and, for the first time, he felt anger rise within him. Who could be so brazen? How can one remain calm in such circumstances? With things having descended to this state, there are still those who would exploit the chaos. With so many people, maintaining order is already a challenge. Do they not find life sufficiently dire? Once I uncover the culprit, they shall be expelled from the village. A few of those who had taken advantage of the disorder appeared exceedingly anxious. The village chief snorted coldly, aware that if this continued, further troubles would surely arise. Soon, the men from your homes will convene outside, while the women remain to organize your belongings. Village chief, are you planning to descend the mountain? A woman inquired with palpable excitement. As dawn broke, Li Laosi hurriedly made his way to Sam Mao and the others. Upon seeing the entrance to the cave securely blocked, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sam Mao noticed his presence, but remained silent. It was only after Li Laosi departed that he moved aside the obstruction at the cave's mouth. I'm with you. Arya nodded in agreement. Sam Mao restored the cave's entrance, instructing that no one should be acknowledged, particularly those bearing the surname Li. Arya inquired from within. Is it from 4th Uncle S family or grandfather and grandmother S? Ignore them. Any of them could be the culprits behind our mother S demise. Sam Mao retorted. Yet I feel 4th Uncle is innocent. He even aided us in burying her. Perhaps he feels guilty, Arya speculated. Sam Mao, growing increasingly frustrated, chose to remain silent with her. Just as he departed, a voice echoed from outside the cave. Arya? Today, Li Laoda learned that the Mi family has hanged themselves. A woman from next door had informed him. Upon hearing her father's voice, Arya was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face like rolling beads. "Arya, let your father come in to see you," Lee Lauda insisted, his persistence unwavering. "You mustn't enter." Arya replied softly, "If it weren't for you, Mother would still be alive. Your mother was harmed by the Lassie family. How could it possibly be my doing? I am your father. Do not speak such nonsense." She was aware that her father held some reservations regarding Sammo. "You stubborn girl," he chastised. "Father." The father and daughter concealed themselves, observing those preparing to convene not far away. "Are you truly considering returning to your former profession?" Lee Lauda's face, shadowed with bitterness, lowered as he spoke in a hushed tone. "What choice do I have? Your hand requires costly treatment." Lee Lauda felt a warmth in his heart, deeply grateful that his father had chosen to sever his left hand, and he appreciated that his father still held him in high regard. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being their father. A pang of reluctance surged within him. "You are such a failure," Lee Lauda admonished. "The bothersome me family is already gone. Damao is a fool with no one to claim him, and Sammo is stubborn, making him difficult to deal with. Only Arya has some value. Do you still wish to keep your hand?" he continued. "That Wu Sang is utterly ignorant of medicine. Had it not been for my life-saving pill, you would have perished long ago." Lee Lauda nodded obediently. With the floods raging everywhere, there was nowhere to sell anything. "You must find a way to placate them. Once the waters recede, we shall act promptly," Lee Lauda declared, rising to approach the others, with Lee Lauda following closely behind. Suddenly, he bumped into his father's back. "Father, why have you stopped?" Lee Lauda gazed towards the nearby Li Yao siblings who were feeding the cattle. "Those few should be sold together," he exclaimed. The Mi family disrespected him and openly insulted him. He would send her to her demise. Although Sue from the fourth family did not openly scold him, she was equally ungracious. She would be next. No one knew how Li Lauda had amassed his wealth. In his youth, he had left Qingshan village in search of a living, wandering the land with his master, having trained countless boys and girls, at least 9,000. If not 10. Li Lauda's mother was the master's daughter. After their marriage, they continued in this trade. Years flew by in the blink of an eye. "I have no objections." Lee Lauda found himself at a loss for words. "Very well, since there are no objections, starting tonight. The three of us will take turns keeping watch each night until the day we descend the mountain." Agreed. Everyone deemed the village chief's idea commendable. In these perilous mountains, having someone to stand guard would bring a sense of security. Old Lee cast a glance at Zhu Xing, then lowered his head to smirk disdainfully where others could not see. If he wished, he could have everyone on watch, for he had his means. Tonight, he would present them with a grand surprise. Chapter 43, Retribution Will Come. The cave, after the women's efforts, became habitable once more. During the day, the village chief had instructed the men to fell numerous trees to construct wooden barriers akin to those of Old Lee's family. As the nights grew bitterly cold, they bound branches between the wooden slats, providing shelter from the wind and rain. Within the cave, an unusual tranquility prevailed as each household prepared their evening repast, hoping no further mishaps would occur. Zhu Xing awaited his family's dinner, his eyes ever vigilant. Zhu Wu's wife was absent-minded, oblivious to the boiling water overflowing from the pot. "Take a rest. I shall handle it," she said, as old Zhu placed the soaked brown rice into the pot, stirred it with a spatula, and covered it. In another pot, she scooped a small lump of lard to make an egg soup. She dared not crack more than 2 eggs. Though the wolf meat was tough and gamey, it was too precious to waste, so she cooked a small bowl, dividing it into tiny portions for each family member. Yet this was still the finest meal in the village. In contrast, the household next to Old Lee merely warmed a few hard buns, one for each person, and filled a bowl with water to sustain them through the night. Even those hard buns made the neighboring children drool with envy. Old Lee's wife appeared to have improved considerably, directing the children to set a pot of water to boil, tossing in a handful of broken rice, without further ado. As the rice soup simmered, she complained that the broth was too thin, reproaching Forya, calling her a worthless wretch. If it weren't for your mother, would we be living like this? Her anger unquenched, she pinched Forya hard, demanding she venture outside to forage for wild vegetables. Forya, trembling and fearful, raised her eyes and replied, "It's too dark outside. I dare not go. Tomorrow I promise to search for some." Lazy bones, always making excuses. Lilawazi glared fiercely at her. "Get out of my sight." Forya, quaking, retreated, her gaze still fixed on the pot. How fragrant! How hungry she felt! Yet, she dared not hope for even a morsel to eat, quietly seeking a corner to hide away. What a heartless creature! The woman next door couldn't contain her disdain. "What did you say, Zhu Wunyang?" Lilawazi turned, hands on her hips. Her face, marred by burns, bore scars that looked both terrifying and repulsive. With the upper hand, Lilawazi unleashed a torrent of curses, claiming that being near her was a curse of 8 generations. "You talk too much. May the king of hell cut out your tongue." She stirred the bubbling rice soup, tossing in a handful of shepherd's purse. Just as she was about to call for Oldly to join her for dinner, a sudden grip seized her hair, forcing her face toward the pot. The steam scalded her skin, and she nearly lost her wits. "Lilawazi, do you not inquire who I, Zhu Wunyang, truly am?" Zhu Wunyang's husband was a butcher, having married into the family. The couple spent their years slaughtering pigs, honing their strength. Lilawazi, having long suffered losses, was weak and frail, no match for Zhu Wunyang. Completely subdued, she found herself at the mercy of her adversary. "Are you justified in abusing your own granddaughter?" The surrounding individuals momentarily set aside their tasks and gathered to observe the commotion, each gesturing dismissively at Old Lady Li. "What is happening?" Old Master Li inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Your mother speaks too freely. I shall teach her a lesson." Zhu Wunyang retorted, rolling her eyes. "Continue your heartless ways, and you shall inevitably face retribution." With that, she clapped her hands as if ridding herself of some unsightly residue. "I intend to seek the village chief for a change of location. Being near you all is utterly repugnant." As she passed by Oldly, she bestowed upon him a particularly scornful glance. Oldly sat in ominous silence, his countenance grim. Old Masterly, agitated, felt his hands tremble. With the spectacle now diminished, the onlookers dispersed. "What have you done now?" Oldly's tightly sealed lips finally uttered a sound. "Are you courting death? Should you act thus again, do not expect my mercy." Before others, the arrogant Old Lady Li shrank into herself, responding with a subdued murmur. "We must cook more." Oldly glanced at the pot containing their evening meal. "Old man, I too wished to prepare a greater quantity, but there was scarcely half a bag of grain left. After days of consumption, it was nearly depleted. Allow them a portion. We must ensure they remain alive." Oldly instructed quietly. "I have my means to procure grain. Simply follow my orders. Exercise restraint before descending the mountain." A flicker of hope ignited in Old Lady Li's eyes. "You old man?" Oldly shot her a glare, prompting her to immediately fall silent. The trade of women and children had been passed down from her ancestors, and had it not been for that incident over 2 decades ago, the couple would not have renounced their former ways. She lamented the loss of her lucrative livelihood, feeling unjustly reduced to foraging from the earth. "I heed your words." Suddenly, Old Lady Li's mood brightened, and she dismissed her concerns about Zhu Wunyang's aggression. Uncharacteristically, she rose and summoned Suya, Waya, and Chimao, serving each a bowl. Although the shepherd's purse was plentiful and the rice scant, it was enough to stave off hunger. The children, unable to wait for it to cool, eagerly gulped it down, including little Chimao. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat chicken legs." For Mao weakly whined. He had been ill for some time, lingering in a daze. Old Man Li believed it was merely a common cold and refrained from administering medicine, relying solely on herbal remedies from Wu San. With her spirits lifted, Old Lady Li was no longer irritable. "Once you recover, I shall stew you some chicken. But first, finish this bowl of porridge." The subsequent days marked the best times for Suya and her companions at the Li household. Though they still faced hunger, they were at least spared from scolding and beatings. Everyone assumed that Zhu Wunyang had transformed old Lady Li's character and found her conscience. Suya felt a deep gratitude towards Zhu Wunyang. Although she dared not speak to her, she followed her at a distance. Zhu Wunyang would deliberately leave some wild vegetables in the spots where Suya had foraged. That night, a torrential rain began to fall. In the darkness, a figure darted swiftly through the downpour. She tossed a fragrant token into the cave, waiting for the opportune moment to seize it. At that moment, Li Yao's consciousness wandered within the space. She had been spending 2 hours there every night, discovering that her physical condition improved the longer she remained. Danger! Danger! The space emitted an alarm. Realizing the urgency, Li Yao quickly exited. Though she was aware of the potential peril posed by the Su family, she had not anticipated such swift action from that individual. The Su figure was swiftly hoisted onto someone's shoulders, and they hurried away. The individual did not venture far. Pausing before the grave of me tomorrow, when discovered, everyone will assume you took your own life out of guilt. The shadow emitted a chilling laugh. Li Yao, consumed by urgency, searched her surroundings for a suitable weapon. Observing the person's running posture, she realized he was adept in martial arts, a fact she had not anticipated. Suddenly, the shadow drew a slender steel wire from his waist, preparing to ensnare Su's neck. Just as he was about to strike, a gunshot rang out. In that critical moment, Li Yao retrieved an arrow from her space. Emerging with renewed vigor, the shaft was small yet manageable for her. The arrowhead sliced through the air, hurtling toward the shadow. With an automatic filling of the arrowhead, Li Yao pressed the launch button. 3 arrows were released simultaneously, striking the shadow's back. After a few tense minutes, Li Yao cautiously emerged from the underbrush. Truth be told, she feared that the treacherous shadow might feign death. As she approached, she bent down to inspect him closely. Indeed, it was Li Chongsong. She had long suspected this man was no ordinary foe, yet she had not anticipated his martial prowess or his ruthless nature. Not dead yet? As she felt for his breath, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. You? Li, in a swift motion, flipped over and leapt a considerable distance away. You are not Li Yao. Who are you? He demanded, shedding his outer garment to reveal an iron vest beneath. And who are you? Seeing that Su on the ground showed no signs of awakening brought Li Yao a measure of relief. After all, Li Chongsong had not yet had the chance to strike. He had merely rendered her unconscious. Little girl, are you not afraid of death? Li sneered disdainfully. Wishing for a clear demise? Death is not an option for her. She had never intended to spare him, especially after he had discovered her. His existence had become utterly superfluous. However, before his demise, it would be advantageous to extract some information. Understand the gravity? Old Li laughed skyward, the steel wire in his hand stretched into a straight line. Allow me to disclose that your father is not my son, and you are not my grandchildren. He was merely one of the children I trafficked. Is that all? Li Yao scoffed. We have long suspected as much. Old Li was in a frenzy, suspected? How could you possibly deduce that? I always thought the fourth's temperament was too erratic to undergo such a sudden transformation. You need not be astonished. Anyone with a modicum of intellect could surmise it based on your actions. What else do you know? Old Li took a step closer, the veins in his hand gripping the wire bulging ominously. It was indeed procured from the black market before the apocalypse. The handgun was a compact version, perfectly suited to her grasp. After purchasing it, enamored by its charm, she adorned the firearm with numerous sparkling crystals, rendering it quite kawaii. Old Li gazed at the glittering trinket and chuckled. This little toy appears to be worth quite a sum, does it not? He regarded Li Yao with utter disdain. The iron armor he wore could withstand arrows, rendering him impervious to death. I shall send you to your demise this instant, and soon your mother shall join you. Were it not for your father, I could have accrued far greater wealth. Consider this trinket a meager compensation for the losses he has caused me. With that, he leaped forward. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated like thunder in the night, but it went unnoticed by all. As the bullet pierced through the old man's left knee, he collapsed to the ground with a cry. "Where did my father turn from?" Liao demanded, as she stepped on the wound of the old man. "Even if I die, I will not tell you." "Then go ahead and die." Before her words could fully escape her lips, another gunshot rang out. The old man died with his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close them in death. He could never have anticipated that a mere girl would be so resolute in her intent to kill. Liao retrieved the bullets from his body and placed the old man into a spatial pocket. She then produced a vial and held it beneath Sue's nose. Slowly, Sue's eyes fluttered open, filled with shock. "Mother, do not be afraid." Liao grasped her hand. "How did we end up here?" She noticed the grave of me, mother. "If I told you that the old man captured you here with the intent to kill you, would you believe me?" Liao had no intention of concealing the truth. "He intended to make you hang yourself, just like me. Fortunately, I discovered his plot." Sue pressed her lips together tightly. "And him?" "Dead," Liao replied succinctly. "I took weapons from my master and killed him." "Yaoer," Sue said, pulling her close. "Were you frightened? Did he hurt you?" Liao shook her head. "Mother, are you not afraid of me?" Sue paused. "You did this to save me. How could I not appreciate your efforts? Moreover, you are my daughter. And whatever actions you take, you will always be my child." Wiping away her tears, Sue asked, "Where did you put him?" "I left him with my master." Sue gasped in alarm. "Could that be sacrilegious?" Liao chuckled softly. "No, after father has seen him, I will dispose of him." Sue stood up and took her hand. "Do you plan to tell your father?" "Since we are family, I have no intention of concealing the truth. Moreover, he has the right to know. It is essential that he understands why, over the years, he has been so ill-received." Upon detecting the foul odor, Li Laosi slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the two drenched individuals before him, he was taken aback. "What have you been up to?" He got out of bed, fetched towels to dry them off, and urged them to change clothes inside. Only when the mother and daughter emerged from behind the curtain did he inquire, "What has happened?" As soon as Su Shi heard his question, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. After a considerable time of coaxing, she gradually calmed down. Liao even felt a bit drowsy. Su Shi recounted the events to Li Laosi, who sat on a stool, his head in his hands, overwhelmed. How could he be so ruthless? "You are my wife." Humanity is always burdened with unfulfilled expectations deep within the heart. Li Laosi could not fathom why his father would treat his family with such cruelty. "Father, don't you understand?" Liao exclaimed as she hurled the old man's corpse aside. "He is not your father at all." A wave of shock washed over them, while Su Shi seemed to have anticipated this revelation. "I should have guessed. He is not my father?" In that instant, Li Laosi felt a diminishment of his guilt. Indeed, he said it himself. He said it himself? Did he ever mention where he took me from? "Who am I?" Liao shook her head. Noticing her father's agitation, she offered solace. Although he did not specify, "There is certainly another person who knows." Li Laosi pressed his temples, feeling a burning ache. "I too had doubts in my childhood about not being their biological child. Initially, I presumed their demeanor was merely a manifestation of strictness. However, I soon realized it stemmed from my status as an outsider, for I was not their son. To be precise, I was merely one of the unfortunate souls they had trafficked. Countless others have endured similar fates, some of whom may have even lost their lives." Liao administered another potent dose, for to uncover the truth of my lineage, one must pry the secrets from the lips of old Lady Li. She is the sole custodian of the truth. The decision to eliminate Old Man Li was made with the understanding that he would divulge nothing. However, Old Lady Li would prove to be far more amenable. Alas, another life has been extinguished. Help! There is a corpse here. Chapter 45. Has the extreme heat arrived? The woman foraging for wild vegetables collapsed in terror, crying out, and nearby individuals rushed to her aid. "Sister Chun, what is the matter?" A group of 4 or 5 women began to peer around anxiously. There is a dead body." The woman addressed as Sister Chun trembled, pointing toward a slope. There lay a somewhat level patch of ground where she had spotted many dandelions, prompting her to slide down. Upon her descent, she stumbled upon a large storage basket, familiar to every household in the village as a grain repository. Thinking she had encountered a stroke of luck, she intended to sneak a glance, only to discover, upon lifting the lid, that it contained two lifeless bodies. The shock rendered her nearly catatonic. Meanwhile, men, alerted by the commotion, began to leap down the slope, including the village chief. It was Old Manly and the wife of the third son. The men, emboldened, found that the sight of the deceased was less intimidating. But wait, did not the wife of the third son flee? How could she be here, lifeless? With a heart-wrenching cry, Old Lady Lee threw herself upon Old Manly, lamenting, "How could you have died? Who is responsible for this?" After shedding tears for a considerable time, with no one offering her solace, she directed her fury towards the lifeless Chin, who lay nearby. "Wretched woman, even in death you drag others down with you." She kicked the deceased Chin with all her might until someone intervened to pull her away. Chin bore a knife wound to her chest. While Old Manly had a gaping hole in his forehead, it was evident that he had been murdered. The village chief scrutinized the two corpses, pondering who could have committed such a heinous act. Previously, Old Lady Lee had claimed that Chin had conspired with outsiders to steal their grain. Now, with Chin's presence here and the granary emptied, could it be that Chin was hiding with an accomplice, only to be discovered by Old Manly and subsequently silenced? Li Yao, led by Su, couldn't he help but smirk amidst the crowd. She found herself somewhat admiring the imaginative leaps of these people. Who could weave such a coherent narrative? Impossible! Old Lady Lee exclaimed frantically, "No one could have killed my husband. With his skills, ordinary ruffians stand no chance against him." And Chin certainly lacked the prowess to be involved with any formidable adversaries. So how did he meet his end? Someone dared to question, showing no concern for Old Lady Lee's grief. Indeed, even Old Lady Lee found herself engulfed in doubt. Had her husband's martial prowess declined after years of concealment? Gazing at the gaping wound on his forehead, it appeared to be inflicted by a formidable weapon. In that moment, she was at a loss and in despair. She began to wail. With the dead gone, what more could be done? After conferring with Old Lee, the village chief decided to find a place for burial. Realizing that the Mi family was kin, they resolved to dig the grave adjacent to the Mi residence. After decades of marriage, the elderly Mrs. Lee suddenly found herself devoid of spirit. She could not fathom how her husband had passed away so unexpectedly. He had clearly intended to resume his former pursuits, expressing a desire to procure grain. As this thought crossed her mind, she cast a resentful glance towards the direction of the Lee family's fourth son. Following the burial of Mr. Lee and Mrs. Chin, fourth Mao had wept, asking, "Mother, has my mother died?" At that moment, Mrs. Lee was at her husband's grave, mourning, when a sudden slap jolted her, provoking her to curse the heartless woman who had given birth to him. Now, Mrs. Chin had become her primary scapegoat. Fourth Mao, having been struck, ran away in tears. Elder Lee burned the last of the joss paper, heaving a deep sigh. "Mother, father went to the fourth son's house for grain last night. How could he have suddenly?" In truth, the death of Mr. Lee did not evoke profound sorrow in him. Rather, it brought a sense of relief. Having traversed the world in his youth and witnessed the swift allure of wealth, he had longed to embark on his own ventures. Yet, Mr. Lee had consistently thwarted his aspirations, refusing to impart his skills. Now that he was gone, there was no one to impose upon him, allowing him the freedom to flourish. "I don't know. How could I possibly know?" Mrs. Lee lamented, her sorrow palpable. "You are aware that he intended to eliminate the Su family, just as he had done with the Mi family. Once the children were left unattended, she would seek an opportunity to deceive them and sell them off. Your father is gone, and as his son, you must fulfill his wishes." Raising her face in a manner that sought favor, she added, "You have always been clever. I am certain you will succeed." Elderly, filled with confidence, replied, "Mother, do not worry. As long as you impart everything to me without reservation, I will surely earn a great deal of silver to repay you." Madame Lee nodded and instructed her to bow twice in respect to her father before they departed. Unbeknownst to them, A pair of fierce eyes were fixated on their retreating backs, those of San Mao, who visited the Mi family grave daily. The sun shone brightly, and by noon, it had thoroughly dried the ground. Madame Li sent word to Li Laosi, requesting his presence. He, however, coldly declined, opting instead to take his family to hunt for wild rabbits. His legs had improved significantly, and he no longer limped as noticeably. Even gentle slopes posed little challenge. As the family ventured forth, they quickly cast aside any lingering discontent. Li Laosi set several traps while Su Shi and the others began foraging for wild vegetables. Wild onions, ground thunder godvine, and bracken ferns were plentiful, and soon they had gathered several baskets worth. Li Yao, confined to Su Shi's side, could only collect the remnants, her face smeared with mud. She was somewhat less agile than in her past life. Yaoer, sit and rest. Your mother and brothers will do the digging. Li Yao dutifully complied and settled down. The forest retained some dampness, yet one could distinctly sense the rising temperature. She retrieved an apple from her space, munching on it while pondering. It had nearly been 20 days since they ascended the mountain, and June should typically bring warmth, yet this heat was abnormally swift, reaching at least 30 degrees. She recalled the unusual heat upon her arrival, which had only recently subsided before flooding ensued. Was the weather shifting erratically like in the apocalypse? She could not afford to be careless and contemplated discussing her concerns with Su Shi. Mother, it has become exceedingly hot today. Could it lead to the fields cracking open like before? Su Shi set down the basket and accepted the apple Li Yao offered. It is hard to say. She is not adept at observing celestial phenomena, hence she cannot make predictions. Moreover, it has been exceedingly cold at night lately, requiring 2 blankets to keep warm. Today, however, the day has barely passed, and already she is sweating profusely. Who knows what the weather will be like tomorrow? Perhaps you could inquire with your master. Being a celestial being, he would surely possess the ability to foresee such matters. Li Yao replied, Yes, I shall ask him tonight. She could only respond in this manner. She could not admit to the absence of a master. She decided to wait until evening to see if the temperature would drop. If it does not, it surely means that sweltering heat is upon them. Li Jiyun dashed over, breathless, placing his basket aside. Sister, it's unbearably hot. If only we had an ice pop to cool us down. Su Shi playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, You glutton. Li Yao also felt the oppressive heat and suggested he fetch Li Jiza and Li Laosi. Suddenly, Li Yao noticed a cluster of verdant branches, instantly uplifting her spirits. Chapter 46, Mung Bean Tofu Guanyin Chai Leaves. Li Yao rushed over to pluck a few leaves, her excitement palpable. Mother, these leaves are edible. Su Shi reached out to gather a few, bringing them to her nose for a whiff. We are not lacking in food at the moment. Li Yao nodded. Mother, these are called guanyin chai leaves, also known as turtle dove leaves. The juice extracted can be transformed into mung bean tofu, perfect for the stifling weather. Upon hearing that these leaves could be used for food, the entire family sprang into action, collecting a full bamboo basket. Upon returning home, Jiza and Jiyun took charge of washing the leaves while Su Shi and Li Laosi prepared to extract the juice. Li Yao retrieved a handful of straw ash from the hearth and soaked it in water. From her storage space, she procured a piece of filtering cloth to purify the ash water. Su was drenched in perspiration, and it took her and Li Laosi over half an hour to knead a basket of guanyin leaves into juice. Father, Mother, we still need to strain the residue with a piece of cloth. Once the juice was filtered, she poured in some lye water and mixed it thoroughly. Done, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Can we really eat this? Li Jiyun, with a frown, questioned her sister's sanity. The dark, murky lye water indeed appeared rather unappetizing. Is this really it? Su, hoping to bolster her daughter's confidence, forced a smile. They had no idea that leaves could be edible. Their cooperation stemmed from a desire to shield her from disappointment. Don't worry, we will be able to eat it soon, Li Yao replied with assurance. Initially intending to ask Su for more ingredients, she abandoned the thought upon seeing her mother's discomfort. To enhance the flavor of the green tofu, she tucked a few ice blocks outside the basin, startling Li Laosi, who hurriedly sealed the opening. Yaoer, if you conjure up something unexpected, it would be fine if it were common. But if it's ice reserved for affluent households, it's best to avoid drawing attention. He added, it's better not to bring it out. It could be quite alarming. All right, father. Li Yao blinked. I will be cautious in the future. Good girl, Yaoer. Li Laosi praised, patting the ice block. It feels wonderfully cool. Su remarked, indeed, it has become much cooler. No wonder wealthy families rush to buy these ice blocks when summer arrives. This ice is more expensive than grain. More expensive than grain? An idea sparked in Li Yao's mind. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Indeed, only your grandparents have used ice blocks in our village. Su's expression stiffened. It was peculiar to bring them up in such a context. Li Yao, intrigued, mused that given their frugality, it was unlikely they would spend money on such a dish. It must have been a gift from another. This marked the first time they spoke of Li Yao's uncle, whom she had never met. Even if she had, the original owner of her body was too young to retain any memory. However, judging by the temperament of the Li family, it was reasonable to assume that this uncle would not be a particularly admirable character. She harbored no fondness for those individuals. Suddenly, the sound of clattering echoed as 5 bowls of verdant, tantalizing cold mung bean tofu were placed upon the table. Apart from Su Shi, the other 3 stared in awe. It was simply too visually appealing. Li Jiyun exclaimed, clearly enchanted. It looked delectable. He eagerly seized his chopsticks, declaring, I shall not hold back. Wow, this is extraordinarily delicious. After devouring a few pieces, he finally found the time to express his admiration. You all must try this. With that, he buried his head in the bowl. Though it was a simple cold dish, everyone savored it with great delight. Truly delightful, cool and refreshing, it makes one feel rejuvenated. Li Laosi, having finished, praised, Sister, you are so clever. The usually taciturn Li Jiza displayed a fond smile. I believe it is still Mother who is truly capable. I merely speak, while she takes action. Mother is remarkable. Li Yao, nudging Su Shi's arm, showered her with compliments. Indeed, Mother is the best. Both Jiyun and Jiza echoed in unison. A blush crept across Su Shi's cheeks. All right, enough flattery. Yet a frown soon returned to her face as she hoped that the following day would not be so hot. Li Yao shared several methods for preparing mung bean tofu, suggesting that if the weather were pleasant, they could enjoy it leisurely, without needing to rely on her to procure ingredients from the celestial realm. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, reassuring her, do not worry, Mother. My master adores this dish. That evening, I presented him with a bowl and stored the prepared dish with him, ensuring there was no concern about it spoiling. Upon hearing this, Su's eyes sparkled with delight. Then let's make more, so your master can indulge. All right. Li Yao beamed sweetly. The grains purchased earlier were stashed in her space, as her mother tended to be somewhat forgetful. However, that was of little concern. Her mother's happiness was what truly mattered. When setting off again, Li Yao placed the majority of the leftovers from lunch into her space. Everyone was enthusiastic, working with great vigor. Nearby, a woman foraging for wild vegetables observed their family gathered around the tree, diligently plucking leaves and wiping sweat from their brows. Fourth's daughter-in-law, what are you all up to? Su glanced at Yao, who nodded, and thus she smiled broadly. Upon learning they were preparing food, the onlookers' eyes gleamed with interest. Is it truly edible? Grandma Wu stepped closer for a better look. Li Yao hurried to the basket and pretended to retrieve a bowl, which was actually the dish Su had prepared for her master. Grandma Wu, look, this is how it is. She held the bowl aloft as she approached the group. Sister Chun, concerned that the small girl might spill, quickly took it from her. It looks lovely, and it smells delightful. Why not give it a taste? Is that appropriate? Sister Chun shook her head. Times are tough for every household, and your family has it hard too. It's best to save it for yourselves. Please, do try it. Li Yao gazed at them earnestly. We have plenty. Oh, you child. Grandma Wu affectionately ruffled her hair. You are so generous. Encouraged by her words, everyone took a taste. Delicious. It's even better than meat. Sister Chun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. This is delightful. It's refreshing. My grandson would surely love it. The other women found it quite agreeable. Hence, the group dedicated to gathering leaves expanded rapidly. Fortunately, this area was abundant with guanine wood, alleviating any concerns about depleting the resource. It was their own inability that had led their wives and children to resort to foraging for leaves to eat. Sue and her family upheld their promise, demonstrating their method at Granny Wu's home. Zhu Wunyang was the last to learn of the news. She hurriedly gathered only half a basket, anxious not to miss the opportunity to learn. Is this truly sufficient? Sue smiled and nodded, indicating that once it sets, it would be ready to eat. The simplest preparation was a cold dish, both delicious and convenient. No one harbored doubts, for those who had tasted it spoke highly of it. Eat, 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 until you drop. A discordant voice rang out. Chapter 47. A dog would be a better companion than those individuals. In the absence of laborers at Li's household, the old woman directed the younger girls to forage for wild vegetables. Every meal consisted of wild greens, leaving their palates yearning for flavor. Watching others toil with fervor stirred feelings of envy and resentment within her, especially when she saw Sue and her daughter being praised and adored. You wretched star! You worthless scoundrel! Beware lest you meet a bitter end. She ranted and raved, wishing to drag them over and give them a sound thrashing. Sue appeared oblivious, allowing her to wreak havoc. Yet, not everyone possessed such patience. You old hag, can you not bear to see others thrive? Zhu Wunyang, caught in a crucial moment of learning, was incensed by the interruption. So many have perished, why not you? Her vitriolic words were not without cause. Previously, she had sought the village chief's assistance in relocating, but no one was willing to live adjacent to the Li family. With no other recourse, she had to endure the repulsion brewing within her. Unexpectedly, Li's wife seemed to be acting deliberately, mercilessly beating the children 3 times a day, particularly targeting the 2 young girls. Their wails echoed painfully, and her heart ached for them. At times, when the 2 girls looked at her with longing eyes, devoid of food, she could not bear it and would reluctantly offer them half a loaf of bread to eat in secret. It was incredibly frustrating. One could say she struck at the very core of Li's wife's vulnerabilities, an unscrupulous tyrant who bullied her. She plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Old man, look at this. Even a dog would be better than them." As for the daughter-in-law of the 4th family, it was truly disappointing that, despite her ability to make tofu, she did not show any respect to the elders. The village chief furiously asserted, "They have severed ties, so where is the question of respect?" Initially, I advised your parents to separate from them, but your mother insisted on drawing a clear line. Moreover, the 4th daughter-in-law is quite generous and does not hoard anything. Just look, the widow Wu's family is already thriving. Li Laoda was left speechless, his face darkened as he left in a huff with Li's wife. What can we do? This is all the rice we have left. Li's wife tossed the last handful of rice into the pot. But you still have silver, don't you? I will find someone to buy some rice. We must endure until we descend the mountain. We cannot let ourselves starve. Li's wife shot him a glare. Mother, please do not look at me like that. Once I'm down the mountain, I'll surely have silver. After a moment's thought, Li's wife handed him 300 won. Rather than purchasing rice immediately, Li Laoda, having easily acquired the 300 won, sought out the village widow. The 2 of them slipped away into the mountains, not emerging until midnight. The widow appeared radiant, contemplating how advantageous it would be to share a few pounds of rice in exchange for the 300 won. After all, the most expensive price in town was merely a few coins per pound, and her rough rice was even cheaper. The 2 of them happily concluded their transaction and walked along the path they had taken, soon arriving at the cave's entrance. To avoid any suspicion, Li Laoda entered first, carrying the bag of rice. The widow took her time, swaying her hips and humming a tune before making her way inside. They enjoyed a restful night. The next morning, everyone rose early to gather the leaves of the guanine tree. Each person, young and old, male and female, from every household capable of labor, participated eagerly. The previous day, Sushir had informed them of the many ways to prepare green tofu, and today she planned to teach them a second method. The Li family was also busy harvesting, each member drenched in sweat. With so many people, Li Yao could not provide them with relief from the heat, so she could only occasionally hand them water bags filled with ice to sip from. Before noon, the heat was unbearable, and the leaves no longer appeared as vibrant green as they had in the morning. Li Yao estimated that the temperature had reached at least 37 degrees Celsius. She called out, and everyone paused. It was simply too hot. The sun felt as though it were burning their skin. Despite the heat, Sushir prepared a meal for everyone, consisting of scrambled eggs, stewed beef, and minced meat with green tofu soup, which filled their stomachs. In the afternoon, Sushir intended to continue gathering leaves, but Li Yao insisted she refrain. "Mother, the sun is too strong now. It can easily burn your skin. Let us wait until it sets before we gather more." She added, "It's rare that your master enjoys this. I want to prepare plenty so he can savor it every day. That will ease my heart." Sushir hesitated, saying, "I do not wish to take advantage of others." Seeing her determination, Li Yao directly produced a bottle of sunscreen spray and applied it generously over her entire body. Once again, a straw hat was retrieved, providing at least some respite from the heat. "If tomorrow proves equally sweltering, it shall not be removed." With a playful remark, she added, "Even a master may grow weary of daily indulgence." Sue nodded with a smile, allowing her daughter to fuss over her. The younger ones were ordered to remain home to tend to the cattle, while she and Li Laosi set off, beneath the shade of the trees. The cattle appeared relatively comfortable, especially with the feed provided by Li Yao over the past few days, rendering them noticeably more robust. Upon seeing Li Yao, the cow let out a loud moo. "Sister, this cow is a treacherous creature. I feed it daily, yet it never acknowledges me. You have fed it merely a few times, and it regards you as if you were a treasure," Li Jiyun lamented, pointing at the cow. Li Yao chuckled, well aware that the nourishment she provided far surpassed the wild grasses. The old cow seemed to comprehend Li Jiyun's words, responding with a moo. Li Jiyun's face flushed with delight. "I was merely jesting. You need not take it to heart." Leaning against a tree, Li Yao found herself reminiscing about Wang Zheng. He had showered her with affection, unconditionally loving and believing in her. Thus, she wished for his enduring safety and well-being. "Sister, there's no need for concern. Uncle Wang is quite adept, and with the provisions you prepared, he shall be fine." Reassured by Li Ji's comforting words, Li Yao's previously melancholic heart felt considerably lighter. Having had no time for a meal, she quickly prepared what they had gathered overnight. The moonlight was so bright that lighting a lamp was unnecessary. Sue cooked a dish and reheated the leftovers from lunch. The family sat quietly under the moonlight, enjoying their dinner. The night lacked the heat of the day, yet not a whisper of wind stirred. Even the shadows of the trees remained still. Chapter 48. Has the space upgraded? Li Laosi voiced no objections, as several elders had suffered from heatstroke during the day. Wusan charged 30 coins for the herbs, which was 10 coins more than before. "Father, that Wusan lacks any true medical knowledge." Li Jiza furrowed his brow, realizing he was merely inflating prices. Li Jiza fell silent, feeling that their encounter was merely a stroke of fate, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, his father forbade him from intervening, and despite his indignation towards such scoundrels, he felt powerless. Li Yao had heard of this individual as well, yet, as long as she remained unscathed, she would refrain from taking action. That evening, Sue and Li Laosi indeed ventured out to gather leaves, leaving several younger ones behind to guard the home. Unable to oppose them, Li Yao acquiesced. She contemplated the increasingly warm weather and how storing more provisions would ease Sue's anxiety. After retiring for the night, her consciousness slipped into the space. She circled around her stockpiled supplies, gathering essential medications and tools for the sweltering heat. Then she wandered to the rear of her spatial dwelling. Previously, the back had been shrouded in a gray haze, obscured by an invisible barrier. To her surprise, she noticed it was brighter today, leading her to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered a newly emerged expanse, vast and spacious, where several chickens were running about. Liao recognized these chickens, having brought them in when she collected grain from Old Lady Li's home. She had consumed 2, leaving 7. However, how could this space house living creatures? The last time the chickens had entered, they lay lifeless on the ground. When had they come back to life? She found herself utterly perplexed. Unable to fathom it, she chose to set it aside, much like her initial disbelief upon discovering this space. The chickens, startled by her sudden presence, were equally astonished, but soon one, emboldened, flapped its wings and charged at her, seemingly intent on an attack. In a moment of desperation, Liao plunged into the space, seizing a chicken by its wing and flinging it down with considerable force, causing it to crash to the ground. Little did the creature know who truly ruled this realm. As a warning to others, Liao swiftly dispatched the unfortunate hen. The remaining chickens, witnessing this display, scattered in fright. Well done for recognizing the situation. She promptly plucked the chicken, kindling a fire to roast it. Once the bird was perfectly cooked, she tore off a leg and began to gnaw on it, her peripheral vision catching sight of the terrified chickens, her heart brimming with mirth. After satiating her hunger, she meticulously examined the soil beneath her. Upon touching it, she found it to be pleasantly moist, and a closer inspection revealed that this was indeed the legendary black soil essential for any space. Unable to contain her joy, she erupted into laughter, sending shivers down the spines of the chickens nearby. The chickens wondered if she was contemplating how to stew them. Little did she expect that her arrival in this world would unlock such new abilities, and the thought brought her immense delight. If this were the case, would she not thrive? To possess the world and unify the universe was within her grasp. The chickens, however, were left bewildered. Clutching a chicken, Liao emerged from the space, still chuckling, awakening her siblings, Li Jiyun and Li Jiza. Sister, what dream has filled you with such joy? They were entirely oblivious to her recent escapade. Li Jiyun sniffed the air and exclaimed, I smell roasted chicken. Liao raised the chicken triumphantly, grinning. Master said green tofu is delicious, so he rewarded me with this roast chicken. I was simply overjoyed with the chicken leg. Li Jiyun harbored no doubts. The promise of food eclipsed all else. Excellent, she quickly responded, fearing the scrutinizing gaze of her elder brother. Lying in bed, she could not suppress her happiness. Not only could she sustain herself, but she also possessed the coveted black soil. The atmosphere in this space has grown increasingly sophisticated. Silence envelopes the surroundings, shattered only by a piercing scream that echoes through the sky. A ghost. In a state of utter panic, Widow He rushes into the cave, barefoot and clad in loose garments, as if fleeing from some unseen terror. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Her commotion awakens those within the cave, prompting someone to light a lamp. Gradually, many begin to discern her ghastly appearance. How shameless to present herself in such a manner. Zhu Wunyang extinguishes her lamp and covers her husband's eyes with one hand. Zhu Wu's wife, seething with anger, is unconcerned with Widow He's past. However, her current disheveled state is clearly an affront, designed to embarrass her father-in-law. She flings a blanket over Widow He, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting at such an early hour? Clinging to her last hope, Widow He cries, There's a ghost. There's a ghost. What nonsense is this? Speak plainly. Zhu Shen, filled with ire, demands. Widow He collapses onto the ground, insisting, I saw Old Man Li's head flying in the sky. I truly saw it. Blood gushing from 7 orifices, without a body, soaring above. What? Zhu Sheng, though skeptical, notes that Widow He does not appear to be fabricating her tale and thus questions her further. In the pitch darkness, what were you doing outside? I went to relieve myself. She dares not confess to having engaged in an illicit rendezvous with Old Man Li. Their affair began when he worked as a bookkeeper in town, and now, with the demise of the Mi family, their audacity has only increased. Moreover, Old man Li always rewards her with silver upon his visits. There is no secret that remains hidden forever. Old man Li has been absent. You two must be having an affair. Zhu Wunyang's words strike like lightning. Living next to the Li family, she always seems to uncover the truth. After each of Li Laoda's outings, Widow He would soon follow suit. One could easily infer their illicit affair with just a hint of imagination. Widow He's expression stiffened, and her silence spoke volumes. The village chief shook his head, deeming it a private matter unworthy of his intervention. Go to sleep and cease your clamor, he admonished. In her agitation, Widow He seized his sleeve, exclaiming, Chief, there is truly something amiss. Zhu Sheng, brushing off her grasp as if it were a foul substance, retorted. Li Laoda has fainted. I cannot bear him. Though his voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, those nearby understood him clearly. What else could they do but rescue him? Zhu Sheng gathered a few robust men and instructed Widow He to lead the way. However, she stubbornly refused to budge. It was only with the assistance of Zhu Wunyang and Zhu Wu's wife, who flanked her on either side, that she reluctantly moved forward. At that moment, the eastern sky appeared as if drenched in blood, heralding the sun's slow ascent. Where is he? Zhu Wu's wife impatiently shoved her. Still ahead. You've strayed far enough. Are you not fearful of being snatched away by wolves? Zhu Wunyang mocked. Widow He, her face flushed, dared not utter a word. After a considerable trek to the rendezvous spot, they found no one there, only a solitary shoe belonging to Li Laoda. Fortunately, Zhu Wunyang possessed considerable strength and managed to restrain her. They searched the surroundings, but despite the village chief and the others scouring the area, Li Laoda remained elusive, prompting them to consider abandoning their quest. He has been taken by a ghost. He has been taken by a ghost. Widow He chanted anxiously on their return, her demeanor frayed. Look, is that not Li Laoda? Chapter 49. I, representing the Li clan, will expel the lineage of Li Chongsong from the ancestral hall. It seems so. Zhu Wunyang squinted her eyes, confirming the figure in front of the grave mound not far away. Let us go take a look. Zhu Sheng led the group, swiftly approaching the grave. This was indeed the resting place of the Mi family, Old Li, and the Chen family. Ah, what a fright, cried Widow He. There. Li Laoda was kneeling before Mi's grave, his head bowed, clutching something in his hands. Meanwhile, Old Li's grave had been unearthed, a chaotic mess of grass strewn about. Not only Widow He was terrified, even Zhu Wunyang and Zhu Wu's wife, Wanshi, trembled slightly. Gathering his courage, Zhu Sheng stepped closer to Li Laoda, with the others behind him unable to discern what he was holding. Li Laoda, what are you doing here? Zhu Sheng inquired cautiously. Upon receiving no response, he gently nudged him. At this touch, Li Laoda collapsed, and the object in his hands rolled away like a wheel, finally coming to rest before a protruding stone. Ah, it was Old Li's head. Once the realization set in, everyone recoiled in horror. Wanshi even retched, exclaiming, How disgusting! Despite being accustomed to slaughtering pigs, Zhu Wunyang was also repulsed, frowning as she clung tightly to Wanshi. As for Widow He, she had long since fled in terror, and no one pursued her. The village chief is still alive, a daring man exclaimed, reaching out to touch beneath Li Laoda's nose. This village chief was on the verge of despair, dealing with the aftermath of his family's chaos daily. And that? Someone pointed at Old Li's severed head. After some contemplation, he realized that Old Li belonged to the Li clan, which had numerous members. It was best for them to handle such a situation themselves. Fortunately, Zhu Sheng had the wisdom to have him taken 100 meters away from the cave for treatment. Indeed, there was a fear that the villagers might believe that Old Man Li had become tainted by something sinister. The third patriarch of the Li family dispatched 3 men to retrieve Old Man Li's head and renter it in the earth, provoking another bout of weeping from the old woman at the gravesite. Although she felt resentment, she understood that causing a scene at this juncture would yield no benefit. She felt that her life had never been as burdensome as it was now. Unable to find an outlet for her frustration, she vented her anger upon Widow He, striking her in a fit of rage. The cave was filled with commotion and sweltering heat, dampening everyone's spirits. Enough of this. The third patriarch's cane struck the ground. Old womanly, cease this at once. The frenziedly matron paid no heed. Infuriated, the patriarch commanded his two daughters-in-law to restrain her. Gao, you have gone too far, he declared, his countenance darkened with fury. For too long, our Li family has turned a blind eye to your actions, merely because you share our surname and have borne descendants for us. Yet, you disregard the greater good and neglect your offspring, bringing shame upon our clan. Today, I hereby expel the lineage of Li Changsong from our ancestral hall. Consider this your warning. With that, he struck through the name of Li Changsong's family in the family register. The old woman was taken aback, unable to respond or plead for mercy, and soon witnessed the third patriarch departing with the members of the Li clan. Finally, silence fell upon the scene. She dared not raise her voice again. Without the clan's protection, she realized her vulnerability. Should the village chief decide to cast her out, she would truly be left with no recourse. Consequently, her animosity toward Widow he intensified, blaming her for the expulsion of their family from the clan. It was all the fault of that cunning vixen, who had lured her son and led them to such a dire fate. Old Manly feared that the old woman would unleash her wrath upon him. Despite feeling dizzy and bewildered, I still cannot comprehend why he knelt before the grave of the Mi family, clutching his father's head. However, it is paramount to stabilize her first. You useless wretch! Lilawazi scolded him a few times, though she dared not be too harsh at this juncture. Until they locate the third and fifth sons, they must rely on him. Once wealth is attained, what woman could he not have? Look at the pitiful company he has chosen. Your father must be enraged, having risen from the grave. Reflecting on Lilawazi's words, there seemed to be some truth in them. Perhaps his father felt that Widow he was unworthy of him, and thus intended to frighten them. As for why he was kneeling before the Mi family grave, holding his head, that was of little concern. Zhu Wunyang, carrying her basket, felt an ill omen. She had squandered half her mourning on their trivial matters. With that time, she could have gathered countless leaves and crafted ample green bean curd. Sue said that this tofu could be cut into pieces, deep-fried, and savored. Her family butchered pigs, and while they might lack many things, they certainly had amassed a good amount of lard. The more she thought about it, the more she felt cheated, grabbing a bun and striding out. Wunyang. Zhu Wunyang paused, a shiver running down her spine, especially as that affected tone emerged from Lilawazi's lips. If she thought to entangle her, she would find no way to do so. At that moment, in the home of Lilausi, the family exchanged startled glances. Let me go. Samma was tightly bound, the rag stuffed in his mouth barely removed by Lilausi. Even if you hand me over, I am not afraid. He lifted his chin defiantly, gritting his teeth. You are far too bold. If caught, do you think you will still have your life? Lilausi began to untie the ropes. Do not presume that your assistance grants you the right to lecture me. There is not a single virtuous soul in the Li family, and you are no exception. Sanmao tore away the rope and dashed from the cave. It had been a night since he emerged. His sister must be worried. He felt no regret. Ever since he learned that old Li had murdered his mother, thoughts of vengeance consumed him. Yet, before he could seize an opportunity, old Li met his demise. Death alone would not suffice to absolve him, for he had vowed to offer old Li's head as a tribute to his mother. Thus, in the stillness of the night, he unearthed the grave. Hatred rendered him devoid of fear. He severed old Li's head and placed it before Mi's tomb. Mother, I have avenged you. Tears soaked his face. As for their father, he was nothing more than a beast. Back in the town, Widow he frequently came to their home. At that time, he dared not confide in his mother, hoping the beast would find redemption. Alas, he not only persisted in his depravity, but also conspired with old Li to murder his mother. The hatred burned within him, a desire to see him torn asunder. Chapter 50. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Yet, he was still his father. Thus, he tied old Li's head with a rope, intending to instill fear in Li Dazhong and Widow He. When he witnessed Widow he flee in terror, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. As for that heartless beast, he was even weaker, collapsing in fright. He leaped from the tree, dragging Li Dazhong to atone for his mother's sins. He should kneel before his mother's grave and perish. Sparing him was his final act of mercy. However, all of this was witnessed by old Li's fourth son. How could such a father exist who, merely because his daughter desired to forage for wild fruits, would venture into the mountains before dawn? As their eyes met, he feared for his life. Unexpectedly, this once timid fourth uncle found himself dragging the deceased to his mother's grave. A tumult of emotions surged within him, a cacophony of feelings. However, as he pressed the lifeless head and the beastly father against his mother's grave, he felt himself bound by the hands of Li Laozi behind him. Indeed, none bearing the surname Li could be deemed virtuous. Now, why release him? What was their true intention? At that moment, his mind was a chaotic storm. I fear you may vanish, yet I dare not venture out to search for you, lest I lose my elder brother again, Arya lamented, her face awash with tears. Sister. San Mao could no longer contain himself, embracing Arya as the siblings wept inconsolably. After a while, Arya composed herself, declaring, San Mao, I wish to join them in gathering those leaves. With mother gone, I must take care of you both. San Mao's gaze was laden with complexity. He truly wished for his sister to remain indoors, for he was acutely aware that the beastly father still harbored intentions towards her. Moreover, their mother had always nurtured her with tenderness throughout the years. Yet, seeing the hopeful glimmer in his sister's eyes, he could only whisper, be cautious. Keep your distance from those named Li. Still unconvinced, he warned, do not trust that beast. Do not heed the father. Arya's tears transformed into a smile. Sister knows. As the elder sister, it was her duty to shoulder the burdens of life. Li Laozi fumbled awkwardly, holding freshly washed wild jujubes. He, Yao your father ventured into the mountains early this morning to find these for you. They are quite sweet. Liao's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Thank you, father. She took one from his hands and walked past him. Zayao? Have some. Li Jizhe replied indifferently, I do not fancy them. Father, I shall eat. Li Jiyun exclaimed, grabbing a handful and following in the footsteps of her sister and elder brother. Well, Mingyu, it's quite delicious. Susher exclaimed as she picked one up and took a bite. The crispness echoed in the air. Don't be like that. Samao isn't a bad child. I merely feel pity for him. Stop, stop, stop. Susher shook her head. No one is blaming you. There is no need for an explanation. She picked up the basket, accompanying you as you kept watch, inadvertently wasting precious time. Li Laozi grasped the basket. Truly no blame? If you don't let go, then it will indeed be a problem. Susher shot him an exasperated glance. We all know who you are. We have grown accustomed to it. Since we are family, how could we possibly hold it against you? Although you do have a tendency to meddle a bit too much. Susher pursed her lips, but she reminded him, remember. The bottom line is to ensure that no one harms our children. All right, Li Laozi beamed. I shall accompany you to gather. If the girl refuses to let me go, I will speak with her. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Susher dismissed him, stepping out of the cave first. The three little ones were basking in the shade beneath the tree, occasionally feeding the old cow some grass. Without her prompting, Li Yao sprayed a layer of sunscreen over her. Sister, don't you think father seems like a sycophant? Li Jiyun stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she observed their departing parents. Indeed, Li Yao winked. Eldest brother is right. Father's demeanor is exceedingly obsequious. It seems he holds the least status in the family. Do not speak ill of our parents. Li Jiza admonished sternly. Father is showing respect to mother. You must not be so irreverent. Li Jiyun was about to retort, but was interrupted by Li Yao's sweet voice. Yes, eldest brother, I shall heed your words. Li Jiyun. Indeed, he was truly astonished by his sister's ability to change her mood with such rapidity, like a leaf swaying in the wind. After a brief interlude of play, Li Jiyun proposed an idea. Sister, would you like to eat roasted sweet potatoes? Li Yao shook her head. Not at all. Sister, are you really not interested? I truly am not. It's sweltering and I don't want anything. I just wish to lie in an air-conditioned room and enjoy some watermelon. Her thoughts were consumed by her godfather, leaving her utterly drained of energy. Sister, I want to eat. Li Jiyun's expression fell. As his sister had always been considerate of him, what had changed today? Resolute in her decision, she allowed a smile to grace her face. She then became intrigued by her second brother's suggestion. Very well. Earlier, while cutting grass for the cows, I noticed an abundance of sweet potato leaves over there. There must be sweet potatoes. Li Yao leapt up, smacking him playfully. Why didn't you say so sooner? In her previous life, her favorite was not the sweet potatoes or their leaves, but rather the stems. When prepared with hot oil, garlic, and dried chili peppers, the sought-ed sweet potato stems were nothing short of exquisite. You didn't ask. Li Jiyun protested innocently. I've already cut 2 batches of sweet potato vines for the cows. The old cow interjected. Don't look at me. I eat whatever he feeds me. Since you want to eat, let's go dig them up now. Li Jizha had already brought 2 baskets and a small hoe. It was no wonder Li Jiyun hadn't mentioned it to the others. They had consumed sweet potatoes so often at the Li household that he had grown weary of them, forgetting they could indeed fill one's stomach. The 3 siblings lined up, traversing a few small slopes until they arrived at the wild sweet potato patch, only to discover 2 individuals already engrossed in digging, San Mao and De Mao. Brother, I have unearthed a large one. De Mao exclaimed, grinning broadly as he raised his hand. You are truly impressive. San Mao praised, only to glance upward and behold 3 uninvited guests. With a huff, he turned his back on them. While De Mao burst into laughter, Li Jizha tugged at his younger siblings, leading them to another area, allowing both parties to pursue their tasks in peace. Since it was wild produce, everyone had the right to dig. Thus, San Mao refrained from voicing any objections, instead focusing on the need to excavate swiftly and abundantly. He was determined to provide for his elder siblings. Li Jiyun was busy cutting vines, while Li Jizha dug for sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Li Yao was settled beneath a tree, delicately plucking tender shoots and gathering her favorite sweet potato stems. The trio worked with admirable efficiency, having not been pampered, which allowed them to move swiftly. In contrast, De Mao's antics frequently interrupted their progress. He would request water or need to relieve himself, causing San Mao to labor for an extended period before filling half a basket. Nevertheless, he patiently tended to De Mao's needs, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety upon witnessing their 2 baskets brimming with produce. Li Yao was overjoyed. Her pile of sweet potato stems towering beside her, the tender leaves plentiful as well. Catching sight of the boisterous De Mao and the flustered San Mao brought a smile to her lips. Second brother, let us ask mother to prepare a sweet potato leaf soup tonight, and sought some sweet potato stems. It will be far more fragrant than the sweet potatoes. Her voice was just loud enough to reach San Mao's ears. I warn you, if anyone discovers this sweet potato patch, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 51. A great incident occurred at the foot of the mountain. We must flee. Li Jizha cast a subdued glance at San Mao, saying, we may remain silent, but we cannot guarantee that others will not take notice. The location was not far from their residence. The village women often banded together to forage for wild vegetables, and they might stumble upon this at any moment. Regardless, do not speak of it. We shall remain silent. If you wish to dig, make haste and gather as much as you can, lest others discover it and blame us. Li Jiyun was displeased with his foul temper and shouted behind him. After receiving a disdainful glance from San Mao, she was infuriated. Brother, San Mao resembles a hedgehog, pricking anyone who approaches. Before Li Jizha could offer a word of caution, Li Yao retorted, if you were in his position, you might not fare better. Despite our hardships, we have our parents to bear the burden for us, while he, so young, shoulders the responsibilities of his family. Look at De Mao, he is fortunate to have him. Such mature words drew Li Jizha's gaze, yet he discreetly averted his eyes. Li Jizha glanced again at the San brothers not far away before lifting the basket. The three had gathered quite a bit, leaving no vine behind. After a quarter of an hour, they could carry no more. Let us rest. Li Jiyun slumped onto the vines, exclaiming, I can barely move. Li Yao surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one, pointed her hand, storing the filled basket of sweet potatoes and vines into her space. Li Jiyun, sprawled on the vines, fell face first into the grass. Ha ha. Li Yao could not contain her laughter, and even Li Jizha's lips curled into a smile. Sister, Li Jiyun grumbled as she rose from the ground, I am angry. Ignoring the two, she trudged homeward. Li Jizha, carrying the light sweet potato leaves and stems, followed closely behind his sister. I was only joking. Second brother is indeed stingy. Yes, he is stingy, Li Jizha gently suggested, however. If you could provide him with an ice pop. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the ice pop, Li Jiyun immediately halted in her tracks. Her younger sister, Li Jiyun, scampered over eagerly. The sun hung high in the sky, its heat oppressive and stifling. The day was unbearably hot. At this rate, venturing outdoors would become impossible. Indeed, how many people had succumbed to heatstroke today? Li Laosi set down his basket and wiped the sweat from his brow. That Wu San was particularly ruthless, demanding 40 when for a few herbs. They were impoverished folks. How could they possibly afford such prices? They endured the heat with resignation. The couple exchanged a few words, their expressions filled with helplessness. Mother, come and rest for a moment. Li Yao beckoned them through the curtain, and a wave of cool air greeted them. Instantly, both felt a sense of relief wash over them. Li Jiyun proudly declared, Father, Mother, today we dug up a great many sweet potatoes, along with their vines, leaves, and stems. We shall have plenty to eat for quite some time. Susher smiled, ruffling his hair. You truly are capable. Then father and mother can rest at home, avoiding any labor, and thus evade heatstroke. Of course, we cannot do that. Li Laosi shook his head. We must prepare for the future. While we may not achieve great wealth, we ought to be able to cope with unexpected circumstances. Oh! Li Jiyun grasped the essence, albeit partially, understanding that one must not merely focus on the present. Your mother and I have already discussed our plans. We shall venture out at night to forage for food, while during the day we shall stockpile supplies in the cave. With this weather, I fear even the plants may wither away. Before long, we may struggle to find even wild vegetables. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, yet the possibility could not be dismissed. Li Yao, having endured the trials of the apocalypse, possessed profound insights. Her father was indeed correct. We must devise ways to cope with this weather. The small figure displayed an unexpectedly mature demeanor. Susher chuckled softly, pinching her cheek, reassuring her, Rest assured, dear Yaoer, both your father and I will protect you. You shall not go hungry again. She felt a renewed sense of confidence. Devoid of the Li family's vampires, her husband and she could certainly care for 3 children. With the youngest's leg injury gradually healing, once he recovered, they would have meat from hunting. She foraged for wild vegetables in the mountains and, should they remain unable to descend, she contemplated cultivating a patch of earth to grow some vegetables. They would never allow starvation. Although the heat was oppressive, evenings still offered opportunities to venture out. Mother is truly wonderful. Li Yao nuzzled against Su Shi. If given the choice, she would gladly embrace this way of life forever. Uncle Wang. Upon seeing the disheveled and weary Wang Zheng, Li Yao could not help but feel tears welling up. Both carried burlap sacks, their clothes tattered beyond recognition. The 2 who accompanied them fared little better, resembling beggars in their ragged state. The only discernible sign of their former lives was the medicine chest slung over the taller man's shoulder. Li Laosi and the elder Huang immediately recognized him as the doctor who had once treated Li Laosi's leg injury, and beside him stood his apprentice. Without exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Wulin declared gravely, Something grave has occurred down the mountain. We must flee. His words struck like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the evening and unsettling the hearts of all present. Wua! Zhu Sheng admonished sharply. We shall discuss matters later. How could this foolish boy speak so recklessly, needlessly frightening the elderly and children? Zhu Wu, realizing his indiscretion, pressed his lips together. Acknowledging that it was not a significant matter, they would discuss it with everyone once they were settled. Despite the unease in their hearts, none dared to inquire further. It was evident to all that their journey had been perilous, otherwise they would not be in such a state. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhu Xing approached, addressing the town's Dr. Qin. Indeed, Dr. Qin clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for the assistance rendered by Brother Wang and his son, which had allowed him to retain his meager life. Thank you, he exclaimed. Dr. Qin, you are far too modest. Zhu Sheng replied courteously. He then invited him, stating that the villagers were currently residing in caves, and if Dr. Qin did not mind, he could stay with them. However, Dr. Qin was about to agree when his apprentice interjected, objecting to the idea of everyone living together in such close quarters, which would certainly compromise ventilation. If anyone were to fall ill, the risk of contagion would be high. Master, you cannot stay with them, the apprentice insisted. To be frank, the apprentice displayed a lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Given the circumstances, having any shelter at all was a luxury, yet he was being finicky. Zhu Sheng's expression darkened at this. Enough of your foolishness. Dr. Qin admonished the apprentice. The villagers owe their lives to me. I shall take them with me. Wang Zheng, burdened by the sack on his back, was assisted by Li Laosi and Xiao Huang. He felt like a mere walking burlap sack. Were it not for his filthy state, he would have cradled Li Yao in his arms. As it stood, he could only offer her a finger to hold on to. Turning to Dr. Qin, he stated, I will reside with my goddaughter's family. Although the space may be limited, I assure you it is entirely clean and hygienic. Chapter 52. Let me go. Let me go to the battlefield. Let me go to my death. Fearing that the apothecary might be disdainful, they suggested, you may observe before making a decision. No need to observe. I shall stay with you, came the resolute reply. Dr. Qin, despite his temperament, could be relied upon, should he express discontent. He could seek alternative accommodations. The apprentice, with a rueful pout, lamented, Master, I am concerned for you. Do not concern yourself with me, if you continue. You shall only end up worrying for your own well-being, soon enough feeding the wolves. Laughter escaped from Li Yao, unable to contain herself. It is you. Dr. Qin evidently recognized her. Greetings, Dr. Qin. How delightful to see you. Is your father's leg improving? Dr. Qin bent down to ruffle her hair. Recalling that he had only seen her father once for a follow-up, given the subsequent events, it was likely that he had yet to recover. Where is your father? I shall go check on him. Li Yao blinked. Is he able to walk? Dr. Qin deemed that improbable. But it should not be forced. A visit will clarify, Dr. Wang interjected, guiding them to another area. His intentions were not entirely selfless. He had initially rescued the man due to his profession as a physician. In times of calamity, ailments were inevitable, and children were particularly susceptible to illness. The mere thought of Yao falling ill stirred his determination during the rescue. His bravery was commendable, to the extent that Zhu Wu later remarked on his recklessness. It was as if he sought repayment for his kindness. Having observed Wang Zheng's recent appearance, she noted the toll he had endured. He appeared considerably darker and had likely suffered greatly. With thoughts of his appetite in mind, she had mercilessly prepared 4 pounds of rice. Thus, she stood hesitantly at the cave's entrance. Li Yao stifled a laugh. Father and mother, look who has arrived. Li Laosi and Su Shi hurried forth to greet them. Dr. Qin. Both were visibly excited, having just recognized him, yet refrained from intruding amidst the crowd. At that moment, the guests arrived, and both individuals were filled with joy. Come in, come in. Li Laosi warmly welcomed them inside, and provided them with clothes for a change. Outside the cave, Su Shi was busy cooking with Li Yao. As the moon stealthily ascended into the night sky, they finally settled down to partake in a meal. Wang Zheng devoured his food voraciously, consuming 3 bowls of rice. The once genteel Dr. Qin gradually lost his composure as well. As for the young apprentice, he was so stuffed that he could hardly utter a word. The sensation of satiety was truly delightful. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they found the opportunity to converse. Wang Zheng began recounting, "The other day, my brother Zhu Wu and I sought refuge in a thatched hut from the rain, only to be surprised by a troop of soldiers. Fortunately, we managed to hide quickly and were not discovered." Dr. Qin remarked, "We are uncertain whether we were fortunate or unfortunate. When the flood struck, I was in the mountains with the apprentice gathering herbs. By chance, we delayed our search for a particular medicinal plant for 2 days. Otherwise, we would have been swept away by the flood. After the rain ceased, the waters receded significantly. But before we could wait for them to fully subside, we were captured by that group of soldiers. They claimed they were taking us to the barracks to provide medical assistance. Those are no soldiers. I suspect they are bandits," the apprentice muttered. "Since when do they bind us with ropes to offer medical care?" "They captured many, all bound with ropes, men only." Anger flickered in Wang Zheng's eyes as he continued. "I overheard them saying they intended to seize thousands of men to fill the military ranks, and their jurisdiction includes our town. Just in our Qinghe village, there are 50 slots available. By that calculation, not a single able-bodied man will be left in our village." Li Laosi rubbed his hands together, murmuring softly, "Fortunately, the contingent consisted of merely a dozen soldiers, and with Brother Zhu Wu's considerable skills, along with my own modest capabilities and a sturdy hatchet in hand, we managed to fend them off." Though he refrained from detailing the skirmish, it was evident that the encounter was fraught with peril. Li Yao furrowed her brow. It appeared that descending the mountain was no longer feasible. Moreover, the actions of our foster father could potentially attract pursuers. "I am truly grateful to Brother Wang. Otherwise, I would have met my demise," Dr. Qin self-deprecatingly remarked, lamenting that the soldiers, upon witnessing resistance, resorted to lethal aggression out of frustration. "Truly inhumane." "Indeed, Master. Your survival from this calamity owes much to Brother Wang, otherwise your fate would have been sealed. And yet you jest, having fled at the sight of your master being captured faster than anyone else." Dr. Qin feigned a strike towards him. "It was you who said, 'As long as the mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out.' If you were to perish, who would carry forth your medical legacy?" The apprentice swiftly dodged aside, evading a near miss. Dr. Qin maintained his composure, choosing not to reprimand his disciple further. He softened his demeanor and graciously expressed his gratitude to Su. He then proposed to examine Li Laosi's leg injury, which the latter was keenly interested in. He feared becoming a burden, particularly after hearing Wang Zheng's remarks, which intensified his anxiety. Your wound is healing remarkably faster than any I have encountered in my years." He examined the bones, noting they had also mended. Curiously, he inquired if Li Laosi had sought additional medical opinions and whether any prescriptions remained. The entire Li family shook their heads in unison, not daring to breathe. "Then that is indeed perplexing." Dr. Qin was perplexed and finally remarked, "Perhaps your bones are remarkable, allowing for an extraordinary growth unlike that of ordinary individuals. My teacher has also mentioned that there exist many mysteries in this world that remain unknown to mankind." Seeing that he had convinced himself, the entire family exhaled in relief. No one had anticipated that recovery could occur so swiftly that it would raise suspicion. Li Yao, too, felt innocent. She truly had no knowledge of the miraculous effects of those medicines. Lacking medical understanding, she had always been hesitant to take more than necessary, carefully selecting a few options from numerous manuals that would not induce side effects. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Huang rushed in to announce that the village chief had called for an emergency meeting. Thus, they narrowly escaped engaging in a discussion with Dr. Qin about the mysteries of nature. Everyone was aware that Wang Zheng and Zhu Wu had descended the mountain to assess the situation, and it was now imperative for me to relay the truth to you. Zhu Xing was particularly grave. The flood had yet to recede, but soldiers were descending the mountain to conscript men. Our Qingshan village is required to provide 50 able-bodied men. This statement struck like a droplet of water splattering into boiling oil, erupting chaos. Good heavens, this is forcing us to our doom, cried old Lady Wu. Who issued such a decree? Which scoundrel dares to condemn the men of Qingshan village to death? A tyrannical ruler. Let me go to the battlefield. Let me die. I, an old woman, shall not burden others. I will take one quota. Grandmother, wailed old Lady Wu's grandson, sobbing uncontrollably. The pair was engulfed in tears, their grief resonating with all who listened. Such treasonous words would typically have gone unspoken, but now everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The elderly sought to take the place of the young, and the women were prepared to stand in for the men, for they understood that in order to survive, the men were the backbone of the household. Hear me, everyone. Chapter 53. Shall we join forces and head north? Zhu Xing raised his hands to silence the murmurs. Before the floods arrived, our Zhu clan had intended to seek refuge with our main branch. This plan remains unchanged. Though I am the village chief, I cannot make decisions for everyone. If the Li family, the Huang family, the Wu family, and others are willing to accompany us, I, Zhu Xing, will treat them no differently. Our main branch resides in Wufu, that is, past Dongqing. It is, after all, a city, and surely it cannot be as chaotic as this. Like everyone else, we, the Zhu family, do not wish to send our men to their demise. We only desire a peaceful existence. A heavy silence fell over the gathering. Zhu Xing sighed deeply. This had been discussed with the elders. We are all toiling in the mud, having never faced anything of great consequence. None among us are soldiers. If we are unfortunate enough to be captured, it would surely mean death. Village chief, if you do not mind, my grandchildren and I will undoubtedly accompany you, said old Wu, wiping away her tears. Alas, my poor grandson. Without his parents to protect him, what kind of world is this? She began to weep once more. After a brief discussion among the elders of the Li family, it was decided by the third elder, the village chief acts with great righteousness, and we, the Li family, are also willing to journey alongside you. He leaned on his cane as he stepped forward. Decades ago, our two clans forged an unbreakable bond. This is fate. To this day, we have witnessed the actions of the Zhu family, and I, as an old man, hold you in high regard. With that, he bowed to Zhu Xing. We shall depart tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Yaoer, do you still believe that heading south is unwise? Although the Li family expressed their intention to accompany the Zhu clan to Wufu, they remained a free entity, much like when they first ascended the mountain. Father, Wufu is adjacent to Anqing. With the chaos in Anqing, the common folk will undoubtedly rush towards Wufu. It is uncertain whether they can safely traverse Anqing, and one fears that entry into Wufu may not be granted to everyone. The Li family has become accustomed to discussing matters collectively before heeding Li Yao's counsel, as she has a celestial master whose credibility is exceedingly high. This was the first time Dr. Qin witnessed a family allowing a young girl to make decisions. Although he found it astonishing, he refrained from questioning. It is said that the Zhu clan's main branch has a solid foundation in Wufu, and being a lineage that has persisted through generations, they are unlikely to remain indifferent. What a foolish notion, Su bluntly stated. You are aware that they are of the Zhu surname. It is undeniable that the village chief and Zhu Wu are good people. However, what of the Zhu clan's main branch? For many years, the Zhu family has lived in poverty. When has the main branch ever sent someone? Su's words caused Li Laosi to lower his head, as he often believed that strength lies in numbers and had not contemplated further. In truth, Yao's reasoning is quite sound. Heading south will only lead to greater chaos. Although traveling north may be arduous, it at least poses no threat to life. It is good that you can comprehend this. Su cast a sidelong glance at him. Then let us inform the village chief. Wang Zhang had already risen. He had remained silent earlier because he had long decided that regardless of the family's choice, he would follow them. As for Li Laosi taking care of the children, he had no trust in that. He must not let his daughter suffer. What about the two of you? Wang Zhang gazed intently at Dr. Qin and the young apprentice. Just as Dr. Qin was about to speak, Wang interjected, asking whether the soldiers at the foot of the mountain recognized them. Dr. Qin felt a flush of embarrassment, confessing that he had originally intended to accompany the benefactor. "That is splendid." Wang Zheng chuckled heartily, his dark visage accentuated by a striking smile revealing 2 rows of white teeth. After they had reached a consensus, Li Laosi articulated their intention to head north to the village chief. The chief, after a lengthy discussion, realized his counsel was in vain and ceased to press the matter. A poignant farewell ensued between Zhu Wunyan and Li Laosi, filled with lingering reluctance. "Fourth brother, I heard you are not leaving with everyone?" Little Huang, displaying notable perceptiveness, assisted them in loading an item onto the ox cart. Indeed, Li Laosi nodded, then turned to little Huang with earnestness. "Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang are advancing in years. You must take good care of them and refrain from being so impulsive. Fourth brother, we brothers have come to discuss this matter with you. Our family has deliberated and wishes to join you. Alas, you know well that we are outsiders in this village and are not well acquainted with its inhabitants." Little Huang wore a pained expression. "Just tell me whether you agree or not." Li Laosi cast a glance towards Su Shi, noticed her lack of response, and nodded. Little Huang and his brother were among his few cherished friends, and he found it difficult to part with them. Just as they were about to depart, 2 unexpected guests arrived, Zhu Wunyang and her husband, along with Sister Chun and her spouse. "Ah, I knew it." Zhu Wunyang glared at her. "Here's the situation," she continued, stepping forward towards Su Shi. "We do not intend to seek refuge under any particular banner. We merely wish to inquire about your plans." This remark piqued Li Yao's attention. She was surprised to discover that the rare enlightened individual in this village was indeed her. Su Shi, equally taken aback by her candor, felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet chose not to conceal their plans. They intended to journey northward. Zhu Wunyang clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming that heading north was an excellent idea. Clearly, it resonated with her sensibilities. What connections could they possibly have with the main branch after 100 or 80 years? She spoke before thinking, quickly realizing her faux pas, but the village chief meant well. It was merely an immature thought of hers. Laughter ensued, alleviating her awkwardness. "Why don't we team up and head north together?" she suggested, grasping Su Shi's hand. "I won't take advantage of you. I merely seek companionship. I've always thought you wise. If leaves can be transformed into dishes, I hope to learn a thing or 2 from you. As long as I don't starve, I'll be content." She tugged at Sister Chun's sleeve. Reluctantly, Sister Chun, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "Would you prefer to have 2 companions to chat with along the way?" Su Shi chuckled softly, replying, "Dear sisters, the path to the north is not mine to pave. You are certainly welcome to join." She smiled, adding, "It will certainly make the journey less dull." "Then it is settled," Zhu Wunyang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister Chun, equally animated, took her husband by the hand and declared, "Mingyu, do wait for me." The decision for both families to unite today was made after careful deliberation. As Zhu Wunyang had articulated, the main branch had not been in contact for many years. Perhaps they had long forgotten about this branch. Historically, no one relishes the presence of distant relatives who come seeking favors, especially given their considerable numbers. Let everyone contemplate carefully. For this separation may mean not seeing each other for 3 to 5 years, a decade, or perhaps even a lifetime. Chapter 54. If my master is willing. Numerous dignitaries will queue in anticipation. At the hour of the rabbit, dawn began to break faintly. The villagers were all prepared. Yet the household of old Lady Li faced yet another complication. Despite searching throughout the night, Li Laoda could not find the 3, Dumao, Area, and Sammo. The officials of the Wu family were surely intending to follow them. Only by venturing into the big city could he truly showcase his talents for earning a living. "Children, do not blame your father," he called out towards the mountains, feeling the weight of their familial bonds. It was unjust to hold everyone back due to the misfortunes of the 3. Let it be that our father-son relationship is tenuous. No one paid heed to his theatrical lamentations. Thus, he fell silent after a few exclamations, filled instead with regret. Old Lady Li also regarded him as ineffectual, less capable than even the children. "Take care," Li Laosi and Zhu Wu exchanged a fist bump. The long line then set forth. They planned to descend the mountain to a midpoint and from there take the path leading to the junction of the second mountain. After several days of scorching sun, the waters should have receded significantly. They anticipated that by the time they reached the junction with the second mountain, the water would have fully retreated. They aimed to avoid any unforeseen incidents along the way. As the group embarked on their journey, those preparing to head north also readied themselves. "Let us depart," Li Laosi commanded, as Wang Zheng cracked his whip. Last night, he and Wang Zheng had conferred about not descending, but rather traversing directly from the mountain's peak. Though there was no established path, they would do their utmost to forge ahead. For no one knew the conditions below, nor the number of soldiers who might be lurking in wait. Originally, the place where they resided, adjacent to the stone wall, was connected to the second mountain. However, a distance of several zhong separated them. To traverse this distance, they would have to circumvent the base of the stone wall. Yet, they did not intend to descend the mountain. Rather, their objective was to navigate through a series of unknown peaks until they finally surmounted the last of the frigid summit. Beyond this cold peak lay a city known as Yunfu, a hub of extensive transportation and a crucial thoroughfare heading north. Lacking a map, they could only proceed through trial and error. Just before their departure, Dr. Qin retrieved a piece of cloth from his medicine box, unfurling it with a flourish. "Does this seem useful to you?" Wen Zheng leaned in to take a look, exclaiming, "What a treasure you possess." It turned out to be a map. Li Yao, cradled in Wang Zheng's arms, had a clear view of it. This was a prized possession of their master, more valuable than any medicine in their apothecary. The young apprentice beamed with pride. Dr. Qin playfully rapped his head, saying, "Step back." Then he added with a smile, "I often gather herbs, so it is only natural for me to have such a map." This explanation seemed to be readily accepted by the group, instilling them with newfound confidence. Li Yao sought to discern something from his expression, yet he appeared nonchalant, as if it were indeed so. She understood that a map as complete as the one in Dr. Qin's possession was exceedingly rare. One could only hope it was mere coincidence. Dr. Qin felt as though a pair of eyes was observing him, smiling back, yet he could only catch a glimpse of a cherubic face. We are all cunning foxes of a millennium, none can fathom the other. Dr. Qin, you must be well acquainted with many herbs." Li Yao wriggled free from Wang Zheng's embrace and ran to grasp one of his fingers. Suddenly, a soft little hand grasped Dr. Qin, momentarily taking him aback. He replied gently, "Indeed, I know quite a few. Child, my master's medical skills are extraordinary. It is far more than merely being acquainted with herbs. If my master were inclined, countless dignitaries would line up in anticipation." Li Yao arched her brows, her delicate face adorned with bright eyes, seemingly filled with admiration. "How wonderful! Everything that should and should not be said has been spoken. Anis, be quiet," Dr. Qin admonished, pulling the young apprentice away from him. Anis pouted, retorting, "I merely stated the truth. Besides, you won't be allowed to eat later." "I shall remain silent," Anis said, stepping back reluctantly, yet not forgetting to exchange knowing glances with Li Yao, silently mouthing words. Li Yao erupted into laughter. "Fool! What, are you interested in herbs?" Dr. Qin inquired suddenly. Li Yao halted her laughter, responding, "No, I simply think you are remarkable." She gazed at him with immense admiration. Dr. Qin smiled, ruffling her hair affectionately. Li Laosi and Xiao Huang walked ahead, wielding machetes as they cleared the underbrush and thorns along their path. Wang was closely following with a bullock cart, helping to flatten the road. After a morning of relatively smooth travel, the heat became quite oppressive. Li Yao tilted her head back, catching sight of the azure sky peeking through the massive stone cliffs. "Let us rest for an hour before continuing," Li Laosi declared, selecting a flat piece of ground. Together, they cleared away the weeds and bushes. The Su family had already set up a pot, while Zhu Wunyang and Sister Chun were not far behind. These families were known for their industriousness, thus they had amassed a considerable supply of provisions. Everyone tacitly agreed not to take advantage of one another. so each prepared their own lunch. Due to the addition of 2 extra mouths to feed, Sue's family prepared a more generous portion. Yet, it was not as extravagant as before. They prepared mashed sweet potato rice. The dishes included wolf jerky, a bowl of scrambled eggs with wild onions, and a large basin of sweet potato greens. Although seemingly simple, the aroma was enticing. Zhu Wunyang only made oil residue dumpling soup for lunch, which made her feel somewhat lacking in comparison. Originally, her family's meals were among the finest in the village. Sister Chun, with her 4 children, was accustomed to frugality. However, she was resolute today, frying half a bowl of jarred meat and a large pot of green tofu soup, accompanied by a dozen coarse grain buns. Even so, the entire household felt as though they were celebrating a festival. They devoured their meals heartily, each face beaming with joy. Uncle Huang caught a wild rabbit on the way, which they promptly prepared for lunch. Both the young and old Huang worked tirelessly to cook half a pot of rice. Their appetites were always substantial, and Aunt Huang had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, they were adept at both earning and spending, so filling their stomachs was never a concern. Susher called everyone to the table. Dr. Qin dawdled, a blush unexpectedly gracing his cheeks. Finally, he presented a handful of herbs, stating that in the sweltering heat, brewing them into tea could prevent heatstroke. He had gathered them while everyone was resting, and the roots still bore traces of soil. Splendid! Susher accepted them, promising to brew them shortly so that everyone could have a pot to drink. She then praised, "Thanks to Dr. Qin's company, we need not worry about falling ill on this journey." Li Yao was helping to serve rice and, upon hearing her mother's words, silently gave her a thumbs up. Her mother was indeed perceptive, alleviating Dr. Qin's embarrassment about feeling like he was taking advantage of their hospitality with just a few words. He softly uttered, "Thank you, fourth lady," before lifting a bowl brimming with sweet potato rice. "It smells delightful. Mother, let me have a look." Li Yao approached Su Shi, who was preparing to wash the herbs, and took 4 or 5 stems from her hand. Su Shi turned slightly to shield their actions from the others, remarking on the little girl's overwhelming curiosity. In just a brief exchange, Li Yao discreetly stored the herbs in her space. "All right, I'm done. Hurry and have your meal." Li Yao squinted and smiled. "Okay, mother." Her affection for her mother was growing stronger by the day. Chapter 55. The tiger's roar. The midday heat was stifling, and after resting for an hour, everyone set off again. They walked slowly, clearing the path while remaining vigilant against potential dangers. The rumors from Qingshan village still lingered in their minds. Li Laosi was cautious, treading steadily deeper into the woods. After all, no one wished to suffer injury once more. Along the way, Sister Chun's daughter cried several times, but thankfully, Sister Chun had given her some of Su Shi's brewed herbal tea, which calmed her for a while. As the heat intensified, Wang felt pity for his adopted daughter, so he placed her on the ox cart. Although it was a bit jostling, it was far more comfortable than walking. They continued until sunset, with the western glow illuminating the landscape, at which point Li Laosi announced a halt for rest. Without finding a cave, they had no choice but to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Yet no one complained about fatigue. Compared to the threat of death, this hardship was negligible. Uncle Huang set several traps around, while Li Laosi and the younger Huang ventured to scout the area. They were not particularly afraid of the officials pursuing them, but were primarily concerned about large wild beasts. After dinner, Su Shi brewed more herbal tea, using the same ingredients provided by Dr. Qin. Sister Chun's little girl had benefited from the tea, avoiding heatstroke, and that evening, they specially brought a small bag of grain, estimated to weigh around 5 pounds, to offer to Dr. Qin as a token of gratitude. However, he categorically refused to accept such a generous gift. The swiftness of the fennel is unmatched. "Thank you, Sister Chun," Dr. Qin said with a flushed face. "Should you feel unwell in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I charge no fee," he emphasized. Sister Chun departed with a smile, reflecting on the unparalleled value of having a personal physician in exchange for 5 pounds of grain. She had witnessed Dr. Chen's medical prowess firsthand. In just a month and a half, he had healed Li Laoxi's leg, which had once seemed beyond hope, showcasing his exceptional skills. Fennel handed the grain to Su Shi, saying, "Fourth miss, my master will surely earn more grain in the future, so do not think this meager amount insufficient." Su Shi graciously accepted it, replying, "Not at all. With you around, we all feel quite secure. Ultimately, it is we who benefit from your presence." Accepting the grain was also a way to alleviate any psychological burden they might feel. At that moment, Wang Zheng was chopping wood, intending to construct a temporary bathing facility. He understood that Li Yao needed to bathe every night to sleep soundly. The bathhouse was quite simple, consisting of 4 vertical wooden posts surrounded by oilcloth, and it was quickly assembled. Despite the heat, Su Shi prepared a pot of hot water, which Li Laoxi mixed with spring water, allowing Li Yao to enjoy a refreshing bath. Everyone spread out their bedding, huddling close together. The little ones nestled in the center, enveloped in a comforting sense of safety. To guard against wild animal attacks, they decided to take turns keeping watch at night. This evening, Xiao Huang would stand guard for the first half of the night, while Sister Chun's husband would take over for the latter half. Dr. Chen sprinkled mosquito repellent around his sleeping area, and indeed, the mosquitoes ceased to swarm. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, playfully peeking down at the slumbering figures below, who slept soundly in peaceful repose. The night appeared to harbor a hint of jealousy towards them, gradually obscuring the twinkling stars. The once luminous sky was instantly engulfed in darkness. In this shroud of night, a pair of green eyes flickered briefly before vanishing into the void. At this moment, Li Yao's consciousness had lingered in the space for quite some time. She was astonished to discover that the sweet potato vines she had intended to feed the cattle a few days prior had sprawled across her dark soil. Meanwhile, the medicinal herbs provided by Dr. Chen at noon thrived vibrantly at the opposite end of the rich earth. Who had planted these for me? She was utterly perplexed. She had intended to sow seeds, but had not yet found the opportunity. Could it be that the space possessed the ability for self-organization? Yet, during the apocalypse, the arrangement and organization of items required her conscious direction. Unable to fathom the mystery, she chose to dismiss it, attributing everything to the space's advancement. That night, everyone slept soundly, their imagined perils absent, which brought them considerable ease. The Su family had washed half of the items, entrusting the other half to Li Yao for safekeeping. As usual, Li Yao placed the belongings in a corner of the space. However, upon returning that evening, she discovered that the wild fruits left in the corner had vanished. A glance at the dark soil revealed a row of neatly sprouting tender shoots, each adorned with tiny leaves. This black earth truly was fertile, Li Yao marveled to herself. Suddenly, the crowing of a rooster echoed. She nearly forgot that there were chickens in the space. Looking nearby, she spotted a cluster of chickens huddled together, timidly watching her. The sight made her chuckle, nearly losing a tooth in the process. As she approached, the 6 chickens, as if comprehending her intentions, scattered in all directions, terrified that her displeasure might turn them into roasted fowl. Am I truly that fearsome? Li Yao could not help but pout, realizing that her previous display of aggression had instilled fear in them. Let it be. There is ample time ahead. Li Yao cast aside a handful of rice and stepped into the concealed space. Fortunately, Su had hidden her meticulously, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. At this moment, 7 or 8 adult wolves surrounded her, each bearing sharp fangs and casting predatory glances. Yet, without the Alpha's command, they dared not make a move. After a considerable time, the lead wolf led the pack away. How could those deep in slumber possibly discern this? However, it was not long before a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated through the air. The sleeping individuals jolted awake, sitting upright in alarm. Li Laoxi reacted swiftly, donning his shoes and rushing to join Sister Chun's husband. Yes, it is a tiger. Sister Chun's husband trembled uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. Li Laoxi grasped his arm, urging him towards the children. At that moment, Uncle Huang, along with his children, Huang and Wangzheng, also gathered nearby. Fourth brother. This tiger looks familiar. Little Huang crouched alertly to the side. Silence. Uncle Huang cautioned, tigers are notoriously sensitive. Li Laosi and little Huang exchanged a knowing glance, confirming that this was indeed the very tiger that had once bitten him. With a ferocious roar, the tiger leapt, landing not far from the group. Its sharp teeth gleamed coldly, and its gaze was fierce, as if intent on devouring every intruder in sight. Liao was cradled in Su's arms, her eyes the only part of her visible. Su trembled, biting her lip, one hand protectively shielding Li Jiza and Li Jiyun behind her. The others mirrored their stances, a blend of fear and defiance, for they were mothers. Uncle Huang signaled with his hands, directing Big Huang and Little Huang to disperse to the sides. Only Li Laosi and he remained at the forefront. Armed with firewood knives, they all prepared to confront the impending danger. The tiger, having lost its patience, let out a thunderous roar and leapt forward. Uncle Huang, unable to evade in time, felt the sharp claws ensnare his arm, tearing flesh and skin in an instant, blood gushing forth. Li Laosi swung his axe, but only grazed the tiger's fur. With a ferocious roar, the tiger lunged at him with astonishing speed. Li Laosi bent low, narrowly escaping its attack. At this moment, the two Huangs flanked the beast, aiming their strikes at it. Wangzheng, who had been hiding behind a tree, hurled his climbing rope, which fortuitously ensnared the tiger's head. The tiger spun violently, sending both Huangs flying. Wang Zheng, along with the rope, was dragged a considerable distance. The tiger, seemingly frenzied, tightened its grip around its neck, fueling its rage. Chapter 56. Death. It turned and charged at Wang Zheng. Having been pulled for so long, Wang Zheng had no means of escape, helplessly watching as the tiger's gaping maw approached to sever his throat. In a moment of desperation, Li Laosi swung his axe at the tiger's neck. The tiger, thoroughly enraged, glared at Li Laosi and prepared to tear him apart. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air, forcefully piercing the tiger's forehead. Another arrow followed swiftly, striking its left eye. The tiger's prolonged roar lost its ferocity. The group, emerging from their panic, came to their senses. "It's dead," Uncle Huang cautiously remarked as he forcefully extracted the arrow from the tiger's forehead, pointing behind them where the arrow had been shot from. "Huangs, go find our benefactor," Wang Zheng exclaimed, wincing in pain. "Oh, it hurts terribly." "Uncle Huang, you're injured as well. Perhaps we should seek Dr. Qin first." Li Laosi quickly reacted. "Daj Wang, Xiao Wang, assist in carrying Brother Wang over. I shall investigate the situation over there." Without waiting for their consent, he strode towards the direction indicated by Uncle Huang. Wang Zheng cried out in pain, and Uncle Huang echoed his distress, feeling a searing sensation in his arm. "Let us go." Meanwhile, Li Yao pulled Su's share as they hurried back to their original spot. "Mingyu, quickly help Yaoer hide properly. What has caused this sudden upheaval?" Zhu Wunyang expressed her deep concern, still shaken by the earlier roar of the tiger. Perhaps it was the fright from the tiger. Su Shi offered a hasty explanation, gathering Li Yao and the others close together. "It should be fine now," he conjectured. Indeed, before long, heavy and hurried footsteps could be heard approaching. "Dr. Qin, come quickly," Xiao Wang shouted first. "Master, I have heard." Dr. Qin turned around. "Do let go of my hand." Hui Xiong, having relaxed her grip, sheepishly admitted her nervousness had caused her to forget her responsibilities. "What are you still standing there for? Fetch the medicine box." Dr. Qin strode forward. He must have been bewitched to take Hui Xiong as his apprentice. Her talent was mediocre, she was timid and anxious, and rather miserly. "Dr. Qin, my father is injured, and Brother Wang is also hurt." Xiao Wang spoke urgently as the brothers laid Wang Zheng down on the ground. Su Shi anxiously inquired, "Where is Laosi?" "Elder brother has gone to find a savior." Xiao Wang reassured them, not wanting to incite worry. "Someone helped us shoot the tiger." "The tiger is dead?" Others exclaimed with joy. "Indeed, it is dead." De Huang rarely spoke. Brother Juchun, Brother Zhang, let us go retrieve that tiger. Zhu Wunyang's husband bore the surname Zhang. Zhang the butcher, having just resolved to protect the women and children, had refrained from hunting the tiger and felt a pang of regret. Upon hearing De Huang's words, he felt a surge of energy. That tiger weighed no less than 500 pounds. I shall join you. Xiao Huang sought to borrow a rope from Wang Zheng, but Wang Zheng, having drawn it to his chest, turned his head away. Despite his injuries, he insisted on retaining the rope. Xiao Huang grumbled as he rose, if you won't lend it, then so be it. The four of them set out to move the tiger and fortuitously encountered Li Laosi. Did you find anyone? Xiao Huang glanced behind him. No. Li Laosi shook his head, certain that the one who had slain the tiger was no other than himself. Yet, he could not divulge this truth and instead offered vague excuses, suggesting perhaps it was the work of an otherworldly master. Xiao Huang responded, I have heard that such masters are shrouded in mystery. If they do not reveal themselves, we cannot locate them, or perhaps they simply do not wish to be found. Indeed, that is a reasonable assertion, Li Laosi exclaimed, slapping his shoulder. Oh, you are injured? We should make haste, urged Brother Juchun. Dr. Qin had already attended to Uncle Huang and Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng had merely sustained superficial injuries. His back bore scrapes from being dragged. Uncle Huang's injuries were far more severe, with a significant wound on his right arm, though fortunately, the flesh remained intact. Dr. Qin had stitched him up and disinfected the wound. At that moment, Aunt Huang was brewing medicine. Wang Zheng lay sprawled on the ground, where Huixiang applied ointment to his back. Godfather, does it hurt? Li Yao inquired with concern, peering at his grim visage. No, it doesn't hurt. Wang Zheng inhaled deeply. Fennel smiled slyly, for men have an eternal penchant for showing off. Take it easy, Wang Zheng exclaimed. Does it not hurt? Fennel chuckled softly, wiping away the last trace of pain. Just a little sting. Wang Zheng began to explain to his daughter, his gaze piercingly fixed on Fennel. Godfather, pain is pain. Do not deceive Yaoer, Li Yao chimed in, blowing gently on the affected area. Mother says that blowing makes it hurt less. Wang Zheng gritted his teeth. Indeed, there was a slight ache, yet after Yaoer's soothing breath, it had vanished entirely. His daughter was truly considerate, so young yet so empathetic. Godfather, if you eat this, you won't feel any pain, Li Yao declared, placing a painkiller in his mouth. What is this? It's so bitter, Wang Zheng exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Yet, because it was given by Yaoer, he savored it for a moment. It was bitter, but not unbearable. I shall have another. Li Yao, without further ado, placed another pill into his mouth. Fortunately, Wang Zheng had complete faith in her. Despite the bitterness, he swallowed it whole. Finally, Li Yao offered him a few sips of water and then a piece of milk candy. Wang Zheng ceased his inquiries, lying on the floor and savoring the delightful taste. His daughter, so fortuitously bestowed upon him, seemed almost celestial, possessing everything one could desire. Although he had not seen who had loosed those 2 arrows, he felt an aversion to letting anyone pursue the culprit. Yaoer, were you with them just now? Li Yao shook her head. His eyes brightened, confirming his suspicions. Mother took me to relieve myself for a moment. Li Yao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes wide with innocence. What does Godfather wish to ask? Nothing. Nothing at all, Wang Zheng replied with a foolish grin. Indeed, how could such a small creature possess the strength to shoot such a powerful arrow? He is becoming increasingly foolish. Zhang the butcher smacked his lips, as if admiring a magnificent masterpiece. The fur is truly splendid. Alas, there is a gash on its neck. His regret was palpable. There is nothing to lament. Uncle Huang arrived, arm-bound. It is impossible for us to risk our lives for a mere hide. Zhu Wunyang glared at her husband, her eyes full of reproach. Zhang the butcher chuckled awkwardly, promising to skin it without damaging a single bit. Uncle Huang nodded, acknowledging that the tiger is a treasure trove, and soon he would need assistance in dismantling the bones and flesh. Allow me to handle the tiger skin, He looked at the crowd, noting that with so many people, division would be difficult. It would be more reasonable to share the profits later after exchanging it for silver in a larger place. Chapter 57. Heat Stroke. No one opposed him. After all, there was only one tiger skin, and it would be inappropriate to divide it among them. His arrangement was quite sensible. As the tiger's life faded, darkness gradually lifted, and the moonlight shimmered gently. Neither adults nor children felt the urge to sleep. Not far away, a wolf, glowing green, turned and fled into the depths of the mountains with its companions. They had witnessed the death of their kin and the fall of the king of the forest. They no longer possessed the courage to contest territory. Let these ignorant humans revel in their arrogance for a while longer. Zhu Wunyang and her husband toiled through the latter half of the night to prepare the tiger. Dr. Qin kept watch, his eyes keenly observing each part of the tiger. Everyone knew that the tiger was a treasure, yet the specifics of its value remained unclear to them. Dr. Qin smiled awkwardly. Many years ago, during my childhood, I was fortunate enough to witness my mentor concocting medicine from tiger parts. Therefore, Dr. Qin, since we are not adept at this, take whatever you need to prepare your medicines, aside from the tiger meat. Uncle Huang held great trust in him, as living in the countryside, he had never encountered a physician of such remarkable skill. Really? Dr. Qin inquired with a hint of excitement. The group voiced no objections. After all, the remedies produced might prove useful in the future. Consequently, Dr. Qin spoke eloquently about the various preparations that could be derived from tiger bones, such as tiger bone wine, tiger bone powder, and tiger bone ointment, all noted for their abilities to strengthen muscles and bones, alleviate pain, and calm the mind, serving to treat ailments such as muscle weakness, rheumatism, palpitations, epilepsy, leg and knee weakness, forgetfulness, and insomnia. The tiger whip is a vital tonic. At this point, he cast a glance at all the men, choosing to remain discreet. Tiger whiskers can relieve toothache. Tiger eyes are said to treat epilepsy. Tiger bile is effective against convulsions in children. Tiger brain can remedy general fatigue and skin ailments, and tiger tail is utilized for skin diseases. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt that the fright experienced that evening was trivial in comparison. No wonder, despite the ferocity of the tiger, there are always those willing to venture into the mountains to hunt them. Almost every part of the tiger's body can be transformed into miraculous medicine. Dr. Qin rubbed his hands in anticipation, ready to commence his work. Thus, Li Laosi announced a 2-day respite. This was not only to allow Dr. Qin to prepare the medicines, but also to ensure that everyone could recuperate from their injuries. After removing the skin, bones, and internal organs, approximately 300 pounds of tiger meat remained. Several women collaborated to turn it into jerky. The method of marinating the tiger meat by the Su family remains a mystery. Yet the smoked delicacy exudes no hint of sourness. Rather, it boasts an alluring fragrance, a touch of spiciness, and a hint of numbing sensation. A small morsel invigorates the spirit. The tiger jerky is portioned out, an adult's share and half for a child, ensuring everyone, including Dr. Qin and Huixiang, receives their due. Over the past couple of days, the children have been joyfully engaged in foraging for bird nests, wild fruits, and edible greens. Dr. Qin has burned the midnight oil for 2 consecutive nights, utilizing nearly all the available ingredients. Regrettably, he finds himself with an abundance of bones and no wine to accompany them, which fills him with dismay. Consequently, Liao expresses a desire for several tiger bones to carve, and he generously selects a few substantial ones. Turning his back, Liao submerges the bones in a potent liquor stored in his face. He also procures an art piece resembling tiger bones to wear on his chest, intending to deceive him at opportune moments. After a brief respite of 2 days, the group has regained much of their vigor. Particularly, upon hearing Uncle Huang's words that every mountain has its king, they feel reassured that the ruler of the mountain they are currently ascending is none other than this formidable tiger. They surmise that until they have traversed this mountain, no significant danger looms ahead. A collective sigh of relief washes over them, accompanied by a palpable sense of joy. Thus, They journeyed for 3 consecutive days without encountering any formidable wild beasts. In this time, Liao has brewed several jars of snake wine. On this particular day, as the sun reaches its zenith, the heat renders everyone panting. The cool tea prepared by the Su family proves ineffective, and the children of Sister Chun's household succumb to heat exhaustion. Meanwhile, Li Ji's cheeks flush red, and he appears utterly drained. "Brother, what ails you?" Liao is the first to notice his unusual state. "I'm fine." Li Jiza shakes his head wearily, leaning against a large tree. "Dr. Qin, it seems my daughter Xia is not well." Sister Chun cries out in distress. After examining the situation, Dr. Qin sighed and said, "Xia has suffered from heatstroke. What are we to do? The weather is so scorching that it seems intent on denying us any respite." "Do not fret," Dr. Qin reassured. "I shall prepare a pot of herbal medicine with fennel. A bowl of it will remedy her condition." He gently touched Xia's forehead, which felt slightly warm, and advised, "We must quickly find a cooler place for her to rest and administer some saline water." Seeming somewhat anxious, he added, "Later, everyone will partake in a bowl of herbal remedy, regardless of whether they are afflicted by heatstroke or not." Mrs. Su caressed Li Ji's head, her face etched with concern. "Elder brother, please drink this first." Li Yao shielded her brother from the other's gaze and hurriedly produced a bottle of Huxiang Zhengqi liquid, inserting a straw. Li Jiza took a couple of sips. The taste was somewhat peculiar, leaving a slightly bitter aftertaste in his mouth. However, before long, he felt considerably better. With several children feeling unwell, the group lacked the energy to continue their journey. Li Laosi and Wang Zheng resolved to seek a shady spot for the others to rest. Observing that her brother had improved significantly, Li Yao decided to join in the search. After an extensive search, they had yet to discover a suitable resting place. Fortunately, Li Yao was carried along, so she did not find it arduous. Just as they were contemplating giving up, Li Yao's keen eyes spotted a sunken hillside. "Father, Godfather, look over there." Following her, the 2 men turned their gaze in that direction. "Let us go and investigate." Wang Zheng led the way. As they approached, they discovered a natural spring above them. The continuous flow of water had carved a hollow in the stone below. In front of the hollow lay a small, sunken pool, from which the spring water gushed forth exuberantly. The trees surrounding the pond tower majestically, their verdant forms standing tall. A refreshing breeze brushes against them. "How delightful!" Wang exclaimed sincerely. "It is indeed my daughter's brilliance." Li Laosi responded with great pride. "Indeed, it is thanks to Yao's keen eyes that we could discover this spot amidst the trees." Each person offered compliments, enveloping Li Yao in laughter. "It is true. She is remarkable and observant." They chuckled heartily. Upon hearing that a cool refuge had been found, Sister Chun was overcome with joy, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. She expressed her thanks fervently, first to Wang, then to Li Laosi, and finally to Dr. Qin, ensuring everyone received her appreciation. Although the cave was not particularly spacious, it comfortably accommodated 5 households with room to spare. Since the tiger had been slain, a sense of unity seemed to blossom among the group. The 4 women conspired to share their evening meal together. With Su's culinary skills, she took charge of the cooking, while Aunt Wang gathered vegetables and kindled the fire. Sister Chun fetched water to wash the produce, and Zhu Wunyang chopped meat and vegetables. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious. They feasted on braised rabbit, steamed tiger meat, and a broth made from the freshly caught crucian carp. For the children, they prepared steamed egg custard, alongside Zhu Wunyang's preserved pig's trotters. The sole vegetarian dish consisted of freshly harvested bamboo shoots. This meal was more sumptuous than a feast during the New Year, invigorating the spirits of Sanya and Xia from Sister Chun's household. "Brother, how do you feel now?" Chapter 58. Su's discontent. Li Jiza managed a faint smile as he took his sister's hand. Much better. Though a slight heaviness lingered in his chest, he felt significantly more at ease than before. Observing his forced smile, Li Yao felt a pang of sadness. She possessed an abundance of remedies to combat the harsh weather, yet she could not openly present them. Furthermore, she could not allow her brother to recover too swiftly. It was truly vexing. Sister. Lijiza seemed to see through her thoughts. I truly feel much better. Brother, please drink this quickly. Let us go dine. She discreetly presented a bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid, slyly urging her elder brother to consume it, her petite form shielding him from view. The sight of Lijiza drinking it all in one go brought a mist to his eyes. It appeared that his debts to his sister were growing ever more substantial. He longed to mature swiftly. Sushir called out to the siblings once more, and hand in hand, they ventured into the cave. Ah, it feels so pleasant in here. Quite cool, Zhu Wunyang remarked, settling onto a tree stump. Indeed, indeed. Sister Chun, resting nearby, cradled the lively Cece, who was gazing around with sparkling eyes. They were fortunate that Lao Si and Brother Wang had discovered this place, otherwise, they would surely have perished from the heat outside. At that moment, Dr. Qin, who had been gathering herbs in the mountains, entered with fennel in hand. The space was ample enough for everyone to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. The group displayed commendable decorum, not behaving as though they had not eaten in centuries, but rather enjoying their meal with civility. During the meal, the men deliberated further, planning to rest here for a few days. The oppressive heat was a significant factor. They feared that continuing their journey might take a toll on their health. Moreover, it was a rare find to discover such a serene place, akin to a hidden paradise. In truth, Li Laosi yearned to ascertain the situation further, to check if the officials were in pursuit. Additionally, the well-being of the people in Qingshan village weighed on his mind. As he shifted, Su Shi instinctively understood his intentions. However, given her son's heatstroke, she chose not to engage in a dispute with him, deciding instead to wait until her son fully recovered. That evening, Li Laosi and Xiao Huang simply vanished, and everyone was aware of the unspoken understanding, refraining from inquiring further. In the daylight, Uncle Huang engaged in hunting, while De Huang and Wang Zheng busily chopped wood to craft a bed. The women, accompanied by their children, foraged nearby for wild vegetables and fruits. Dr. Qin, filled with exuberance akin to that of a monkey, ventured out early and returned late each day, tirelessly collecting herbs and returning with a basket full each day, much to the chagrin of the fragrant fennel. Fourth sister, these are for boiling water. It is better to carry them when we venture out than to drink raw water. Although he did not specify their exact benefits, Su knew that he would not harm anyone. Moreover, consuming the herbal tea concocted by Dr. Qin daily had indeed prevented anyone from suffering from heatstroke or fever again. Li Laosi had been away for 3 days. Su secretly cursed him countless times, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor in public. The 3 little ones seemed to sense her displeasure, behaving unusually well. To avoid being implicated, Wang Zheng did not dare to show his face, even with Li Yao. Godfather, my mother is not a monster. Why are you so afraid of her? At that moment, Li Yao perched on a tree trunk, leaning forward to question Wang Zheng, who was busy chopping wood. Shoo! Wang Zheng glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was near before responding, I am not afraid of her. Humph, stubborn. Li Yao chuckled, causing him to feel a twinge of insecurity. Then why is that? I find it quite perplexing. Is his mind clouded? Why is he so eager to meddle in others' affairs? The more they discussed, the more agitated he became. I dare say he must be seeking those people. Li Yao remained non-committal. You speak of a warm hearth with a wife and children, a dream cherished by many men. Why is he not content? And what about you? Li Yao teased with a smile. Is that not also a dream cherished by your godfather? Wang Zheng placed the axe down upon the wooden stump. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lamented, I do not possess the fortunate fate of your father. Since childhood, I have been alone, dreaming merely of a hearty meal. And as I matured, my aspirations shifted to a life of safety. He tilted his head back and smiled at Li Yao in the tree. Now there is hope. Li Yao spread her arms wide. Wang Zheng gently lifted her down. It's not to say your father is lacking in virtue, were it not for his kindness. I might have already met my demise. Thus, if he wishes to extend his goodwill to others, I cannot oppose him. However, regarding your mother, I sense a storm brewing. He smiled, revealing a row of even teeth. To avoid being embroiled in troubles, I believe it prudent for us to seek additional tasks. Haha, godfather, you are quite cunning. Li Yao handed him a large wooden stick. With your intelligence, how is it that no one has sought to matchmake for you? Is there truly a lack of suitors? They disdain my poverty and my roots. Thus, they overlook me. That merely reflects their lack of discernment. Li Yao asserted earnestly. Ha ha ha, Yao speaks the truth. Wang Zheng responded with hearty laughter. In truth, we have little interest in them either. Upon seeing them, Zhu Wunyang quickly praised, Brother Wang, thanks to your daily woodcutting. You have saved us considerable trouble. Wang Zheng exchanged no words with the woman, merely nodding before walking away. Zhu Wunyang was unfazed. She retrieved a wild fruit from her bosom and handed it to Li Yao, saying, You have worked hard, little Yao. Thank you, at Wunyang. Li Yao sweetly responded, taking a bite and exclaiming, It's truly delicious. Oh my, what a good child. Zhu Wunyang found herself increasingly fond of her. Li Yao, a young girl unafraid of strangers, possessed a charming demeanor and spoke with remarkable politeness, neither loquacious nor overly intrusive. It was unclear when she had developed an affection for someone. To put it bluntly, the daughters of Sister Chun could hardly compare to her cleverness. Where have you been wandering, making such a mess? Came Sue's voice from the depths of the room. Quickly go, your mother is in a foul mood, whispered Zhu Wunyang. Li Yao blinked, pondering if her mother's displeasure was so evident. With a smile, she waved goodbye to Zhu Wunyang. Sue was currently tugging at Li Jiyun's garment, exclaiming, Look at you. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Li Jiyun's voice carried a hint of grievance. Mother, is Li Yao making you unhappy? No. It's just that your second brother went to the pond to catch fish, and I fear he might drown. Sue vehemently denied her worries. I often caught fish in the pond when I was young, and you never scolded me, Li Jiyun murmured softly. Hurry up, go. Sue snapped, sitting angrily on a wooden stool. Mother, Li Yao nudged her gently. Are you worried about father? At once, Sue's eyes reddened. No. He can do whatever he pleases. Confirmed. Li Yao stifled a laugh. Father is an adult. He knows his limits. If he truly understood his limits, he wouldn't have gone, Sue replied, her frustration palpable. Chapter 59, It is because I am certain I am not her son. If he truly cared for us, he would not abandon us. Whatever noble deeds he wishes to pursue are of no concern to me. Let him go. You all stay with me. Let him be the hero alone. The more she pondered, the more exasperated Sue felt, embracing Li Yao. Your father is utterly ungrateful. Reflect on the hardships we endured in the past. Now that we have finally begun to live a bit better, he insists on his own way. Mother, I will heed your words from now on, Li Jiyun interjected, stepping forward to grasp Sue's arm. He left without even a word to me. Sue murmured softly, in truth, had he confided in me, I would not have dissuaded him. Li Yao, at a loss for words, could only hold Sue tightly in silence. Mother, it's all right. Sue sniffed, taking Li Jiyun's hand. No. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you. Yunar too has erred. You should not have soiled your clothes or played in the pond. Li Jiyun pouted. Having overheard his mother's words outside the cave, feeling a pang of sorrow for her, Sue paused, remaining seated, and instead fetched a clean garment for Li Jiyun to change into, casually placing the soiled clothes into a basin to wash. As Li Laosi entered, 3 pairs of bright little eyes gazed at him intently. Without raising her head, Sue carried the basin and moved outside. Mingyu. Li Laosi cast a glance at the children and hurried after her. Li Jiyun wished to follow but was restrained on either side. What are you doing? Mother is upset. I must see. Don't go cause trouble. Li Jiza whispered, releasing his grip. Sister. Indeed, brother is correct. Li Yao also let go, sighing. Let the adults deal with their own matters. There are so many fish in that pond. I saw them, but I couldn't catch any. Li Jiyun could not remain quiet for 3 minutes. Second brother, mother forbids it. Li Yao felt it necessary to remind her impulsive second brother. I never said I wanted to go, I merely informed you all. Li Jiyun pouted, suggesting, let us ask Uncle Wang to take us. Surprisingly, the usually docile youth did not oppose this idea and instead contributed his own. Wonderful! Li Jiyun leapt with joy, exclaiming, my godfather can do anything. Sister, are you coming along? At that moment, he had already dashed to the cave entrance. Of course I will go. Liao chuckled. If she did not join them, it would seem discordant. Besides, she was already feeling vexed by Li Laoxi's troublesome antics. At this moment, Wang Zheng was grinning widely, revealing his teeth. With a single bamboo basket, he caught a fish and, sometimes 2 or 3. Within just half an hour, he had already filled 2 wooden barrels with fish. Godfather, you are amazing. Li Jiyun frequently praised him. Ha ha, it's because there are so many fish here. Wang Zheng lifted another basket. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Li Yao stealthily placed a few fish into her space. Now that her space could sustain life, she intended to excavate a small pond that evening to keep these fish. In the future, she would never have to worry about a lack of fresh fish. Just the thought of it filled her with joy, for she adored fish soup above all else. Mingyu, I was in the wrong. I didn't tell you because I feared for your worries. Li Laoxi wore a weary expression. The events of the past few days were difficult to articulate, yet a mistake is a mistake. He needed to placate his wife first. Worry? Susher scoffed, so sneaking away means I should not be concerned? Do you think I believe you? Susher pushed his hand away. I truly do not understand you. I have realized I have never known you. Previously, you were honest and meek, allowing us to be bullied. I endured it. It was because I thought you were powerless. At last, having freed herself from that family, from the tormentors who had brought her such anguish, she found herself repeatedly drawn back to the past. Sue wept, her face buried in her hands. If you cannot part from them, then we must go our separate ways. I refuse to endure that suffering any longer, nor do I wish for my child to suffer alongside me. She raised her gaze towards Li Laoxi, declaring that she would rather live her life in these mountains than repeat the past. Li Laoxi appeared desolate, his face a mask of despair. You need not torment yourself. Sue cast this remark over her shoulder as she turned away, wiping her tears. Her heart was shattered, for ultimately, this man's heart still belonged to that family. Each step felt as heavy as lead, each one breaking her heart anew. Mingyu, Li Laoxi called out as he pursued her. Please hear me. He grasped Sue and pulled her into his embrace. Let me go. I will not. Li Laoxi asserted with a stubborn insistence. Allow me to explain. I truly sought out Li Lapa because I needed to ascertain that I was not her son. I wished to confront her for clarity. Yet in the end, he asked nothing at all. What? Sue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Although Yor had previously mentioned that the old man had admitted it, there remained no definitive proof. She had speculated, had doubted. To have it confirmed again was still beyond her belief. It was Li Laoda who had let it slip. Li Laoxi's voice was hoarse and defeated. Why did you not tell me? Sue pounded her fist against his chest, realizing why he had been so sullen in recent days. I did not want to burden you. Li Laoxi grasped her hand, reminding her of that night he knelt at the Mi family grave. Sue nodded in acknowledgement. When old Li's head was spinning chaotically, he knelt down in fear, pleading for mercy. He claimed that he was not the one committing wrongdoings, believing instead that it was divine punishment. Li Laoxi, in a somber tone, recounted how San Mao had intimidated him into confessing all the misdeeds he was aware of. Otherwise, he would be the next to face execution. Thus, he confessed everything in terror. Li Laoxi nodded, revealing that he recounted numerous past transgressions of old Li, including the abduction of many children, of whom I was merely one. Scoundrel! Susher spat in anger. Is that why you took such care of San Mao and the others, fearing that Li Laoda might engage in similar wicked acts? My dear wife, do you not blame me for meddling? Susher pressed her lips together, asserting, even with a heart of stone, I am still a mother. I cannot bear to witness their tragic fate. Suddenly, Li Laosi kissed her cheek, expressing his yearning to discover his origins. After ensuring their temporary safety, he was anxious to inquire about the whereabouts of Li Laobai, having spent years pondering why he could not earn their affection. It dawned on him that he was not their child. Tears streamed from his eyes. Su Shi wiped them away, asking if he had found the answers. Li Laosi shook his head, too fearful to ask, lest he alarm the snakes in the grass. If I am merely one among many, then what of the others? If possible, I would dearly like to end that vile woman's life. Yet, the thought of so many others like me, lost and without identity, stays my hand from such rashness. Yuan, I stand with you. A faint smile graced Su's lips as she gently brushed against his. It seems I have misjudged you. She rose to free herself from his embrace, yet I am not here to apologize, for who instructed you to keep secrets from me? Oh dear, second brother. You have bumped into me. Chapter 60. Dr. Qin, you startled me. Cough, cough. Su's cheeks flushed as she hurried to assist the fallen Li Yao. What are you all doing here? We just arrived. Li Jiyun rubbed his hands together. Su turned her gaze toward Li Jiza. Just arrived, wait a moment. Li Jiza replied in a languid tone. Su inadvertently blushed. Li Yao shook her head, forcing a broad smile. This remark effectively shattered the awkward atmosphere. Su felt a wave of relief. Have you caught a considerable number of fish? Mother will prepare soup for you this evening. Meanwhile, several other men from neighboring households were busy preparing bamboo baskets, intending to join the fishing expedition. Fourth brother is truly capable. He managed to appease fourth sister-in-law so swiftly. It is fortunate that he has not been overly troubled these past few days, fearing that others might mistakenly believe he had instigated the situation, given his past transgressions in her eyes. Thankfully, the storm has passed. Su, with determination, had already taken a knife in hand, ready to prepare the fish. The heat was intense, and the fish could not withstand prolonged exposure. Within a short time, several had turned pale in the wooden bucket. Wang Zheng, witnessing the bustling activity, grew concerned that the catch might be depleted, and thus decided to join in and secure more. He must gather enough for his household, ensuring that others do not benefit from their efforts. Consequently, apart from Su, who remained at the cave entrance to prepare the fish with the children, the rest of the group set forth in full force. The entire party moved forward with great enthusiasm. After deliberation, the mother and daughter decided to salt the 2 buckets of fish they had caught earlier, leaving them to marinate overnight before sun-drying them into dried fish. With determination, they meticulously scaled and cleaned the fish, leaving it immaculate. Li Yao and her elder brother sprinkled salt on the fish and neatly arranged it in a pristine wooden basin. Mother, the fish entrails and roe are truly delectable, Li Yao remarked, her keen eyes noticing Su Shi's intention to discard the contents of the fish's belly, prompting her to seize them instead. The fish offal was a rare delicacy, and the mere thought of it made Li Yao salivate. Regrettably, at that moment, the fish's belly lacked roe, otherwise, mixing in some would have enhanced the flavor significantly. How do we prepare this? Su Shi inquired, never doubting her daughter's words. Instead, humbly seeking guidance. Li Yao explained the preparation method in detail, and Su Shi immediately grasped the concept, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Her daughter was remarkable. Nothing that came into her hands would ever go to waste. Li Jiyun, nearby, smacked his lips in anticipation, urging, hurry. Let us finish quickly so that mother can cook for us. Concerned that her children might become overly tempted, Su Shi hastily began to wash the pot and heat the oil. Li Jiza assisted his brother in tidying up the soiled ground. To elevate the flavor of the fish offal, Li Yao fetched a small bottle of canola oil. Mother, follow my instructions, and I will go find an ingredient, she declared. Li Yao had a particular essential ingredient in mind and rushed outside. What are you looking for? Su Shi called after her. The item Li Yao sought was perilla leaves. In her previous life, she had never considered stockpiling such an item. Perhaps had she purchased seeds, she would have forgotten about them. Now, living in the mountains, she believed she could find perilla leaves with relative ease. However, she had overestimated her abilities after climbing several slopes and searching various patches of land. She had yet to spot a single perilla leaf. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice from behind startled her, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, the man acted swiftly, seizing her with a firm grip. "Dr. Qin, you startled me," Li Yao exclaimed, patting her chest. "I have been in this vicinity for quite some time, observing you." Dr. Qin, with an unflustered demeanor, replied leisurely. He had indeed noticed Li Yao earlier, but her peculiar behavior piqued his curiosity, prompting him to discern her intentions. "What are you searching for?" This inquiry further ignited Dr. Qin's interest. Li Yao glanced around despondently, feeling that her search was in vain. She must have been mistaken, for in her previous life, the herb perilla was abundant. "It's nothing," Dr. Qin continued. "What is it that you seek? Perhaps I could assist you." He regretted having frightened the young girl, which had dampened her enthusiasm. Little did he know that she lamented the absence of perilla in this place. "Perilla?" Li Yao murmured weakly, devoid of hope. "Perilla?" Dr. Qin's lips curled into a smile. "So you were indeed looking for perilla?" Li Yao tilted her head, and upon witnessing his smile, which was rather charming, her gloom began to dissipate. "Do you know about herbal medicine?" Dr. Qin was evidently intrigued. "No. I am merely seeking it for cooking. I do not possess knowledge of herbal medicine." "You are quite astute. Perilla can indeed enhance culinary dishes. It seems you possess a natural talent for medicine, understanding so much at such a young age." Li Yao thought to herself, "Isn't this just common knowledge?" She truly did not know much about herbs. There was no talent involved. However, Dr. Qin held a different opinion. "But that is a matter for another time. I shall take you to find perilla. It is rare to encounter such a lively, intelligent, and gifted child." Dr. Qin was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He truly did not wish for his medical skills to be squandered in the hands of the unambitious Huixiong. "Do you know where I can find perilla?" Li Yao, unaware of others' intentions, felt a surge of joy at the thought of gathering perilla. Indeed, Dr. Qin, with an unintentional air of pride, mentioned that he had recently discovered a considerable amount over there. However, it was of no use to me, so I left it be. "That's wonderful!" Li Yao exclaimed, joyfully grasping his hand and striding purposefully in the direction he indicated. "Dr. Qin, tonight you shall feast." As they walked, she eagerly recounted the evening's menu. Sure enough, after traversing a small hillside, they stumbled upon a patch of perilla, its fragrance wafting gently through the air. In truth, perilla possesses significant medicinal properties. It can be dried for storage and is effective against typhoid fever and toxins. Though she paid little heed to the specifics of Dr. Qin's explanations, his earnestness prompted her to occasionally respond with an while her hands deftly plucked the leaves. After gathering 2 handfuls, she cradled them close to her chest. Unfortunately, Dr. Qin's unwavering gaze made it challenging for her to uproot a few plants and store them away. She resolved to seek another opportunity to dig some more. "Let us continue." Li Yao smiled at the chatty Dr. Qin. His voice abruptly ceased. After a moment, he inquired, "Did you understand?" Li Yao nodded, affirming her comprehension. With that, she skipped towards the cave entrance. Her mother's fish stew should be ready by now. What a genius! Dr. Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he caught sight of Huixiong, who was slowly approaching with a medicine box, and he shook his head in disdain. "Master, what are you looking at?" Chapter 61. Where's the fish? Yet, you complain. Working without effort while indulging in large servings. "Master, Fennel, may I discuss something with you?" Dr. Qin squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the cave. "Master, whatever your command, I shall not hesitate to comply. There is no need for discussion." Fennel replied with utmost sincerity. "I have noticed your fondness for the dishes prepared by Fourth Miss. Henceforth, you shall assist her, scrubbing pots, washing dishes, and tending to the fire." "Master, if I am to assist her, who will aid you?" To his surprise, he did not immediately oppose the suggestion. Dr. Qin's lips twitched, realizing his decision was indeed wise. You need not worry about that, he reassured. By performing the tasks meant for her, she shall naturally lend me her assistance. But master, will she agree? Dr. Chin arched an eyebrow and smiled. I believe so. Fennel patted her head confidently. Rest assured, master, I shall manage the fire splendidly. Very well, very well. Dr. Chin exhaled contentedly. Fennel was eager to begin, drawn by the enticing aroma as she approached the stove. The cooking setup at Sue's was quite rudimentary, consisting merely of 2 large stones with a pit in between. Fortunately, she had several pots propped up on 3 stands. Fourth miss. I am here to help you with the fire. The fish stew in Sue's pot was already simmering, and upon hearing Fennel's words, she initially intended to decline. Yet, she could not resist the swift approach of the girl. Fennel, sit here, Li Yao gestured to a wooden stump she had cleared. Although this spot was shaded and not far from the water basin, the heat from the stove was still stifling. It was rare to find someone willing to take over her duties, and Fennel was certainly not one to dawdle. Fennel settled down in the direction of her fingers, licking his lips, exclaiming how fragrant it was. Sue felt that this young lad was rather simple-minded, yet harmless, so she allowed him to be. It must be said that Fennel's fire was particularly well managed. It blazed just right, neither too fierce nor too meek. It was far superior to the chaos her daughter often caused. Li Laosi and Wang Zheng carried a large bamboo basket, the weight of which bent the carrying pole. Other families had also gathered a considerable amount. The haul was abundant. Never before had they caught fish so easily. The village once boasted numerous ponds. Yet they had never seen such a bounty. Zhu Wenyang laughed as she spoke, pulling a hefty fish from the barrel. Look at this one, so big and plump. Ours aren't small either, Sister Chun pointed out, indicating her own barrel. But we mustn't waste any more time. Let's finish our meal and prepare the fish. Uncle Huang, being older, recognized that these fish wouldn't survive much longer. If you want to enjoy them fresh, keep a few alive. The rest should be dried into fish jerky. Everyone agreed with his wisdom and ceased their delay. Those cooking continued to prepare, while others began to clean the fish. The meal from Li Laosi's family whetted everyone's appetite. Yet no one sought to take advantage of it. They merely hastened their work. Delicious. Fennel's bowl was nearly on par with Wang Zheng's. Isn't this perilla? It really enhances the flavor of the fish. Dr. Chin sipped the fish soup, narrowing his eyes in delight. It was the freshest broth he had ever tasted. Without even considering the effects of the perilla, the fish alone surpassed any he had previously enjoyed. Fresh, he remarked lightly. Perhaps it's simply the quality of the fish. Wang Zheng contemplated the fish that once filled the pond, feeling a pang of regret as he realized they had nearly all been caught. Had he known, he would have refrained from sharing this secret with others. Look at his daughter, savoring her meal with such delight. Tonight, he must venture out again to capture more. As he mused, a fish head suddenly plummeted into his bowl from above. Thank you for your hard work, godfather. Li Jian beamed at him with a grin. This cheeky lad was quite commendable. He should catch a few more to nourish his mind. Little did anyone know that Wang Zheng was lost in thought during mealtime. After indulging in 3 bowls, Li Laosi finally raised his head, exclaiming, "Isn't this fish stew delicious? Are none of you partaking?" Su Shi shot him a glance. You're so preoccupied with your own meal that you cannot see others. It dawned on Li Laosi that his vigorous eating had intimidated the others. My apologies. I was simply too hungry. He chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. It's even tastier than the fish. Under his praise, the remaining half-pot of fish stew was devoured, leaving not a trace, not even the residue at the bottom. Wang Zheng clapped his hand on Hui Xiang's shoulder. You, young man, certainly know how to eat. Hui Xiang merely chuckled, unfazed as he continued to indulge. It was yet another feast that left them utterly satiated. Zhu Wenyang had also prepared 2 fish to boil, but upon overhearing the conversation from the Laosi household, she felt as if they were dining on a different variety altogether. Consequently, she could not resist seeking their culinary wisdom. Su Shi, ever generous, readily shared her recipe with the other 3 households, even mentioning the inclusion of perilla leaves. Sister Chun immediately declared her intention to try it the very next morning. She had nurtured 7 or 8 fish, planning to savor them gradually. That evening, Wang Zheng, accompanied by 2 little followers, resolved to set out once more to catch fish. Godfather, is such diligence truly necessary? Li Jiyun dragged 2 wooden buckets, creating a rhythmic clatter. Are the fish delicious? Inquired Wang Zhengdao. Li Yao stifled a laugh, awaiting her brother's reprimand. Delicious. If you know it's delicious, why not save some? Keep your voice down. What would others think if they knew we were out fishing at night? Oh! Li Jiyun quickly closed his mouth, no longer daring to drag the buckets. Seeing his compliance, Wang Zheng chose not to scold him further and helped carry a bucket, urging the 2 young ones to hurry along. Shh, someone's coming. Upon reaching the pond's edge, Wang Zheng bent down, pulling Li Yao and Li Jiyun close. It's them. In the moonlight, Li Yao could see clearly. It was Samao and the others. They're quite impressive, following us like this. Wang Zheng couldn't help but commend them. Li Yao's eyes glimmered with admiration. The traces left by their father, whether intentional or not, were likely meant for them. Indeed impressive, she murmured. After all, this is the deep mountains. Even adults find it arduous, let alone a few young children. She had to admire their perseverance. Should we still catch some? Li Jiyun asked. Of course. Wang Zheng would not change his mind because of a few youngsters. Wait, Li Yao interjected. They surely wished to remain unnoticed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out at night. Uncle, let us wait until they leave before we catch any. Since they preferred not to be discovered, it was better this way. Mutual non-interference was a mark of respect. Before long, they heard Damao complaining about wanting to sleep, and Samao along with Arya had no choice but to carry a bucket of fish and escort Damao away. Naturally, they were unaware of Li Yao and the others lurking in the shadows. After they had gone far, they waited for a while longer. Wang Zheng emerged from the thicket. The moonlight was crystalline, and fish were being scooped from the pond into barrels, filling one after another. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Li Yao entered her spatial realm and unfolded a small inflatable swimming pool, filling it with fish. Upon turning around, she was taken aback. Where had the fish gone? In Chapter 62, with a reference point so inadequate, she feigned nonchalance, pointing at another barrel not far off, where fish were flopping energetically, splashing water everywhere. Wang Zheng strode over, peering into the wooden barrel, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. After a moment, he remarked, "Why are there so few? Perhaps they escaped." Li Yao responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Just then, a fish leaped from the barrel and splashed back into the pond. Wang Zheng contemplated this revelation. Li Yao, with her wide eyes, nodded in realization. That had been close. She had been so eager to move the fish into her space that she had forgotten to leave behind a few. Fortunately, her godfather believed her. Let me catch a few more. You two keep a lookout. Don't let them jump out again. All right, Li Yao and her brother echoed in unison. After another half-hour of fishing, Wang Zheng, content with the barrels brimming with fish, felt satisfaction wash over him. The following morning, Zhu Wunyang and her husband, along with Sister Chun and her spouse, rose early. Like Wang Zheng, they too planned to fish, knowing that in these times, having provisions at home brought peace of mind. Once again, their efforts reaped a bountiful harvest. Zhu Wunyang beamed with delight, her smile wide enough to reveal her teeth. The pond, though not extensive, was teeming with fish. Early in the morning, Su Shi inquired of Li Yao various methods for preparing fish. She frequently asked what flavors the deities preferred, ensuring that once the dishes were prepared, Li Yao would deliver them to the celestial beings. Additionally, she intended to store the dishes with the deities while presenting an inconspicuous facade to avoid detection. Li Yao, after much contemplation, ultimately resorted to reviewing videos from the tablet in her possession, and only after watching them did she relay the information to Su Shi. She also brought along some seasonings, though she requested Su Shi to alter their external packaging. Upon hearing Li Yao's suggestions, Su Shi decided to prepare wine-soaked fish. a dish that could be preserved for an extended period and was delectable with rice. Following the recipe, Sushar cut the fish into pieces, and with the assistance of Li Laosi and Wang Zheng, the preparation progressed swiftly. The fennel arranged the fish pieces meticulously in a bamboo basket. As the cave lacked sunlight, the fish was laid out on a nearby open space. Every hour, Sushar would spray a little white wine on the fish pieces and turn them over to ensure even drying. After a considerable amount of time, the fish was ready. This time, Sushar used a substantial amount of rapeseed oil, frying the fish pieces to a golden hue. As she added the ingredients to the pot and stir-fried them with the fish, an enticing aroma immediately wafted through the air. How delightful! Fennel had been sent to gather firewood, and just as Sushar completed her dish, he returned with a bundle of kindling. "Fourth miss, why did you not wait for me to help you with the fire?" Sushar smiled. "Silly boy, I can manage just fine." To distract him from overthinking, Sushar quickly invited him to taste the dish, asking if it was to his liking. Fennel readily obliged, setting down the firewood, washing his hands, and savoring a piece of fish. Truly, truly exquisite. I cannot even begin to describe it. It is simply delicious. At that moment, Aunt Wang and Zhu Wunyang, drawn by the enticing aroma, arrived. I confidently declared that it must be Mingyu experimenting with delectable dishes. Otherwise, such a fragrance would be inexplicable. Zhu Wunyang remained her cheerful self, while Aunt Wang smiled softly without uttering a word. Sushar, being generous, admitted that it was her first attempt and she could not ascertain its success. "Why not have a taste?" she suggested. Aunt Wang pinched a small piece, savoring the fragrant and spicy flavor, exclaiming that her husband would undoubtedly relish it. Zhu Wunyang took a small bite, only to find a fishbone tangled within. After tasting, Sister Chun chuckled and remarked that they would never guess who in her family adored such a spicy flavor. The others gazed at her with curiosity. She continued, "My youngest daughter, though petite, has a penchant for this taste, while my husband, Old Chun, cannot handle the spice." When it came to discussing family, everyone was quite knowledgeable. Sushar reiterated the recipe and ingredients. With so many ingredients, it would be quite a challenge to gather them all, especially the rice wine lees, which we only stock up on during the new year, she lamented. Zhu Wunyang appeared disheartened. "Where would you even find such a plethora of ingredients?" Sister Chun suddenly inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sushar was momentarily taken aback. You know well that Wang Zheng used to work at the docks." There was no shortage of intriguing items. Aunt Wang casually remarked, "I've heard that the merchants at the docks are quite generous. Perhaps he received some as a reward." Indeed, it was all brought by Brother Wang. There wasn't much to begin with, and now it's all gone. Without the ingredients, it was impossible to recreate the delicious rice wine fish. Though there was a sense of regret, no one pressed the matter further. Sushar had prepared a considerable amount and stored it in 2 jars. Once again, she served each of them a bowl, causing Hui Xiang's eyes to twitch in disbelief. As soon as they departed, Hui Xiang expressed her discontent, remarking that the fourth lady was rather too generous. Each received a bowl, which consumed nearly half the pot. Sushar chuckled, assuring her that there was still plenty left, more than enough to satisfy their appetites. "I guarantee it will become tiresome to eat." Hui Xiang's face flushed, stating that she was merely concerned for Sushar, who had toiled all day to prepare the meal. "All right." Sushar, taken aback by the youth's sensitivity, handed him a bowl with 2 pieces, advising him to have a little as a snack. Hui Xiang's face grew even redder, exclaiming, "Fourth lady, I am not greedy." "I know." Sushar patted him gently. "You are a good child." Amidst muffled sobs, Hui Xiang nearly wept, feeling touched by the fourth lady's kindness, which reminded him of his own mother. Sushar placed the jar beside their sleeping quarters, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, Li Yao was being tormented by Dr. Qin. In order to conceal her youthful form while harboring a mature heart, she feigned ignorance. She was well aware that Dr. Qin had no intention of taking her to pick fruits, yet she followed him eagerly. After all, what wild fruits could possibly attract her? This was mint, known for its ability to disperse wind heat, detoxify, alleviate rashes, clear the head, and open the nasal passages. Once Dr. Qin directed her to gather half a basket of mint leaves, he finally elucidated the herb's effects and applications. Exhausted, Li Yao raised her weary hand and asked, "Dr. Qin, may I opt not to listen?" "Absolutely not." Dr. Qin interjected firmly, "Given your innate talent for medicine, do not squander it." Thus, he appealed to her reason and emotions, questioning, "Do you not wish to possess a skill? If one day your parents or siblings were in dire need of medical assistance, and you found yourself utterly helpless, would you not feel regret? Am I not capable of learning?" Li Yao spread her hands in exasperation. "But how did you discern that I possess any talent for medicine?" Dr. Qin raised an eyebrow and picked up a sprig of mint. "What is this?" "Mint, of course. You have mentioned it countless times." Li Yao blurted out. "Do you recognize it?" Indeed, she had harvested a half-basket of it and even had a few plants stowed away in her space. How could she not recognize it? Moreover, after years of struggling in the apocalypse, familiarity with these common herbs had become second nature. "I taught you about fennel over a dozen times." "Li Yao, that must have been quite a challenge for you." "No wonder they say she has talent. It turns out the standard was rather low. I will have her assist you with household chores, and from now on, you will accompany me to gather herbs." No wonder Fennel has been eager to take over her tasks these past few days. It was all at Dr. Qin's behest. Chapter 63. Could it be that Dr. Qin has encountered some peril? On the return journey, Dr. Qin quickened his pace. Li Yao struggled to follow behind with her bamboo basket, wishing only to be a blissfully lazy fish. Yet, she found herself entangled with this rigid and unpredictable doctor. Resistance was futile. She feared losing her cover, which was truly unfortunate. So much so that she lost her appetite for dinner and sought an excuse to retire early for the night. In the dead of night, when she sneaked into her space, she was startled by the scene before her. The previously confined area in front of the house had suddenly opened up, transforming from a hazy barrier into a clear expanse. Mysteriously, a pond had appeared, broadening the entire courtyard. Meanwhile, the fish that had resided in the plastic swimming pool had vanished without a trace. With a sense of perplexity, Li Yao approached the pond. Startled by the sound of her footsteps, fish leapt from the water's surface. "Have they all come to the pond?" she mused, deep in thought. Could it be that the conditions for expanding the space depended on the species she brought from the outside? With this contemplation, she entered the house within the space. The residence was a charming two-story villa, with the first floor brimming with an array of provisions, while the second floor contained only a single bedroom for rest, with the rest filled to the brim. At the staircase's entrance stood a door leading to the adjacent storage room, which housed an even greater assortment of items. Having initially prepared extensively for the apocalypse, she had amassed a considerable stockpile. However, since arriving in this world, life had been relatively stable, and her supplies remained largely untouched. She hoped that these items would never again be needed. Closing the heavy door, Li Yao exhaled a breath of stale air. Upon spotting her, a few chickens panicked and fled in a frenzy, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Amused, she tossed the leftover apple core into the earth and clapped her hands. After scattering a bowl of rice grains on the ground, she exited the space. After a restful night, she was awakened early by Su Shi, who was concerned she hadn't eaten dinner the previous night and feared she might be hungry. Thus, she had risen early to prepare porridge and fried eggs. Dr. Qin's voice drifted in from outside. Just as Li Yao was about to swallow a mouthful of egg, she nearly choked. "Mother, tell them I'm unwell." She quickly devoured the fried egg and lay back down on the bed. Seeing her daughter's lazy demeanor, Su Shi chuckled and draped a light blanket over her. "Dr. Qin, Yao is feeling a bit unwell this morning and hasn't gotten up yet." Dr. Qin glanced down with a gentle smile. "Would you like me to take a look?" Su hastily reached out to stop her, perhaps due to a restless night. Dr. Qin smiled gently, suggesting she should take a good rest. With that, he turned and walked into the mountains, carrying his medicine box. He has gone, he has gone. The person on the bed quickly scrambled up, clutching the bowl of porridge, and began to drink. Why not accompany Dr. Chin for a stroll? It could be a pleasant diversion. Sue affectionately watched her finish the porridge. He was too verbose. His words had become tiresome to her ears. Li Yao spread her arms, expressing her preference to go rabbit hunting with her godfather rather than endure his lectures. Mother, yesterday he repeated the benefits of mint at least 10 times. I could recite it by heart. She flopped back onto the bed, propping her legs up. However, Dr. Chin was indeed quite diligent. He was fervently passionate about medicine. Besides gathering herbs, I often saw him engrossed in medical texts. Sue sat nearby, folding clothes and listening to her with a smile. Those medical books were nearly worn out. Dr. Chin's exceptional skills surely did not arise overnight. Sue turned to her. Yaoer, it's rare for him to value you. Why not learn from him? Mother does not expect you to become a great doctor, just hoping that one day, if you suffer a headache, you might be able to tend to yourself. Such tenderness, such maternal love, Li Yao found it impossible to resist. I heard from Huixiang that many had once sought to learn from Dr. Chin, yet he paid them no heed. How curious it is that Dr. Chin accepted such a clumsy apprentice. Sue remarked, You little girl, do not speak so recklessly. She lightly tapped her head. Huixiang was raised by Dr. Chin. That is a different matter. It's something I've raised myself. No matter how foolish it may be, it must be cherished. Li Yao smiled. Yes, just like you, no matter how mischievous, you're still my own. I can only indulge you. Mother, you are truly wonderful. Li Yao rested her head on Sue's lap, acting coyly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, and she exclaimed, I know how to distract Dr. Chin. Seeing the cunning glimmer in her eyes, Sue couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. She paced back and forth, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. It's all my fault. I should have accompanied my master. As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Let's go together. Li Laosi picked up the familiar chopping knife. De Huang and Xiao Huang stood up as well. De Huang, you guard the home. I will accompany them. The group nodded in agreement. Uncle Huang, an experienced hunter, lent them a sense of security with his presence. I want to go too, Li Yao blurted out. Sue, alarmed, covered her mouth. But she wriggled free, insisting. I know where Dr. Chin is headed. He took me there yesterday. With me leading the way, we will be quicker. Reluctantly, Sue released her grip. Knowing Li Yao's determination, she realized she could not prevent her. Yet, concern gnawed at her, leaving her face pale with worry. Very well. Uncle Huang nodded. Thus, the group armed with their knives ascended the mountain along a narrow path. Head north. Upon reaching a flat area, Li Yao pointed in a certain direction. Wang Zheng carried her on his back while following the indicated path. After half an hour's trek, they paused to rest. Xiao Huang remarked, Could it be that Dr. Chin has encountered some danger? Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps he is merely lost. Uncle Huang reprimanded. Li Laosi glanced around, scrutinizing the ground for any signs. However, the darkness of the mountain obscured their view. Li Yao felt a pang of regret for not accompanying Dr. Chin today. For the doctor's herb gathering was, after all, a means of safeguarding them against ailments. Thus, she dismounted from Wang Zheng's back and began to search the area. A trail of footprints caught her eye. Li Laosi followed the prints ahead, with the others trailing closely behind. Upon reaching a muddy patch, Uncle Huang cautioned, Be careful. Illuminating the mire with a torch. These are the footprints of a wild boar. Li Laosi whispered. Dr. Chin must have encountered the boar here and fled in panic. Look. His footprints vanish at this point. Dad, the grass here has all been trampled. Li Laosi remarked, following the direction indicated, urging everyone to tread carefully. Casting a glance back at Wang Zheng, who held his daughter tightly, she felt reassured to forge ahead. Help! Help! Chapter 64. Assist my master in searching for the medicine box. Help! Help! The hoarse, deep voice seemed to emanate from the earth itself. With keen ears, Li Laosi was the first to discover Dr. Chin, who had fallen into a muddy pit. The disheveled and despondent doctor had lost all hope. After calling out for an entire day, only a few animals had peeked in at him, and no other living beings had appeared. Now, upon suddenly spotting a head, he was rendered speechless with excitement. "Dr. Qin," Li Laosi called out, prompting the doctor to finally react. "Li Laosi, is that you?" Dr. Qin exclaimed, his voice trembling with relief. Seeing a familiar face, the doctor could no longer maintain his composure. "I thought I was doomed." His voice choked, attempting to rise from the pit, yet he fell back down with a splat. "Do not worry, I will come down to rescue you." Li Laosi noticed his injury and advised him not to overexert himself. The pit was somewhat deep, resembling a sudden sinkhole. "Be cautious. There might be sharp spikes below." Uncle Huang patted Li Laosi's shoulder, warning him not to injure his leg again. Li Laosi nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Zheng shouted down into the pit, urging him to endure a little longer. He retrieved the climbing rope he always carried and secured it around Li Laosi. "Father, be careful." Li Yao expressed her concern, as her father's leg injury had only recently healed. If it weren't for the fear that a sudden ladder might seem too conspicuous, she would have wanted to act directly. "Do not worry," Li Laosi reassured her, gently patting her head. "You stay with your godfather up there. Do not wander off." Li Yao nodded obediently. The end of the rope was secured to a tree, while Uncle Huang, Xiao Huang, and Wang Zheng pulled on it together. Li Laosi slowly descended into the pit. Old 4. Upon reaching the bottom, Dr. Qin was on the verge of tears. "Do not move." Li Laosi steadied his hand and unfastened the rope from himself, tying it around Dr. Qin's waist. "Are you injured?" he inquired, looking down. "It's nothing serious. I just stepped on a sharp spike when I fell. The medicine kit isn't here, so I cannot treat it." "All right, I will help you up." Li Laosi supported him and shouted upward, "Pull." The 3 men above exerted their strength, hoisting him from the more than 2-meter-deep pit. Once brought up, Dr. Qin was seated on the ground with Li Yao supporting him, who then offered him her water bottle. "Please have some water first." "Thank you." Dr. Qin drank nearly half a bottle. "Are you worried about your teacher?" Li Yao was at a loss for words. "Everyone is quite concerned for you. Even Hu Weixiang has been crying." Dr. Qin gazed intently at the pit, waiting until Li Laosi emerged before he exhaled a heavy sigh. "Help me find the medicine box. It should be nearby," he instructed. Li Yao, resigned to her task, circled the area and eventually discovered the scattered remnants of the medicine box. She squatted down and spent a while gathering the items before retrieving a copy of Compendium of Materia Medica and Hua Tuo's Resurrection, which she hastily stuffed into the box. This would save her future troubles. The one to worry about was Dr. Qin. Just the thought of it brought her joy. The group collaborated swiftly to fashion a makeshift stretcher from branches, with Dr. Qin being carried upon it. "Yao, we are leaving." Li Laosi approached, slinging the medicine box around his neck and cradling his daughter in his arms. "What are you up to?" "I am helping Dr. Qin gather his belongings. They are all his treasures." "Yao, you are wonderful. Thanks to you leading the way, we would never have found Dr. Qin." "Was it Yao who brought you here?" Dr. Qin, lying on the stretcher, turned his gaze toward the girl cradled in Li Laosi's arms. "How did you know I was here?" "Master, when did I ever acknowledge you as my teacher?" "This is the second time. Do you truly believe I did not hear you?" The weight of the title master hung heavily in the air. "Yesterday, while we were gathering mint leaves, you kept glancing this way, and I deduced it." Yao truly understands her master's heart. Li Yao's cheeks flushed. She did not comprehend, nor did she wish to. After all, who would shamelessly insist on being someone else's master? She tilted her head aside, ignoring him. "Yao, if you're tired, you may rest." Li Laosi gently patted her head, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. "Dr. Qin, you should also take a moment to rest." He cast a sidelong glance at the corner of Dr. Qin's mouth, which had lifted into a smile. "I have never encountered anyone who, despite being injured, exudes happiness. While in the pit, I was undeniably terrified. However, we returned more swiftly than we came. In less than an hour, we arrived at our lodging." "Master," Hu Weixiang's voice resonated like thunder. I thought I would never see you again. Sob, sob. I am fine. Do not wail, Dr. Chin interjected, extending his hand to prevent the oncoming embrace. This remark was directed toward the women and children gathered around. Upon realizing that Dr. Chin was indeed unharmed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Ms. Su boiled water while Huixiong extracted thorns from Dr. Chin's feet and applied medicine, then proceeded to prepare herbal concoctions. Thank you so much. After finishing a generous bowl of noodles, Dr. Chin expressed his gratitude to Li Laoxi's family with utmost sincerity. How did Dr. Chin end up in that pit? Li Laoxi harbored a slight suspicion in his heart. In recounting the incident, Dr. Chin still shuddered at the memory. While foraging for herbs, I stumbled upon a few wild boars. Initially, I intended to sneak away, but I accidentally stepped on one of the piglets. Its cries summoned the adult boars, which charged toward me. Li Yao wished to laugh, yet upon witnessing Dr. Chin's pained expression, she stifled her amusement. One could only imagine the chaos he had experienced, and to laugh now would be in poor taste. Thus, I dashed into the underbrush to impede their progress somewhat. However, in my haste, I fell into that pit. He sighed, adding, perhaps it was fortunate that I fell, otherwise, I would have surely been torn to shreds by them. You truly have a streak of misfortune. Wang Zheng remarked, you go herb gathering only to be submerged, then captured by the soldiers upon descending the mountain. And now you nearly meet your end at the jaws of wild boars. Dr. Chin awkwardly pursed his lips into a smile, remarking on his lifelong misfortune, a touch of self-deprecation evident in his tone. All right, everyone should head to bed. It's quite late. Mrs. Su urged as she carried her drowsy daughter away, encouraging everyone to rest early. Dr. Chin was led away by Huixiong. Li Laoxi and Wang Zheng exchanged glances. Shall we go? Let us. Wang Zheng nodded slightly. Should you inform your sister-in-law? Li Laoxi inclined his head in agreement. Moments later, he emerged, exclaiming, let's go. Wang Zheng, with determination, equipped himself with both axe and curved knife. Wait. Mrs. Su hurried out, handing Li Laoxi a bag, casting a glance at Wang Zheng and whispered. This was picked up by Yao. She said it can handle wild boars. Li Laoxi accepted it, while Wang Zheng averted his gaze and proceeded ahead. Unexpectedly, they had not gone far when Uncle Huang, accompanied by young Huang and others, awaited them. Uncle Huang. Li Laoxi's voice held a hint of excitement. We knew you would come. We've been waiting since early morning. We didn't bring anyone else to avoid danger. Uncle Huang patted his shoulder, saying, you rascal. I know exactly how crafty you are. Young Huang chimed in, giving his arm a playful punch. I knew fourth brother wouldn't pass up such a splendid opportunity. Chapter 65. The hunt this time, their pace was swifter. Li Laoxi weighed the bag in his hands before slinging it over his back. Upon reaching their destination, they dispersed to conceal themselves, encircling a muddy pit not far away. The sky was shrouded in gray. After a lengthy wait, a faint light began to emerge on the horizon, and dew dampened their clothing. At that moment, several adult wild boars accompanied by a group of piglets appeared within their sight. In terms of ferocity, wild boars rank highly among the beasts, yet they are far inferior to wolves in cunning. When faced with danger, they rely solely on brute force, charging recklessly. At this moment, a wild boar is blissfully rooting in the ground, completely unaware of the impending peril, snorting with delight as it digs fervently. Li Laoxi and Wang Zheng stand guard to the west, observing as Uncle Huang gestures from the east, signaling readiness to strike. With his trusty bow in hand, he knocks an arrow, unleashing it with precision towards the boar's eye. The arrow pierces the air and finds its mark, eliciting a howl of anguish from the boar, which then bolts in terror. Make way! Li Laoxi shoves Wang Zheng aside as the frenzied boar charges toward them. Wang Zheng rolls away, seizing a stone to hurl at the creature's back. Simultaneously, Li Laoxi swings his hatchet at the boar's neck. However, the thick hide merely deflects the blow, igniting the beast's rage. As it bears down upon them, Wang Zheng swiftly dodges and deftly casts a rope around its neck, sprinting toward a large tree. The boar pursues relentlessly, but Wang Zheng circles the tree twice, entwining the rope securely. The boar struggles violently, exhausting itself in the process. Li Laosi, who had been in close pursuit, is suddenly entangled by another boar. Wielding his hatchet, he skillfully evades several attacks from the wild beast, delivering a series of fierce blows that leave the creature bloodied. With a final, powerful strike, he cleaves the boar's head in two, blood gushing forth and splattering him. The 300-pound brown-furred boar collapses, its anguished cries abruptly silenced. Without pausing, the two men continue onward. For Uncle Huang and the others are engaged in a fierce battle with additional wild boars. One boar has sunk its teeth into Xiao Huang's backside. Alas, release me, beast! Xiao Huang brandished his blade, striking wildly. The wild boar, in agony, finally relinquished its grip, blood oozing from its sharp fangs. Yet, before Xiao Huang could fully comprehend the situation, the creature lunged at him with its gaping maw. Ah, I am doomed. A sharp arrow pierced the air, whizzing past. I am still alive. Xiao Huang cradled the carcass of the wild boar, but I felt as if I might be crushed. Fourth brother sobbed. Li Laosi and Wang Zheng managed to pull the heavy boar off Xiao Huang, their shouts confirming their safety. Wang Zheng's lips twitched. He never expected fourth brother to still indulge in jest. Fourth brother, I am in pain. Xiao Huang, assisted by Wang Zheng, rose to his feet. One hand clasped over his rear, sticky and weakening his legs. I am yet to be wed. Enough, you are not dead. Wang Zheng smacked him lightly. Where are Uncle Huang and the others? Li Laosi inquired sternly. My father and elder brother have gone that way. Xiao Huang pointed. We must hurry. 3 more are pursuing them. With that, he dashed off, rear end jutting. Remain here, Wang Zheng, and I will go. Wang Zheng nodded, readjusting his knife and rope. The two hastened forward, leaving the anxious Xiao Huang behind. Soon, I shall use this crossbow to strike. By this time, Li Laosi had removed the outer pouch. Wang Zheng glanced over. Did you catch up to that master last time? Li Laosi remained silent. Did he leave anything for you? Li Laosi. Enough. No need for explanations. Wang Zheng quickened his pace. As long as you can use it, conceal yourself and shoot when the moment arises. He is no fool. He can discern much, yet he is disinclined to pry into the affairs of others. At this moment, Uncle Huang and a Huang are entangled with 3 black-haired boars, both sustaining injuries and standing back to back with their knives drawn. Uncle Huang's bow lies shattered on the ground, rendered useless at close range. With a resounding shout, Wang Zheng charged forward. Li Laosi had already readied his crossbow, poised for action. The provoked boars abandoned Uncle Huang and his son, rushing towards Wang Zheng. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were released simultaneously. Bang! 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 The charging wild boars fell abruptly to the ground, like a vehicle unable to halt. After a brief struggle, they breathed their last. Wang Zheng, quicker than Uncle Huang, retrieved the arrow lodged deep within the boar's skull. Once again, that enigmatic figure. Uncle Huang glanced towards the concealed thicket. Uncle Huang, let us not dwell on that. De Huang appears gravely injured. With the demise of the wild boars, De Huang, having survived the ordeal, collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, Li Laosi stepped forward, having secured his crossbow. Is everyone all right? The group nodded in response. Uncle Huang, believing Li Laosi had just arrived, anxiously inquired, Have you seen Xiao Huang? We were besieged and couldn't attend to him. Li Laosi nodded affirmatively. He is safe. Waiting for us over there. Only then did Uncle Huang relax. Had his son been harmed, he would surely face his wife's ire. His concerns were entirely valid. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a pair of emerald eyes gradually faded from sight. De Huang had no strength left. It took the 3 of them 3 trips to haul the 3 slain wild boars together. We have meat to eat. Xiao Huang grinned widely, clutching his rear. Letting out a sigh, even Li Laosi was troubled. Wang Zheng's approach was indeed the best they had. Returning to the cave, the group remained in slumber. It was only when Xiao Huang cried out in pain that everyone was roused. Butcher Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had laid eyes on such a magnificent wild boar. He touched its body, still warm, concluding that bleeding it now would yield no trace of gaminess. "Wife Wu, quickly boil some water." "I shall prepare them," he bellowed. Zhu Wunyang fastened her clothing and gasped at the sight of the wild boar outside the cave. "You are truly remarkable," she exclaimed. Su Shi surveyed Li Laosi and Wang Zheng, relieved to see they bore no injuries. Aunt Wang trembled, supporting Xiao Huang. "Will he be all right?" "Mother, it just hurts too much. I won't die," he replied. "It hurts terribly. You brought this upon yourself by following your father into danger. Dr. Qin, please help Xiao Huang," she called anxiously, her maternal instinct in full bloom. They were well acquainted with Dr. Qin, having sought his help numerous times after their hunting escapades had left them injured. Thus, calling upon him felt quite natural. "What? There are 5 more," Wang Zheng whispered, leading the ox, provoking a wave of astonishment among them. "My goodness, how formidable you all are." Zhu Wunyang's legs gave way, and she plopped down onto the ground. "That's unnecessary." Li Laosi waved his hand, having noticed his daughter had awakened. "I will go with Wang Zheng. You all stay here to butcher the pig." All right. Zhu Chun agreed readily. To speak candidly, his wife urged him to go lift the pig, and he felt a twinge of fear. Should another one spring forth and injure him, it would indeed be unfortunate. Sister Chun shot him a glare, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Why not let me accompany you?" Uncle Huang suggested. "Uncle Huang, both you and little Huang have been injured. It would be best for you to stay and look after them," Li Laosi gently declined. "Having a daughter is quite sufficient for me," assured Wang Zheng. "Rest assured, I can manage to drag a 1,000-pound load without difficulty." With that, he placed Li Yao upon the back of the ox and fell silent, guiding the beast away. "Godfather, whatever you encounter, please do not be frightened," Li Yao insisted, pointing towards a cluster of wild boars, her small frame brimming with determination. Wang Zheng, perplexed yet nodding in acknowledgement, thought to himself how he had weathered many storms in his life. What could possibly instill fear within him? However, seeing his daughter so earnest, he restrained his laughter. Li Yao waved her tiny hand, prompting Wang Zheng to rub his eyes, suspecting a trick of the light. He kicked at the branches strewn on the ground, only to confirm that indeed, the wild boars had vanished. "Yao, you? Godfather, you are not mistaken," Li Yao ventured, reaching to grasp his hand. Yet Wang Zheng clasped it firmly, saying, "Listen to me. From now on, no one must know of this ability you possess." His face flushed with excitement. She protested, "No, not even I can divulge this." Li Laosi, why did you not stop Yao? If others find out, they might brand her a monster and attempt to destroy her." He squatted down, gripping his head in frustration. "Godfather, we are family. I do not wish to hide anything from you," Li Yao said, her nose slightly crinkled, touched by the moment. In that lifetime, everyone had ulterior motives towards her, seeking personal gain. Little did she anticipate that by immersing herself here, she would harvest an abundance of sincere and fervent emotions. "Aren't you afraid I might reveal this?" Wang Zheng inquired, his eyes tinged with crimson. "Not at all. I am aware you would not," Li Yao replied with a smile. Her godfather had long since perceived the truth, but chose to refrain from questioning or commenting, offering her unconditional trust. "Even amidst my ramblings, you still believe in me. If you harbored even the slightest doubt, you would not accompany us up the mountain. Thus, you must concede that you are indeed the finest person in the world." Wang Zheng was overwhelmed by her effusive praise, bursting into laughter. "Only you hold me in such high regard. So, dear godfather, do you not find me terrifying?" "Terrifying? What an absurd notion." He chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. "You are akin to a little fairy. Although my godfather is uneducated, he has heard tales of deities in operas. They possess remarkable abilities, much like yourself." Coughing lightly, he mused, "Pray tell, who truly is Yao's father?" He playfully nudged Wang Zheng aside. "Come, let me carry her," he exclaimed, attempting to seize Li Laoxi's burden. What are you doing? Li Laoxi swatted his hand away. You must tend to the ox, and besides, Yaoer mentioned helping Dr. Qin gather herbs. Shouldn't you be searching for them? Oh! Wang Zheng sighed in resignation, having completely forgotten that her actual father was right beside him. How bittersweet. Truly, Li Laoxi had struck gold. I shall go look for them. Yaoer is indeed clever, Wang Zheng commended, giving a thumbs up. Wait. I shall not search for mere herbs. I will find something splendid for you. With that, he headed towards the nearby thicket. Humph. Li Yao followed along, only to discover a litter of piglets, 2 with brown fur and 3 with black. Do you like them? Wang Zheng had already taken the initiative to catch them, simply binding their legs with grass. He then remarked, Can you fit them in your space? Yes, yes, Li Yao exclaimed, filled with joy. She wondered what transformations would occur once she stored the wild boars in her space, and a sense of anticipation bubbled within her. After Wang Zheng had tied up all the piglets, she stored them away. Godfather, have a piece of this to invigorate you. Li Yao produced a box of Snickers, and they each savored 2 pieces. As they drove the cattle, she hummed a lively tune, her steps light and buoyant. Yao, do you still have that beer? Yes. Splendid. Today, I wish to enjoy beer with braised pork. No problem. You certainly know how to indulge, Li Laoxi remarked with a touch of envy. They hastened to the cave. Li Yao then summoned the wild boars all at once. I'll go fetch people to carry them, father. You all should tidy up a bit. With that, she skipped merrily toward the cave. As she approached, her father and godfather hurried over with the cattle. The men, except for the injured, set aside their tasks to lend a hand. The women had already prepared all the pots with hot water. This one must weigh around 300 pounds. Butcher Zhang laughed heartily as he helped carry it. My old fourth has always been strong. He can easily handle 300 pounds on his own. Susher seemed quite proud, adding, Brother Wang works at the docks. Few can match his strength. To quell any lingering doubts, she continued, and regarding that bull, when we ascended the mountain, we loaded a cart full of goods far heavier than these pigs. Indeed. I hold great admiration for their remarkable abilities, Zhu remarked. He sensed a hint of discontent from the Su family. Perhaps they felt they had been taken advantage of. Sister Chun nudged him, urging him to cease his lifting. Zhu turned and quickly ran away. He must not provoke the ire of these women. It seemed that he had begun to fear his wife. This was quite troubling indeed. Butcher Zhang had found his stage. In recent years, business had been poor, and he had not slaughtered so many pigs in quite some time. Today, he relished the opportunity to showcase his skills, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Every household had brought forth their pots and pans. 6 basins were filled solely with pig's blood. The innards were set aside without even a basin to contain them. As the sun rose higher, the temperature soared. With such a bounty of meat, everyone grew anxious. As a butcher, I have never encountered such a surplus of meat. Zhu Wunyang furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. If it were winter, it would be manageable, but in this sweltering heat, what could be done? I have a solution. Chapter 67. Ice used by wealthy families. Su sent Li Yao off to sleep before hastily emerging. There was no need to worry about her daughter. She would awaken naturally once she had rested sufficiently. Mingyu, it is good that you have arrived. I have been quite distressed. Although the pork does not concern me, I would regret its waste on your behalf. At that moment, everyone was present. Uncle Huang, the eldest, spoke with authority. He candidly said, Old Fourth, you shall decide. He was inclined to let Old Fourth make the allocation. Uncle Huang, you are the eldest. It is best that you take charge of the division. Li Laoxi repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Since that is the case, I shall speak, Old Fourth declared. Seeing his reluctance, Uncle Huang did not press further. There were a total of 6 pigs. Zhang the butcher, weary from his toil, claimed half for himself. The Zhu couple had lent considerable assistance. Thus they were granted the other half. Of the remaining 5, you and Wang Zheng would share 3, while our family would take 2. As for Dr. Qin, he is now regarded as one of us, so we shall allocate half a pig from our 2 to him. He will dine with you. and that portion shall be entrusted to your care." The crowd fell into silence, astonished by this arrangement. Particularly taken aback were Zhu Wunyang and her husband, as they had never anticipated receiving a share. "Very well," Li Laosi readily concurred. "As for the pig's blood and offal, whoever desires them may take what they wish without hesitation." Uncle Huang added a remark, signifying that matters were settled. "How could we accept this?" Zhu Wunyang, reluctant to take advantage, felt that Zhang had merely assisted in the slaughter and that sharing a ham hock was sufficient. She fidgeted with her clothing, concerned about the children's cravings. Spring Sister chimed in, "We need not say much. We did almost nothing but help boil water." Zhu Chun pinched her back lightly, yet could not silence her. "Let us simply take a couple of pounds for a modest feast. Since we are all fleeing together, let us not be overly concerned about trifles," Uncle Huang reiterated before stepping away. Sister Su approached, offering a few words of encouragement, which led them to accept the situation. They then turned their attention to the question of how to manage the considerable amount of meat. Most were familiar with preserving meat in jars, and rendering fat for oil was a common practice, yet the sheer quantity was overwhelming. "Mingyu, did you not mention having a solution?" Zhu Wunyang inquired. Sister Su smiled, "Indeed. I have a few ideas. Would you care to hear them? Do share. Do not keep us in suspense," Spring Sister urged, giving her a gentle pat on the back. The rich oil rendered from the pork belly, transformed into jarred meat, accompanied by dried meats, cured pork, and sausages, along with pig's blood balls, were all preparations that Yaoer had shared with her before drifting into slumber. Even the ingredients had been meticulously arranged. While everyone was familiar with jarred and dried meats, the cured pork, sausages, and pig's blood balls were entirely unfamiliar to them. Zhu Xinyang opened her mouth in astonishment. "Is it truly feasible to prepare these in such weather?" This query was not lost on Su Shi, who had anticipated such concerns. Her daughter had devised a plan early that morning. The two of them had been industriously engaged in their dwelling for quite some time. Had it not been for her daughter's insistence on aiding, they might have continued their labor. In truth, Su Shi harbored a secret from everyone, a pang of guilt tugging at her lips. "Come with me," she declared, turning to lead them to the rear of the bed shared with Yaoer. There lay Li Yao, blissfully asleep in a sprawling position, a picture of innocence. The men had not followed, leaving only 3 women curious to investigate. It was evident that Yaoer had been exhausted from her early endeavors. Zhu Wunyang chuckled softly, while Aunt Huang cast a glance at the sleeping Li Yao, gently draping a thin blanket over her. "Why do I feel so chilly?" Not only Aunt Huang, but even Sister Chun sensed the sudden drop in temperature. "Indeed. I feel a strange contrast, goosebumps rising on my skin," she remarked, extending her hand to confirm her sensation. "Look." Su Shi led the way, her curiosity piqued. "What is this?" Zhu Wunyang felt a rush of cold air envelop her. "Is this ice, used by the affluent?" she exclaimed, astonished. "How can there be ice here?" Her self-questioning echoed her incredulity. "Oh my, it truly is ice. How refreshing." Sister Chun stepped forward to touch it. Su Shi rubbed her left hand against her right, her lips tightly pressed as she listened to their exchange. "When we first moved in, we had not noticed. This place had been concealed. Later, when Yaoer touched the stone wall and remarked on its coolness, Lao Si struck it with a stone. To our astonishment, it revealed an opening containing these treasures." Su Shi frowned, and we dared not speak, merely using a wooden board to shield the discovery. Noticing their intense gazes, she asked, "You won't blame us, will you?" Time seemed to freeze momentarily until Zhu Wunyang slapped everyone back to reality, exclaiming, "What are you saying?" The slap landed heavily on Su Shi's shoulder, causing a twinge of pain. "Why would we blame you? We ought to be grateful. Without you, how could we enjoy the ice reserved for the affluent?" Zhu Wunyang grinned, stepping forward curiously. She approached the center of the ice, which was indeed as large as a bed. "Yes, yes, yes." Sister Chun measured it with her hands. It was roughly the same size as the bed Yaoer occupied. "With this ice, we need not worry about the meat spoiling." Aunt Huang, ever the voice of reason, quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Is this your solution? Zhu Wunyang could hardly contain her delight. Su Shi nodded, affirming her ingenuity. You truly are remarkable. Zhu Wunyang praised profusely. I told you, following you all means we shall have meat. Sister Chen laughed awkwardly. Indeed, indeed. Zhu Wunyang's words were rather indiscreet, especially with Su Shi present, yet she seemed undeterred. Su Shi, choosing to ignore the remark, suggested, let us handle what we can manage first and place the rest inside. All right, all right. The group hastily moved outward. Emerging from the cave, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Although the temperature near the cave was somewhat cooler than outside, the rising heat rendered it still quite oppressive. The group could hardly contain their laughter, leaving the man outside utterly astonished. What joyous occasion had they encountered? Speculations ran rampant. Let me tell you, Zhu Wunyang whispered a few words into her husband's ear. Really? Truly. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us get to work. Zhu Wunyang declared with authority. Instantly, everyone was aware, yet no one probed further, contentedly embarking on their tasks. Su intended to prepare a little of everything. As her household possessed an abundance of meat, 3.5 pigs, a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, the entire family was able to assist. Although Dr. Qin's feet were not agile, it did not hinder his work. Su prepared the ingredients for him. He frowned in concentration, sniffing and sampling, a rather amusing sight. If he had any doubts, he would not inquire. When asked, the answer would be that Wang was laboring at the dock, rewarded by a wealthy merchant. Chapter 68. Father. Do you resent my intrusion? Unbeknownst to them, Wang had become everyone's treasure trove. Making pig's blood balls necessitated white tofu. Thus, Su soaked some yellow beans, intending to prepare it once the meat was sufficiently processed. Meanwhile, Li Laosi had set up a large pot and was already rendering the pig fat. Though there wasn't an abundance of fatty meat, there was plenty of pork lard. One pot was insufficient, requiring 3 pots to complete the task, yielding 3 large barrels. Fortunately, during their leisure time, the group often engaged in carpentry, thus possessing a fair amount of storage tools. The oil residue was a prized possession, carefully collected as well. With a natural ice house at their disposal, no morsel of meat was deemed wasteful. Wang Zheng was exclusively tasked with carving and segmenting meat. The pork belly was meticulously sliced into strips, while the hindquarters were divided into chunks. Ribs, tubular bones, and fan bones were all deftly removed and arranged with precision. Upon completing these tasks, he proceeded to prepare the pig's head and trotters. The Su family, intending to make sausages, required the meat to be minced finely. Thus they were engaged in chopping meat incessantly. They preferred a leaner cut with a fat-to-lean ratio of 3:7. After processing approximately 200 jin, his right hand ached to the point of immobility. Fortunately, Zhu Wunyang and her husband were nimble, swiftly handling half a pig. Setting aside 30 jin of meat to learn how to prepare sausages and pig's blood dumplings. When they came over to assist, Su expressed her gratitude. What is there to thank for? Zhu Wunyang playfully reproached, you have received so much meat, which is worth quite a sum of silver. If there is to be gratitude, it should be from us to you. As she spoke, she was already getting to work. Just instruct us on how to proceed. Su no longer felt the need for further pleasantries. Lao Zhang, please help me chop these ribs into small pieces, about this size. She indicated the desired dimensions, focusing on the central ribs. All right. Lao Zhang, a man of few words, was efficient in his work. He retrieved his ancestral cleaver and found a wooden block, executing swift and precise cuts. Fennel brought out the seasonings prepared by Dr. Qin. Su then requested Zhu Wunyang to assist in mixing the meat. Zhu Wunyang was adept at her tasks, finding the mixing of meat to be quite effortless. Subsequently, Su busily attended to the offal that had been set aside. The pig's heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys were meticulously sorted. Discarding them was out of the question. Now, she needed to clean the pig's intestines. It stinks terribly, mother, Li Jiyun said while dragging a basket. Let us bury this. Su shook her head. amused by her son's expression. I still hold great value and cannot be discarded. This is merely pig dung. What purpose does it serve? Mother, let us dispose of it. With that, he ran a few meters away. Come back. Mother insisted that it is useful. Li Jiza fetched a shoulder pole and beckoned him with his hand. Oh! He never dared to challenge the authority of his elder brother. And Li Jiyun approached while pinching his nose. Su smiled and, along with her two sons, carried the pig intestines to the other side of the pond. Unfazed by the filth, she began to squeeze out the excrement from within the intestines. Li Jiza tirelessly filled a wooden basin with water. He rinsed them roughly at first, then turned the intestines inside out for a thorough wash. Using scissors, he scraped away the residual grease from the inner walls. By the time they had cleaned all the intestines, the three of them could hardly stand straight. Yet, the stench lingered. Li Jiyun cast a disdainful glance. If we knead them with flour and vegetable oil, the odor will dissipate. Su poured half a bag of flour and some oil into the wooden basin, beginning to knead. This was the final step. She raised her face and smiled. Mother, I shall assist you. Li Jiyun, feeling sympathy for his mother, endured the foul smell and extended his small hands. Throughout, Li Jiza remained silent, diligently working away. Zhu Wunyang had already risen first. What else needed to be done? The meat has been mixed, and the pork ribs have been marinated as you instructed. Su took the towel from Li Laosi and wiped the sweat from her brow. We shall stuff the meat into these intestines, using the small intestines. With her guidance, everyone gathered around. Although it may seem simple, stuffing intestines with meat is indeed a skilled task. Li Laosi observed their movements, turned his back, and left with a cleaver. After washing them thoroughly, he returned. Let us give this a try. He handed it to Su. Upon a glance, Su understood precisely what needed to be done. With the aid of this tool, the process of stuffing the casings became significantly expedited. As the sun dipped below the horizon, weariness enveloped everyone after a long day's toil. Lunchtime had been a mere hasty affair, with Wang Zheng's stomach audibly lamenting its emptiness. He refrained from voicing his hunger too loudly. Su wiped her hands clean and declared, I shall prepare dinner right away. You all have worked hard. There is no need for further labor. Take a moment to rest. For tonight we shall indulge in a splendid meal. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang's family also paused their efforts. Aunt Wang invited Sister Chun's family to dinner, as they had lent a hand after finishing their own chores. After Li Laosi and Wang Zheng transported the unprocessed meat and pig offal into the freezer, they proceeded to assist Uncle Huang with his tasks. The younger Huang siblings were injured and unable to manage the heavier work, so any help they could provide was welcomed. Since Mingyu has suggested we all dine together tonight, you need not exert yourself any further, Aunt Huang, she said. Acknowledging her age and the fatigue that had set in after a day of labor, Aunt Wang was grateful but reluctant to accept help. It's quite all right. Li Laosi interrupted before she could decline further. This boy. Aunt Huang glanced at Uncle Huang. In that case, do take a rest. Mingyao is not one to be stingy. Uncle Huang offered a comforting remark. Having organized his belongings, Li Laosi made his way to where Su was preparing the meal. Hui Xiang was busy adding firewood to the stove. Uncle Laosi, go keep your master company. I will tend to the fire, she urged. Li Laosi gently ushered Hui Xiang aside, placing 2 large logs into the stove. The steam rose, and his flushed face became indistinct through the haze. Rising, Li Laosi grasped Su's hand, which was skillfully wielding the spatula. You take a seat by the fire, and I shall prepare the meal. The atmosphere grew muted, and Su's face flushed a deeper shade of red. Do not jest. Everyone is eager for their supper. You sit down and teach me, it won't take too long. Li Laosi removed the spatula from her grasp and gently guided her to the stove, pressing her lightly against the tree stump. You must be exhausted. The flames in the stove flickered upon Su's face, enhancing her rosy complexion. She tilted her head, revealing a hint of shyness. Li Laosi chuckled softly, approached the stove, and picked up the spatula, expertly tossing a flower-shaped dish. Li Yao awoke from her slumber to find the night had fallen. Stretching her back, she swiftly arranged her attire. "Mother, mother," she called out, entering to witness a heartwarming scene. Her father was feeding her mother a pork meatball. Sue stammered, blushing profusely. "Your father wanted me to taste it." Li Yao blinked. "Is it delicious?" Even Li Laosi, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He searched for words. "Why are you awake so soon? I thought you would sleep for at least 2 days. Did you think I would disturb you?" She teased, elongating her tone. "You cheeky girl," Sue chided, giving her a gentle rap on the head. "You dare to jest about your parents?" Li Yao pleaded for mercy. "I won't do it again. I promise." Chapter 69. Greed unbound. When it comes to abundance, nothing could rival the feast prepared for tonight. The 4 children of Sister Chun stood in a row, drooling in anticipation. "Godfather, braised pork." Li Yao placed the meat before Wang Zheng. "You're awake?" Wang Zheng inquired, astonished. "Yes," Li Yao replied with a light smile. Her formerly sharp chin now rounded with time. There were 2 faint dimples on her cheeks. "Why not get some more rest?" Wang Zheng, concerned and aware of her situation, found himself unable to sleep. Li Yao turned around, proving that she was unharmed. Others, unaware of the truth, merely regarded her as lively and spirited. "That's good. Now, the godfather can eat in peace. And drink too." Grasping his hand, they whirled around in the cave. When they emerged, they were carrying 2 jars of wine. "Eat well. Drink well." Wang Zheng, brimming with enthusiasm, was particularly joyful. "Uncle Huang, shall we have some white liquor?" He plopped down beside Uncle Huang, nestled closely to Butcher Zhang, followed by Xu Chun. Over there were Li Laosi, De Huang, and Dr. Qin. Poor little Huang stood obediently, her rear end in the air. Come, Yaoer. Sit over here with your godfather." Wang Zheng waved her over. Li Yao shook her head, stating she would sit with her mother and the others at their table, urging her godfather and uncles to enjoy their drinking. Wang Zheng smacked his lips and savored the first sip of wine. Delightful. Noticing Yaoer did not join him, he did not press the matter further, reminding her to eat more meat. The table for the women and children was indeed more crowded. Zhu Wunyang, perceptive as she was, filled a bowl generously for the 2 children and sent them off to a nearby stone to eat. The 2 older daughters of Sister Chun followed suit, carrying their bowls away. However, Sanya and Sia still required her assistance, needing her to feed them occasionally, making it difficult for her to eat freely. A kind-hearted Aunt Huang helped look after Sanya. Susher also doted on Li Yao, occasionally offering her a bite. Li Jiyun devoured his food swiftly, alternating between meat and rice, relishing every moment. Susher observed him, pondering that he certainly hadn't gone hungry lately. "Gazing upon my eldest son, refined and gentle, is indeed a delight to the senses." I busily served him a piece of succulent, tender braised pork, marbled perfectly with fat. "Mother, I want some too," called Li Jiyun, pushing his bowl forward. "Very well, I shall serve you," Sue replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Thank you, mother." Li Jiyun grinned widely and then turned to his elder brother, exclaiming, "Mother served me 2 pieces." Silence. One must not speak while eating. Li Jiza admonished in a tone only he could hear. "Brother, that's unfair. Look how loudly father and the others are talking." Li Jiza retorted. "They are adults and need to express their emotions. He always had a reason. But I have emotions too. You do not." Li Jiza replied coldly. "If you speak again, you shall have 2 pieces less." This remark proved effective, and Li Jiyun promptly closed his mouth, instead ladling himself a bowl of meatball soup. Halfway through the meal, Li Yao entered the cave, bringing out a jar of freshly poured orange juice. "Mother, I want to drink this." Seeing her with the jar, Zhu Wunyang smiled and said, "Yaoer, children cannot drink alcohol. This is not alcohol." "Oh, what is it then?" Zhu Wunyang assumed she was too young to understand. Sue opened the jar and poured several bowls. "Yellow?" Sister Chun also leaned in to see. "It's fruit juice," Li Yao exclaimed, taking a sip from her bowl. Alarmed, Zhu Wunyang hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Were it wine, She would have wanted a taste herself. After all, why should only the men enjoy it? But children cannot drink it. Sue smiled and explained, this juice is suitable for all ages, men and women alike. She handed a bowl to each, encouraging, smell it. It's quite fragrant and sweet. Zhu Wunyang skeptically took a sip, her eyes narrowing in delight. It was truly sweet and delightful, devoid of any alcoholic bite. As she opened her eyes, she eagerly gulped down another couple of swallows, finding it quite refreshing. Upon hearing her words, the children could hardly contain their eagerness to partake. It's so delicious. Can I have another half bowl? Inquired Zhu Wunyang's 9-year-old daughter. Zhu Wunyang lightly reprimanded her, pouring her remaining half bowl into her daughter's cup, reminding her that one bowl was sufficient for each person. Susher weighed the jar and confirmed it was indeed empty, thus she remained silent. How could Sister Yao consume 2 bowls? Zhu Li protested, feeling somewhat indignant. It's simply exquisite. I have never tasted such a thing before, she exclaimed, yearning for just a bit more, lamenting why her mother had to scold her. In her frustration, she inadvertently knocked her bowl to the ground, spilling half a bowl of orange juice. You're going to drive me mad, Zhu Wunyang exclaimed, grasping her daughter's hand and picking up the bowl. Zhu Li wept bitterly. I don't want to. Mother said we could only have 1 bowl, yet Sister Yao clearly had 2. If she can have 2, why can't I? Mother, you don't support me and scold me instead. Who is truly your daughter, her or me? Zhu Wunyang attempted to cover her mouth, but was too late. This outcry left everyone in stunned silence. You're lying, Zhu Li shouted. She is your daughter, naturally. You favor her. How could you think of anyone else when there are good things? What do you wish to do about it? Li Yao swallowed her anger, utterly infuriated by such unreasonable behavior. Sisterly, I haven't finished this bowl, so I will share it with you. Little Sia, small in stature, held the bowl with both hands and offered it to her. I do not wish to consume your saliva, Julie retorted, striking out with one hand and overturning the bowl. Startled, Sia burst into tears. With a resounding slap, Zhu Wunyang struck Julie across the face. Apologize. Apologize to Sia, to Aunt Sue, to Yaoer. I refuse, Julie protested, tilting her body to shield her face. Are you still my mother? You strike me for the sake of a stranger. Anger surged through Zhu Wunyang as she clutched her chest. I have failed to teach you. I have failed you. Tears streamed down Julie's face. I will not go with you. It is you who insists on taking me. Enough, shouted the butcher Zhang, his face contorted with fury as he approached. Silence. Fearful of him, Julie trembled and fell silent. Before long, he emerged again. Children do not understand. I disciplined her. I disciplined her. He glanced apologetically at the others, acknowledging that she had been spoiled and lacked restraint. Uncle Huang intervened. Come, let us continue our drinking. Children's tempers will pass by tomorrow. They resumed their revelry. Yet Li Laosi and Wang Zheng felt a disquiet in their hearts. Aunt Sue gently patted Yaoer's head, a gesture of comfort, as she noted her daughter's discontent and found no favor for Julie. Had I known, I would have thrown her to the dogs, that ungrateful wretch. This incident indeed troubled Li Yao, serving as a wake-up call for the family. Even with good intentions, there are always envious souls lurking about. Did Julie not realize that this juice belonged to the Li family? She did. Yet, out of her affection, she sought to seize it all. However, upon entering the cave, she soon spotted a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows. Chapter 70. Who is the scoundrel prowling on my daughter's bed? In this cavern by the pond, all the residents lived in separate wooden cubicles, with a narrow passageway left in between. There was little privacy to be had. However, on ordinary days, everyone adhered to a code of conduct, refraining from intruding upon one another's domains. Conversations and work were typically conducted in the open space outside the cave. At the sound of Dr. Qin's shout, a figure darted away swiftly, vanishing from sight. The figure was small, likely a child. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he shook his head. Should he warn them? Perhaps it was better to let them learn their lesson through hardship. Cough, cough. Master, allow me to assist you to rest. Huixiang, with his mouth greasy from food, finally remembered his duty to serve. Please help me bring the medicine box. It was scattered everywhere yesterday. I wonder if my tools are still intact? Huixiang wiped his mouth and nodded. Wash your hands well. Dr. Qin expressed his distaste for the mess. Yes, master. I will fetch a bucket of water for you to wash up before you sleep. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Qin called out to him, Could you check on Li Yao and see if she has finished eating? If she has, please ask her to come here. Got it. Huixiang responded obediently. Due to Julie, Li Yao felt somewhat displeased, yet she refrained from showing it, as they were still in the midst of their meal. However, the atmosphere had become rather dull. Yao, my master is looking for you. After delivering the medicine box to his master, Huixiang quickly stepped out to summon her. What does Dr. Qin want with me? Li Yao thought, quickly ringing the alarm bell in her mind, hoping it wasn't just another one of his endless monologues. Huixiang scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. He just asked me to bring him the medicine box. Then I shall go at once. Li Yao's eyes twinkled as she flashed a sly smile. Upon noticing that she had risen, Huixiang cheerfully picked up her bowl once more, having just worried about her master, who had yet to satiate his hunger. Time to show off another bowl. Today, the fire had not even been lit. She was determined to be the one to tidy up the dishes later. Oh! The big pig's leg, how delectable. Li Yao ambled along with her short legs, leisurely making her way to Dr. Qin. She found him furrowing his brow, engrossed in a book under the dim light, with another lonely volume lying on the bedside to his left. Have you come? He asked without looking up. Turning a page and relaxing his brow, Li Yao squeezed out a smile. Dr. Qin, were you looking for me? Only then did he raise his gaze, remarking, If you don't wish to smile, there's no need to force it. Li Yao responded. Is it that obvious? It seems my desire for you to pursue medicine was merely a figment of my imagination. Dr. Qin murmured, Indeed, I may have been too insistent. He extended the book in his hand and added, You truly do not require a master. Perhaps you have a mentor far more formidable than I. What is Dr. Qin saying? I do not comprehend. Li Yao feigned innocence, though half of it was genuine. She had no master and lacked medical expertise, only possessing some rudimentary knowledge. Is Li Shizhen your master? Or perhaps this Huatua? Dr. Qin's eyes glimmered with anticipation, as if he were eager to unravel the backgrounds of these figures. Yet, the more he hoped, the more disheartened he became upon receiving his answer. What treasures? What legends? Dr. Qin, what are you saying? I do not know them. She truly did not know them. If she did, it would be a different story altogether. Is it really true that you do not recognize them? Dr. Qin observed her sincerity and hesitated for a moment. Indeed, how could such a young person, residing in a tiny village, possibly know someone capable of penning such medical literature? Perhaps he had overwrought the matter. He felt utterly perplexed. You picked up the box for me last night. From where did you acquire these 2 books? Dr. Qin. Aren't they yours? Li Yao inquired, puzzled. Aren't these the books you read daily? In the darkness of last night, I gathered everything scattered around your medicine chest. I had assumed they belonged to you. As she spoke, Li Yao reached out to take the books. She lifted them, inspecting them from left to right. It is said that scholars cherish their books above all else. She hoped they did not belong to some careless literati. Wait! Dr. Qin interjected, snatching them back. They seem familiar. They must be mine. Noticing the girl's skeptical gaze, he thought, in such a desolate place with no signs of life or paths. How could anyone pass by? Was Dr. Qin not human? She was not insulting him. I was out gathering herbs. His mild annoyance was evident, yet he appeared resigned. Oh! Li Yao chuckled softly. Well, it's nothing now. She was clearly eager to leave. How delightful. The more she laughed, the happier she became. So, may I take my leave? Dr. Qin shook his head, raising his hand slightly as if to gesture her to stay. Li Yao turned away, brimming with joy. Finally, she was liberated from the pressure to excel. Wait, I discovered a type of herb I have never seen before. Once my foot heals, will you accompany me to find it? Li Yao dashed off, pretending she had not heard him. Unbeknownst to her, the figure behind her wore a faint smile. In the shadows, a pair of eyes glimmered with frenzied jealousy. Why should she, a mere girl, be so cherished? After a long day, Sue was truly devoid of energy post-dinner. Fortunately, Hui Xiong possessed keen eyesight and insisted that she rest while he took care of the dishes. Jiza and Jiyun also lent a hand, hastening the tidying process. Mother, Li Yao nestled into Sue's embrace. Shall we go to bed? It was not that she was unwilling to assist. Rather, she understood that unless she insisted on resting, Sue would not allow herself the same luxury. Are you tired again? Yao? Li Yao feigned a yawn. I am. Mother, please accompany me. I fear ghosts in your absence. Sue smiled gently. What ghosts? I shall accompany you, my little lazybones. Li Yao stuck out her tongue. Mother, Hui Xiong, please place everything in that large wooden basin. I shall wash them in the morning. Sue, still reluctant to let them toil, offered one last reminder as they departed. Hui Xiong responded affirmatively, and under the moonlight, together with the two little ones, they washed all the dishes, ensuring the area outside was spotless. Once mother and daughter had completed their evening rituals, they climbed into bed. Their resting place was conveniently close to the ice cellar, providing a refreshing comfort. Li Yao sprawled out, only to suddenly encounter something hard beneath her. What's wrong? Sue inquired, her expression turning anxious as she pulled her daughter up and lifted the cotton quilt from the bed. Her complexion paled instantly, turning ashen. Who did this? She bellowed. Li Yao, startled by the scene, never anticipated that the malice of the apocalypse would resurface in this life. Stones and sharp bamboo littered the bedding, and even a small dagger was wedged upright in the crevice. Had it been just a moment longer, the blade would have pierced her. Such malevolent intent. Having grown accustomed to tranquil and stable days, she had truly forgotten the need for vigilance. At that moment, Li Laosi and Wang Zheng rushed over. They had not been far from her, separated only by a wooden board. What had transpired? Li Laosi was somewhat sobered from his stupor. In Chapter 71. Bridges returned to bridges, roads returned to roads. Everyone, disregarding their privacy, hurried over. Li Laosi drew out the dagger, weighing it in his hands. Grease still clung to the hilt, and a dark, smoldering anger surged within his eyes. Sue's eyes reddened with tears as she cradled the terrified Li Yao, silently accusing the evident culprit. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wunyang's head buzzed. Good heavens! She dared not entertain further thoughts, fearful of misunderstandings. Yet she had to concede, who would stoop so low? After all, she had once resorted to similar tactics against her son, though without a knife. Uncle Huang shook his head, reflecting on the amicable relations between their families. There had been no sordid affairs among the adults. How could such an event suddenly unfold? It was evident to any discerning eye who was responsible. Anger boiled within him. How could someone so young harbor such cruelty? It was a mix of hatred and sorrow. Sister Chun trembled, clutching the frightened Xia tightly, her gaze toward Zhu Wunyang, softening with trepidation. Once, in Qingshan village, they had been the best of friends. Otherwise, they would not have so readily chosen to abandon the larger group to follow Li Laoxi's family. Zhang the butcher, is this the knife you use for skinning pigs? Li Laoxi thrust the blade before him. Zhang the butcher's face flushed crimson, swiftly turning the hue of pig liver. Embarrassed and furious, she nodded, declaring, I shall provide you with an explanation. With that, she disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and hurried back to her place. At that moment, Julie cowered beneath her blanket, trembling uncontrollably. The recent roar from Wang Zheng had shaken her to her core. Overwhelmed by fear and guilt, she burrowed deeper into the covers, believing that this would render her invisible to others. Yet, she was merely a child, unable to rival the intellect of adults. Moreover, with parents as principled as hers, there was no chance of concealment. Butcher Zhang abruptly flung the blanket aside and seized the dazed Julie, delivering 2 stinging slaps. You wretched creature! I could kill you. The blows were not softened. Stars danced before Julie's eyes as the pain surged. After a moment, agony compelled her to wail, "Father, why are you hitting me?" "Hitting you? What I've done is far too lenient." Butcher Zhang, incensed, dragged her from the bed. "Get out. I have no daughter like you." Julie tumbled to the floor and scrambled up barefoot. "Don't touch me." Hatred flickered in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend how her parents had seemingly transformed into different people. In the past, even when she had teased her younger brother, her parents would scold her mildly but never resorted to violence. "Are you still my father? Is this how you treat your daughter?" She seethed, her teeth clenched. "I knew you never liked me, always favoring Zhang Yi. You are biased." "Biased? Do you not realize what you have done wrong?" Julie Wunyang lamented, drained of even the strength to scold her. "What have I done wrong? I have done nothing." A cold, sardonic smile crept across Julie's face, one that belied her age. "I was struck by you, and thus remained in bed, not venturing anywhere." Li Laosi let out a cold laugh, suddenly emanating a murderous intent. Swiftly, he brandished a sharp knife. "Ah!" Julie, fearing for her life, screamed, believing he intended to kill her. The knife embedded itself before her feet, prompting another scream as she sought refuge behind Zhu Wunyang. "Mother, save me." Zhu Wunyang, her tears long dried, grasped her daughter's tightly clenched hand and pried it away. "Why did you place those things on Yair's bed? Why do you wish her harm?" After all, she was her daughter, and she did not want to witness her downfall. Fortunately, nothing happened to Yair today. Had there been any injury, given Li Laosi's protective nature, he would have torn her daughter apart. And that Wang Zheng, with his face contorted in rage, looked as though he would devour her alive. "Speak quickly, or even I cannot save you." Julie stepped back 2 paces. "Mother, what nonsense are you talking? When have I ever harmed her? I have maintained that I was asleep the entire time." Su Shi, in a fit of rage, pushed her daughter aside. "Unfortunate? I do not care. A slap first." Smack. "My daughter's misfortune lies in allowing you, this ungrateful wretch, to indulge too much. That precious fruit juice is something even the county magistrate may not have tasted. You shameless creature. You had a bowl and still desired more. That juice belongs to my daughter, and she alone shall drink it. Others are not even permitted to utter a sound." In her fury, she disregarded the decorum of adults, her disdain extending even to Zhu Wunyang. "Repulsive creature, wishing to bring harm to my daughter. Consider yourself fortunate that she has escaped unscathed today. Had even a single hair been harmed, I would take your life." She forcefully pushed aside Julie and turned her gaze towards Zhu Wunyang. "You should have some understanding of this matter. We would not casually slander anyone. She is your daughter, and regardless of whether she acknowledges it or not, let it rest here. From this point onward, let the bridge be a bridge and the road be a road. We shall remain unrelated." As she turned, she realized she had placed her daughter into the embrace of Dr. Qin. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Dr. Qin replied indifferently. Su Shi carried Yao home. "Mother." Dr. Qin said he personally saw Julie placing things on our bed. Li Yao's voice was soft yet resonated with everyone present. It appeared as if she were casually conversing with her mother. "Does she have an affinity for our bed?" Su Shi gently patted her head and hurried away. Cough, cough. "At such a tender age, wielding a knife is unwise. Should you cut your hand, it will bleed," he added languidly. Aunt Wang sighed and departed first, followed by the rest, dispersing quickly. Su Shi's words undeniably created a rift in the fleeting assembly. When she turned hostile, she was quite fearsome. Yet Zhu Wunyang was indeed in the wrong. Butcher Zhang sat despondently on the ground, the alcohol he had consumed earlier now churning within him. "It is my fault for indulging you beyond reason." His eyes were bloodshot, and never had he felt more lucid than at this moment. "I once thought you were my only daughter, sharing your mother's surname, so I endeavored to provide you with the best. Your brother's food and belongings were all scavenged from yours. Yet, unexpectedly, you still perceive me and your mother as biased." Zhu Wunyang choked back her emotions, pulling Julie close and gently touching her face. Does it hurt? Julie remained indifferent, yet dared not move. It must hurt. Zhu Wunyang chuckled derisively. But you brought it upon yourself. Today, they have shown you mercy, but next time, who will be so forgiving? She pondered. I, Zhu Wunyang, have never committed a single misdeed throughout my life, and yet I find myself with a daughter such as you. Nevertheless, you are still a part of me. Listen to me, go kneel outside the cave, rise only when they have forgiven you. Your father and I will swallow our pride and plead for them to allow us to follow you. If you disregard my words, consider our maternal bond severed. I shall personally escort you to your uncle. Have you not always yearned to be his daughter? Her heart ached. Her daughter, enchanted by wealth since receiving a red string from her cousin at the tender age of 5, had lost her way. Mother, is what you say true? Chapter 72. Can you plead for the Su family on my behalf? Zhu Wunyang's expression turned incredulous, but ultimately, she scoffed. It truly pierces my heart. Her daughter unhesitatingly chose the latter, revealing her impatience. Very well. I will take you. She rose and hastily gathered her belongings. Wunyang, Zhang the butcher grasped her hand. Are you truly going to do this? What other choice do I have? Yet, she lamented, after all, she is our daughter. Zhang the butcher's expression was one of despondency. Zhu Wunyang fell silent and began to rummage beneath the bed, retrieving jars and containers filled with various provisions, amassing a considerable bundle. Finally, she unearthed a silver pouch from the layers of bedding. Zhang the butcher hastily stood up. Did you not say to keep that silver for protection? Tears streamed down Zhu Wunyang's face. Let her take it all, every last bit. You are well aware of my cousin, who, during our childhood, tormented me mercilessly, nearly to the point of despair. Do you truly believe he would treat Lily with kindness? He is merely deceiving her. And what of you? This is all we possess. Zhang the butcher is somewhat reluctant, especially considering he has a son. Will you simply stand by and watch her suffer? I hope that by offering a greater sum of silver, they might show her some semblance of kindness. Indeed, he ultimately did not oppose. The journey ahead may be fraught with peril. It is best if we accompany her. What of Shower? Zhu Wunyang gently caressed her son's head. We are hiding here out of fear, fearful of danger and the officials. Bringing Shower along would only heighten our anxiety. Zhang the butcher found himself at a loss for a solution. Gather more provisions and necessities, and do your utmost to ensure she lacks for nothing, Zhu Wunyang urged, her voice thick with emotion. She often claims we favor others, saying that uncle and aunt treat her well. Such words pierce the heart. Yet if she is not allowed to face true hardship, she will never comprehend. Zhu Wunyang was resolute in her intentions. Taking Zhang Su's hand, she knelt down and said, Suer, if your parents are not around, you must be obedient and heed the words of the elders. Zhang Su, nearly the same age as Li Jiyun, was somewhat bewildered but understood his mother's words. Mother, do not worry, I will be good. Zhu Wunyang wiped away his tears. What a good child. Hesitating momentarily outside the wooden door of Sister Chun, Zhu Wunyang approached Aunt Huang's residence. Aunt Huang, she called softly. Wunyang, what brings you here? Aunt Huang invited her in, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sympathy. What troubles you? Aunt Huang hastily supported her. Aunt Huang, I implore you to assist me. My daughter has erred, and I find myself too ashamed to keep her here any longer. Tears, previously dried, now flow once more as Zhang and I prepare to send her away. The thought of taking Yue along fills me with trepidation, fearing potential danger. In the midst of her anguish, she covers her face and weeps bitterly. Aunt Huang is in a quandary. Though she yearns to assist, her family is present, and she cannot unilaterally make a decision. Moreover, escorting someone is no trivial matter. Should any misstep occur, how could one bear the responsibility? Very well. Let us acquiesce to her request. Ultimately, it is Uncle Huang who concedes. Zhu Wunyang rises, wiping her tears, and expresses her gratitude to Uncle Huang, Aunt Huang, and both to Huang and Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, wincing from a sore backside, nods in acknowledgement. There is one more matter. Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang, Zhu Wunyang says. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Would you be so kind as to intercede on behalf of the Su family? I am not entirely ungrateful. They are good people. And I would follow them with complete sincerity and a sense of security. Aunt Huang glances at Uncle Huang, who nods in agreement, thus giving her consent. Rest assured. We shall treat Yue as our own grandson. Zhu Wunyang contemplates for a moment, then retrieves a silver ingot from her pouch. Please accept this. Aunt Huang extends her hand to refuse, insisting that Zhu Wunyang keep it for her own safety. Zhu Wunyang is a woman of integrity and forthrightness, which is why they have agreed to assist her. Uncle Huang feels confident in his judgment, noting that her willingness to part with 10 taels of silver signifies her genuine intentions. Their journey ahead is fraught with peril. Uncle Huang stands at the cave's entrance, sighing deeply. He casts a glance at Li Laosi and remarks, for the sake of familial ties, should they return safely, let bygones be bygones. Li Laosi, with a penetrating gaze, nods once they have vanished from sight. Good lad, Uncle Huang exclaimed with a smile, patting his shoulder with vigor. To be honest, Li Laosi found it quite painful. Li Yao had several red marks on her back, and after Su Shi applied some medicine, the mother and daughter embraced and fell into a deep slumber. They remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired throughout the night. As dawn broke, the temperature suddenly soared to over 40 degrees, leaving everyone as restless as ants on a hot pan, agitated and uncomfortable. Li Laosi and Wang Zheng retrieved a few blocks of ice, distributing one to each household and placing them in wooden basins in hopes of alleviating the sweltering heat. The oppressive weather rendered it impossible to venture outside the cave. They could only remain inside, continuing to process the unprepared meat. Sausages and cured meats were already marinated and stored in the ice house. It was only then that Su Shi found the opportunity to prepare pig's blood balls. The soybeans had been soaked the previous day, and today she needed to make tofu first. Sister Chun and Aunt Huang arrived to lend a hand, while the children could only entertain themselves in the wooden house. Fortunately, the ice blocks provided some relief from the heat, allowing them to play joyfully. Yaora, why don't you go find Sanya and Sia to play with? Sister Chun suggested, noticing that Liao was always by Su Shi's side, concerned she might feel stifled. Indeed, the little girls can play together and even pretend to have a family, Aunt Huang added. As Su Shi prepared the soybeans, adding water, she recalled that the stone mill was something Li Laosi and Wang Zheng had tinkered with that morning. It was not as convenient as the one in the village, but it was better than nothing. Aunt Huang took the basin of soybeans from her and assisted in placing the beans. Sister Chun also seized the opportunity to fetch a bucket of water from the pond under the scorching sun. Oh, how stifling it is. I don't enjoy playing. Su Shi chuckled, observing that aside from eating, the children would inevitably lie down again after merely 2 minutes of play. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yao yawned. Mother, I am so sleepy. Laughter echoed among a few individuals as Li Yao's face flushed crimson. She turned and retreated into her room, burying herself under the covers in a deep slumber. Su, her mother, intervened, well aware that her daughter had little inclination to play with children, often adopting the demeanor of an adult. The mere suggestion of playing in the mud with the younger ones would undoubtedly meet with her resistance. It was evident that her slumber was but a facade. Perhaps she was assisting her celestial master with some task. Once settled, Liao nestled a pillow beneath her blanket and swiftly entered a realm of her own. To her astonishment, she found the foul wild boars wreaking havoc. In the backyard's dark soil, the wild vegetables and herbs she had cultivated had been devoured by more than half. Thankfully, the fertile earth bore crops swiftly. Otherwise, she feared that within a single day, nothing would remain. Her ire searched. She brandished a wooden stick and charged at the piglets. You wretched creatures! How dare you consume my greens? The brown and black pigs, sensing impending doom, scattered in all directions, trampling her precious plants in their panic. Do you wish to become roasted suckling pigs? She howled at the sky. At that moment, the rooster, peering out, pecked at the grass, tilting its head back to crow, as if mocking her. You aspire to be a beggar's chicken. Chapter 73. Did you not claim you would learn from your predecessors? She was utterly infuriated. Even the beasts dared to bully her. Just wait. Li Yao discarded the wooden stick and turned towards the storage shed, retrieving an enormous net. She dashed back to the dark soil, and indeed, the 5 wild piglets were once again foraging in her garden. Stealthily, she crept forward, casting the net and snaring one. Let's see where you can escape. It was imperative to confine them, lest they wreak further havoc on her cherished land. As the thought crossed her mind, a dense forest gradually emerged before her, akin to a curtain parting before a ceremony, drawing apart from the center to the sides. The woodland expanded, becoming ever more luminous as it widened. In no time, it transformed into vast stretches of mountainous forest, stretching endlessly in the distance, reminiscent of the world beyond. The wild boar in her grasp, noticing her daze, wriggled free and dashed towards the woods, its little legs flailing in haste. The other 4, engrossed in foraging, were similarly enticed and hurried after it, soon vanishing into the thicket, leaving no trace of swine. What a blunder! Li Yao pouted, catching sight of a few chickens beginning to hop about. Dare to escape, and I shall roast you immediately. The rooster halted instantly. You are domesticated fowl, not wild ones. What a nuisance! Infuriated, she seethed. The chickens appeared to comprehend her words, merely meandering around the dark soil. At last, some were obedient. Li Yao exhaled deeply, pouring a generous bowl of rice onto the ground. Feast upon it. A reward for your compliance. Gazing at the distant mountains, she momentarily lost herself in thought. In the desolate world, she had desperately wished for a more expansive space, an even greater one. Yet now, as this realm unexpectedly broadened, she found herself somewhat bewildered. It was truly perplexing, utterly confounding. Perhaps she should tend to the dark soil, she mused. Venturing outside would be sweltering. Staying in this space a while longer seemed wiser. Moreover, she had discovered that the longer she remained within, the better her physical condition became upon returning to the outside world. Resolute, she grasped a small hoe and began to turn over the herbal patch, straightening the crooked plants, sighing at those reduced to mere stumps. The broken ones she gathered together, intending to take them to Dr. Chin later, grateful for his timely warning. A vast expanse of wild vegetables remained, having been ravaged by wild boars, which she promptly uprooted and tossed to the chickens. She diligently gathered a basketful of those thriving plants to take home for her mother's cooking. After laboring tirelessly for half the day, she was left so fatigued that she could scarcely straighten her back. The rooster crowed incessantly, seemingly chastising her for her clumsiness. What a nuisance! Li Yao grimaced at the bird, irritated by its incessant clamor. All it does is squawk without contributing. With that, she exited the space with her bounty, ignoring the now expressionless chicken. Upon her return, the pig's blood dumplings crafted by the Su family were ready. Li Laosi had fashioned several smoking racks, carefully placing each dumpling within. Wang Zheng, unperturbed by the heat, was busy constructing a new kitchen, which was essentially a wooden framework erected in the previous cooking area. He had felled numerous sturdy trees to create a large and robust structure, primarily to accommodate the considerable quantity of meat the Su family intended to smoke. After a long day of toil, the adults had hastily consumed a light meal at noon. Thus, for dinner, Li Yao planned to introduce a novel flavor. Mother, let us have hot pot tonight. Su Shi did not object, though she was perplexed by the concept. What is hot pot? Does it involve fire? Li Yao found her mother's curiosity quite endearing and smiled. Well, sort of. It's quite warm. Su Shi hesitated, recalling that while she had ice to cool off during the day, both Laosi and Wang had suffered under the sweltering heat while chopping wood. Their skin reddened from the sun. Mother, listen to me. You need not remain in this kitchen for too long. Li Yao patiently explained the idea. All right. That sounds delightful, Su Shi readily agreed. Thus, the mother and daughter duo began their preparations, with Huixiang arriving to stoke the fire for a bone broth base. Li Yao had already prepared the hot pot seasoning in advance. Bone broth had become a familiar craft for Sue, who had perfected the art through countless preparations. The pork heart and lungs, previously stored in the freezer, were meticulously sliced and arranged. She also prepared braised pork intestines, pig skin, trotters, and tails. Fresh meat was sliced into generous platters, and a fish was freshly caught, deboned, and cut into delicate slices. With all preparations complete, the time had come to cook. Time for dinner. Sue called out, and people gathered from all directions. The hot pot was set outside the cave, where Li Yao had already instructed her father to set up a table, and her godfather had brought over several blocks of ice, which encircled the area. The charcoal in the stove had also been arranged into a porcelain basin by Huixiang. The aroma was utterly intoxicating. Huixiang swallowed hard, supporting Dr. Qin as he emerged. Though accustomed to their meals, Wang Zheng was still taken aback by this unusual scene. "Godfather, please sit down. I have prepared something special for you." Li Yao emerged from behind, presenting a cool water pouch, which she placed in his hands. A smile instantly brightened Wang Zheng's face. "Thank you, Yaoer. You are truly wonderful. Yaoer treats me better than her own father." However, he soon realized that Yaoer had also prepared a water pouch for Li Laosi, which he had just noticed. "Well, as long as it's equally good, that's fine. I'll give this one to him first." With a refreshing gulp of cold beer, he felt an exhilarating chill wash over him. Wang Zheng seated himself, with Dr. Qin beside him. "Benefactor, may I have a sip?" Wang Zheng replied, "That's careless of you. You're injured and shouldn't drink." Seeing Dr. Qin's intense gaze, he sighed, "I truly cannot let you drink. You are a doctor. Don't you know that?" "I do. A little will invigorate the blood and promote circulation," Dr. Qin replied earnestly. "This is not liquor," Wang Zheng retorted. "I know. It has a peculiar scent," Dr. Qin noted. "With such a strange aroma, you still wish to drink?" Wang Zheng questioned. "I shall give it a try. My esteemed predecessor sampled countless substances in pursuit of medical knowledge, and I endeavor to learn from him." Wang Zheng, in exasperation, poured half a bamboo cup. "This is truly a remarkable elixir. Indeed, the wealthy merchants at the dock have favored you." Dr. Qin took a sip, his expression contorted in a peculiar manner, caught between the impulse to swallow and the urge to spit it out. Ultimately, he managed to swallow it down. "Is it not delightful?" Wang Zheng chuckled as he observed him. "Not delightful at all." Dr. Qin furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, "If it is unpleasant, then do not drink it." He made a motion to seize the cup, only for Dr. Qin to deftly grasp it in his hands. Although it was distasteful, one cannot judge the efficacy of a remedy from but a single sip. "Are you mad? This is wine, not medicine." Wang Zheng, disinterested, turned to drink with Li Laosi instead. "Yaoer, this wild vegetable is quite remarkable, its growth so tender." Li Laosi cooked a handful and consumed it eagerly. "It is hot. You ought not to forage for wild vegetables. Just enjoy the company of your brothers." "Very well," Li Yao readily agreed. Dr. Qin also cooked a handful, and indeed, it was fresh and succulent. Fearing he might grow suspicious, Su Shi hurriedly cooked a large portion, urging him to indulge further. "You should eat more," she insisted, striving to fill his mouth. The anise simply relishes meat, particularly favoring pig intestines. "Ah, how fragrant. Master, do take a taste of this." Dr. Qin snatched the bowl away, declaring, "I shall not partake." Wang Zheng shot him a sideways glance. "Did you not profess your desire to learn from your predecessor?" Chapter 74. Uncle Huang. "What do you suggest we do?" Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet one could not overlook Dr. Qin's mild embarrassment, as he nonchalantly picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth with deliberate calmness. "How is it?" Wang Zheng jested, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he savored the dish. Not at all resembling intestines, tainted with excrement. He chuckled lightly. "In fact, it is delightfully tender and richly aromatic." Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he stood tall like a victorious rooster, lifting his wine cup to take a sip. Compared to the experiences of his predecessors, having tasted such unpalatable fare, what was the harm in indulging in these cleverly disguised intestines? Dr. Qin, you certainly know how to tantalize the palate. Wang Zheng promptly rinsed his mouth with some blanched vegetables. The meal was a joyous affair for the entire family. Mother, it smells wonderful. Freya licked her lips. Sister Chun, it seems Freya desires some. Mother will prepare it for you. Indeed, indeed. Freya clapped her hands in delight. Mother may not possess Aunt Sue's exquisite culinary skills, but tonight she will prepare boiled sliced meat for you. The four girls clustered around, showering their mother with praise. However, their mother cautioned, "Let me remind you all, even if one admires another's possessions, we must not covet them. We shall not be shallow-minded. If you desire something, remember to earn it through your own efforts." "We understand, Mother," the four girls chorused. "Good. I shall go prepare it for you." Freya halted her, asking, "Mother, if someone offers me something I truly like, may I accept it?" Sister Chun pondered for a moment before responding, "If the person stands to gain from it, we should decline. However, if they are genuinely kind-hearted, we may accept it, with the understanding that we will return the favor with something of equal value in the future." Sister Chun lightly tapped her forehead, adding, "Keep this in mind and repay when you are able. Or perhaps you can offer them assistance in return." "Mother, I understand." Sia is now lively and sprightly, no longer the girl on the verge of losing her way. That evening, a long-awaited rain began to fall. A few scattered drops descended, unnoticed by those in deep slumber. Zhang-yin, longing for his mother, wept quietly. This drew the attention of Uncle Huang, who discovered the rain. After offering a few soothing words to Zhang-yin and ensuring he was asleep, he realized the rain had ceased, leaving the ground untouched. He settled at the cave's entrance, gazing at the night sky. Might it suddenly turn cold again? He murmured. A gust of wind swept by, causing him to shiver. Raising his eyes, he beheld a sky adorned with countless stars, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. The tranquil atmosphere unnerved him. "Lao Si, Wang Zheng." He called out to each of them in turn. The men quickly rose from their beds, their senses heightened. "Uncle Huang, what is it?" they asked, each gripping a weapon. Suspecting an impending beast attack or an intruder. "Do you notice anything unusual about the sky?" he inquired, his concern palpable. Zhu Chun stifled a yawn. "Nothing seems out of the ordinary." Li Laosi glanced at the starry expanse and took a few steps forward. A gentle breeze brushed against his pant legs, fleeting as it passed. Lowering his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow. "Has the wind picked up?" Uncertain, he pressed forward. The others silently followed Li Laosi, each absorbed in thought. Only Xiao Huang, perched at the cave's entrance, occasionally cast a glance at the surface of the pool. "Uncle Huang, the leaves are moving." Li Laosi's voice was low, yet steady. "They are indeed moving." Wang Zheng acknowledged, candidly questioning, "Is the movement of the leaves not peculiar? In previous years, such weather would have seemed ordinary. However, consider the current year's climate. Early April feels akin to summer, while May brings a chill reminiscent of winter." A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Uncle Huang's eyes, implying a forthcoming drop in temperature. Wang Zheng, not lacking in wit, swiftly grasped his meaning. "I fear it may become even colder," spoke Li Laosi. "Precisely," Uncle Huang interjected, leaving no room for further speculation. "If there is a sudden plummet in temperature, we must prepare in advance. The initial rise in temperature this time has been extraordinarily excessive. I believe it may indeed be colder than before." The group reached a consensus and resolved to act promptly. Upon returning to the cave, they summoned everyone, including the children. "Uncle Huang, you are being overly dramatic. The weather outside is perfectly fine. How could it possibly change without warning?" Zhu Chun, ensnared by sleep's grip, expressed his growing impatience. Yet, before Uncle Huang could elucidate, the wind struck his face, invading the cave and assaulting everyone's clothing, extinguishing the flickering light as it departed. "If you do not comprehend, remain silent." Sister Chun seized the opportunity to deliver a light punch to him. The children began to stir restlessly. Once the light was rekindled, tranquility was restored. Though Zhu Chun's countenance was one of embarrassment. "Uncle Huang, what shall we do?" he inquired, his earlier impatience entirely dissipated. Uncle Huang, undeterred by Zhu Chun's earlier remarks, replied, "I have conferred with Lao Si and the others. We shall seal the cave entrance, leaving only a single door. This way, should the cold winds arrive, we need not fear the chill seeping in. Additionally, we must gather sufficient firewood. Our bedding is limited, and we will have to rely on the fire for warmth." He articulated 2 essential points. But how long will this cold last? Remained an unanswered question. Is it rain or snow? In any case, it is prudent to prepare abundantly. I shall gather more herbs for typhoid. Dr. Qin has provided his worth. I am of advanced age, so I shall remain in the cave to look after the children. If you have any garments in need of alteration or bedding that requires stitching, please entrust them to me. Aunt Huang actively responded to her husband's call. I shall take Daya and Arya to forage for wild vegetables, striving to collect as much as possible, preparing dried vegetables where feasible. As she spoke, her head bowed, lamenting, "I have many children. I am a burden to you all." She was acutely aware that her husband was the laziest among them. Fully cognizant of this truth, everything required her direction and instruction, as if he possessed no independent will. She understood that this was due to her not bearing a son. Her husband had once remarked that accumulating wealth without a son to inherit it was futile. Though it was merely a casual remark, it pierced her heart deeply. Fortunately, aside from his laziness, he bore no grave faults. Life could still be endured. Thus, in light of everyone's collective effort, she also wished to contribute as much as she could. This was not a time for comfort, so although everyone perceived her emotional state, they chose to disregard it. Sue remarked, "We have prepared all the winter garments and bedding in our household. I will take a few children to search for food." The daughter had just whispered to her, prompting her to seek staple foods. "Very well. It is settled," Uncle Huang declared. The previously scattered families united in harmonious accord this time. No one concerned themselves with the distribution of goods, for they all possessed hearts of integrity. The wind was mischievous, frolicking like a playful child, already racing about at dawn. Chapter 75. They had fallen to the point of consuming tree roots. As Li Yao and her brothers ventured outside, they immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature. Just yesterday, the heat soared above 40 degrees, but today it felt no more than 20. This abrupt shift left everyone feeling somewhat uneasy. "Sister, why not stay home and play with Sanya and Sia? I'll go find something to eat to support you," Li Jiyun declared, adopting an air of maturity. However, upon hearing this, Li Jiza could not suppress a mocking laugh. "Just you? It would be a miracle if you could take care of yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out and caught his brother, who had nearly stumbled over a basket. "Thank you, brother. Goodness, I almost fell to my doom." Li Yao laughed heartlessly. "Second brother, you've turned into quite the little chub." "Humph. What do you expect when our mother cooks so deliciously?" Li Jiyun replied, rushing over to grasp Sue's arm. "Mother prefers chubby ones, right?" With her hand still gripping the knife, Sue smiled helplessly. "Indeed, I do like the plump ones. If you eat a bit more, you'll become a little meatball and be even more adored." "Really?" "No," Li Jiza exclaimed, lifting the basket, mimicking Si Mao. "Ah, I refuse to be like him," Li Jiyun cried out, as if the sky had fallen. "Brother, if you wish to eat more without gaining weight, you must work harder." Li Yao approached, wielding a small hoe to offer comfort. "Then I'll work more, and that way, I can indulge in more meat." "Ha ha." Sue prepared the tools and called out, prompting the 4 of them to head into the dense forest. Previously, while in the green hills, San Mao had stumbled upon a vast patch of wild sweet potatoes. "I wonder if there are any in this mountain?" Li Jiza mused as they walked along. Li Yao suddenly recalled the time when she had gathered a considerable amount of sweet potato vines to feed the cattle, only to forget them later. During her recent forays into the space, those sweet potato vines had vanished once more. Could it be that the chickens had devoured them? She contemplated entering the space again tonight to search for them and plant them in the fertile black soil, hoping they might thrive. Sushar paused, realizing that aside from sweet potatoes and pumpkins, there seemed to be no other substantial food to satisfy their hunger. With just the four of them, their conversations carried fewer reservations. Yaoer, do you know of any other food that can fill our stomachs? In truth, their provisions could last several more months. Yet, Mother had become deeply fearful of poverty, wishing to stock up on more supplies. Sushar's voice dwindled as memories of the past flooded back. It had been merely 2 months since they had endured days of hunger. She felt a pang of guilt for her abruptness and selfishness in posing such questions to her daughter, fearing she might burden her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Mother, I do know. Liao replied cheerfully, I have seen plenty of food with my master. I do not mean for you to fetch anything from there. Sushar hastily clarified. Liao clung to her arm and gently shook it. I understand. Mother just wishes to know what can be eaten. So we can search in these mountains. Indeed, that is precisely my intent, Sushar smiled. Well, there are potatoes, corn, yam, kudzu root, and so forth. These can be prepared as dishes or serve as staple foods. Oh, and legumes are also a viable option. Liao emphasized these items. Knowing her space had ample supplies of them, fearing that if they failed to find anything in the mountains, her mother would be too disappointed. What do they look like? Li Jiza interjected, eager to inquire before his mother could respond. Legumes come in various forms such as red beans, yellow beans, black beans, and peas. Potatoes, akin to sweet potatoes, possess a high starch content, making them the most filling among these. They appear round and are buried in the earth. Additionally, there are yam and kudzu. Yam can be used in soups, while kudzu can be ground into flour. They resemble small trees. Li Jiza and Sushar listened attentively, while Li Jiyun seemed indifferent. Only the younger sister had seen them, so they decided to assist her in the search. Li Jiza pondered deeply, realizing that the shapes of the leaves described by his sister were indeed challenging to identify. For the first time, he found merit in Lu Mao's suggestion. They would search for similar leaves, and he would then attempt to recognize them. The mother and her 4 children reached a consensus and dispersed slightly. Sushar cautioned everyone not to wander too far, instructing that they must respond if she called. After a prolonged search, Li Yao had yet to find what she was looking for. Just as she contemplated giving up and bringing some items from her space, she heard her elder brother calling her. She hurried over. Sister, do you think this resembles the kudzu vine leaf you described? Li Yao gazed out at a vast expanse, thickly covered with foliage, estimating it to span 2 acres. The terrain was uneven, featuring slopes and small ditches. Brother, you are truly remarkable. This is indeed the vine and leaves of kudzu, she exclaimed, immediately beginning to dig into the soil with her bare hands. Sushar and Li Jiyun arrived at the sound of her voice, overwhelmed with joy. Yaoer, we are here to help with the digging. She was already quite certain that this was indeed the kudzu her daughter had mentioned. Soon, she unearthed a plant, exclaiming, Isn't this simply a tree root? Sister, are you sure we can eat this? Li Jiyun stared in disbelief, realizing they had resorted to consuming tree roots. All of this was due to his excessive indulgence in food. She confidently assured that the food would be both edible and nutritious. Do you not trust my sister? Li Jiza retorted lightly. I do trust. Li Jiyun exclaimed loudly. If you trust, then refrain from pointless chatter. When have you ever heard my sister speak untruths? Li Jiza shot him a glare before picking up a small hoe to begin digging. In this endeavor, Li Yao and her second brother could not assist, and they would have to wait until Su and the others had unearthed a shape before they could proceed to cut the kudzu roots, as per Yao's instructions. They prepared the simplest dish of bone stew with kudzu root. Now, her objective was to convince everyone of the edibility of this root. Thus, Zhu Chun and A Huang went to gather firewood while the rest focused on excavating the kudzu roots. After all, sustenance surpassed all else. And with such a vast area to cover, the 4 of them alone could not possibly finish the task. As the afternoon grew colder, Su dressed the 3 siblings in thick outer garments. A large group set off towards their destination. Upon arrival, they discovered 3 figures laboriously digging in the soil. What are San Mao and the others doing here? Xiao Wang rushed over to catch San Mao. Let go of me. It's not yours. I can dig too. The presence of San Mao was known to Li Laoxi's family. On the day they hunted the wild boar, Li Laoxi had, when no one was paying attention, discarded 2 choice pieces of meat. He was aware that San Mao was nearby, silently observing them. Perhaps San Mao had gleaned information not from Li Laoxi, but had tacitly accepted their presence. As long as Su did not provoke her children, she chose to remain oblivious. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Laoda, but would not direct her ire towards innocent children. However, others were not privy to this understanding. Upon discovering San Mao and the others, they were all taken aback. Oh dear little rascal, why are you being so fierce? The wounds on Xiao Wang's rear have healed considerably, yet it still hurts when pulled. Consequently, when he curses, his expression turns somewhat unfriendly. Ugh. Chapter 76. Compromise. San Mao freed himself from Xiao Wang's grasp. We have discovered this as well. We cannot allow you to excavate everything. Xiao Wang was taken aback. A little rascal, you may dig if you wish. When have we ever stopped you? At such a tender age, he is prickly with everyone. If it weren't for your pitiable state, I would strike you. San Mao glared at him, appearing resolute in a fight to the death. Xiao Huang, do not delay the work. The weather may turn cold at any moment. Uncle Huang approached, casting a glance at San Mao and the cowering De Mao and Arya. We need to gather more straw. If it snows, it will help ward off the chill. He hoped they would understand his words, letting out a faint sigh. These are indeed unfortunate children. Li Laoxi stepped forward, stating, You may dig as you please. No one is chasing you away. As he spoke, he passed by them, heading straight for the patch of kudzu. With the men joining in, the pace of digging quickened substantially. Wang Zheng, having worked tirelessly with the ox, had already piled up a small hill outside the burrow. They continued digging until darkness fell, the wind howling fiercely. He gazed at the sky, a sense of unease creeping in. See Shu. After much hesitation, Arya finally mustered the courage to catch up with Li Laoxi at the bend. Where's Laoxi? Wang Zheng secured the oxen's ropes, while Arya searched for him. Su Shi, aware of the direction, ceased her inquiries. Let us tidy up and prepare for dinner. She shivered slightly, as if the cold had intensified. No sooner had she spoken than a chill brushed her face, followed by a torrential downpour that came crashing down. Quickly fetch the oilcloth to cover the kudzu. Uncle Huang commanded immediately. The others scrambled about, and by the time they had secured the kudzu, they were drenched to the skin. Water dripped from their hair, 1 drop at a time. Even the usually robust Wang Zheng felt a chill enveloping him. Hurry. Go inside and take a hot shower. Su Shi urged, her gaze fixed on the entrance. I will go find him. Wang Zheng discerned her concern. Without waiting for Su Shi to speak, he dashed into the rain. Yao, are you cold? Li Yao shook her head. A little chilly, mother. Let us wait inside. Once they were inside, Li Yao still felt the cold creeping in. It then dawned on her that there was an ice cellar behind the wooden boards. Mother, please keep an eye on things outside while I gather the ice. Su Shi nodded and stood guard by the wooden boards. Oh! Li Yao would never think of dissuading Su Shi at this moment. What she needed was merely an outlet for her emotions, and any attempt at persuasion would only exacerbate her irritation. Mother, father knows what he is doing, Li Jiza retorted. I see he has a clear sense of judgment, indeed. He thought to himself, regretting his earlier words. Li Yao stifled a laugh. It was rare to witness her elder brother in such a tongue-tied state, especially as he was usually unrelenting with their second brother. Prepare the meal. Do not wait for them. Su Shi waved her hand. I shall call for Dr. Qin and the others, Li Yao declared. Besides summoning Dr. Qin for dinner, she also hoped to ask him to procure some herbal remedies for the cold. With such heavy rain and low temperatures, even if her father and godfather were robust, they could still catch a chill. It was prudent to have a remedy on hand. To her surprise, Dr. Qin had already anticipated the situation and had begun brewing fennel in the kitchen. Yaoer, you arrived just in time. How could Dr. Qin possibly let her off the hook? What is the matter? The alarm bells rang in Li Yao's mind. It was only then that she noticed several bamboo baskets placed behind Dr. Qin's bed. Li Yao shook her head, claiming ignorance. Even if she did recognize them, she would feign ignorance. She wasn't foolish enough to admit it. If Dr. Qin were to inquire how she knew, she would have to concoct numerous excuses. She was weary of it all. She truly did not wish to fabricate stories. A flicker of suspicion crossed Dr. Qin's eyes. I will teach you, Li Yao responded. Dr. Qin, let us eat first. Perhaps you could teach me another time. Resigned, she realized that Dr. Qin was quite persistent. Then let us establish a routine where you come to study with me for half an hour each day. Surely you cannot, right? He smiled slightly. No, I cannot. She admitted with a shake of her head. I will teach you. There was no escaping it. She truly could not evade him. Very well. Dr. Qin ceased to press her to acknowledge him as a master. One day, she would willingly accept that role. It was rather amusing. As many had sought to be his disciple in the past, yet he had dismissed them all. Now, however, he was relentlessly pursuing a mere girl. Time to eat. Li Yao could no longer be bothered and turned to leave. What a hassle! All she wanted was to lie down and relax. The dinner was unusually stifling. Su's face was cold, and Li Yao furrowed her brow. Li Jiyun and Huixiong did not even dare to take generous helpings of meat. Li Jiza maintained a calm demeanor, while only Dr. Qin wore a smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Can you read? He broke the silence at the dinner table, his voice clear and bright. Addressing Li Jiza set down his chopsticks and replied softly, I can read a little. Oh, you have studied? Dr. Qin expressed mild surprise. Li Jiza shook his head, but then replied with quiet confidence, I have read a few books in the past. Recognizing it upon sight, it astonished him once again. Li Jiza chuckled lightly, stating that it was merely from having heard someone read it before, allowing for an educated guess. Quite impressive indeed. Dr. Qin couldn't help but express his admiration. Surprises seemed to unfold one after another with this family, further piquing his curiosity. Do write a piece for me to see later. Li Jiza, displaying a rare hint of embarrassment, agreed, provided that Dr. Qin would not find it distasteful. He would write on this patch of ground. She felt quite vexed, having put her son in an awkward position. Not at all. Dr. Qin laughed, recalling how he too wrote on the ground during his childhood, earning his ink and brush later through his own efforts. Li Jiza rose, expressing gratitude for Dr. Qin's guidance. Dr. Qin chuckled, noting that this eldest child displayed more perceptiveness than the girl. Thus, he reluctantly consented to teach one more. From now on, you and Yaoer shall come to my place daily for half an hour of study. However, once you begin, do not utter words of surrender. Understood. Li Jiza bowed deeply. And what of me? Dr. Qin, will you teach me as well? Li Jiyun mumbled, his mouth full of rice. You? Dr. Qin glanced at him with mild disdain before turning to Huixiong, suggesting, you should learn alongside Huixiong. Your interests align. Ha ha. They all could not help but laugh. As they secured 2 students, the others remained unaccounted for. Su Shi, distracted, gathered the bowls, while Huixiong ultimately took the initiative to clear the remaining dishes from the table. The night had darkened to the point of invisibility, and a torrential downpour raged outside. Mingyu, quickly heat some water. Chapter 77. I am an inept doctor. Saving someone just makes me a fool. Li Laosi carried the large mao, while Wang Zheng caught Sam Mao with his left hand and pulled Arya with his right. 5 drenched chickens appeared at the cave entrance. Mingyu, hurry, call Dr. Qin. Li Laosi rushed in, placing Da Mao on the bed, which immediately soaked through halfway. Although Su Shi was furious, she understood the urgency of the situation. The water was still boiling. Jiza, go fetch Dr. Qin. She swiftly retrieved several clean garments, disregarding their fit, and began to change his clothes. You all go over there. Handing 2 outfits to Wang Zheng, she cast a glance at Arya and San Mao. The children were her Achilles heel, despite her own hardships. She could not bear to see others suffer. She bent down to support Damao's head, intending to assist Li Laosi in changing his clothes. Blood mixed with rainwater obscured the clarity of the scene. San Mao stared intently. Wang Zheng slapped him on the back, urging him to change clothes if he wished to live. San Mao remained motionless until he received a kick to hasten his departure. Go! He may not be dead yet, but you might perish first. Arya tugged at him, and reluctantly, San Mao left. However, merely 2 minutes later, he reappeared. Wang Zheng chuckled, you truly are stubborn. Dr. Qin arrived, carrying his medicine box. Without inquiring about the circumstances, he immediately checked Damao's pulse and conducted a thorough examination. After some time, he hoisted his medicine box again. Is there no hope? San Mao despaired. Speak to me. He grasped Dr. Qin's sleeve. Dr. Qin frowned, merely disliking being touched. Are you still a doctor? Not a word. Quack, quack. San Mao shouted as Dr. Qin shook off his hand, turning to Li Laosi. Carry him to my place. The wound on his head is severe, and I need to handle it quietly. With that, he departed. Implied within the words is a directive to refrain from disturbing the child. Li Laosi carried away Mao, while San Mao hurriedly followed, although Arya wished to join but did not dare. Step aside, haven't you heard Dr. Qin's words? Wang Zheng obstructed San Mao. In a fit of rage, San Mao exclaimed, he is my brother. I must guard him. You still recognize him as your brother? Liao sneered. He is your brother, but not to any of us. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to us. Continue your ruckus. Your noise will hinder Dr. Qin from providing treatment, leaving Mao to await his fate. You berate the physician as incompetent without reflecting on your own actions. Utterly helpless, you shout and scream. Ineptitude. San Mao was restrained by Wang Zheng. The barrage of insults weakened him, causing his resolve to wane. Godfather, ignore him. The child persisted in her defiance, her harsh words causing one to question their very existence. Liao approached, pulling away the godfather. Your mother has left you braised pork and cold bamboo shoots. Wang Zheng chuckled. Still, my daughter cares for me. In searching for this wretched child, I nearly starved. Let us eat, he declared, disregarding San Mao entirely as he remained in a daze. Come, you two should eat, Liao urged Arya. Yet, Arya's eyes reflected trepidation. Arya, I assure you, Dr. Qin can undoubtedly heal Mao. You must nourish yourself to sustain him in the future. She scoffed. As for San Mao, he may very well starve himself. You shall have to retrieve his remains. You. San Mao bristled once more. What of me? I truly wish to starve. Liao glowered at him. To defy me in my presence? You shall not escape unscathed. Sue prepared a pot of rice, and now she was adding sweet potatoes to it. She had also made a large bowl of egg soup, complemented by the leftover vegetables, which were quite abundant. Wang Zheng and Arya arrived first, and Sue immediately guessed that San Mao, that child, was not going to miss out on a meal. Whether it was Sue's persuasion or San Mao's desire to avoid hunger, he came to eat. Once San Mao arrived, Arya's courage seemed to increase. Wang Zheng was astonished. Could anyone eat more than him? San Mao devoured the food like a ghost starved for half a year, finishing the large bowl of sweet potato rice and half a bowl of egg soup in just 3 minutes. Slow down, Sue urged, filling his bowl again. He lifted the soup bowl, which obscured his entire face, only to realize the soup was becoming increasingly salty. Li Laosi, drawn by the aroma, approached with a rumbling stomach. Mingyu, quickly help me serve a bowl of rice. Sue pretended not to hear and instead served a spoonful of soup to Arya. Yao, help your father serve. Li Laosi rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. All right, Li Yao obediently replied. Mother did not genuinely wish to starve father. Her action was merely a means to assist. She was truly irresistibly adorable and clever. San Mao glanced at her, thinking that little brat had just scolded him so joyfully. Yet now she was acting sweet in front of fourth uncle. No wonder fourth uncle dotes on her so much. How hypocritical. Li Yao noticed his gaze and shot him a furtive glare. You cheeky boy. Don't forget whose territory this is. Behave yourself. Wang Zhang set down his bowl and directly admonished him. San Mao clutched his bowl, lowering his head, his eyes filled with defiance. Father, there's only half the bowl left. Li Yao served all the rice from the pot. Li Laosi chuckled. Half a bowl is enough. Enough. Enough of what? Su scolded. I'll go cook some more. Enough is enough. Li Laosi grasped her hand, urging her not to busy herself any longer, as he would indulge in more soup. Su glanced at him with disdain. Genuinely ceasing her cooking, the dishes on the table and the soup in the pot were all consumed by Li Laosi, leaving no remnants behind. Li Yao recalled the half-basket of herbs she had foraged in the space, which she had yet to deliver to Dr. Qin. Seizing the moment, she decided to bring them to him. Just then, she spotted Dr. Qin emerging from his room clad in a raincoat, instructing Huixiang to keep an eye on the large dog on the bed. Dr. Qin, are you heading out? Li Yao approached him briskly. We are still in need of a hemostatic herb for external application. Dr. Qin did not conceal the truth. But it is the middle of the night. And it is raining. Are you certain you wish to go searching? Li Yao set down her backpack. Dr. Qin lowered his head. No need to go. You have already brought them. Li Yao, perplexed, replied, Do you believe me when I say I casually gathered them while digging for kudzu root today? Dr. Qin chuckled, his eyes narrowing slightly. I believe you. It would be strange if I did. Then you are indeed a fortunate star for the large dog. I shan't delay you any further. Li Yao quickly took her leave. She always felt that Dr. Qin's gaze towards her was filled with inquiry. It was wiser to make a hasty retreat. The large dog had stopped bleeding, but a gash on its head had accumulated much mud and rainwater. Dr. Qin remarked, A head injury may render him a fool upon waking. However, it matters little, as the large dog was never particularly bright to begin with. Thank you. San Mao awkwardly managed to utter these two words after a prolonged silence. No need for thanks. I am but a mediocre physician. To save a fool is no great accomplishment. Dr. Qin retorted coldly. Were it not for the sake of Laoxi's family, I would not have bothered to save him even if he were dying before my eyes. San Mao, in a state of embarrassment, struggled to articulate a single word after a prolonged silence. Just as one wave of turmoil subsided, another arose. Before dawn, 3 silhouettes emerged amidst the torrential rain. Chapter 78, Truly Stubborn. Chaos erupted at the foot of the mountain. As the villagers of Qingshan had barely departed from the town for 3 days when they found themselves over 100 miles from an city, only to turn back. The reason was simple. An city had fallen, besieged by officers and soldiers. Not only were they pursued by the soldiers, but the citizens of an city were also fleeing in all directions. When they encountered the first wave of fleeing citizens, Zhu Xing sensed an ominous shift. At that moment, some even voiced their grievances, blaming Zhu Xing for his misguided decisions that had led them to this state of disarray. Zhu Wu, unwilling to endure such indignity on behalf of his father, erupted in anger, declaring that those who disagreed could part ways. This quelled the murmurs of discontent. That night, he conferred with his father, deciding to head north, much like the family of the fourth brother. After careful consideration, Zhu Xing saw no alternative and ultimately acquiesced. After all, their previous dwelling in the cave would be easily discovered by the soldiers. In the meantime, the clan elders convened several discussions, all in favor of this plan. However, they informed everyone that those unwilling to leave would part ways from that moment on. Yet, in these tumultuous times, who would dare to stand alone? They continued to follow the main group. However, barely 2 days into their return journey, they encountered the very soldiers who had come to conscript them. Zhu Xing, feeling powerless, attempted to negotiate with them. The soldiers, already few in number and fearful of resistance from the villagers, hesitated. Among them, a bold soldier suggested to Zhu Xing that to avoid being conscripted into battle, they would need to pay a bounty of 50 heads, with each head costing 5 taels. Zhu Xing gathered the villagers to convey this message, but there were still those with wealth who were willing to gamble with their lives. Either pay with silver or send your people. Zhu Wu fumed, utterly exasperated after the arduous journey that had drained his patience. He glared at the few individuals before him, incredulous that they still sought to take advantage of others at such a critical time, believing that their refusal to contribute silver would compel others to assist them. Ultimately, Zhu Sheng gathered a sum of 250 taels, which he handed over to the officials, thereby securing passage for their group. After hastily traversing the path for 3 more days, they finally returned to the original route they had descended. However, after only half a day's climb, the officials pursued them once more. It transpired that the officials, having squandered the silver they received, reported to their superiors that the villagers of Qingshan refused to comply with military service, subsequently leading a contingent to chase them down. Thus erupted a conflict between soldiers and civilians. Zhu Xing initially attempted to reason with the soldiers, but the original troops adamantly denied any wrongdoing. The newcomers, seemingly of higher rank, were solely focused on apprehending individuals, showing little concern for the underlying issues at play. Zhu Wunyang and her husband, accompanied by Zhu Li, had a vantage point from the mountains and observed the unfolding skirmish with growing terror as their legs turned to jelly. The soldiers, outnumbering the villagers and displaying greater ferocity, were a daunting sight. "Lear, your uncle and aunt are right there," she said, though her heart was heavy with fear. "It is not that she is heartless, rather, it is a deliberate decision," Zhu Li cried out in distress. "Mother, I cannot go. I refuse to go." She was paralyzed by fear, unwilling to face death, for she had yet to experience the pleasures of life or achieve her dreams of wealth and status. She could not perish like this. "Mother, I will apologize. I will kneel before them and plead for their forgiveness. I shall never dare to offend them again." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her sorrow palpable. Zhu Wunyang exchanged a glance with her husband. "Do you truly understand your mistake?" she inquired. Zhu Li nodded fervently. "I was wrong, I truly was." Zhu Wunyang managed a faint smile. "Good child." But then, calamity struck. Upon uttering those words, Zhu Wunyang collapsed. The relentless journey had left her utterly exhausted, and in this moment, she finally broke down. The individuals within the cave emerged at the sound of her distress. "Mother, what is wrong?" Zhang Ji cried, breaking free from Aunt Huang's grasp. Zhang the butcher stammered, "The officials are pursuing us. The people of Qingshan village." Upon hearing this, Li Laoxi's expression tightened. "What? Is anyone injured? Where have they taken them?" Zhang the butcher trembled, rainwater incessantly dripping from his body. "Let's discuss this inside," Uncle Huang called out. Zhu Wunyang had merely fainted from fatigue. Su Shi and Sister Chun helped her change her clothes and provided her with ginger soup. Before long, she regained consciousness. Zhang the butcher conversed with them, startled and anxious, clearly shaken. Zhu Li, quickly apologize to your aunt. Zhu Li, bewildered by the chaotic scene, was unaware of how she had ended up on the mountain. She knelt before Su Shi, saying, "Aunt, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please forgive me." She pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "I will work tirelessly for you. Just do not cast me away." Su Shi moved aside, saying, "Take good care of your mother." She departed, indifferent to whether Zhu Li's remorse was genuine or feigned. What mattered was that today, Zhu Wunyang had provided them with a warning, leaving her no reason to deny them companionship any longer. She sought out Liao, who sat with a serious demeanor among the adults, listening intently to their conversation. It struck her as somewhat amusing. Her daughter always fancied herself an adult. "Yaoer, come, let us go to sleep." She understood that perhaps peaceful days were fleeting. If she could let her daughter rest for a while, she would do so. With the bond between Yu Yan and her elder brother Zhu Wu, they would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to the situation. Su nodded and carried away Yaoer. Liao lay on the bed, feigning sleep, while Li Laoxi closed the wooden door to converse with Su. Wang Zhang outside pursed his lips and glanced at Sam Mao beside him. "You little rascal. Your father is in trouble down the mountain and you don't even think of rescuing him?" Sam Mao glared in anger. "It would be better if you were dead." How heartless of you. That is your father. Father? Do not insult that word. He cast a glance toward the wooden room nearby. Although the planks obscured his view, he knew that such a person inside was hardly worthy of the title of father. I wish for him to suffer a gruesome fate, torn apart by horses. What kind of father is that? If I could, I would never bear his blood. Wang Zheng, noticing the chill radiating from him, scoffed, You certainly have guts. Too bad you're so young. Otherwise, you could join us in the rescue, and you'd be quite capable. I will go with you. San Mao retorted coldly. I just want to see if he's dead and help you out. Help us? Wang Zheng chuckled. Indeed, I suppose you might be of some use. San Mao crossed his arms defiantly. But I have a condition. Wang Zheng, still smiling, replied, You have a condition? Pray tell. Of course. I never let myself be at a disadvantage. Wang Zheng, taking him lightly, asked, What condition? Please have fourth aunt look after my elder brother and second sister. Wang Zheng shook his head. You should look after them yourself. If you truly wish to go, you ought to consider your own strength. You're but a twig. The wind could blow you away. Seeing his defiant expression, Wang Zheng remarked, Don't look at me. When you have the ability, you can do as you please. What a stubborn child. Came the voice of Uncle Huang. Chapter 79. Indeed, I used this gun to kill him. It is unclear what Li Laosi discussed with the Su family, but soon he emerged. If not, you stay here. I will go rescue him. Wang Zheng declared. Li Laosi patted the bag hanging from his side. You go in, Yaoer has something for you. The bag seemed familiar, and Wang Zheng instantly recognized it contained that crossbow. He squeezed inside, and Su Shu emerged beside him. Godfather, this is for you. Li Yao produced the adorably quaint handgun she had previously shown. What is this? Wang Zheng assumed his daughter was bestowing a gift upon him. A handgun. Li Yao whispered, its lethality surpasses that of the crossbow. Wang Zheng nearly fumbled it in his grasp. What? This thing can kill? Li Yao's dark eyes sparkled as she nodded. You must aim well. Aim for the head. And it is certain death. Wang Zheng recalled the holes on Li Laosi's body, that old man. Indeed, I used this gun to kill him. Li Yao did not refute. Evil people should not live long. He abducted my father, never allowing him to experience the warmth of family. A single shot to end his life is too merciful. Wang Zheng was taken aback, his heart racing. After a long moment, he regained his composure. In the future, for matters like this, call your godfather. Do not soil your hands. Li Yao smiled sweetly. Doesn't Godfather find me terrifying? He got what he deserved. It is not your fault. Wang Zheng replied gently, Where is the terror in you? In truth, you have aided your godfather. That old man was the nightmare of my childhood, and you have rid me of that demon. Not terrifying at all. Just be good. Hee hee. Li Yao laughed joyfully. She truly, deeply adored this godfather, who indulged her without restraint. How wonderful it was. Godfather, let me teach you how to use it. Do not be deceived by the small size of this handgun if you handle it this way. She explained meticulously, providing ample ammunition. However, there was no time for practical application as Wang Zheng took the gun and accompanied them on their journey. The group consisted of Uncle Huang, De Huang, Li Laosi, Wang Zheng, and Zhang the Butcher leading the way. Xiao Huang, Xu Chun, and Dr. Qin remained behind to protect the women and children. They moved swiftly, unwilling to waste any time. Zhang the Butcher warned that the soldiers were akin to bandits, capturing not only men but also several young women from the village. Li Laosi, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhu Wu, quickened his pace, occasionally leaping over obstacles. The rain was relentless, and the sky seemed to have torn open. The cold wind sliced through them like a knife. Yet, they resolutely pressed on, undeterred. From the darkness of night to the dawn, the journey felt both fleeting and interminable. Fourth aunt, San Mao is missing. Arya exclaimed anxiously, having just awakened to discover San Mao's absence. Remembering his words from the previous night, she was overcome with worry, her tears brimming. Fourth aunt, San Mao must have descended the mountain. Yesterday, he asked me to watch over Big Brother, saying he wanted to see what would happen to my father. I advised him against it, thinking he had abandoned the idea. Little did I know. He left while I was asleep. It is no surprise, with his stubborn temperament, no one could have stopped him. Li Yao, unperturbed by Arya's distress, spoke candidly. You need not fret. In the past, he managed to keep pace with both of you. This time, he will find a way to catch up with my father and the others. He will not perish. Su softly patted her body, and Li Yao stuck out her tongue. Arya, just don't worry about him. Take good care of Demao. Blushing, Arya wiped her tears and asked, Could you call me Sister Arya? Your words make me think you're an adult. Su couldn't help but chuckle. Patting Yaoer, she replied, Indeed, Arya is 7 years older than you. You should address her as sister. Don't you have a name? Arya, it sounds terrible. Li Yao retorted, feeling disgruntled. I do have a name, but my family always called me that. She fiddled with her fingers. What is it? Li Yao genuinely did not know her name, as they had never interacted in the Li household. Li Meng. Li Meng, that sounds quite pleasant. Li Yao allowed Su to dress her. Sister Meng Meng. Don't just sit idly here. Go prepare medicine for Demao, assist Dr. Qin with some chores, and wash the clothes. He is treating Demao's injuries for free. You should do something within your means to show your gratitude. I understand. Li Meng immediately turned to leave. You little imp, be more courteous in your speech. Su tidied up the bed and gently tapped Li Yao's head, then proceeded to braid her hair. Mother, if I don't say it this way, she'll just linger around like a ghost. It's better to give her something to do, so she won't overthink. You're quite clever, Yaoer. I hadn't thought of that. Su remarked. With swift hands, she bound 2 buns on her head, one on each side, making her look utterly adorable. This way, if she feels indebted, she will be more diligent in her tasks, making it less likely for her to dwell on San Mao. Just as Li Yao finished her hairstyle, Li Jiza arrived to call for her. The siblings had to go learn from Dr. Qin. Wait, elder brother. Li Yao pondered for a moment. Although she was not fond of studying, her brother was. Moreover, Dr. Qin was indeed quite capable, and it would be beneficial for her brother to learn from him. Thus, she rummaged through her space and gathered a collection of white paper, ink, and brushes. Elder brother, please select what you find suitable. Li Jiza gaped in astonishment. Sister, just the other day I was writing on the ground, and now you suddenly produce all this? It seems rather inappropriate. Li Yao chuckled lightly. I shall say it belongs to our godfather. Li Jiza regarded her with a look of incredulity. He found it hard to believe, let alone Dr. Qin. Brother, some individuals are quite astute. They merely require an excuse, and they will naturally believe. Li Jiza pondered this thoughtfully before eventually nodding in agreement. This ink smells terrible. Li Yao exclaimed as she opened the largest bottle, recalling that she had stocked up on it for just 2 yuan for a 500 milliliters bottle during a sale. Since it was inexpensive, she had purchased a whole lot, 100 bottles, to be exact. It does have a distinct aroma, Li Jiza remarked as he took a whiff. Today is your first day of class, after all. Let us gift this bottle of ink to Dr. Qin as a token of appreciation. Li Jiza, seeing the ink that did not require grinding for the first time, found it quite impressive, and a rare smile graced his face. Now, let us select a brush to complete the set. Li Yao added, Wait, let me see if I can find an ink dish. She rummaged through her space once more and produced a set of ink dishes. The siblings each chose one and selected the most unattractive one for Dr. Qin. In this way, they had brushes, ink, and inkstones. Sister, you are truly wonderful, Li Jiza expressed sincerely. Li Yao flashed a smile. Brother, these are merely inexpensive items. There's no need for formality. Indeed, this entire set costs no more than 19.9 on Pinduoduo. It's true what they say about cheap goods. Yet, in the eyes of Li Jiza, his sister appears carefree, wishing to spare him any worry. These are treasures she has procured from the celestial realms, each worth a fortune. He is at a loss as to how to repay her kindness. Let us go, brother. Li Yao gathered the remaining items into her space and gently tapped him out of his reverie. All right, we shall set off at once. Li Jiza cradled the prepared items in his hands, presenting them with utmost formality. This marked the first lesson of his life. His heart brimmed with joy and excitement. He had longed to enter the halls of learning, and today, that dream had finally come to fruition. Soon, the entire capital would envy his fortune. Chapter 80. Did we capture a few daughters? Are they officials or bandits? Dr. Qin was astonished by the so-called binding repairs, though he masked his surprise. If one wishes to learn, one cannot afford to be inconsistent. He spoke slowly. Do not think that you can play on my goodwill. Yes, the siblings responded in unison. At a crucial moment, Li Yao did not falter. She imparted the simple yet profound lesson of 3 characters. With precision and care, she taught each stroke meticulously. To become a person, one must first master the art of writing. Today, we shall practice here, and tomorrow, you must submit 20 characters. Yes, it was Li Jiza's first time wielding a brush, and he found it quite challenging. Dr. Qin instructed him to write 20 characters, and he ended up writing 30. When Su Shi entered, she found her busy tidying the table. Have you finished writing so soon? Li Yao nodded. It was too easy. Su shook her head. What a boast. I just saw your brother, and after such a long time, he has only written 3. I truly finished. Li Yao emphasized. Though it may not be very good. Yaoer, you are remarkable. With more practice, you shall improve. Li Yao wished to divert the topic. Mother, let us make kudzu powder. It is too chilly to work in this weather. I had the same thought, Su replied, surprised that her daughter was also concerned about this matter. The mother-daughter duo's intention to produce kudzu powder quickly captivated others. Zhu Chun took charge of fetching water, while Fennel boiled hot water and Sister Chun cleaned the kudzu roots. Zhu Wunyang was responsible for peeling. Zhu Li also joined, her head bowed as she sat beside Sister Chun, scraping the kudzu skins with straw. The clean kudzu was placed into a stone mortar for grinding. Su prepared several large wooden barrels for use. Each person worked methodically for a full 2 hours. After filtering, they would let it settle and check again in the morning. Su cheerfully informed everyone, gazing at the 6 large barrels neatly arranged, filled with anticipation. It is that simple. Sister Chun remarked, though the washing is a bit cumbersome. Not quite. Su shook her head again. After settling, it still needs to dry. But there is no sun. Sister Chun glanced outside. This posed a challenge. Su pondered for a moment. What if we tried drying it with charcoal fire? Zhu Wunyang had remained silent. Her lips pressed tightly together. Ever since Zhu Li had committed that act, she felt utterly ashamed. Although Su no longer held it against her. Zhu Wunyang sensed an insurmountable distance between them. Ultimately, it was her daughter who had erred. Reflecting on this, she cast another glance at her daughter. Seeing her with her head bowed, toiling away without complaint, my heart felt a measure of relief. I can only hope that she has truly turned over a new leaf. Sister Chun tentatively remarked, Mingyu, do you still remember that incident? Su Shi cast her a fleeting glance. How could I possibly forget? I apologize, Sister Chun. I am aware of your close relationship with 5th Mississippi. However, the mere thought of that night, when Yao could have been stabbed, rends my heart. I understand. Sister Chun nodded vigorously. I shall say no more. Initially, she intended to mediate the conversation, but upon reflection, if she were Su sure, she too would find it difficult to forgive so readily. Mother, Aunt Su has truly gone too far. We all went to lend a hand. Yet she acted as if she were blind to our efforts, not uttering a single word. I once thought her to be kind. But it seems it was merely for show. Julie exclaimed, raising her hands. Look at my hands. They are all blistered and peeling. Zhu Wunyang felt a pang of bitterness. Hearing her daughter's complaints ignited her fury. You best keep your mouth shut. You have only worked for a short while, and you are already losing patience. We shall return tomorrow. If you wish to survive, you must heed my words. Julie pouted, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, she thought. She endured. Oh, what are we to do, village chief? Heavenly Father, I beseech you to open your eyes and witness the state of our affairs. My daughter. When Li Laosi and his companions arrived, the scene was one of utter despair. The entire village, young and old, huddled together in a dilapidated shed, their cries echoing painfully. Village chief. Li Laosi rushed forward, half squatting as he tightly grasped Zhu Xing's arm. Laosi, it is indeed Laosi. The old womanly lunged forward. Fourth, have you come to find your mother? I knew you were a good child. My unfilial behavior was incited by the Su family. The old woman was tattered and disheveled, her eyes sunken deep into her face. Li Laosi quickly sidestepped to support the despondent Zhu Xing. Village chief, we have arrived too late. Zhu Xing's gaze was vacant as he swept a lifeless glance over the people before him, murmuring, "No, it's better you weren't here." One less person to be persecuted. Seeing the village chief in such a state filled Li Laosi with unease. Village chief, you must regain your strength. Regain my strength? How can I possibly do that? His voice was filled with profound despair. I was wrong. I should not have been so righteous, believing that I could save everyone single-handedly. Those people are utterly inhuman. Having taken the silver, they still arrest others. Beasts. Beasts. They even captured a few daughters. Are they officials or bandits? Wu, this is too much. Wang Zheng could no longer contain his curses. Do not grieve. We should focus on how to provide for them. Uncle Huang patted his back. The village chief suddenly chuckled bitterly. Let them die if they wish. What benefits have I gained from their plight? If we had only united, those soldiers would have been no threat at all. Yet here they are, each one fearing for their own lives, pushing others to their doom. He rushed over to Li Laoda, who was curled up like a maggot. If it weren't for him, Wu would not have taken the blade for him, and Wu would not have been injured or captured. My son has been slashed over a dozen times. Whether he lives or dies remains uncertain. Beasts. Li Laosi delivered a swift kick, sending Li Laoda tumbling a distance of 10 feet, blood spurting from his mouth. Old Four, he is your elder brother. How could you strike him so ruthlessly? Li Laopa cried out in a frenzy, throwing herself upon Li Laoda, her eyes blazing with anger. I have no such brother. Li Laosi's face was shrouded in gloom, an aura of coldness emanating from him. Are you planning to rescue them? Zhu Sheng's eyes suddenly sparkled, his spirit rejuvenated. Li Laosi nodded. Is it just the few of you? That's insufficient. Zhu Sheng glanced over them, quickly dismissing the notion. They number over 30. Your attempt would be akin to courting death. You need only to wait with assurance, Li Laosi asserted, his demeanor resolute. Which way did they go? Towards Anqing. It is said that the South King has been defeated. Anqing has fallen to the second prince, an elderly member of the Zhu family stammered. Without further discussion, Li Laosi and his companions promptly set off in pursuit towards Anqing. Will we catch up? Zhu Xing murmured, torn between hope and dread. Suddenly, a wooden arrow whizzed through the air, striking Li Laoda's right leg with unerring accuracy, though its lethality was regrettably minimal. Who the hell is ambushing me? Chapter 81. Who provoked Captain Gao? Only the wind answered him. San Mao darted down from the tree, hastening to catch up with his uncle and the others. Li Laoda, gravely injured, resembled a specter drained of blood. With no hope left, Li Laopa could only rely on him. Resolutely. She spent 200 yuan to procure herbs from Wu San. A dead horse is to be treated as a live one. With a newfound glimmer of hope, the village chief lifted his spirits. A team was dispatched to repair and expand the wooden shed, surrounding it with thatch to provide some shelter from the elements. However, the overwhelming sorrow that engulfed the majority had reached a breaking point. The relentless wind and rain had laid bare the anguish that had accumulated over the past days. The atmosphere within the shed was heavy with despair, where even tears had run dry. Initially, there were only 1 or 2 coughs, but soon they echoed throughout the space. A chorus of distress. Oldest daughter-in-law, oldest daughter-in-law. The village chief's wife gently touched the forehead of the eldest daughter-in-law, feeling the heat radiating from her. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes. You mustn't be in peril. What would I tell Wu if something were to happen to you? Zhu Sheng, come quickly. In a fluster, she called out. The village chief, busy directing the thatching of the shed's roof, hurried over upon hearing his wife's voice. It's not good. The eldest daughter-in-law is unwell. The two grandchildren clung to their mother, weeping, while the elderly couple's hearts ached in agony. I'll fetch Wu San to take a look. He is the only barefoot doctor in the village. We have no other choice. When Wu San arrived, he merely glanced at her and held up 3 fingers. The village chief's wife, reaching into her pocket, produced 30 wen and offered it to him. 300 wen, not 30. Wu San retorted, his tone haughty, as he took the money. Are you out of your mind with greed? She gasped in shock. Whether you look or not is up to you. She's burning up. Without medicine, she will surely perish. Upon hearing this, the 2 grandchildren burst into tears. Give it to him. The village chief urged his wife. Had I known they would still come to apprehend me, I would have withheld the silver. Zhu Xing shot him a disdainful glance. Have you been caught now? It was merely my good fortune to have evaded a crisis. The village chief's wife handed over the 300 wen, and Wu San tossed down a few medicinal herbs, instructing them to brew 3 bowls of concoction. Casting aside those words, the village chief and his wife were left speechless in their anger. Soon, Wu San was summoned by numerous individuals to cure ailments, but upon hearing the fee of 300 wen, many chose to forego the treatment, enduring their suffering instead. Of course, there were some who, with a bit more financial freedom, opted to spend money on medicine. Li Laosi and his companions had traveled the better part of the day and finally caught up to the soldiers. They were ahead. Instead of taking the road, they ventured along the base of the mountains. At this moment, concealed within the brush, they allowed the rain to wash over them. They must be preparing to rest. Uncle Huang whispered, someone is getting ready to cook. Wait until nightfall. Li Laosi murmured, with such heavy rain, they will not continue their journey today. Indeed, shortly after, a minor leader shouted for the group to rest for the night, continuing their travels at dawn. Observing the sky, it was evident that darkness would envelop them within an hour. The group retreated a little further into the woods, seeking refuge from the rain, and hastily consumed some dry rations to satiate their hunger. Achoo! A sound descended from the tree above. Who? Li Laosi looked up. Come down, he said, a hint of anger in his voice. Why are you here? Samao slid down the tree, wearing a stern expression. If you can come, why can't I? You little rascal, who are you talking to? Wang Zheng struck him sharply on the head. You truly have no fear of death. Li Laosi understood now. You will stay here and not wander off. San Mao remained silent, slightly nodding his head, unsure if it was in agreement or dissent. Li Laosi offered him a biscuit, which he accepted without hesitation, devouring it ravenously. In a hurried attempt to consume his meal, he found himself choking, desperately pounding his chest. Wang Zheng grasped his head and forced half a jug of water down his throat. Remarkably, he had yet to slay a single foe and was on the verge of choking himself to death. That San Mao exhibited considerable courage, skillfully guiding the situation. Indeed, he was a formidable character. Wang Zheng and Li Laosi ventured forth to survey the surroundings while Uncle Huang and the others remained to rest. Li Laosi emitted a low murmur. Observing the seriousness etched on his face, Wang Zheng fell silent. It was said that the man had once been a fierce warrior, which explained how he managed to injure Captain Gao. Hush, do not speak of it, one cautioned. Surely, you are well aware of Captain Gao's temperament. That man will meet a dire fate. Indeed, while others were merely bound with ropes, this individual was shackled hand and foot. Yet, in my opinion, whether he was shackled or not, escape was futile. Another voice chimed in, after sustaining so many wounds, he would be left in tatters if he survived. What could he possibly achieve once captured in the barracks? He brought this upon himself by offending Captain Gao. It is clear that the intent is to torment him in retribution for that wound. Their words reached the ears of Li Laosi and Wang Zheng. Veins bulged on Li Laosi's hands as he remained composed. Do not rush, Wang Zheng interjected, making a slicing gesture across his throat. It was those 2 soldiers who, in their laziness, had retreated to a secluded spot to gossip, inadvertently providing Wang Zheng and his companion with an opportunity. They approached stealthily, each covering a mouth and twisting a neck with astonishing speed. The two had no time to cry out before their lives were extinguished. Their eyes widened in shock, as if striving to discern the identity of their assailants. They dragged the bodies into the forest, just as Uncle Huang and the others arrived. The night was pitch black. Wang Zheng and I shall change our garments to blend in. Uncle Huang, you and the others stay outside to keep watch. Brother Zhu Wu is imprisoned elsewhere. We must locate him first. With a hoarse voice, Li Laosi nearly choked on the mention of Zhu Wu's name. Very well, let us act according to the circumstances. Uncle Huang patted his shoulder. You two must exercise caution. Remember, your lives are paramount. Li Laosi nodded, glancing into the jungle. Relieved to see that Samao was not following them, the two changed their attire and ventured out of the thicket. Where have you two been? The sergeant ordered you to bring hot water. Oh, just took a quick leak. We're coming. Wang Zhang jogged over. Look at you, you've grown a bit taller. Hee. I've been eating a little more lately. Wang Zhang wiped his muddy face. Hurry up and deliver the water. Yes. Wang Zheng turned and hurriedly pulled Li Laosi along. They navigated several tents before finally locating the hot water. You go inside, and I'll find someone. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Li Laosi's dark eyes. He longed to burst in and tear the person inside to shreds. Yet, he understood the importance of restraint. They must not alert the enemy before finding Brother Zhu Wu. Noticing something amiss, Wang Zheng nudged him. Go. Why hasn't the water arrived yet? An angry roar came from inside. Where's the water? Coming. Wang Zheng, cradling the bucket, exclaimed, Sergeant, don't blame me. That person had an upset stomach. And I was the only one left, which is why I'm late. You lazy bastard, making excuses. Do you want me to deal with you? Sergeant Gao, bare-chested and seething with fury, drew his long knife. Wang Zheng scrambled away. I want to do it again. Please don't touch me. Go wash yourself clean. It's been days since I've seen you. You should consider it a blessing that I even look at you. Wang Zheng raised his eyes, locking gazes with the screaming girl. It was her. Chapter 82. On the brink of collapse, what are you staring at? Get out. The captain bellowed furiously. Yes. The desperation in the girl's eyes was evident, while Wang Zheng hung his head, gritting his teeth. Help me, she cried, summoning every ounce of strength to push the man who had seized her away. You insolent wretch, you are quite feisty. The captain crashed into the tent's post, wincing in pain. Rising swiftly, he retaliated with a slap, delivering it with full force. The girl's vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground. Wretched creature. Watch how I end you. The captain showed no mercy, dragging her towards the bed. Release her. Wang Zheng pressed the gun against the back of his head. The captain, unfazed, turned to face him, amused by the sight of a man wielding what appeared to be neither knife nor sword. He burst into laughter. Are you joking with me? Do you think this is a joke? Wang Zheng replied coldly. Who are you? Believe me, if I shout, your life will be forfeit. The captain, brimming with arrogance, clearly underestimated Wang Zheng. I don't believe you. Wang Zheng pulled the trigger because you wouldn't have the chance to shout. The silencer on the gun ensured that no one would hear the shot. The captain could never have imagined that this would be his end. Impressive. Wang Zheng affectionately tucked the firearm away, concerned about arousing suspicion. He then dragged the lifeless body onto the bed. Wake up. He gently patted Zhu Yin's shoulder, but, seeing her unresponsive, poured water over her. Help! Two soldiers passing by the captain's tent chuckled and shook their heads, remarking on how formidable Captain Gao was. Indeed. Once he finishes his fun, it will be our turn. Wang Zheng hastily covered Zhu Yin's mouth. Shoo, stop crying out. After she blinked her tear-filled eyes, he slowly released his grip. You, Zhu Yin stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. We must leave this place. This is troublesome. He quickly moved over and wrapped a blanket around her. Thank you. Hurry, don't dawdle. He was in a state of urgency, anxious about whether the fourth had located Zhu Wu. If anyone were to stumble upon them here, it would spell disaster. Women truly are a source of trouble. Zhu Yin trembled beside him, filled with fear, her lips pale. Do not shake. Wang Zheng grasped her arm, peering through a crack to ensure the two soldiers had departed before indicating they should flee. All right, run. Reluctantly, he bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Fortunately, he encountered her. Anyone else would have turned a blind eye. The captain had business to attend to, and aside from patrolling soldiers, no one else ventured this way, allowing Wang Zheng to escape unimpeded. Upon reaching the location guarded by Uncle Huang and the others, Wang Zheng unceremoniously dropped her to the ground. Delicate Juyin stifled a cry of pain, her eyes brimming with tears. Uncle Huang, wah! She wept as though reuniting with a loved one. Silence. Do you wish to attract attention? Do you want us to perish? Wang Zheng reprimanded sharply. Juyin immediately sealed her lips and clutched the blanket tightly. Stop blushing so fiercely. Where are the others? Upon witnessing her distress, Wang Zheng spoke softly. The three of us are confined in the tent at the back. I am unaware of the others. Since we were captured, we have not seen anyone else. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Wang Zheng, unable to bear such a sight, turned away and rose to his feet. Uncle Huang, I will go to assist Lao Si. If a fight breaks out, you all should come. Uncle Huang nodded, cautioning him to be careful. She huddled in a corner, paralyzed by fear. No matter what happens, do not come out. Uncle Huang advised her earnestly. When Lao Si found Zhu Wu, he was already on the brink of death. The two soldiers guarding him had their throats slit by Lao Si without a chance to breathe. Wu go! Lao Si exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with disbelief. Before him, Zhu Wu was suspended on a wooden frame, his body in tatters. Exposed flesh bore the marks of numerous knife and whip wounds. Lao Si, you've come? Zhu Wu, unable to fully open his eyes, sensed Lao Si's presence. Do not move. I will carry you down, Lao Si said in a hoarse voice, striving to steady his trembling. Do not speak foolishly. With determination, he severed the ropes binding Zhu Wu's hands and feet, laying him flat on the ground. He attempted to cut off the chains around Zhu Wu's wrists and ankles, but found them unyielding. No, don't exert yourself. I must, Lao Si replied without hesitation. You should go. Do not concern yourself with me. Tell my parents that their son is unfilial and can no longer serve them. Cough. I still wish to apologize to my wife. I owe her an apology. Please convey my words to her. Go inside and take a look. Voices echoed from outside, revealing the presence of guards. Li Laoxi's expression grew grave as he swiftly concealed himself by the doorway, awaiting the opportune moment. A muffled grunt accompanied the fall of one soldier who entered. Li Laoxi quickly dispatched the other. Wang Zheng, you've arrived. They exchanged glances, and Wang Zheng replied. The others are all locked within a wooden enclosure. Zhu Wu. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered the lifeless body on the ground. Is he dead? The question lingered unasked. We must rescue Brother Wu quickly to tend to his wounds. I fear he cannot last much longer. He's not dead, then that's a relief. Wang Zheng exhaled in relief. There are approximately 26 soldiers remaining. How do we escape? Li Laoxi, with a penetrating gaze in the darkness, mused, we can only fight to the death. You've lost your mind, Wang Zheng retorted. Glancing at Zhu Wu, Li Laoxi insisted, we cannot delay any further. After a moment of contemplation, he noted that the soldiers had mostly congregated together. I will venture out first to find a concealed position to confront them. You must hold this place. Wang Zheng, comprehending his plan, nodded in agreement. Moments later, shouts erupted from outside. One's dead. Another's fallen. Li Laoxi's archery skills were exceptional, with an almost perfect accuracy. Yet, even the best skills could not prevent the discovery of an ambush. Quickly. We have enemies. Chaos ensued as the scene erupted into turmoil. Uncle Huang, De Huang, and Butcher Zhang burst forth at that moment. Capture them. Li Laoxi swiftly loosed 2 more arrows. The sounds of battle filled the air. Fire! Fire! Another soldier cried out. One of the minor leaders found it exceedingly strange that, amidst such chaos, captain had yet to appear. Curiosity led him to seek out the captain, and to his dismay, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of the captain. A wave of dread washed over him. How could he report this to his superiors? Panic-stricken, he stealthily took the captain's insignia and fled. San Mao had set fire to 2 tents and was preparing to ignite the third. Chapter 83. I shall slay a few more dead. A figure lunged at him, brandishing a knife above his head. You little rascal, it was you who started the fire. San Mao, filled with terror, swiftly retreated, his nimble form evading the blade. I'll make short work of you. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, San Mao pulled a handful of gravel from his pocket and hurled it at his assailant. Ah, my eyes. The soldier, caught off guard, was blinded by the sand, his eyes stinging painfully, unable to open. Seizing the moment, San Mao snatched the knife from the soldier's grasp and plunged it into his chest. You are unworthy of being called a soldier. After slaying the soldier, he dashed into the fray where Uncle Huang and the others were battling. Though small in stature, he was fierce and ruthless, easily besting the average soldier. Yet, he could not withstand the sheer numbers arrayed against him. Brothers, eliminate these few. The captain has been slain by them. The minor leader raised the insignia and shouted, Kill, kill, kill. The rallying cry was deafening. Li Laosi felt sweat pooling in his palms, forcing himself to remain composed. 3 arrows flew simultaneously, striking the inciting minor leader, who fell to the ground. Uncle Huang, seasoned in battle, dispatched 2 foes without sustaining a scratch. Butcher Zhang wielded his cleaver with both hands, making it difficult for anyone to approach him. De Huang, though somewhat weaker, showed no fear, wielding his machete with precision. The death of the minor leader immediately shifted the balance of power between the 2 factions. Li Laosi shot an arrow of light, emerging from his hiding place. The thought of Brother Wu's injuries enveloped him in a shroud of cold dread. He vowed not to spare any of these men. Another fierce battle ensued, leaving only 5 heavily wounded soldiers kneeling in surrender. By chance, the soldier who had been collecting money survived. Please, great hero, spare us. We were forced by Gao's men. Laosi pressed his machete against the soldier's throat. Forced, you say? Yes, we are from the Gao family, and we dared not defy them. We had already accepted payment and released the people of Qingshan village. Upon hearing the name of the Gao family, Uncle Huang's gaze dimmed, and he subtly turned his head away. So, you were the ones who brought them here? His voice emerged like a whisper from the depths of hell as Laosi's machete fell. The sound of death echoed. The remaining 4, terrified, soiled themselves in fear, pleading for mercy. Kill them all, Uncle Huang declared without hesitation, dispatching each with a single stroke. Of the last 2, one was slain by Da Huang, while the other was pierced by a broken arrow before Zhang Butcher's knife could descend. The spurting crimson blood splattered onto San Mao's face. Don't look at me, she hissed through clenched teeth, her little face taut. Uncle Huang, go free the captives. Zhang Tianzan, you rescue the 3 girls behind. Da Huang, find a horse. I will check for a carriage. Without waiting for further instructions, San Mao turned and dashed away. Laosi sprinted towards Wang Zheng. Upon reaching outside the tent, he discovered 2 lifeless bodies, devoid of any signs of struggle. His heart plummeted. Please, let there be no harm done. Wang Zheng. He burst into the tent and immediately saw Wang Zheng carrying Zhu Wu on his back. Are you all right? Wang Zheng scoffed. What could possibly be wrong with me? Do you think I am dead? Li Laosi's face stiffened as he shook his head. I possess the secret weapon given by Yaoer, far superior to your crossbow. Hey, Li Laosi retorted. What are you talking about at a time like this? I am still Yaoer's biological father, and you can never surpass me in this lifetime. Why are you dawdling? We must leave. Wang Zheng replied coldly. Let us go. The 2 of them cautiously exited the tent. San Mao indeed found a carriage filled with clothing and provisions, clearly belonging to the sergeant. The horses were also brought over, and De Huang loaded the carriage. Together, they carefully placed Zhu Wu inside. Before long, Zhang the butcher rushed over, exclaiming, It's impossible. Those girls cannot be taken with us. Wang Zhang's mind raced with thoughts. They are dead. 3 young girls had hanged themselves, their eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close them even in death. Li Laosi and Wang Zhang glanced over, both feeling their eyes welling with tears. They had shown mercy, opting for a swift death for those soldiers when they should have been subjected to slow torture. Dismembered by 5 horses. That was Chu's little granddaughter. Li Laosi's lips trembled. I will go and slay a few more of the dead. Wang Zhang's voice caught in his throat, yet he managed to push through. He did not wish to harbor regrets. They swiftly untied the girls, gently covering their faces to allow them eternal rest. May you find peace. The vengeance has been fulfilled. But had the vengeance truly been fulfilled? Li Laosi pondered in silence. Those in power, driven by greed and ambition, were the real culprits. They lurked in the shadows, more detestable than the soldiers themselves. Wang Zhang tore the blood-stained sheets from the bed, wrapping the 3 bodies within. He carried away 2, while the last was cradled by Li Laosi. Swiftly, they reunited with the others. Uncle Huang was accompanied by villagers, each brimming with excitement. We are saved. They have slain the soldiers. They deserved it. We must leave at once. If there are still officials nearby, we could be in grave danger. At Uncle Huang's command, everyone fell silent. Let us go. De Huang procured another cart, upon which the tightly wrapped girls lay. Why are we still here? Wang Zhang kicked San Mao in the rear. Fool. San Mao retorted sharply. Hey, you dare insult me? Leaving behind so many clues, are you afraid they won't find us? A flicker of mockery escaped San Mao's fierce gaze. Wang Zhang replied, Do you think I lingered for any reason? Together, they dragged the lifeless bodies. Wang Zhang retrieved a bottle of liquor from his bag, pouring its contents over the corpse. The girl had warned that the bottle contained no ordinary liquor. A single sip would be fatal. However, when the time came to incinerate something, a dash of it would ignite a roaring blaze. He was eager to test its potency. With a flick of a spark, flames erupted, rapidly consuming the remains. This fuel is quite impressive. San Mao unusually engaged him in conversation. I used to work at the docks. I've seen it all. Wang Zhang scoffed, dismissing the inquiry. Ignorant. He turned and set several tents ablaze as well. Once the fire raged sufficiently, they prepared to depart. Can you ride a horse? Wang Zhang brought 2 horses. These soldiers were quite affluent, possessing more than a dozen horses, though unfortunately most had fled. San Mao shook his head. Wang Zhang laughed. Is there anything you cannot do? Allow me to teach you. San Mao, skeptical of his goodwill, had long desired a horse of his own. Thus, he mounted the black steed. Crack. Before he could steady himself, Wang Zhang lashed the horse's rear. The horse shot forward like an arrow, and San Mao instinctively clung to its neck. Wang Zhang shouted from behind. San Mao exclaimed, Wang Zhang, you son of a... Chapter 84. The wolf attack howling echoed in the night. As the rain diminished, snow began to drift down in the mountains and forests. The sound of a wolf's howl shattered the tranquility of dreams. Liao jolted awake. Mother, there's a wolf howling. Su Shi, unable to sleep restfully, immediately sat up and lit the oil lamp. Liao hurriedly dressed. The sudden chill prompted her to don a down vest beneath her garments. Awa. Su Shi trembled slightly, striving to maintain her composure as she turned and hurried inside. Soon, Zhu Chun and his wife, Zhu Wunyang, along with Dr. Qin, arrived. Zhu Chun, summoning his courage, peered outside. There really is a wolf. He recoiled a few steps in fright. Light the lamp, Dr. Qin said calmly to the women. Wolves fear fire. They will be deterred by it. Liao kept her gaze fixed outside. It was said that wolves feared fire, yet when the light illuminated the cave, the wolves outside showed no inclination to retreat. At that moment, Liao recognized the lead wolf that had escaped from the fireworks. Indeed, the wolf was cunning. And Liao couldn't help but marvel. This wolf had evidently been trailing them, aware that the men had departed, which was why it had come to their lair. The wolves howled ferociously. Before long, one of them charged against the wooden door, while the other 3 began to gnaw at the wooden barriers. The lead wolf stood motionless behind them, its eerie green eyes ablaze with fury. What should we do? Sister Chun was thrown into disarray, tears streaming down her face. In her moment of fear, Sue urged, "You go inside and guard the children with Aunt Huang." Trembling, Sister Chun nodded in agreement. "I will also protect the children." Zhu Chun grasped Sister Chun's hand and dashed inside without a second thought. All the children were huddled in the original cold storage, secured not only with wooden planks but also barricaded by a bed. "Liao, you should go in too," Dr. Qin advised with concern. Zhu Wunyang cast a cold glance at the fleeing Zhu Chun, brandishing a butcher's knife, prepared to fight to the death. Though Sue felt fear, she understood that this was not the moment for it. "What about Uncle Huang?" Liao inquired, disregarding Dr. Qin's counsel. "He is on night watch. He must be outside." Zhu Wunyang replied. Dr. Qin noticed Liao's defiance, a flicker of curiosity shining in his eyes. What child would not be terrified by the sound of wolves? Yet, she observed Liao with keen interest, seemingly unafraid and contemplating a strategy. "Mother," Liao whispered hastily into Sue's ear. "Be careful." Sue gently stroked her head, her eyes suddenly moistening with emotion. Liao turned and dashed back inside. Dr. Qin felt a sense of relief, believing that Liao had heeded his advice and sought refuge. "Do not worry," Zhu Wunyang softly reassured Sue. "Be cautious." Just then, a wolf managed to break through a wooden barrier, extending a leg inside, nearly grasping Zhu Wunyang. Quick to react, she swung her knife down fiercely. The two individuals exhaled in relief. The four wolves continued their relentless assault, and even the composed Dr. Qin's face turned pale. "You should hide as well." "I will handle this," he declared. Sue and Zhu Wunyang exchanged glances, recognizing the bravery in his words, yet understanding the futility of such an action. Concealment would not ensure their escape. Should the wolves breach the door, they would surely track them down by scent. Their only recourse was to fend off these predators. Dr. Qin, it seemed, was willing to sacrifice himself to the wolves. Little did he know, wolves are avaricious, bloodthirsty, and vengeful creatures. Amidst the snowfall, Xiao Huang found the atmosphere strangely unsettling and decided to survey the area around the cave. Upon returning, he caught sight of several wolves attacking their refuge. A jolt of fear surged through him, prompting him to swiftly ascend a tree. As he counted the number of wolves, a plan began to form in his mind. Fortunately, he always kept his hatchet close at hand. He chopped some sturdy branches, sharpening them to fashion makeshift weapons secured at his back. "Filthy wolves, prepare to meet your end." At a critical moment, Xiao Huang let out a roar, drawing the attention of several wolves. They quickly turned and charged towards him. Realizing the impending danger, he fled, though he knew that two legs could not outrun four. After sprinting a mere 200 meters, the wolves caught up, and he felt the hot breath of one mere inches from his neck. Bracing himself, he closed his eyes and wielded a sharpened stick, ready to stab at the approaching beast. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a brilliant explosion erupted above him, showering the scene with a kaleidoscope of sparks that illuminated the wolves beneath the dazzling display. Bang! 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 The bursts transformed the night sky, revealing the wolves in stark clarity. In that moment, the wolves huddled together, seemingly intimidated. Yet Liao had no intention of letting them escape. "You wretched beasts!" "No!" The wolves, seizing the opportunity in her father's absence, launched a surprise attack. Yet, she had underestimated their cunning intellect. 3 wolves charged forward amidst the fireworks, one targeting the small yellow creature while the other 2 raced towards her. Liao's expression tightened as she swiftly retreated into her spatial realm. It appeared the wolves were unperturbed by the fireworks. If they were unafraid, she would introduce them to real firepower. Emerging from her sanctuary, she wielded a beam gun, a rather rudimentary weapon from the Resistance era. However, she was confident it would suffice to deal with a few wolves. Positioning herself low on the ground, she steadied the gun as the 2 wolves approached. The sound of bullets firing resonated like the crackling of fireworks, the muzzle flaring with flames, enhancing the illusion. Fearlessly, the wolves lunged forward, but Li Yao chuckled coldly, transforming them into a sieve. The lead wolf, observing from a distance, merely glanced at the chaos before turning to flee. Li Yao sprang to her feet, stowing the gun and the lifeless wolves into her spatial realm, and pursued them. Thinking it could escape was a grave miscalculation. She swiftly produced a shrinking net, determined that this wolf would not meet its end so swiftly. Such a treacherous beast did not deserve an easy demise. The lead wolf seemed to hesitate, running for a while before turning back to gauge her. Perhaps it had concluded that she was merely a young girl, and thus not a formidable adversary. Panting and resting against a tree, Li Yao caught her breath, while the wolf bared its fangs, attempting to take her by surprise. However, just as it leapt towards her, it was ensnared by the net. Huh, Li Yao scoffed, thinking of ambushing me? I am not without my defenses. With a swift motion, she unfurled the shrinking net, waiting for it to ensnare itself. The lead wolf struggled fiercely, but the net constricted tighter with every attempt to escape. It bared its teeth in vain, unable to break free. No need to waste your energy. Li Yao struck it with a blow, exclaiming, "Let me show you what high technology truly is." Initially, she contemplated entering the space to retrieve those wild piglets. However, upon reflection, she feared that such a cunning and treacherous wolf might lead them astray. Consequently, she brandished her energy gun, firing several shots without hesitation. Fear not the flames. Do you fear the bullets? Perish. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. It was Xiao Huang's voice. Without further delay, Li Yao stowed the lifeless wolf into her space, neglecting to retract the net. At that moment, Xiao Huang, utterly exhausted, was clamped down by a wolf that refused to let go. His sharp wooden stake had long been spent, leaving him with only a machete in hand. He was battered and bleeding from his thighs, arms, and backside. Yet, he noticed a wolf charging into the cave. In a moment of desperation, he swung at the wolf before him, shouting, "Die!" The wolf, too, was caught off guard. A single swing of the machete caused it to stagger back. However, before the fallen man could rise, the wolf leapt forward. "Uncle Xiao Huang!" Li Yao grasped his clothing with both hands, summoning all her strength as they tumbled aside, colliding with a towering mound of kudzu. The kudzu scattered, burying them beneath its weight. Xiao Huang, unable to withstand the ordeal, lost consciousness. Li Yao expended tremendous effort to extricate herself from the debris. The wolf, with a predatory gaze, watched her intently, drool dripping from its bared fangs. Thus, the wolf and the girl stood in opposition. At last, the wolf could endure no longer. Li Yao sprang into action, channeling every ounce of energy, her dagger aimed directly at the wolf's eye. With a howl, the wolf darted away, shaking off Li Yao, and crashed into a nearby tree. Li Yao was flung several paces back, nearly losing her internal organs in the process. She slowly pushed herself up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Mother, wait for me." Each step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds as Li Yao struggled to enter the cave. The once crowded yet orderly cavern was now in utter disarray, a chaotic mess. Sue's figure lay pinned to the ground by the wolf, its sharp fangs poised threateningly at her neck. Zhu Wunyang, dragging her injured leg, lunged forward to embrace the wolf's body. "Mingyu, run quickly." The dazed Dr. Qin regained consciousness, shaking his head, instinctively seizing a torch nearby to aim at the wolf's jaws. The wolf, thoroughly provoked, went into a frenzy. It first shook off Zhu Wunyang, then sank its teeth into Sue's arm, dragging her across the ground. "Go save her." Sister Chun urged her husband beside her. Ah. With a determined shove, Sister Chun freed herself from his grasp. "I must have been blind to have sought help from such a coward. Stay with the children. Aunt Chun, I will go with you." Li Ji's eyes were already red with urgency. "No, you must not go." Sister Chun barked angrily, forcefully pushing Li Jiza to the back. "I will kill you." She wielded a kitchen knife, recklessly charging at the wolf, striking wildly. Though her blows lacked substantial lethality, They ultimately compelled the wolf to release its grip. Zhu's arm hung bloodied, and the pain rendered her unconscious, completely devoid of awareness. The wolf turned to attack Sister Chun, its blood-stained fangs and deep green eyes radiating ferocity. "I will fight you to the death." With a snap, the wolf's jaws clamped onto half of her face. Zhu Wunyang, despite her battered body, managed to roll over from the ground, her trembling hands clutching the knife tightly, eyes closed as she thrust it towards the frenzied wolf. Suddenly, a small figure rushed forward with remarkable speed, wielding a short dagger that pierced the wolf's neck, striking its artery with precision. Blood gushed forth, and the creature finally released its grip. A mournful howl escaped its lips, a haunting elegy of death. "Yawa!" Zhu Wunyang called out, her eyelids growing heavy. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each heartbeat resonating in the silence. Zhu Chun lowered his gaze, gripping his head tightly. Beside him, the maid leaned in slightly, and he numbly lifted his gaze. Silence enveloped them. Aunt Wang urged a few children to stay put. "Do not venture outside. I will go check." Zhu Chun finally reacted. "No need." Aunt Wang shot him a stern glance. She pushed aside the wooden board and crawled out from beneath the bed. Despite her mental preparation, the horrific scene was unbearable. The stench of blood pervaded the cave, a gruesome sight. She could no longer contain her grief and broke into tears. "Mingyu," she whispered, gently touching Su's face, but received no response. "Ah, Sister Chun," she gasped, her heart momentarily stilled at the sight of Chun's half-mangled face. "Wake up." Yet the only reply was the chilling wind that swept through the cave. "Wunyang, Dr. Qin, Yao, little Yaoer." There was no answer. The wind gnawed at her heart. Where was her little Huang? "Dr. Qin," she called repeatedly. In her despair and helplessness, the injured Dr. Qin slowly opened his eyes. "Do not shake me. Give me a moment." A flicker of joy crossed Aunt Huang's face. She had just checked the breaths of everyone present. They were still alive. Now, if Dr. Qin awakened, hope would emerge. Her family had long been acquainted with Dr. Qin, and no one understood the excellence of his medical skills better than they did. Grandma Huang, along with Hui Xiang and Li Jiza, rushed out in alarm. Aunt Huang, startled, pushed the two back inside, urging them to hide, uncertain if there were wolves lurking about. "It's gone." Li Jiza, his eyes ablaze with anguish, dashed forward to embrace Su Shi. However, he found himself unable to lift her, tears streaming down his face as he cradled his sister Li Yao. At that moment, his heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. Consumed by self-loathing for fearing for his own life while he could only cower. He detested his own impotence, feeling utterly powerless to protect his family. Dr. Qin took a moment to regain his composure. After administering half a bowl of medicine to Hui Xiang, he finally felt his mind clear. "Fetch the medicine box." The room was filled with children who had all emerged in a panic. Sanya and Sia clung to Aunt Chun, wailing uncontrollably. Xu Chun slapped his own face vigorously, crying out, "I am not human. I am not human." "Wife, woe is me," he lamented, his voice filled with despair. "Do not delay," Li Jiza shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern, abruptly silencing the cries. "Lift them onto the bed." His tone was stark and chilling, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. "Dr. Qin, have you seen Xiao Huang?" Aunt Huang finally managed to voice her concern, her trembling hands clutching the edge of the bed. She felt as though the world was spinning around her, her body threatening to collapse. "Aunt Huang, I will go find him." Zhu Chun, awakening from his stupor, recalled how he had mindlessly carried his wife to the bed moments earlier. The sight of blood on his face made it impossible for him to confront his own cowardice. He rushed outside, utterly lost as to what he should do next. Aunt Huang, not sparing him a glance, crawled out, her legs weak. With a cry of despair, Zhu Chun dashed out into the night. In the stillness of the night, a pristine layer of snow blanketed the ground, concealing the madness that had transpired as if nothing had occurred. When dawn broke and the snowfall ceased, the snow mingled with blood, transforming into a crimson liquid that stained the earth. It seeped in, proliferating. Zhu Chun scraped away at the small yellow remnants, fragments of a shattered existence, lifeless and despondent. I am not human, I am not human. Wang Zheng caught up with the others, and San Mao had also learned to ride. On the path up the mountain, some felt a surge of joy in their hearts, while others appeared utterly lifeless. The cart could go no further. Li Laosi dismantled a cart and procured the largest wooden plank. Come, a few of you. Help me lift. He and De Huang hoisted Zhu Wu onto it. The young men captured from Qingshan village responded swiftly to his call. Yet, the 3 deceased girls lay untouched. No one dared to move them. Wang Zheng scoffed. What is the matter? He understood well. It was merely disdain for the girls. Yet these burly men, incapable themselves, remained obstinately complacent. It was utterly laughable. I'll do it. Zhu timidly raised her hand. Inquisitive and scrutinizing gazes flitted across her. The frigid air seared her skin. Chapter 86. Medicine. Medicine. There is something wrong with the medicine prescribed by Wu San. Wang Zheng observed her frail figure, urging her to go away. He noticed the way others looked at her, feeling that she should not be subjected to such humiliation. Zhu paused, biting her lip. Retreating to the side. You, come here. Wang Zheng pointed at a few individuals. You, damn it, come here. The ones called upon reluctantly lifted the 3 lifeless bodies. Wang Zheng was furious. What are you still dawdling for? Move. Catching sight of Zhu nearby, he felt his temper flare once more. This night, the villagers on the mountain seemed to be suffering as well. A few had coughed up blood. Zhu Wu's wife, Ruan, remained in a high fever, unresponsive. After consuming the herbal medicine from Wu San, her condition only worsened. Yet, Wu San's business flourished. Even those reluctant to part with their silver were willing to spend it this morning. Mother, wake up. A small child shook the woman's body. Mother. The child cried out in despair, my mother is dead. The elderly woman, holding a bowl, collapsed to the ground. How can she be dead? Impossible. I just spent 400 yuan on that medicine. How could she die after taking it? Then another woman began to wail, my son. Please wake up. A man's anguished cry followed, old man. Zhu Xing rushed over. They appeared to have found their anchor. Village chief, please help them. Zhu Xing bent down and checked the breathing of these individuals. They are gone. The 2 short words crushed the already fragile spirits of those present. Instantly, the wooden shed resounded with cries of mourning. My son was perfectly fine, merely suffering from a chill. How could he die after taking the medicine? The woman lamented frantically. The medicine. There is something wrong with Wu San's medicine. Yes, my daughter-in-law is pregnant. Wu San assured me the medicine wouldn't harm the fetus and could treat the fever. It must be his medicine that is at fault. The family of the old man joined in the lamentation. My father also took Wu San's medicine. Zhu Sheng felt a sharp pain at his temples. He did not trust Wu San's medical skills, but for so long, he was the only physician available. The villagers had no choice but to place their faith in him. For instance, just yesterday, they procured medicine for their eldest daughter-in-law. Suddenly, he turned around and swiftly made his way back to his own spot. He witnessed his wife poised to administer the medication to their daughter-in-law. In a moment of panic, he waved his hand and knocked it over. Do not drink. Fear gripped him as he realized that if she ingested it, their daughter-in-law might truly be in peril. He had already wronged Wu Er. He could not afford to wrong his wife as well. At this moment, Wu San remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With an increasing number of patients seeking his attention, he had to gather some remedies to address their ailments. What a bizarre weather phenomenon. It is June. Yet snow is falling. He exclaimed in frustration. No more searching, no more. Shaking his head, he carelessly plucked a few weeds and tossed them into the basket. Then, with a chuckle, he mused that on a snowy day, it would be even more challenging to find medicinal herbs, hence they should be sold at a higher price. Find him. Why are you seizing me? Wu San felt a sudden pang of guilt, though he feigned bravado. Village chief, what madness is this? The village chief frowned deeply. Wu San, confess honestly, do you recognize medicinal herbs? Can you treat ailments? Wu San struggled against those who bound him. Nonsense. I have been practicing medicine since my teenage years. How could you suggest I lack knowledge? Are you regretting the 300 when spent on medicine yesterday? Zhu Xing's face turned ashen. Village chief, I consider you the village chief, which is why I charged you 300 when, while others paid 400. Let it be known that these herbs are becoming increasingly difficult to gather. In the future, if you seek treatment or medicine, do not approach me without 501. He raised his voice, unafraid of disbelief. People have perished, yet you still sell. Zhu Xing berated, Wu San, you are utterly heartless. If you possess genuine skills, it is only natural to desire a greater fortune. However, the current situation has resulted in dire consequences, revealing your utter incompetence. Who has perished? Who has met their demise? Wu San raised his chin defiantly, asserting that no one should dare lay the blame at his feet. Who is to say whether it was starvation that claimed them? Zhu Xing pointed an accusatory finger at him, demanding that he be bound. Bound him? Wu San shrugged off the burdens he carried. Village chief, if you find me intolerable, say it plainly, it is nothing but envy for my earnings that leads you to slander me. You seek retribution for the untimely death of the Yuan family. Do you not? Zhu Xing's finger trembled with indignation. You. Observing that he had gained the upper hand, Wu San felt a surge of pride. Yet, he was oblivious to the small figure charging towards him from behind. Return my mother to me. It is you who caused her death. The herbs you sold to my family were meant for cattle. In a moment of carelessness, Wu San was tackled by the young child, infuriating him to the point of rage as he raised his hand to strike. How dare you? Zhu Xing kicked him over. Very well. You lot. Wu San collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught, and blamed me, the physician. The village chief is abusing his power. The village chief is envious of my wealth. Unexpectedly, someone stood up for him. I trust Dr. Wu. He is the one who healed my wounds. Li Laoda, leaning on a wooden stick, chimed in. You all witnessed how my wretched brother treated me. It was Wu San's medicinal concoction that saved my life. Otherwise, how could I possibly stand here in good health? Seeing support from others, a glimmer of joy crossed Wu San's eyes. Indeed, no matter who dies, it is always my fault. Who knows if they mistakenly consume something else? Wu San rose abruptly, pointing at the little Do Ding with fierce reproach. Your family is impoverished beyond measure. Just yesterday, I witnessed your grandmother digging something beneath the tree. Who knows if it was she who poisoned your mother? That cannot be true. Do Ding retaliated, rushing towards him. We consume those wild vegetables daily. You insult my grandmother and are responsible for my mother's death. You are a villain. Wu San forcefully shoved him aside, grimacing